In 1998, Malibu, California, the first rays of morning sunlight refracted through the Pacific Ocean and streamed into Luke Chen's luxurious seaside villa. Upon awakening, Luke surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Rising in such a grand oceanfront abode was indeed delightful. After gazing at the breathtaking sea view outside, he made his way to the washroom. As he looked into the mirror, he marveled at his strikingly handsome mixed-race visage, rivaling even that of Keanu Reeves, and his muscular physique, reminiscent of the exquisite David sculpture. Luke couldn't help but think to himself, truly dashing, just as charming as the loyal fans of the author. Tea that moment, a girl's voice floated up from downstairs. "Luke, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Hurry up. We need to hit the road." "I'm getting ready now. I'll be down shortly," he replied. It was the voice of his younger sister, Angela. 3 days prior, Luke had graduated from Stanford University in California. After a wild graduation ceremony, he celebrated with classmates and teammates at a raucous prom and graduation party before returning to his seaside villa in Malibu. This splendid gift was generously bestowed upon him by his grandparents. Though Luke hailed from a lineage of affluence, he was also a time traveler. His past life had been nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, he was a carefree scion of wealth. However, his family's fortune attracted the sinister intentions of a treacherous uncle, leading to the tragic demise of his family, with only Luke escaping abroad to study. In pursuit of vengeance, he endured humiliation and ultimately returned home to confront his uncle's family, resulting in their mutual destruction. Upon awakening once more, he found himself reborn as a small infant. His grandfather was a bona fide Chinese immigrant who had come to America in pursuit of fortune before World War II, while his grandmother was of Italian descent. His mother, the eldest daughter of the Dutton family, was the twin sister of John Dutton, the heir to the Yellowstone Ranch. Initially, Luke believed he could lead a life of tranquility as a privileged third-generation heir. Yet, at the tender age of 6, while perusing a newspaper, he stumbled upon news regarding Stark Industries. His heart nearly ceased for several seconds, and cold sweat broke out as he absorbed the gravity of the perilous world around him. How could he afford to relax? Just as he found himself torn over the decision of whether to immigrate back to his homeland, an enigmatic figure appeared before him, seemingly out of thin air. As Luke marveled at the striking middle-aged man's sudden presence, the man snapped his fingers, and the environment around them transformed instantaneously. Surveying his new surroundings, Luke quickly realized he had arrived in a different realm. The area encompassed over 300 square meters, adorned with fruit trees, a central spring, and a quaint wooden cabin. The middle-aged man extended a finger glowing with a radiant light and gently tapped Luke's forehead. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, the man spoke in Mandarin. "I have left a message for your family you shall cultivate here for now. When the time is right, you will come to know my true identity." After speaking, the person vanished. Luke found himself in a state of despair, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. Thus, he resorted to practicing the techniques that had been implanted in his mind. When thirst struck, he drank from the spiritual spring. When hunger arose, he feasted upon the spiritual fruits. Upon reaching the second tier of his technique, he was expelled from the dimensional space, landing once again in the familiar confines of his bedroom. His family was astonished upon discovering him, for a year had elapsed. Initially, they suspected he had been abducted, but despite their exhaustive searches, no trace could be found. Eventually, they were left to believe that he had been taken by a mysterious sage. Luke had departed from Yellowstone Ranch, and soon thereafter, the Dutton family and the Chen family convened. Once they confirmed his well-being, questions began to arise. Luke recounted his experiences truthfully, though he described the spiritual spring space as a valley. The incredibility of his tale was palpable. Yet, when the 7-year-old Luke shattered an inch-thick oak table in the Dutton study with a single punch, belief was cemented in all present. Thus, Luke balanced his academic pursuits with assisting his family in their business endeavors, leveraging the knowledge from his previous life. With the clarity of his mind provided by the first tier of his technique, Luke possessed exceptional memory and cognitive abilities. Consequently, he completed 3 doctoral degrees in chemistry, physics, and biology at Stanford University within 3 years, disciplines he had previously mastered with ease. The technique he practiced was known as the Great Sun Ascending Yang Technique, a name that aptly reflected its abundant vitality. Luke had mastered the 6th tier, yet he found himself stagnant at the threshold of the 7th. The first 6 tiers were as follows. The first tier, clarity of the spiritual platform. The second tier, introduction of chi into the body. The third tier, muscle and bone. Transformation. The fourth tier, refinement of chi into essence. The fifth tier, yin and yang circulation. And the sixth tier, mastery of objects through chi. In addition to the foundational technique, there were 4 supplementary combat techniques: the dragon dance, the mountain shaking technique, the auspicious body method, and the eye of insight. These techniques were primarily offensive, while the ascending yang technique was more akin to an internal cultivation method. Until he reached the 5th tier of yin and yang circulation, Luke was unable to engage in dual cultivation, leading to misunderstandings with his high school girlfriend, who believed he harbored unspoken troubles. Despite Luke's attempts to explain his pursuit of Chinese martial arts, the young lady, the belle of the school and his first love, chose to end their relationship and transferred from Hellgate High School, the closest high school to Yellowstone Ranch. She had reminded him of the elf girl from his past life upon their first encounter. Regrettably, she departed from his life, and it was only 6 months later that Luke's cultivation broke through to the 5th tier. The initial 3 tiers had significantly enhanced Luke's physical prowess, establishing him as the core running back on his high school football team. The 4th layer of cultivation allowed Luke to cast aside concerns about the unexpected burden of progeny, while upon reaching the 5th layer of yin and yang circulation, he finally embraced his masculinity. Thus, Luke acquired numerous monikers: Montana Stark, Hellgate Neptune, the Cheerleader Terminator, and more. With the school's football team participating in a national competition, Luke's titles evolved. Initially celebrated for his prowess on the field, earning him the nicknames Stanford Bulldozer and Field Lightning, these soon transformed into California Casanova National College Cheerleader Collector, Stanford Stark, and similar appellations. However, Luke remained unconcerned, for he found joy in both his pleasures and his training, a veritable win-win situation. The dragon dance technique, originally intended for acupoint strikes, grappling, and fine motor control, had an unexpected capacity for high-frequency vibrations. The mountain shaking technique fortified his spine and core, enabling his abdominal muscles to endure a marathon among his many girlfriends. A saying circulated: "No one can battle Luke all night." No one. The great luck movement, besides serving to sprint, break through defenses, and score on the field, allowed Luke to maintain his horse stance, a feat not easily accomplished by just anyone. The Eye of Insight was designed for X-ray vision and night vision, not merely to see through clothing, but to directly observe human tissues and structural forms beneath the skin. Thus, as Luke engaged in physical activity, he activated the Eye of Insight, unveiling the doors to a new realm of peculiar applications. While the techniques were earnest, the manner in which Luke employed them was somewhat irreverent. Yet, this did not incite disdain from anyone, including his former girlfriends. Luke's charm, wealth, and generosity often brought them romance and surprises, ensuring that even after parting ways, they held no grudges. Luke frequently remarked, "I am a wild stallion, and there is no pasture in your heart," a curious sentiment, indeed, which sane individual would wish to bear the weight of a pasture. One cannot deny that Luke had mastered the essence of being a Casanova. Having tidied himself, Luke descended to the dining area. Seeing his family gathered around the 5-meter-long dining table filled him with immense joy. His parents busied themselves in the 40-square-meter open kitchen preparing breakfast, while his younger siblings frolicked in the spacious dining room. In that moment, Luke felt an urge to reflect. However, his musings were interrupted by his father's voice. "Luke, the dishes are ready. We await your culinary expertise." With a resigned sigh, Luke accepted the apron his mother offered and stepped into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. Since Luke embarked on his journey of cultivation, he had acquired the ability to master any task upon learning, even with finesse. Consequently, whenever he returned home, he took on the role of head chef for breakfast and dinner, earning unanimous praise. This skill also won him the hearts of countless young women. As he cooked, Luke couldn't help but ponder. A mix of good and bad. Perhaps the IT was exhausting, yet merely a hassle that consumed time. However, any chef would undoubtedly feel a sense of joy witnessing their culinary creations devoured by patrons, and Luke's family was no exception. After finishing breakfast, the young men and women began to gather their belongings, preparing to return to the Yellowstone Ranch in Montana for the holiday season. Luke held a deep affection for the ranch, having spent his formative years studying in Montana, only returning to Los Angeles during school breaks. Now attending Stanford University, he would routinely return home every weekend, and during holidays, he would head back to Yellowstone Ranch. Perhaps influenced by a desire for transcendence, Luke cherished his connection with nature. Accompanying him on this journey back to the farm were Jamie Dutton, the second son of John Dutton, his adopted brother Rip Wheeler, his sister Beth Dutton, and his biological sister Angela Cheen. This time, they planned to enjoy their travels, so Luke had arranged for a fortified, bulletproof Dodge Ram Mammoth. Indeed, it was the Dodge Mammoth. Due to Luke's early demonstration of his brilliant intellect, Grandpa Cheen had invested in Dodge automobiles long ago. Luke had unapologetically brought forth design concepts that were 2 decades ahead of their time, resulting in immense profits that left General Motors and Ford far behind. Cheen's father, Drake, was busy loading luggage and outdoor supplies into the trunk with Jamie and Rip. Meanwhile, Angela and Beth approached the vehicle with their neatly packed bags. Luke had little to carry, just a backpack containing a change of clothes, as the Yellowstone Ranch was well equipped. After a moment's thought, Luke ventured to the basement and emerged with a large, elongated travel bag. When he reached the car, the luggage was all arranged, and Luke took it upon himself to stow the sizable bag in the corner of the trunk. Glancing at his father, he quietly inquired, "Dad, is there beer in the fridge?" Old Cheen gave Luke a knowing look, and Luke understood immediately. With a smile, his father patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Drive safely on the road, and take good care of your younger siblings." That Cheen's mother, Elsa, stood at the villa's entrance, bidding farewell to Luke and his 10-year-old fraternal twins. "Do call if you need anything." Luke waved goodbye and ushered his siblings into the vehicle as they set off. Among the 5 in the car, only Luke and Jamie possessed driver's licenses. Jamie had recently been accepted into Yale Law School, while Rip was just 15 and Beth and Angela were 14, still too young to drive. Nevertheless, the trio had learned to drive, as Luke often took them for rides around the ranch during holidays. Their planned route was from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, then to Salt Lake City, camping for a night in Idaho, before finally reaching Yellowstone Ranch in Montana. The journey would cover approximately 1,800 kilometers. This marked the first time this group of young people would embark on a long-distance drive. After all, Grandpa Cheen was exceptionally affluent, with the Cheen family owning 8 private jets. Due to the strong rapport between the Cheen family and the Duttons, the Cheen family has engaged in business ventures alongside the Duttons, resulting in the expansion of the Yellowstone Ranch. Their neighbor is none other than Nick Ranch, owned by the venerable Mr. Cheen. The two families have strategically positioned their residences at the border of their properties, with Mr. Cheen entrusting the management of the ranch to John Dutton. This arrangement allows the children of both families the freedom to indulge in various activities on their ranches: horseback riding, fishing, camping, or hunting skills that each of them has mastered, though Luke has always excelled above the rest. The 5 young individuals, munching on chips and singing merrily, traverse from California to Las Vegas, Nevada. While en route, Luke received a call from his uncle, his grandmother's nephew, ensuring a warm welcome awaited them as they enter Nevada. In his youth, Luke had always believed that Mr. Cheen had arrived in America as a self-made man. However, upon maturing, he discovered that both Mr. Cheen and his grandmother, Mariana, were exceptionally discreet about their backgrounds. Luke had never heard of Mr. Cheen's extensive lineage, yet it was evident that it was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It was no small feat to amass a fortune exceeding billions in the predominantly white mainstream society of America. What surprised Luke the most was the amiable and gentle demeanor of his grandmother, who, as he grew older, he learned was the one with the most illustrious background in the family. Before marrying Mr. Cheen, his grandmother bore the surname Luciano, linked to the infamous figure Charlie Luciano. Furthermore, she was the youngest and only daughter in the Luciano family, with 3 older brothers, granting her a status akin to that of a princess within her kin. Marrying into such a distinguished family indicated that Mr. Cheen was not an ordinary man. However, he remained reticent about his past, and Luke never inquired. Nevertheless, here I am, Luke Cheen, the fortunate heir of a prosperous lineage, content and at ease. Returning to Las Vegas, the Luciano family ranks among the 5 prominent families of the city, with their enterprises widely established throughout. Consequently, the 5 young travelers were graciously entertained by Luke's uncle, They indulged in opulent five-star accommodations, exquisite cuisine, and a variety of legal performances. Although they could not enter the casino due to age restrictions, they spent a delightful afternoon and evening reveling in the festivities. Early the next morning, under the affectionate gaze of his uncle bidding them farewell, the young adventurers resumed their journey. After a little more than half a day's travel, they arrived in Salt Lake City, taking a detour to visit the Bonneville Salt Flats, renowned for its straight-line acceleration. Racing, this venue, located in Salt Lake City, serves as a paradise for both automotive manufacturers and car enthusiasts. Luke's fortified, bulletproof Dodge Mammoth became the center of attention among the visitors. On the vast expanse of the Salt Flats, Luke allowed 3 unlicensed youngsters to experience the thrill of the enhanced vehicle. Boasting an impressive 1,100 horsepower and an 8.4-liter supercharged engine. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the young ones, they concluded their day's adventures and returned to the Hilton Hotel in Salt Lake City. The Cheen family possesses shares in the Hilton Hotel chain. Initially, the Hilton family even sought to arrange a marriage alliance with Luke, but the venerable Mr. Cheen tactfully declined their proposal. In his words, "I have little regard for that Richard fellow. Having such a father-in-law would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation." Luke concurred, suggesting that while occasional friendly outings between the sisters were acceptable, marrying into the family was out of the question. After departing from Salt Lake City, they intended to find a spot in Idaho to experience camping. Thus, they replenished their supplies in Salt Lake City and assured their families of their safety before 5 young adventurers set off. As the quintet indulged in chips and song, they traversed into Idaho. Upon exiting Salt Lake City, they altered their course just past Elwood, a little over 100 kilometers north. Instead of proceeding directly north towards Montana, they veered northwest for over 100 kilometers in pursuit of Walcott Lake, covering a total distance of approximately 300 kilometers. As they neared Walcott Lake, they encountered a traffic jam on the highway. Due to the height of the Dodge Mammoth, Luke could easily discern the long line of vehicles stalled ahead. Without hesitation, he exited the highway at a nearby ramp. Jamie consulted the map and remarked, "Luke, this back road should lead us to Walcott Lake, albeit with a considerable detour. We'll need to pass beneath the highway and head northeast to reach our destination." Luke parked the vehicle by the roadside, took the map from Jamie, and glanced at the distant highway. "All right, let's aim to reach the lake by noon. I'd prefer not to have our lunch in the car." His suggestion received unanimous agreement from his siblings, and Luke resumed driving deeper into the back road. This path was merely a dirt road, not particularly wide, barely accommodating 2 vehicles. The sizable Dodge Mammoth occupied more than its fair share of space, prompting Luke to navigate with utmost caution. Shortly after rounding a sharp bend, he spotted a camper stranded in the middle of the road, with several young individuals standing nearby, seemingly enjoying an outing. However, Luke was not naive. He was acutely aware of the sparse population in America. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered around the disabled vehicle and stopped after proceeding a dozen meters. Observing through the rearview mirror, he noticed the young people approaching and waving at them. Luke opened the glove compartment on the passenger side and retrieved a handgun, passing it to Jamie. Both Jamie and the others in the vehicle stared in astonishment as Luke produced another firearm from beneath his seat. After checking and chambering around, he tucked it behind him. "Jamie, hold on to this. You know how to use it, right?" "Yes, I can manage." Don't be anxious when venturing into the unknown. One must learn to be vigilant of strangers. That a group of young boys and girls, having grown up on a ranch and possessing a certain boldness, found themselves less anxious upon hearing Luke's words. Luke did not turn off the vehicle before exiting. He offered a word of caution. "Stay in the car. It is the safest place to be." Jamie and the others understood that this was an armored vehicle, and they nodded in agreement. They then watched as Luke stepped out. Once outside, Luke observed the young individuals approaching him and activated his perceptive insight. Relieved to confirm that they bore no weapons, his tension eased. The first to approach was a young girl, who upon seeing Luke clad in cowboy attire, tall and handsome, felt a flutter of nervousness. "Apologies, our vehicle was damaged by the barbed wire on the road. Could you assist us?" "Hey buddy, that car is really cool. I saw you drive over the barbed wire just now. Did your tires sustain any damage?" The second speaker was one of the only 2 men in the group. Comprised of 5 individuals, it was evident that 2 pairs were couples, leaving only the girl who first spoke to Luke as the sole single among them. Luke nodded at the 4 individuals behind the girl and discreetly adjusted his shirt to conceal the handgun at his lower back before replying. Please, lead me to the vehicle. How many tires are damaged? The first man replied, It seems like 2. I noticed one is leaking air, while the other is completely flat. The second man interjected, Did you not want to check your own tires? Clearly, the second man's inquiry piqued the curiosity of the other 4. Luke cast a sidelong glance at him and stated, My vehicle's tires are special. They are blast resistant. The first man exclaimed, Wow, that's impressive. This car must be quite expensive. Luke, disinterested in engaging with the 2 young men who appear to be recent college graduates and somewhat boisterous, shifted his focus. Meanwhile, the 3 girls silently scrutinized him. Dressed in quintessential American style, a beige cowboy hat, sunglasses, a red and black checkered shirt, jeans, and hiking boots. Luke's appearance was that of an ordinary individual among Americans. However, his strikingly handsome face and towering height of 6 feet 3 inches set him apart. Though his attire seemed akin to that of any average American, it was in fact of premium quality, a clothing brand invested in by Grandma Cheen, renowned for its high-end offerings. The girl's eyes widened with intrigue upon noticing the watch on Luke's left wrist, valued a staggering $48,000, also a brand under Grandma Cheen's control. As the 2 boys continued to chatter excitedly about the Dodge Mammoth, the girls' expressions towards Luke transformed, particularly one girl among the couples, glancing from her boisterous boyfriend to the composed and dashing Luke, began to question whether she had been blind to true allure all along. Luke glanced around and noticed that a barbed wire had entangled one tire, while the other was merely punctured slightly. As long as it remained unextracted, the deflation would not occur rapidly. Observing the group, Luke inquired, Do you possess any tire repair tools? The young individuals exchanged bewildered glances, evidently perplexed by Luke's question. Realizing their confusion, Luke deduced that they were novices embarking on their first outing. With a hint of resignation, he replied, My repair tools are incompatible with your type of tire, but I can assist you by calling for roadside assistance. After a brief exchange of glances, the girl who had initially spoken to Luke said, We intended to visit Walcott Lake, that if we call for help now, it is likely that our plans will be thwarted, and we must also consider the time needed to return. Luke regarded the girl and asked, So, what do you propose? With careful hesitation, she inquired, Are you also heading to Walcott Lake? Luke nodded in affirmation. Her face brightened at his response, and she exclaimed, Could you assist us in dealing with the barbed wire and then tow our vehicle to the lake? If we depart together tomorrow, perhaps you could tow us to a repair shop. Rest assured, we will compensate you for your help. Luke pondered her request, but did not immediately acquiesce. I need to consult with my companions. The girl appeared disheartened and said, All right, we will wait for you. Please, we implore you to assist us. We have traveled from afar. Seeing her pitiful expression, Luke offered a smile that had once captivated countless admirers. I will do my utmost to persuade them. That he then returned to his vehicle. Upon his return, his younger siblings, who had been somewhat anxious, breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at him with curious eyes, awaiting an explanation. This group has 2 flat tires that cannot be repaired, so they require a tow. However, they're also heading to Walcott Lake and wish for us to assist in towing their vehicle, then depart together tomorrow. What do you think? The young men and women exchanged glances, and it was Beth who spoke first. You decide. Luke, we trust your judgment, as you are the wisest among us. The others nodded in agreement. After some contemplation, Luke stated, I believe these individuals pose no danger. They are merely young people seeking camaraderie. How about we join forces for some lively fun? One after another, they responded, Agreed, that sounds splendid. Chapter 4. Camping with the enthusiastic support of his younger siblings, Luke alighted from the vehicle and approached the group of young individuals. Well, my companions have acquiesced to your request. Upon hearing Luke's affirmative response, the group broke into joyous smiles. Wow, that's fantastic. We won't have to delay our journey. They exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted. Turning back towards the vehicle, Luke called out, Jamie, come down and lend a hand. Upon hearing his name, Jamie glanced at the firearm in his hand before handing it over to Leap. Leap, keep an eye on this. Do not discharge it accidentally, Jamie cautioned. Leap chuckled. Don't worry, Jamie, I can handle this far better than you. Jamie pushed the car door open and joined Luke. Without the intention of making introductions, Luke directly addressed Jamie. Jamie, please retrieve the toolbox from the compartment. I require a pair of large pliers. He then turned to the group of young people and said, Let us proceed to deal with that infernal barbed wire. Luke led the group back to their vehicle, inspecting the barbed wire tangled beneath the tires, ultimately discovering that it was fastened to the roots of a tree by the roadside. Observing this predicament, the group exchanged concerned glances. Luke assessed the situation and remarked, "It appears to be the work of human hands." One of the young men lamented, "What bad luck." The others echoed his grievances. At that moment, Jamie arrived with the toolbox. Luke interrupted their complaints, gratefully accepting the pliers Jamie offered. "Thank you, Jamie. Please check the other tires for any air loss." He then instructed the group, "Look around to see if any barbed wire remains scattered on the road." With that, he returned to the vehicle to begin cutting the entangled wire away from the wheels. The young individuals meandered within a radius of a few dozen meters before returning. By this time, Luke had successfully dealt with the damaged tire. Jamie, after completing his inspection, shook his head at Luke. Luke instructed him, "Go fetch the tow strap." He then addressed the group, "Retrieve the spare tire. This one is beyond repair. The slow leak can wait until tomorrow when we can inflate it. It should hold until we reach a repair shop." With the inexperienced group, Luke managed to replace the flat tire, and Jamie prepared the tow strap. Clapping his hands together to dismiss the imaginary dust, Luke declared, "Get in. We are departing." Upon hearing this, the young individuals erupted into jubilant cheers once more. Luke and Jamie returned to the vehicle, started the engine, and gradually began to move forward. The earlier barbed wire incident made Luke particularly vigilant about the road ahead. Although their Dodge Mammoth was equipped with puncture-resistant tires, the vehicles behind them could not withstand another blowout. Fortunately, the journey continued without incident. After half an hour, upon rounding a significant bend, the group finally arrived at the shores of Walcott Lake. Gazing upon the crystalline azure waters of the lake, the distant peaks, and the serene forest, this picturesque beauty uplifted the spirits of all present. After Luke parked the vehicle behind the trailer and untied the tow rope, he adjusted his car slightly, aligning the front ends to form a V-shape, separated by a distance of 5 meters. Upon disembarking, the young individuals began to unload their luggage and set up tents. Once Luke secured his vehicle, his younger siblings also joyfully joined in. It was at this moment that the group noticed a boy accompanied by 2 underage girls. Approaching them, Luke observed their preparations for erecting 2 tents and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Can these 2 tents accommodate 5 people?" The bespectacled second boy replied, "Jesse will sleep in the car, Francine and I will share 1 tent, while Carly and Scott will occupy the other." Hearing this, Luke became acquainted with their names. The first girl to greet Luke was a single girl named Jessie, while the girl with wheat-colored skin was called Carly, and the girl with short red hair was named Francine. The curly-haired boy was Scott, and the bespectacled boy was Evan. Luke surveyed the group and stated, "My younger siblings are still minors, so please be mindful of your volume when engaging in adult activities. Thank you." His words rendered the young individuals somewhat uncomfortable. However, the girls, noticing the sparkle in Luke's eyes, unabashedly responded, "We 3 will share 1 tent, and the 2 of them will share the other. Rest assured, nothing inappropriate will occur." In response to their assurance, Luke offered them a charming smile. "Thank you," he said, before turning away from the boys' awkward expressions to retrieve items from the car. The children from the Dutton and Cheent families were well versed in the art of camping and tent assembly, having engaged in such activities since childhood. Before long, Jamie and Leap successfully erected the tent, opting for a spacious single large tent. Luke designated that Beth and Angela would sleep in the car, as the back seat of the Mammoth was quite spacious. A dedicated inflatable mattress for the rear seat would suffice for the 2 14-year-old girls. Once the tent was assembled, Luke assigned tasks. He instructed the young individuals to gather firewood nearby, while Leap and Jamie set about constructing a fire pit and stove. Beth and Angela took ropes and a rain tarp to fashion a makeshift restroom. After organizing the tasks, Luke prepared the grill and the food. With an abundance of provisions, the presence of the young individuals posed no issue. Shortly thereafter, as everyone returned, they found Luke already grilling the food. Jamie and Leap excitedly retrieved beers and beverages from the car fridge. Beth and Angela opened all the doors of the Mammoth, selecting their favorite music and cranking the volume to the maximum, thus marking the commencement of revelry for the youth. Initially, the young individuals had not planned to bring much food, merely some snacks and bottled water. However, upon witnessing the bountiful spread of food and drink that Luke and his companions had laid out, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. As soon as the beer and barbecue commenced, the atmosphere lightened, and the young women, having savored enough, eagerly donned their bikinis in preparation for a swim. However, Luke insisted that Beth and Angela not venture too far, assigning the sober Reap to keep watch on the shore. In truth, the girls intended to frolic in the water for merely a brief spell before returning to the central bonfire, seizing the opportunity to showcase their figures before Luke. It must be said that the physiques of these three young women were equally impressive, capturing not only Luke's attention but also that of Jamie and Reap, the latter frequently jolted by Beth's playful pinches. What a harmonious scene it was, a group of youthful revelers, outdoors by the lake, indulging in grilled delicacies and singing merrily. Yet, Luke remained on high alert, as a conspicuous barbed wire fence instilled a sense of vigilance within him. The unfolding scene felt oddly unsettling. A gathering of young people in the wilderness at night, brandishing a plant. Was this not the quintessential setting for an American horror film? Just then, an unusual scent wafted through the air, leading Luke to the side of Evan and Scott seated not far from the campfire, taking turns inhaling from a rolled cigarette. Beside him sat Jamie, while several girls and Reap, Beth's shadow, shared laughter and chatter. Rising, Luke approached the two boys, snatched the cigarette from their hands, and crushed it beneath his foot. He glared at them menacingly, declaring, "I've made it clear that my younger siblings are underage. If I see that again, you'll feel the wrath of a cowboy's fist, I assure you." Without a glance at their startled expressions, he returned to his seat. The girls witnessed this exchange, their voices dwindling significantly. The two boys, chastened, retreated to their tent without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the girls resumed their conversation, largely probing Beth and Angela for insights. Their words were laced with curiosity about Luke. Beth and Angela were well-versed in this routine, having witnessed Luke's numerous romantic entanglements throughout the years. While Luke recounted to Jamie the nuances of college life, he also tuned in to the girls' discussions. Their topics were relatively benign. These young individuals were also college students, albeit entering their senior year. They ended up sharing various campus gossip with Beth and Angela, the two middle schoolers. It is worth noting how peculiar the bonds of friendship among girls can be. At that moment, the five girls appeared as if they had been lifelong confidants. Eventually, Luke glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock, and he felt compelled to interrupt their revelry, urging them to retire for the night. He instructed Reap and Jamie to sleep as well, insisting that they keep their clothes on. The two did not object. Luke's correctness had long been validated, having listened to this elder brother since childhood. After Leepu and Jamie returned, Scott and Evan also came to Luke's side. "Luke, I apologize. We are sorry for what just happened. Please forgive us. We were merely curious, in college." Luke did not reprimand the two. He was well aware that such occurrences were all too common in university life. It seemed his disdain for such matters was ingrained in his very being. With a wave of his hand, he remarked, "I simply do not want my younger siblings to see or smell this. They are minors. As long as you refrain from smoking in front of us, I have no objections elsewhere." The two could only offer an awkward smile in response. Noticing they had not left, Luke inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Well, we would like to contribute to the night watch, if you don't mind," they offered. Luke waved his hand again, saying, "No need. You should rest. I can manage on my own. Leepu and Jamie will wake up early to take over for me." Scott and Evan still wished to redeem their earlier failure, but Luke did not afford them the opportunity, swiftly drawing a firearm from his waist. This compelled the two to retreat in disappointment. At noon, everyone gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood, ensuring the evening bonfire was bright. Luke intermittently tossed in a few logs and occasionally stood to stretch his body. In truth, his physique and strength were such that a few days without sleep would have no significant effect on him. Yet, he understood that in the realm of ordinary society, one must behave like an ordinary person, otherwise, one risks being viewed as an outcast, and outcasts rarely meet favorable ends. Thus, Luke typically presented himself as a robust, albeit normal, human being. However, he had already reached the pinnacle of human limits. A breakthrough to the next level of cultivation would truly transcend the confines of humanity. The seventh level of the cultivation technique, condensing chi and refining pills, heralded the legendary golden elixir stage, a breaking of limits. Yet, Luke had been stalled here for over a year, making no progress in his technique. After taking a stroll, Luke, seated beside the bonfire and still pondering over his cultivation, detected an unusual odor. It was not the scent of herbs, but rather a foul stench, initially faint but growing increasingly pungent. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air towards Luke. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a barrier of energy in the direction of the noise, and upon closer inspection, he spotted an arrow. He reached out and struck down the arrow that was still slowly flying through the air. Immediately, he activated his insight eye. More than 20 meters away in the woods, shadows flickered, One figure leaned half out from behind a tree, continuing to shoot arrows at him. Just as Luke was about to draw his gun, he heard the sound of numerous footsteps surrounding him. 7 or 8 humanoid creatures of varying heights were attacking the camp, with little regard for the younger individuals. Luke prioritized rescuing Li Pu and Jamie, knowing Beth and Angela were safely in the vehicle. Upon witnessing 2 strange beings armed with clubs and axes approaching Li Pu and Jamie's tent, Luke immediately drew his weapon and fired. The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night. "Jamie, Leap, wake up." More gunshots echoed in the distance. The group of young individuals on the other side had also come under attack. The gunfire disrupted their peaceful dreams. Luke, determined to rescue his younger brother, paid no heed to the chaos unfolding nearby. He focused on the 2 assailants targeting his tent, initially aiming for their limbs. However, the 9mm bullets from his handgun had little effect on these creatures. They appeared impervious to pain, merely pausing momentarily before resuming their advance. Fortunately, Jamie and Leap had been dressed when they fell asleep, and upon hearing the gunfire, they quickly emerged from the tent, scrambling to safety. Just as they exited, the 2 monsters struck the tent with axes and clubs. Had Jamie and Leap not fled, the consequences would have been dire. Meanwhile, the other young individuals engaged in a struggle with the creatures, but their slow reactions and lack of weapons soon left them at a disadvantage. Realizing that targeting the limbs was futile, Luke aimed with precision at the 2 monsters pursuing Jamie and Leap. Employing the Mozambique drill, 2 shots to the torso followed by 1 to the head. After 6 shots, the 2 creatures collapsed. Just as Luke began to feel a sense of relief, Beth and Angela in the vehicle emitted piercing screams. It turned out that another monster was attempting to force open the car door to attack them. Fortunately, the vehicle had been locked, a precaution Luke had insisted upon before they slept. This precaution saved them, as the 2 monsters were unable to open the door and resorted to striking it with wooden sticks. The futility of their efforts was evident. After another 6 shots rang out, 2 more monstrous bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Luke reloaded his weapon and turned his attention back to the young individuals. But all that remained was a scene of chaos with no sign of life. He calmed Beth and Angela before handing a gun to Jamie. "Get in the car and stay inside. There are handguns and ammunition, as well as a satellite phone. Call for help immediately." Having issued his orders, Luke jumped into the back of the pickup truck, retrieving a large black travel bag he had brought. He pulled out a Remington 870 shotgun and tossed an ammunition pouch to Leap. "Guard the vehicle and do not exit." He then produced an assault rifle, a handgun, a tactical vest, and a thigh holster from the bag, loading the magazines onto his person before passing the remainder to Jamie. "I must go after them. I cannot stand idly by." The younger siblings listened to Luke's words without question, though they urged him to proceed with caution. Luke nodded solemnly before dashing into the woods. His desire to save the young individuals stemmed not from a sense of altruism, but rather from the newfound power he had acquired after dispatching several monsters. Chapter 6. Carnage. Luke gazed at the interface before him, a smile creeping across his lips. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Luke grasped his rifle, activated his insight eye, and, upon confirming the area was secure, began to organize his equipment. Although firearms were rampant in America, it was not commonplace for civilians to roam freely with guns. Why was Luke an exception? It was due to the partnership between the Chin family and the Luciano and Joyce families in establishing a light weapons company. In his youth, while Luke was aware that Stark Industries also manufactured weapons, those were high-end products. Thus, he opted to replicate various light weapons from the future, recognizing that volume sales were the pathway to profit. As a prodigious favorite of the Chin and Luciano families, as well as the Dutton family, Luke had established his own account early on. Presently, his design company holds over 1,000 patented technologies, all licensed to his family enterprise. This light weapons company was a collaborative effort among the 4 families: the Chin family, the Dutton family, the Luciano family, and the Joyce family, Luke's second uncle's family. With each family holding a 20% stake, the company remains privately held, avoiding public listings and external financing while securing military contracts. Beyond the familial connections and wealth accrued, Luke himself obtained the designation of weapons designer and tester from the Department of Defense, granting him the privilege to carry firearms freely. In succinct terms, he was specially authorized by the Department of Defense to bear arms across the nation. The weapon in Luke's possession was the latest design, the Honey Badger assault rifle, utilizing 300 subsonic ammunition, 7.62 by 35 millimeters. This weapon was specifically crafted for special forces to replace the German-made MP5 submachine gun. As he ventured forth, Luke was mindful of potential dangers along the way. Despite his formidable skills in self-defense, he was responsible for his younger siblings, compelling him to consider safety. Therefore, he took a Remington 870 Special Forces variant, alongside the Honey Badger assault rifle, and stowed them in a large travel bag. While observing his surroundings, he tracked the trail of the creatures. The evidence left by these entities was exceedingly conspicuous, aside from the bloodstains left by the young victims. The most significant clue was the scent. Luke possessed remarkably acute senses. Even without blood traces, he could track the creatures merely by their odor. Activating his inside eye, he cautiously followed the trail of the creatures. After traversing the woods for over half an hour, he finally emerged into a clearing. Before him lay an expanse littered with abandoned vehicles. After inspecting the area, he discerned no immediate threats or traps, allowing him to proceed. The site contained over 20 assorted derelict vehicles, many of which bore dried bloodstains. Luke surmised that these were likely remnants of previous victims. Since the area appeared devoid of danger, he pressed on. Navigating through the makeshift parking lot and around a winding path, he spotted several wooden cabins. The largest of these was illuminated, accompanied by faint sounds of commotion. With utmost caution, Luke meticulously surveyed the other dwellings and ultimately ascertained that all the creatures resided within the largest two-story wooden house. His insight revealed 9 humanoid entities actively moving within, while 3 remained motionless. Judging by their sizes, Luke inferred that the 3 were likely the young women. No other beings were present, and it was reasonable to conclude that the 2 young men were in dire straits. After thorough reconnaissance, Luke devised a plan and prepared to stealthily enter through a window on the side of the room. This was the place where the 3 young women were imprisoned, guarded solely by 2 monsters. 4 were in the main hall, 2 upstairs, and 1 in an adjacent room. Having formulated his strategy, Luke quietly lifted the window and slipped inside. The 2 monsters had their backs turned, seemingly engaged in a quarrel, while the 3 young women lay unconscious on the mattress before them. With resolve, Luke drew his suppressed handgun, for a silenced pistol was considerably quieter than a silenced rifle. A pair of muffled thuds echoed as he dispatched the creatures. After confirming their demise, Luke approached the 3 young women. They appeared to have been knocked unconscious, bearing various bruises and scratches, with blood staining their heads. It was evident they had sustained head injuries that rendered them unconscious, and the other wounds likely resulted from being transported through the woods. He reached out to check their breathing and pulse, both of which were normal, and there were no severe bleeding wounds, indicating they were, for the moment, out of immediate danger. Yet, Luke faced a dilemma. He could either rouse the 3 young women and stealthily lead them to safety while the monsters remained unaware, or he could leave them behind and venture out to eliminate the creatures himself. Ever since embarking on his journey of cultivation, Luke had never lacked confidence. The 6th-tier technique had bestowed upon him the limits of human potential. Thus, he chose to awaken the young women and confront the monsters head-on. Although uncertain about the specifics of his technique's breakthrough, he felt assured that vanquishing the creatures would be the right course of action. Luke surmised that the monsters would yield experience points. He gently nudged Jessie, who groggily awoke, on the verge of screaming, only to have Luke cover her mouth. He signaled for silence, and Jessie soon became fully alert. Blinking at Luke, he gradually released his hand. In hushed tones, he instructed, "Awaken them quietly. I will go eliminate the remaining monsters." Upon hearing Luke's intention to risk confronting the creatures, Jessie immediately grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. Luke offered a faint smile, brandishing his assault rifle as a gesture of reassurance. "Stay here and wait," he said. Casting Jessie a confident and charming smile before turning away, his movements fluid and professional. Moments later, faint gunfire resonated, followed by the cacophony of the monsters' cries, gunshots, and the sounds of chaos, until finally, silence enveloped the scene. Jessie's heart was a tangled mess, and at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She dared not awaken her companions, covering her mouth with her hands, fearful of even the slightest sound. Meanwhile, Luke, having dispatched all the monsters, discovered the lifeless body of Evan and the dismembered remains of Scott. In the entire cabin, apart from Jessie and the 2 other girls, there was nothing alive. Luke remained vigilant, concerned that some threats might elude the perception of his insight. After observing for a brief moment, he returned to the room where Jessie and the others were. "Jessie, you are safe," he announced before stepping inside. The moment Jessie saw Luke return unharmed, she exhaled in relief, sobbing as she clung to his leg. Luke, feeling helpless, attempted to comfort her while trying to awaken Carly and Francine. Fortunately, one of the girls quickly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Luke, she wept as if he were an angel sent to save them, embracing him just like Jesse. After a considerable effort to soothe them, Luke led the 3 girls out of the cabin. Maintaining a heightened sense of caution, he activated his insight as they proceeded. Passing through the hall, the girls were overcome with grief and nausea upon witnessing Evan and Scott's remains. On their way back to the camp, Luke marked the trees to facilitate the police in locating the site later. After nearly an hour, Jamie and the others finally spotted Luke returning safely with the 3 girls. Beth and Angela approached with a medical kit to tend to their wounds, while Jamie and Leap stood guard, weapons drawn. Luke took the opportunity to examine the 4 monsters he had slain. As dawn approached, the group heard the sound of approaching vehicles, more than one. Luke turned to Jamie and Leap, inquiring, "Did you call the police?" Jamie scratched his head, replying, "I called 911. Leap, with a smirk, added, "I wanted to call home." But Jamie disagreed. Luke frowned but remained silent as the vehicles drew nearer. Upon seeing 2 Dodge vehicles, Luke instinctively raised his weapon. Chapter 7. Disguised Luke and his companions remained gathered around the campfire, where Leap was brewing coffee. The girls leaned against one another, seeking solace in their exhaustion. After a night of turmoil, they were weary but unable to find peace in sleep, relying on each other's presence. 2 full-size Dodge vehicles approached the campsite and came to a halt. These vehicles were designed by Luke, inspired by the later Cadillac Escalade, which had captivated the market upon its 1996 release. Today, even the presidential limousine was based on this model, and Dodge had become a strategic partner of the U.S. government thanks to Luke's design. As 8 men in black suits emerged from the vehicles, Luke furrowed his brow. However, they showed no signs of panic upon seeing Luke and the 2 boys brandishing their firearms. The leader, a man with a receding hairline and glasses, stepped forward. Others stood by the vehicle, unmoving, but he approached with his hands raised high. "Young man, do not be alarmed. We are agents. We received information from the police station and came here promptly." Luke, however, remained vigilant despite his words, responding loudly, "Produce your credentials, slowly, so I can see clearly." The bespectacled agent did not take offense at Luke's demeanor. Rather, he admired Luke's caution and smiled at him. Slowly, he retrieved his credentials from his pocket and presented them to Luke. Luke glanced at them, revealing no outward reaction. Yet inwardly, he was convinced that this group was not genuine. Nonetheless, proper verification was essential. Nodding to him, Luke said, "Apologies. I need to make a phone call for confirmation." The bespectacled man nodded in response. "Please, go ahead." Luke stepped back a few paces, still firmly gripping his rifle, and commanded, "Jamie, hand me the satellite phone." Jamie approached with the phone in hand. Luke drew his pistol with his left hand, aiming it at the other party, then passed the rifle to Jamie. He then took the satellite phone and dialed out. The number he called was not that of the station, but rather that of his father, Drake Sheen. On the other end, Old Man Sheen was evidently still waking up, groggily asking, "Who is it? This early?" Luke, however, had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. "Hello, may I speak to headquarters?" Although the statement seemed somewhat perplexing, Old Man Sheen recognized Luke's voice and instantly became alert. Before he could respond, Luke continued, "Please assist me in verifying the agent's number. Thank you." Old Man Sheen promptly memorized the series of digits. Luke's voice came through again. "All right, I won't hang up. Please be quick, thank you." Old Man Sheen immediately roused his wife beside him, whispering, "Stay quiet. It's Luke. He might be in trouble. Quickly, contact your friend to verify this number. Go to the next room. Be swift." Approximately 2 minutes later, Luke's mother, Elsa, returned with a serious expression, quietly informing Old Man Sheen, "This is an agent from headquarters named Marvin Box. The system indicates he is on leave today." Old Man Sheen instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and relayed Elsa's message to Luke over the phone. Luke, smiling as he expressed his gratitude, ended the call. The couple found themselves somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, it was Elsa, familiar with their son, who said, "Trust Luke. I will call John. They departed from Salt Lake City yesterday and should now be in Idaho. John is nearby." Old Man Sheen nodded in agreement. "It is rather early. Is it wise to wake your father?" Elsa replied, "Given the depth of love your father and I have for Luke, if you do not awaken them now, they will surely express their displeasure later." Thus, Old Sheen had no choice but to call Old Master Sheen. There was no alternative, as the old saying goes. The younger son, the eldest grandson, the old man's lifeline. The Cheen family had already begun mobilizing, while Luke's side remained remarkably calm, with the phone tucked behind him. He smiled and said to the bespectacled man, "Thank you, Agent Box." The man in glasses returned the smile, but it quickly faded. Luke immediately retracted his smile, brandishing his gun and shouting, "Raise your hands. Hurry, let me see your hands up, immediately." Jamie and Lip swiftly sought cover, raising their weapons, while Beth and Angela took refuge in the car with several girls. The agents exchanged glances, turning their attention to the bespectacled man, who reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. A few minutes later, 8 agents clad in black suits knelt on the ground, hands clasped on their heads, facing away from Luke and the others. However, Luke showed no intention of disarming them. He merely kept his distance, observing them intently. He then called John Dutton. As expected, both his son and mother had reached the same conclusion. Luke sensed that they were closest to his uncle's home, a mere few hundred kilometers away. The Dutton and Nick Ranch had several helicopters, capable of arriving within an hour. After speaking with John, Luke relayed the situation accurately from the camping trip to the nighttime ambush and the subsequent report of a false alarm. After advising Luke, John set off. Soon, 3 Bell 407 helicopters and 1 Bell 525 took flight from the ranch. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man attempted to persuade Luke. "Young man, I don't know where you placed your verification call, but it certainly wasn't to our headquarters." Luke scoffed, "Be quiet. Your headquarters is undoubtedly filled with your own people. Don't think we are easily deceived just because we are young." Under Luke's discerning gaze, the heads of these individuals were marked with red question marks, while his siblings displayed their names in blue, and the 3 girls appeared in green. Clearly, Luke placed far more trust in his own judgment. Unperturbed, the bespectacled man sighed and conceded, "All right, I admit it, we are S-H-I-E-L-D, but we are not." Luke smirked, surprised to discover that this group was indeed from S-H-I-E-L-D. A cadre of agents marked with bright red names, agents from the Hydra S-H-I-E-L-D division. There was no escaping it. Yet Luke, embodying the essence of a master actor, mockingly retorted, "Did you really think I was foolish? There is no such entity as S-H-I-E-L-D within federal law enforcement. I hold 3 doctoral degrees. To deceive me would be a pipe dream." The bespectacled man, growing impatient with Luke's obstinacy, found his resolve waning. Luke perceived their thoughts and issued a warning. "Don't make any sudden moves. I am quite willing to pull the trigger. The state police will arrive shortly. You can explain everything to them." With that, he fired a shot that struck the ground beside the bespectacled man, prompting the agents to regain their composure. Over an hour later, several individuals heard the sound of helicopters. Luke, however, paid no heed to it, noticing the agents becoming somewhat restless. He fired his weapon close to them to ensure they could regain their composure. At that moment, the satellite phone at Luke's waist rang. "Jamie, please answer the call." Jamie picked up the phone, and after a brief conversation, hung up and informed Luke, "It's John." Excitedly, he tossed some damp leaves onto the campfire, which quickly billowed smoke into the air, and soon 4 helicopters hovered overhead. Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. John chose to land the 4 helicopters on the lakeside marsh behind Luke. 1 helicopter descended, another hovered at a distance, while 2 circled above. Jamie and the others could clearly see that the doors of all the aircraft had swung open, with cowboys, livestock agents, and sheriffs brandishing weapons directed at the ground below. John descended from the 2nd helicopter. It was evident that he had received prior notification from his sister, Elsa. The agents he brought swiftly apprehended the 8 individuals clad in black suits. Before John could exchange words with Luke, Beth rushed towards him. "Dad." Seeing that his daughter and the other young people were unharmed, John sighed in relief. He patted Luke and his 2 sons with a sense of pride. "Well done." It was clear that the usually reserved John did not often offer compliments. Leaving Jamie and Reep somewhat taken aback, though they managed an awkward smile in response. Once Luke observed that the Hydra group had been subdued, he felt no urgency, confident that someone would handle the aftermath. He then led John over to the corpses of the grotesque creatures. "We were attacked by these things last night. Fortunately, I was on watch while Beth and Angela remained in the armored vehicle. We sustained no injuries." Old John glanced at the 3 girls who were with Beth and Angela, asking, "What is the story with those girls?" "They're college students we encountered along the way, also here to camp. However, their tires were sabotaged, likely by these monsters," Luke explained. John furrowed his brow as he looked at the corpses. They appear to be deformed humans, yet there is something peculiar about them. Luke nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is strange. Typically, deformed individuals exhibit either lower intelligence or developmental issues, yet they are still considered human. However, through our encounter, we discovered that they seem to have a diminished response to injury. Ordinary harm does not deter their actions. Pausing, Luke added, "We must strike their hearts or heads to incapacitate them. I also discovered that they consume human flesh. Among my companions, one has perished, and another has been dismembered." John nodded, gazing deeply at Luke for a moment before saying, "Thank you, Luke." Luke understood John's gratitude. Without him, Jamie and Reap would undoubtedly have struggled to manage the situation, placing Beth in jeopardy. Thus, Luke was not at all hesitant. Smiling as he uttered that famous phrase, "We are family." He patted Luke on the shoulder, and old John said nothing. The individuals John had brought were the town's sheriff, livestock officers, and cowboys from the ranch. These men were quite familiar with Luke and his companions during their leisure time. They would often come to inspect the corpses of the grotesque figures and greet Luke and his friends. Jamie, accompanied by Leap and Beth, prepared coffee for the cowboys and offered some cookies and snacks. After all, these folks had risen early and flown in to assist them, and it would be remiss not to offer anything in return. Luke's younger siblings were profoundly influenced by him, particularly regarding social etiquette. Luke's popularity among the three families, the Chin family, the Dutton family, and the Lucianos, stemmed not only from his intellect, but more so from his emotional intelligence. Besides providing advice in technology and financial investments that had greatly enriched the three families, Luke advocated for the prosperity of more families together. He also encouraged the Chin and Luciano families to establish a business presence in their hometown, thereby securing a safety net for their own family. Consequently, in the early 1990s, the Chin family began investing inland, albeit through overseas proxies. Racial discrimination was deeply ingrained in the genes of this Anglo-Saxon group, and Luke was acutely aware of their shamelessness in the future. Thus, he prompted the family to strategize early. The Dutton family, on the other hand, merely needed to maintain control over Montana. By swaying the voters and political leanings of a state, the Dutton family would remain unassailable. Luke's astuteness also lay in positioning the Chin family's political stance. The Dutton family had always aligned with the Republican Party, while the Lucianos held a grudge against them, firmly supporting the Democrats. However, old Chin wavered in between. With both the Dutton and Luciano families in the fray, neither party dared to offend old Chin, both striving to curry favor. Whichever party would benefit the Chin family, old Chin would extend his support. This dynamic led to both parties vying for the Chin family's allegiance, propelling the Chin family, along with the other two families and several affiliated clans, to rapid growth. Luke served as the catalyst, guiding future directions and facilitating the Chin family's emergence as a new conglomerate, with its commercial influence extending into various industries. Returning to the scene, after leaving two planes behind, John's party had already departed. An hour after John's arrival, the sound of police sirens filled the air. The newcomers were state police in the genuine article. Upon encountering the real authorities, the bespectacled man breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly informed the officer of his affiliation with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke understood that this group would ultimately be unharmed, though they were bound to become the subject of jest. After the lead officer conferred with his superiors, he released these individuals. The bespectacled man wished to further pursue the case, especially since it involved an unknown creature, but the officer in charge was less accommodating. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency enjoys considerable notoriety, as Luke aptly noted, they possess no law enforcement authority within the federal jurisdiction. Consequently, they frequently resort to deception, engendering considerable disdain among the populace. At least among their own, there exists a modicum of intelligence sharing. However, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. exhibit a striking lack of awareness, with an insatiable desire to seize everything in sight while withholding any pertinent information. To put it succinctly, they are, as the old saying goes, rather thoughtless. It is evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. demonstrates a profound misunderstanding of social etiquette. Thus, the general approach is one of willful ignorance, turning a blind eye until caught in the act, which invariably elicits a frosty reception. After dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., the supervisor and the state police chief approached Luke, who recounted the events in detail. The state police chief could only express admiration. Here was a true stalwart, willing to venture alone into the dark wilderness to rescue others. The supervisor's interest was piqued, and he promptly handed Luke his business card, inquiring, "Young man, would you be interested in joining us?" Luke merely smiled politely, but old John unceremoniously accepted the card, saying, "Thank you." It was then that they noticed John and his companions. The state police chief recognized John, but not his associates. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am his mother's brother. Should you wish to discuss his identity further, you are welcome to visit the Dutton Ranch in Montana." The supervisor, having come from Salt Lake City, was unfamiliar with the Dutton Ranch and had to suppress his curiosity, redirecting his focus to the case at hand. Thus, they each left a portion of their team to accompany Luke to the lair of the creatures. They first arrived at the abandoned parking lot, where Luke remarked, "You should be able to find information on the missing persons based on the license plates." Upon reaching the creature's cabin and opening the door, the scene that greeted them was profoundly unsettling. Most of the team became nauseated, overwhelmed by the horror of what they witnessed. Chapter 9. Homeward bound Luke recounted to the agents his infiltration of the cabin, earning the admiration of all present. The supervisor began to regard Luke with increasing favor. Due to limited manpower, the supervisor called for reinforcements, and after taking statements from Luke and the others, there was little else to address for the time being. Upon returning to the camp, Luke instructed the ranch hands to drive the vehicles back, while he, along with his siblings and 3 girls, took a helicopter back to the ranch with old John. Upon arrival at the ranch, Luke's parents, siblings, and grandmother awaited them. The elder Cheen, who had to attend an overseas meeting, managed only a phone call to Luke. Seeing the children unharmed brought a collective sigh of relief. The reassurance of a phone call could not compare to the comfort of witnessing their well-being in person. Old John's house was sufficiently spacious to accommodate everyone, and Evelyn thoughtfully summoned a doctor to tend to the girls' injuries. The group of girls sustained merely minor abrasions, thus no significant issues arose. Primarily, they were overwhelmed by the shock of the incident. Beth and Angela, along with a few others, bore no psychological burdens. Consequently, a handful of girls remained behind, while their families were duly notified. This adventure fostered camaraderie among the young individuals. Lee and Jamie took them on daily horseback rides, herding cattle and immersing them in the cowboy lifestyle. The scenery of the Dutton Ranch and Nick S. farm was indeed breathtaking and therapeutic. Gradually, the 3 girls began to emerge from their shadows, acutely aware that they could not linger for too long. As soon as their injuries healed sufficiently, it would be time to depart. 3 days after Luke and the others returned to the farm, a contingent arrived at Dutton Ranch, accompanied by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Old John and Luke welcomed them. The primary purpose of their visit was to report on the case, while the lead investigator harbored an unyielding interest in Luke. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were largely there to express their apologies, also hoping to meet Luke for potential recruitment. To Luke's surprise, all the individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. bore green names. At the forefront was Agent Carlson, whose hairline was still not particularly pronounced, here to extend his gratitude to Luke. Following an investigation, over 50 skeletal remains of different individuals were unearthed near the dwelling of the mutated beings. Information regarding the owners of the vehicles was also uncovered, revealing that approximately 65 individuals had gone missing in the vicinity over the last 7 years. This case was deemed a significant breakthrough. Such incidents occurred across the United States, often going unresolved due to the absence of surveillance cameras, leaving investigators reliant on manual searches, which ultimately resulted in countless cold cases. Luke had undoubtedly delivered a monumental contribution to their efforts. The supervisor contemplated recruiting Luke but hesitated, recalling the words of his superior. When he had previously briefed his boss on his thoughts about Luke, he was abruptly interrupted. "Anthony, do you know who he is? Do you understand why I sent you?" Anthony, taken aback, responded, "Is there a problem, sir? I was summoned early this morning by the Attorney General. This kid is the heir of the Hex Group, with a family fortune exceeding trillions. Why would you think you could admire him?" Anthony's already dark complexion seemed to darken further. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the young man's background. However, he couldn't comprehend why someone so affluent would roam about carelessly. The ways of the wealthy were truly perplexing. Nonetheless, his superior held a high regard for Anthony's talents and reassured him, "Building rapport with their family could be advantageous for you. This case is substantial enough for our promotion. Are you interested in New York?" Upon returning to the farm, Anthony's supervisor left Luke with a business card, stating, Upon resolution of this case, I will likely be transferred to New York. If you encounter any troubles there, do not hesitate to call me. This time, old John did not intervene as Luke accepted the gesture. Observing the courtesy extended by Supervisor Anthony, Luke presented him with a bottle of wine from his family vineyard as a token of appreciation. As Anthony stepped into the vehicle, he was astounded to discover that the bottle of wine was worth over $3,000. Consequently, he resolved to keep it for himself, reasoning that if he were to bestow it upon his superior, that old fellow would never share it with him. After Anthony's supervisor departed with the wine, Agent Coulson extended an apology to Luke. "I am truly sorry," he began, but Luke promptly interjected, "There is no need for your apologies. I am unfamiliar with your S.H.I.E.L.D., and you possess no law enforcement authority. We have nothing to discuss. Any issue should be addressed through proper channels." Observing Luke's rudeness, Coulson could only muster a resigned smile as he replied, "We intended to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. I am aware of your prestigious triple doctorate from Stanford University, and we possess the world's most advanced research facilities. You may choose any project you wish." Luke shook his head, retorting, "You lack law enforcement authority in the federal realm. I have researched it and found that in most countries worldwide, you hold no such power. You are merely an intelligence agency." As Coulson attempted to respond, Luke interrupted once more, "I apologize, but if I desired to pursue research, my family background provides ample resources for any endeavor I wish to undertake." In truth, Coulson sought to recruit Luke not for the display of force exhibited in the current incident, but rather for the significant value of his research and inventions. Luke had a history of appropriating future products for his family's enterprise, resulting in a considerable number of patents under his name. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. was primarily interested in his R&D capabilities. However, Luke was resolute in his desire to remain uninvolved with S.H.I.E.L.D., fully aware of the Hydra faction's dubious reputation. Ultimately, Coulson departed with disappointment, though Luke did offer him a bottle of wine identical to the one he had retained. Luke was perceptive to the nuances of social interactions. Once Coulson had left, John remarked from the vehicle, "What are your thoughts, boss?" A deep, resonant voice emerged from Coulson's earpiece. "It's problematic. This young man's family is formidable, and we cannot compel him through illicit means. We shall continue to monitor him. Individuals of his wealth inevitably make mistakes, at which point we can leverage those errors to our advantage." "Understood, boss. I believe this young man isn't inherently bad, though he seems to harbor some animosity towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Let us set that aside for now. Support is needed in New York, so we shall pause our efforts here." "Very well, boss." John and Luke observed the retreating vehicle until it vanished at the end of the road. Turning to Luke, John inquired, "Have you yet decided what you wish to pursue?" After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, "In truth, I found Anthony's supervisor's proposal quite enticing. After all, I have little interest left in my other achievements." Old John handed Luke a bottle of beer, and after taking a hearty swig, he remarked, "I understand. The first act of taking a life carries a unique sensation. Do not allow the desire for slaughter to govern you." Luke, too, took a generous gulp and assured him, "Rest assured, my resolve remains steadfast." John glanced at the group of girls riding in the distance and remarked, "Enjoy your evening, but take care of your health." Luke nodded in agreement, clinking his bottle with John's, exchanging a knowing smile that only men understand. Tomorrow, the three girls would depart, so tonight the ranch was hosting a bonfire in their honor. However, this gathering was exclusively for the children, devoid of parents or cowboys. Luke's parents and grandmother, satisfied that the children were safe, would be returning to Los Angeles the following day. Meanwhile, Luke's youngest fraternal twins remained, accompanied by old John's younger son, Case, and his elder son, Lee, ensuring that tonight's festivities would be quite boisterous. With only Lee, Jamie, and Luke being of age, both old John and Luke shared a smile of mutual understanding. Chapter 10. The Master. The next morning, Luke awoke from his slumber. The previous night's card game had stretched late into the night. Although the revelry had been delightful, it had not been excessively prolonged. Luke returned to his room, preparing to delve into his cultivation techniques, when a knock sounded at the door. Upon descending the stairs the following morning, Luke encountered only Jamie. A glance into the kitchen revealed no one present. Sensing the absence of everyone else, he noted only the three girls, himself, and Jamie remained. "Where is everyone?" he inquired. Jamie shrugged and replied, I came to bring you breakfast ingredients. Everyone else returned to Old John S. last night. Luke looked at Jamie, bewildered, and asked, "They went to Old John S. so late?" Jamie sighed, gazing at Luke with a hint of exasperation. "If it hadn't been for the ruckus from your card game, we wouldn't have felt compelled to go to Old John S." Luke fell silent, merely shrugging in response. Jamie, unable to tolerate Luke's nonchalance but accustomed to his ways, turned to leave. "I'm heading back. Don't forget the girls' flight this afternoon." After bidding Jamie farewell, Luke opened the refrigerator and began preparing breakfast for himself and the three young ladies. Last night's card game had indeed lasted until the early hours. After finally rousing the girls, the aroma of breakfast quickly captured their attention. "What is cooking? It smells divine," one of them exclaimed. "Luke, you are so thoughtful," another added. "Indeed, I almost don't want to leave," Jessie remarked, only to be met with the dissent of Carly and Francine. "We cannot allow this wretched girl to monopolize Luke. If we must leave, we shall all depart together." After enjoying breakfast, the girls huddled together for a chat before succumbing to sleep once more. However, Luke did not require additional rest. 2 hours of sleep sufficed for him each day, leaving him energized. Following his triumph over the monster, Luke's cultivation had advanced. Not only had his foundational techniques progressed, but other auxiliary skills had also evolved. Yet, his primary focus lay not with these advancements, but rather with the panel that now appeared before him. In addition to a foundational technique and 4 auxiliary methods that displayed progress bars, there existed an option for other skills. Luke clicked on that option, revealing a list of abilities. To his astonishment, the highest-ranked skill was reproduction, which left him speechless. The other skills varied in level, yet they illuminated the fact that the pinnacle of these abilities reached level 5. These were categorized as follows: Level 1, Initial Insight. Level 2, Proficient Mastery. Level 3, Advanced Proficiency. Level 4, Transcendent Mastery. And Level 5, Supernatural Sanctification. Each skill, upon reaching Level 3, would bestow additional attributes, while Level 5 would grant a unique talent attribute. Luke's dual cultivation technique conferred an additional attribute of a 75 probability of causing a target to lose resistance, a 50 chance of inducing significant dehydration, and a 25 likelihood of triggering muscle spasms in the target. The ultimate talent attribute accompanying maximum level was a permanent reduction of the target's maximum hatred towards him by 50, an increase of 50 in the target's fondness, and a 100 chance of slightly enhancing the target's physique and beauty. This was utterly absurd. Had Luke's ex-girlfriends known of this talent, they would undoubtedly have gone to great lengths to confine him in a basement. Determinedly, Luke resolved that no woman must ever learn of this gift. Moreover, what delighted Luke most was the presence of a data point labeled order points. His current tally stood at 760 points. Although he remained uncertain of the practical applications of these points, their significance was undeniable. They were a reward from the 14 monsters he had vanquished, perhaps supplemented by the rescue of 3 girls. Those 14 monsters had also bestowed other benefits upon Luke. Initially, he did not possess the skills for jungle and mountainous combat. However, upon defeating those creatures, these skills emerged. At first, Luke felt uncertain, but as he ventured into the jungle and hills, certain instincts kicked in. Ultimately, he confirmed that eliminating targets could yield additional rewards, such as acquiring their most formidable skills. After examining this attribute panel, Luke sighed, internally critiquing his rather inept master. Nevertheless, he began to relish a leisurely life, embracing the carefree existence of the southern pastures. His days were filled with exercise, fishing with his younger siblings, horseback riding, herding, camping, and engaging in banter with cowboys. Occasionally, Luke assisted former subordinates of Old John, the livestock police, in doing good deeds, such as locating lost cattle and resolving ranch disputes. This was merely an experiment with his order points. Despite the multitude of activities he had undertaken over the past half-month, his order points had only increased by a few, which left him quite disheartened. One night, after once again lamenting his inept master, Luke prepared for rest. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once more in the ethereal spring space where he had first encountered his master as a child. The transformation here is remarkable. Firstly, the area appears to encompass several thousand square meters of circular land. At its center remains the spring, while the solitary fruit tree persists. However, the humble hut has been replaced by a charming 2-story wooden house. Reclining on a deck chair at the entrance is none other than Luke's esteemed mentor. "Young man, Your skills have finally begun to take shape. I thought it would take another decade or so, he remarked. Master, I understand you have many questions. Do not fret. I shall provide answers, Luke replied after a moment's contemplation. May I inquire about your name? The middle-aged man in the deck chair, eyes closed as if resting, did not meet Luke's gaze, but continued to speak. A name is merely a designation. You may call me Baljeet. However, I prefer to be addressed as Neilwood. Luke, feeling somewhat resigned, responded, I shall continue to call you master. Their conversation flowed entirely in Chinese, yet Luke couldn't shake the sense of dissonance as he observed his mentor. Dressed in a classic British three-piece suit and sporting a pocket watch, with his legs crossed. It seemed incongruous, particularly as his master's features leaned towards those of a Westerner. Unmistakably mixed heritage. With black hair and eyes, and a sensual mustache, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary footballer Roberto Baggio, exuding the charm of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. Chapter 11. The Legend of the White Snake. Luke had much to express to his mentor. Yet he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the master. Sensing Luke's hesitation, Ball spoke, We follow the way. A philosophy that encompasses heaven and earth, nature itself. Do not become entangled or suffer from mental exhaustion. Pursue what you desire and recognize your true heart. Luke pondered briefly before asking, What if one were to commit wrongful acts? With a mischievous smile, Ball replied, There will be divine retribution. Sighing, Luke said, I understand how to proceed, master. Ball nodded, affirming, I do not misjudge people. You performed admirably in your past life, for every cause has its effect. This revelation left Luke speechless, as the truth of his reincarnation, his greatest secret, was laid bare by his mentor. Master, do not dwell on it. This is your destiny, including this lifetime. Having embarked on the path, do not overthink, Ball remarked calmly. Luke found himself momentarily speechless. Rising, Ball patted Luke on the shoulder, saying, This alternate space is now yours. I shall also designate a private storage area for you. The rest is up to you. With that, Ball snapped his fingers. A voice echoed in Luke's mind. Ding, you have received new items. Please check. Instantly, Luke accessed his interface, noticing an envelope icon in the upper right corner, accompanied by a prominent exclamation mark. Upon clicking it, a dialog box appeared. Personal storage space, 853. Luke immediately sensed the existence of this space within his mind. The dimensions of the space were reminiscent of a modest garage, measuring 8 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. Luke, having regained consciousness, realized with satisfaction that Ball had vanished. A glance around confirmed his departure, yet, unexpectedly, Luke heard Bale's voice resonate in the air. Little apprentice, I have taken my leave. Focus on your cultivation. Alarmed, Luke responded, Master, what should I do if I encounter a formidable foe? Bale's voice echoed once more. No carbon-based life form exists that cannot be vanquished by current firearms. If one does, it merely indicates your firepower is insufficient. And what if it is a non-carbon-based entity? Luke inquired. Do not be contrary, young one. You are practicing legitimate Taoist sorcery. Hasten your training. Master, do we not possess any artifacts for our cultivation? Upon speaking, Luke received a notification from the system. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 revolvers of differing sizes. The larger of the 2 was a matte ivory white, while the other bore a matte bluish-gray finish. The ivory white revolver closely resembled the Colt Python, whereas the smaller, bluish-gray revolver was akin in size to the Colt Snake, with a 6-inch barrel and .357 caliber. Both weapons were adorned with a plethora of Taoist symbols, and the ivory grip was embedded with transparent gemstones, displaying a coiled serpentine pattern at various angles, with ruby eyes. The bluish-gray revolver shared similar attributes, albeit with dark blue gemstones and ruby eyes as well. Luke was astounded by the descriptions of these items in the system. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend, by Sujin, sealed 99. Attributes, basic form, 8-inch barrel, 44 caliber. Infusing spiritual energy activates the reload-free mode, ammunition deducted in private space. Additional damage to malevolent entities, including spiritual beings, rate of fire 50, power 25. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend, Shao Qing, sealed 99. Attributes, basic form, 6-inch barrel, 357 caliber. Infusing spiritual energy activates the reload-free mode, ammunition deducted in private space. Additional damage to malevolent entities, including spiritual beings, rate of fire 50, armor-piercing capability 25. The attributes and aesthetics of these weapons were akin to a dream come true. Their design closely mirrored that of the Colt Python series revolvers. Yet they were far more exquisite. It is noteworthy that the Colt Python series is often heralded as the Rolls-Royce of handguns. However, excitement was fleeting as Luke composed himself. Although he possessed a firearm license, he was not a law enforcement officer. He could carry firearms for self-defense in emergencies but was prohibited from drawing any weapon proactively. Lost in contemplation, he scarcely took the time to appreciate the two revolvers, which resembled works of art. Ultimately, the raucous chatter of the three young women upstairs brought him back to reality. With a sigh, Luke realized that he must first send off the three spirited ladies before he could immerse himself in his studies. After enjoying Luke's heartfelt lunch, the three girls reluctantly boarded his private jet, which whisked them back home. Thus, Luke resolved to temporarily set aside thoughts of the future and instead familiarize himself with the two firearms in his possession. He meticulously scaled the blueprints of the guns to a ratio of 1:11 and sent them to his weapon manufacturing company, requesting the swiftest reproduction possible. Upon receiving the designs, the staff was momentarily taken aback, but after extensive discussions with Luke, they confirmed the task of crafting these two firearms. The diamond-encrusted grips were to be supplied by the jewelry company owned by Luke's grandmother. A week later, Luke welcomed an 8-member delivery team from his weapon company. Given that the replication of these firearms required over $3 million worth of diamonds and gemstones, and the metal components were crafted from titanium alloy, it was necessary to dispatch a security team to escort the guns to the Dutton Ranch. Luke was exceedingly pleased upon seeing the actual firearms. The head of security couldn't help but twitch his lips after Luke's appraisal. After all, a total price of $380,000 for two handguns warranted satisfaction. Once the security personnel departed, the old John family joined in the spectacle. After viewing the firearms, both the men and women fell into silence, overwhelmed by the extravagance. These guns were undoubtedly the dream weapons of every man, while the women were captivated by their sparkling embellishments, including gemstones adorning the sights and indicators. However, upon learning the cost, they could only express their astonishment. Subsequently, Luke began daily practice at the ranch's shooting range, concealing the replicated firearms while keeping the genuine ones close at hand, equipped with a custom belt and shoulder holster. Maintaining his opulent style, he opted for the finest calf leather, hand-stitched, with a rose gold belt buckle and gemstones fashioned into the shapes of white and green serpents. Thus, Luke diligently practiced at the shooting range, ultimately mastering the characteristics of the two firearms. Without infusing them with his spiritual energy, they exhibited attributes akin to ordinary firearms. Yet their power and firing rate remained impressive. However, when empowered by his energy, these two guns functioned without the need for reloading, drawing from Luke's personal storage space for ammunition. Once the ammunition was exhausted, the firearms would cease to fire. This feature delighted Luke immensely, effectively compensating for the significant limitation of revolvers. Now, he felt an overwhelming desire to sleep with these two guns cradled in his arms. After more than half a month of practice, Luke was met with an unexpected delight. Chapter 12. American Kendo. Ding. The seal of the white serpent was being lifted. Ding. The first layer of the seal has been released. As Luke examined the attributes of the guns, he noted a transformation unfolding before him. The weapon's name, previously marked as Sealed 99, has now been altered to Sealed 89. While the original attributes remain unchanged, Baisugen's capabilities have been enhanced. Introducing a new effect, paralysis. Upon striking a target, the poison will render the victim immobile for a duration. Xiaoqing's attributes have also seen an addition, with the new effect being hemorrhage. Wounding a target will exacerbate their bleeding condition. This new attribute is indeed a delightful surprise. The original attributes were already formidable, and with these two additions, Luke felt almost elated. Reflecting upon his current status, he donned his ranch attire, a cowboy hat, a revolver, and a holster, an unmistakable ensemble of American flair. Consequently, Luke resumed his training in quick-draw shooting. Just as he began to revel in his newfound prowess, his younger sisters, Angela and Beth, sought him out. At that moment, Luke had just finished preparing lunch, potato and radish stew with beef, served alongside pasta. Initially planning to chat with Luke after their meal, the two young ladies set aside their decorum and indulged in another bowl. Observing the two sprawled on the sofa, Luke decided to brew some hawthorn and barley tea to aid their digestion. Once the dining area was tidied, he took a seat across from them and inquired, "What brings you here? Is your allowance insufficient? Have you spotted something delightful that you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing Luke's words, the two young ladies appeared visibly conflicted. Ultimately, it was Beth who broke the silence. Luke, I'm pregnant. Luke's eyes widened in shock as he activated his insight to scrutinize Beth's abdomen. Through this perceptive lens, he indeed discerned the tiny life nestled within her. Retracting his gaze, Luke's expression darkened as he muttered, "Damn it, is that foolishly Pooh's doing?" Both Beth and Angela remained silent, yet Luke gleaned a conclusive answer from their expressions. Noticing the signs of Luke's impending anger, Beth implored, "Luke, please." Witnessing his spirited cousin in such a predicament, Luke could only sigh, "Ah, love." He then glanced at his sister, Angela, who immediately understood the implication of Luke's gaze and raised her hand, declaring, "I have no boyfriend, I swear." Luke scoffed. "If any fellow dares to get you pregnant before marriage, I'll deal with him." He then turned to Beth and asked, "What do you wish to do?" After a moment of hesitation, Beth softly replied, "I want to find a clinic." Luke, anticipating her intent, interjected, "I will handle this. But I must be clear, this matter cannot remain hidden from old John and Evelyn. After all, they are your parents." Upon hearing this, Beth trembled with fear. "If old John finds out, he will kill Pooh. Luke, I implore you." Luke observed Beth in a state of utter disarray and could not help but reflect once more on the tumultuous romance between Rip and Beth. Indeed, a tale most melodramatic. Yet, Beth had already turned to her most esteemed elder brother within their family, and Luke felt it imperative to manage the situation with utmost care. Unfortunately, among the peerage of the Duttons, Lee was a taciturn soul, lacking in initiative, while Jamie was but a bookish dreamer, ill-equipped to shoulder such burdens. Thus, it fell upon Luke, her cousin, to take charge. With this in mind, Luke addressed Angela, instructing her, "You and Beth should gather your belongings and take the private family jet back to Los Angeles." He then turned to Beth and added, "Once you have departed, I will speak with old John. Rest assured, I will ensure Rip's safety, but you must promise that such actions will cease until you reach adulthood." Beth, devoid of any alternative thoughts, could only nod in agreement. Luke further advised Angela, "Upon your arrival in Los Angeles, I will ask Mother Elsa to make arrangements for Beth. You should accompany her closely, for this ordeal can inflict considerable harm upon a young woman." Following this, the two girls quickly returned home, packed their essentials, and were soon sent on their way by Luke. Once the plane ascended into the sky, Luke dialed his mother, Elsa, requesting her to make necessary preparations for Beth. Upon hearing the news, Elsa exhibited little emotional upheaval, as Beth was not her own daughter, yet she adhered to Luke's wishes and arranged for a hospital stay. The Cheen family possessed a private hospital in Los Angeles, ensuring that once Beth arrived, Luke would be free from concern. The remaining challenge lay in soothing old John and Evelyn, while also safeguarding Rip's existence. Although Beth's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was clear that old John would not take Rip's life, yet he would undoubtedly face some hardships. Upon returning to the ranch, Luke searched extensively for Rip but ultimately had to resort to following the scent with his dog. Eventually, he found Rip by a small creek on the ranch. Upon seeing Luke, Rip maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Luke, are you here to bring me back?" Luke did not respond immediately. Standing beside Rip and observing the facade of composure that the 15-year-old was attempting to uphold. "Will I see Beth again before I die?" Rip's voice quivered slightly. Luke sighed, exasperated, and replied, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Old John will not take your life, I assure you." Relieved by Luke's assurance, Rip responded, "I just fear he might leave me half dead." Luke gently patted Rip's head and said, "You realize you have caused my sister great distress, don't you? You must understand the gravity of your actions." Rip appeared somewhat at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter, "I'm sorry." Luke shook his head and replied, "That apology should be directed towards Beth. Now, let us proceed to face old John and Evelyn. We must confront what needs confronting." Upon their arrival at old John's villa, Luke instructed Rip to wait at the entrance before he ventured inside alone. In the living room, old John was engrossed in watching television while Luke retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, pouring a glass for himself and old John. He then called out to Evelyn, urging her to come downstairs. Old John appeared somewhat puzzled, but Luke remained silent until Evelyn joined them in the living room. Upon their arrival, Luke bluntly declared, "Beth is pregnant, and it's Leap's doing." The couple's reactions were starkly contrasting. Old John's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Luke, who was aware that old John was likely to fetch a gun. Evelyn, however, wore a look of concern and asked, "Did you arrange for Beth and Angela to return to Los Angeles?" Luke nodded, reassuring her, "I sent Mom to look after them. Don't worry, Beth will be fine." Relieved by Luke's words, Evelyn sighed, while old John remained sullen and silent. Luke addressed old John. I understand that you are furious. But you must recognize that two young lovers can lose control. It is not entirely their fault. Both Evelyn and old John gazed at Luke in confusion, eager to hear his point. Luke continued, at least half of this is your fault, or rather, your collective fault. Don't rush. Let me explain further. Old John struggled to suppress his urge to lash out and stayed seated, listening to Luke's words, which ultimately helped to calm their tempers. Chapter 13. Family education. Once their emotions had stabilized, Luke spoke earnestly. You have failed in your responsibility to educate your children. Evelyn, have you ever taught Beth about these matters? Old John, have you ever instructed Leap on such topics? His words evidently struck a nerve with both old John and Evelyn. Luke pressed on, I understand that you were raised in a ranch family, inheriting the tenacity of cowboys, but education does not work that way. Look at Leap. Look at Jamie. They have grown up under your strict guidance, yet what do their personalities reflect? Do they truly embody the spirit of cowboys? Among the younger siblings, I find Leap to be the most admirable. He is brave, strong, neither timid nor fearful, a fine young man, largely because he has been least affected by your teachings. Since you have chosen to adopt him, it is imperative that you take care of him. His actions were indeed misguided, but primarily because no one taught him how to navigate such situations. I am merely their brother. You are their parents. Luke's words left the couple speechless. As they fell into contemplation, Luke felt it was time to call for Leap, who had been waiting outside the door. The couple regarded the somewhat apprehensive Leap with a complex mix of emotions. Luke's remarks had clearly illuminated the underlying issues, yet Leap had indeed erred. Leap, after all, you have hurt Beth. As her brother, I demand you swear to be loyal to her like a knight to a princess, to protect her. Can you do that? Leap's expression grew serious, shedding his previous timidity. He spoke earnestly. John, Evelyn, I deeply regret what has transpired. However, I sincerely love Beth, and I vow that no matter what happens, I will remain loyal to her and protect her, even at the cost of my life. Old John and Evelyn gazed at the earnest Reap, their hearts filled with complexity, yet they found themselves at a loss for words of reproach. They had watched Reap grow up, and upon calming down, they felt that Beth being with Reap was at least not entirely dreadful. It was certainly preferable to Beth seeking the company of some unreliable young man. Evelyn stood and embraced Reap, saying, Child, this was our oversight, and you need not apologize to us. I only hope you can uphold your promise. I do not wish to be a grandmother before you both come of age. After kissing Reap on the forehead, she exchanged a knowing glance with old John and then ascended the stairs. I must check on little Case to ensure he is sleeping well. The ensuing discussion is yours, gentlemen. Once Evelyn departed, Luke turned to old John and remarked, In truth, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. The situation between Reap and Beth is merely a prelude. Old John took a generous gulp from his glass. Reap, displaying perceptiveness, promptly refilled his father-in-law's drink, but when old John cast a scrutinizing look at him, he could only manage an awkward smile. Luke continued, Reap's disposition is too reserved, and Jamie is too feeble. John, you and Evelyn are overly forceful in your approach to raising the children. You impose your will upon them without considering their own aspirations. If this continues, who will you trust to inherit Dutton Ranch? Finally, old John spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. What are your thoughts? Sensing that old John was receptive to his words, Luke elaborated, Let Reap join the military for training. Allow Jamie to work at my father's firm after graduation, and let Beth attend school in Los Angeles with Angela. As for Reap, both John and Reap exchanged tense glances with Luke. Let Reap remain on the ranch. If he and Beth manage to enroll in college together, it would indicate that their bond is still intact. However, during their studies, it would be best to keep them apart. Old John pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yet, Reap appeared somewhat disheartened. Both old John and Luke understood how challenging it was to separate young lovers, having been through similar experiences themselves. Nevertheless, Luke's proposal was indeed sound. The two families shared a close bond, and Beth accompanying Angela to school in Los Angeles was certainly not a bad idea. Jamie would graduate in 4 years. The primary concern was the eldest son, Reap, who, upon finishing high school, had no desire to pursue further education. He had been managing the ranch alongside old John, but his demeanor remained too subdued, and his social intelligence was lacking. However, upon discerning his concerns, Luke continued, Aside from his personality, Lee is quite commendable. Encouraging him to engage in some training would be beneficial. My grandfather has connections in the military and will ensure his safety. Ultimately, Luke succeeded in persuading old John, leaving the final decision to Lee's own inclinations. Initially, old John intended to make a unilateral decision, but Luke encouraged him to adopt a more considerate approach to parenting, suggesting that old John personally speak with Lee to discuss his thoughts. After departing from the villa, Luke embraced Lee and said, "Work hard, Lee, and do not hesitate to reach out to me if you encounter any difficulties." Thanks to Luke's intervention that evening, Lee narrowly escaped the fate of being severely punished by old John. At that moment, Luke loomed large in Lee's esteem. "Brother, you are like my own kin. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Indeed, Luke's conversation with old John and Evelyn was sincere. In his youth, he had altered the tragic outcome of Evelyn's fatal fall, and now he sought to change Beth's future infertility. Next, he aimed to prevent a repeat of subsequent tragedies. Old John, the tough cowboy, posed no issues. It was the Dutton children who required attention. With Lee as a knight, Beth's fertility concerns would not lead to a drastic shift in her demeanor. Although Jamie was an adopted son, as long as he did not face a choice between the ranch and his future, he should be fine. The youngest, Case, would likely be less rebellious due to old John's and Evelyn's influence. Now, the only challenge remained with the eldest, who was excessively earnest and somber. He needed to be tempered through experiences in society or the military. Luke believed the military would be preferable, as it is less complex than civilian life. Once he retired, he would adapt more readily to societal norms. Therefore, Luke recommended that Lee enlist in the military to facilitate a transformation of his character. That evening, old John, without the opportunity to confront Lee, chose to have a heart-to-heart discussion with him instead. Lee did not respond immediately but sought out Luke the following day. Luke understood that Lee bore the shadows of old John and Evelyn's strict cowboy-style upbringing. Thus, he dedicated considerable time to guiding Lee, ultimately encouraging him to venture beyond the ranch and explore the world outside Montana. That night, Luke brought Lee back to old John and Evelyn. With Luke's encouragement, Lee finally mustered the courage to articulate his thoughts. Although old John and Evelyn felt a pang of remorse, they recognized the shortcomings in their parenting approach. Perhaps after many sleepless nights of discussion, the couple resolved to honor their children's opinions. As Luke prepared to depart the ranch for Los Angeles, he instructed Lee and old John to await further news. He intended to return to seek assistance from old Shane, leveraging his military connections to secure a promising future for Lee. Thus, Luke, accompanied by the gratitude of the entire old John family, boarded his private plane and returned to Los Angeles. Chapter 14. The Art of Soup. Upon his return to Los Angeles, Luke chose not to head to the grand seaside villa in Malibu, but instead, he returned to his family home. He first made a call to his parents and grandparents, extending his warm regards. Luke has always been impeccable in his treatment of his elders, whether there is a pressing matter or not. A simple call to inquire about their well-being brings them joy. However, since Luke arrived close to midday and found the house empty, he had no choice but to contact the butler of Old Master Cheen to arrange for a vehicle. He requested a Dodge model resembling the latest armored Cadillac, insisting on the necessity of bulletproof features. All family vehicles were bulletproof, a principle to which Luke remained steadfast. The vehicle was delivered by Old Master Cheen's butler and a bodyguard. Luke was pleasantly surprised to see them. The butler, Uncle Chin, was now in his 50s, nearing 60. A wiry, slightly stooped old man, yet full of vigor, his head adorned with a full head of black hair, devoid of any gray. "Uncle Chun, what brings you here personally?" Luke inquired. The elderly gentleman, clad in his customary black tang suit, smiled warmly at Luke and replied, "It has been a while since I last saw you, young lad. I heard you encountered some dangers during your recent escapade?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly. "It was manageable. Not too perilous, especially since I had a firearm with me." Uncle Chin nodded thoughtfully. "Sometimes, a gun is not the ultimate safeguard. One must also be mindful of oneself. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall to ensure his own safety." Old Master Cheen had profoundly influenced his family's appreciation for Chinese culture. Although the current generation, including Luke's father, were of mixed heritage, the expectation in the Cheen household was to communicate in Chinese. Even if the daughters-in-law and sons-in-law were not required to speak fluently, they were expected to comprehend the language. One of the reasons Luke was so favored among his grandparents was his exceptional command of Chinese, surpassing even that of the elder. He could effortlessly recite classical Chinese texts. However, his strikingly handsome mixed-race Western features speaking fluent Chinese created a somewhat incongruous image. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the affection his grandparents held for him, as Luke was also proficient in Italian. Both the Italian mafia and the Chinese community are known for their strong emphasis on family ties. Even as the Luciano family expanded, their connections remained unbroken. Moreover, Old Master Chin had been collaborating with them to generate wealth, coupled with Luke's invaluable insights and entrepreneurial secrets, forming an unassailable alliance. Uncle Chin gestured towards the sleek black Cadillac, saying, "This is the fortified bulletproof version that Mr. Chin has just ordered. I will finalize the paperwork shortly and have it delivered." "Thank you, Uncle Chin. Please, come in for a cup of tea before you leave," Luke offered. Uncle Chin smiled and shook his head. "No need. Seeing you safe and sound brings me peace. We shall share tea another time." He then departed with the bodyguards. As their two households were not far apart, his grandparents resided in Beverly Hills, while Luke's family was situated down the hill. Luke opened the car door and frowned slightly. The new vehicle still carried a faint odor. He would need to have the Dodge production team address that issue. Luke prepared to visit Beth at the family hospital, having arranged to meet his mother for lunch there upon his return. Before heading out, he took the time to concoct a nourishing soup using ingredients from the refrigerator, intended to bolster Beth's health. Crucially, he added a few drops of spring water. Luke had thoroughly explored the spring's properties. The spiritual fruits resembled plump, crimson apples, perfectly round yet devoid of seeds, with flesh akin to crystal pears, neither hard nor unyielding, but exquisitely juicy. After extensive experimentation, Luke determined that a ratio of 12 parts spring water to 1 part fruit juice yielded a miraculous elixir. A dosage of 10 milliliters would enhance the health of the well, albeit with subtle results, while for the gravely injured, as long as there remained a spark of life. This same dosage could prolong existence for at least 6 hours before vitality would gradually wane. Although Luke had conducted numerous experiments on small animals, he had yet to test it on humans. Thus, he decided to incorporate 10 milliliters into the soup. "Beth, for the sake of our family's well-being, consider yourself a test subject just this once. After all, this potion promises only benefits," he thought. Luke himself had survived an entire year within that realm, relying on these two wondrous substances. It was not that he had been reluctant to share them with his family sooner. Rather, the spring's portal only reopened after he vanquished those monstrous beings. The true effects of the spring water and spiritual fruits required time to ascertain, as overly remarkable outcomes could invite unwarranted complications. Having prepared the soup, Luke stored it in a large thermos, anticipating that his mother, Elsa, and older sister, Angela, might also partake. He set off directly to the Chin family's hospital, a private establishment founded through the family's charitable foundation. Situated in Burbank near the northern slopes of Hollywood Hills, amidst a picturesque environment. Upon arrival, Luke entered the ward to find his mother, Elsa, already present. Spotting the trio engaged in conversation on the sofa while watching a soap opera, Luke greeted Beth first. "Hi, Beth, you appear to be in good spirits." Beth rose to envelop Luke in a warm embrace. Thank you, Luke." Angela stepped forward to take the flowers and thermos from Luke's hands. "Wow, Beth, you're in for a treat." Elsa, seated on the sofa, smiled at Luke and remarked, "I heard you gave old John a lesson in education. I had no idea you possessed such talents." Luke shrugged, replying, "That's thanks to the excellent upbringing from you and Dad." Angela discreetly acknowledged Luke's flattery with a nod of approval. Satisfied with his response, Elsa shifted the conversation. "What did you bring?" "A rich soup made from pork and chicken, which will aid in Beth's recovery." The entire family had always been completely satisfied with Luke's culinary skills. Angela eagerly opened the thermos, releasing a rich aroma that filled the room. The three of them, young and old alike, could hardly contain their eagerness. Beth, weakened as she was, found herself unable to compete for the soup, nearly brought to tears. "This was handed to me by Luke, and you all have gone too far." The mother and daughter exchanged knowing glances and said in unison, "Let Luke prepare more for you to send over." They were too exasperated to utter another word and urged, "Quickly drink the soup," but alas, this single pot was insufficient for 3. Elsa cast a discontented gaze at Luke and remarked, "Why didn't you bring more?" Luke sighed, taken aback by the unexpected popularity of the enhanced soup. With limited ingredients available at home, this amount was considered fortunate. The soup was warm, and after each of them had finished a bowl, they began to perspire lightly. Suddenly, Luke detected a peculiar odor. Noting the lack of reaction from the others, he sniffed vigorously. As the 3 noticed Luke's behavior, they too began to catch a whiff of it. They exchanged urgent glances and began to inspect themselves. How could there be such a strong smell? This can't be right. How can so little sweat produce such a stench? Consequently, all 3 rushed towards the bathroom. Luke instantly understood that this was a side effect of the added ingredients, detoxification. He promptly opened all the windows in the room. At that moment, Elsa called out from the bathroom, "Look, go fetch us some change of clothes." "Oh, damn it. These clothes are unwearable." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Luke shouted back, "I'll step out now, Mom. Do you want me to go home and grab some?" The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Elsa responded, "Just go out first, I'll call you." Luke had no choice but to exit, closing the door behind him, and waited in the car for Elsa's call. Shortly thereafter, her call came through, instructing him to go to a custom casual wear boutique she frequented, as she had already made arrangements. Thus, Luke drove to the shop in North Hollywood. Chapter 15. A True Bandit. Upon arriving in North Hollywood, Luke parked the car and called the shop to have them deliver the items. He remained outside the shop, as it was a custom women's clothing store, and men were not permitted inside. Soon, the manager called back, requesting Luke to wait a moment. Since it was a custom shop, they had Elsa's measurements on file, but not those of Beth and Angela. Consequently, the seamstress was altering existing garments for Beth and Angela. Luke settled in the car, contemplating quietly. However, it wasn't long before he heard a cacophony of police sirens. This development didn't surprise him. The pursuit of criminals often attracted a swarm of police vehicles. As he reclined in the driver's seat, the sound of gunfire erupted nearby. "Ah, it seems there's quite a commotion," he mused. Before he could rise, he discerned a distinctly different kind of gunfire. "What the hell? Are we facing terrorists?" Luke sprang up to survey his surroundings. He had parked on the roadside, to the north, with the front of the car facing west. Across the road, diagonally opposite, stood a bank, approximately 100 meters away from Luke. The sound of police sirens and gunfire emanated from that direction. Several police cars were stationed on the roads to the west and north of the bank. Yet, the officers were armed with 9mm handguns produced by Luke's family's weapon company, which were utterly inadequate for retaliation. Clearly, they were facing heavily armed robbers. Luke couldn't help but feel concern for the officers, although he discerned that only 2 firearms were discharging. Given the bulletproof nature of his vehicle, he felt secure enough to observe the unfolding drama. Due to his vantage point, he could not see the southwest entrance of the bank. As he was positioned to the northeast, the officers were engaged in a standoff with the assailants at the southwest entrance. To call it a standoff would be an overstatement. They were being severely suppressed, unable to lift their heads. Luke mused about the ferocity of the robbers' firepower, wondering if they hailed from the Middle East. Increasing numbers of police vehicles were arriving in the vicinity. He noticed officers in the distance beginning to cordon off the area, but he did not see any reinforcements. Rather, it was the media's helicopters and broadcast vans that arrived first. Indeed, it was the media that responded to the incident before any support, a telling reflection of American priorities. Luke remained in his vehicle, observing the scene. The officers were under intense fire, with the doors of the vehicle, once bulletproof, now resembling mere paper. Luke quickly realized something was amiss. The robbers were using armor-piercing rounds. Such criminals were rare, and their audacity to rob a bank suggested a level of organization. However, the brazen confrontation with the police indicated that these were no ordinary thugs. After listening intently to the gunfire, Luke discerned that the assailants were employing drum magazines rather than standard clips. The sustained rate of fire rivaled that of a machine gun. It was astonishing that a mere handgun could compete. Consequently, Luke promptly dialed his grandfather. "Grandpa, a bank heist is unfolding in North Hollywood. The robbers are firing indiscriminately. After this, we should hasten to market our products," he conveyed succinctly, and his grandfather immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Very well, I will arrange this." "Are you at the scene?" "Yes, in a bulletproof car, at a safe distance," Luke reassured him. Satisfied with Luke's safety, his grandfather hung up and swiftly mobilized the weapon company's personnel to prepare for public relations with various police departments. It must be said that Luke's maneuver was a masterclass in the essence of a shrewd capitalist. After ending the call, Luke looked back at the scene, astonishingly. The 2 robbers, clad in heavy body armor, were firing indiscriminately. Yet, he observed that despite their disadvantage, some officers were attempting to rescue injured civilians. This profoundly moved Luke, as American officers were not obligated to save the public. Nevertheless, he witnessed an officer bravely enduring the hail of bullets in a bid to reach an injured civilian. He exerted himself diligently, yet the bullets are indiscriminate. In an instant, he was struck down by 2 shots. At this distance, the 7.62 by 39mm armor-piercing rounds fired by the rifle would merely inflict penetrating wounds. Nonetheless, Being rifle ammunition, the damage inflicted was considerable, even with such wounds. The officer, barely managing to crawl behind a tree for refuge from the assailant's gunfire, found his shoulder and leg grievously penetrated. With great effort, he retrieved a tourniquet from his waist and bound it around his thigh, but the wound on his shoulder continued to bleed profusely, leaving him helpless. The surrounding officers, suppressed by the onslaught, were unable to come to his aid. Nevertheless, his bravery struck a chord within Luke. Observing the criminals retreating from the southwestern entrance of the bank towards the north, Luke resolved to take action. He started the car. The officers confronting the two robbers were positioned to their west and north, while Luke found himself to the northeast of the assailants, over 100 meters away. He awaited the opportune moment for the two criminals to draw near, ideally aligning in a single line. At that moment, one of the robbers paused to reload, and Luke seized his chance. Flooring the accelerator, the 6.4-liter supercharged engine of the Dodge Cayenne roared to life. All the officers widened their eyes in astonishment, and reporters from the television station gasped in disbelief. Good heavens, a black Dodge has charged forth. Is it a comrade of the two robbers? Yet, amidst the confusion and uncertainty, the vehicle continued to accelerate relentlessly towards the assailants. The cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air. The criminals did not hear the engine's roar until Luke was merely 30 meters away. The robber, initially positioned in the rear, turned to face Luke and, without hesitation, opened fire. All doubts were dispelled. The black Cayenne was not an ally of the robbers. Now, the vehicle resembled a valiant knight, gallantly charging into the enemy ranks. The crowd, officers, and journalists could scarcely bear to witness a divergent outcome. Even the viewers at home, watching the live broadcast, found themselves praying for the driver of the black Cayenne. Luke had unwavering confidence in the quality control of his vehicle. Even the armor-piercing rounds would not penetrate the bulletproof Cayenne he was driving. The assailant's bullets struck the Cayenne, igniting a flurry of sparks and causing concentric cracks to appear on the windshield, yet they failed to breach it. The 30-meter distance afforded the robbers merely a second's reprieve. Bang! The gunfire ceased momentarily, only to resume after less than a second. The shooting stopped once more, but Luke knew that at just over 100 meters, the Cayenne's speed could not be relied upon to incapacitate the robbers. Thus, after colliding with the two assailants, Luke maneuvered the vehicle forward, executing a stylish drift before the line of police cars. The car spun 180 degrees, once again aiming at the robbers. Although the robbers were momentarily stunned by the collision, the low speed of the vehicle and their heavy bulletproof vests mitigated the damage, yet the humiliation was profound. They could hardly fathom that someone would dare to confront them with a vehicle while armed. Luke had successfully executed a turnaround, and the two bandits were preparing to struggle back to their feet and retaliate. This time, Luke would not afford them an opportunity. The Cayenne roared once more. Chapter 16. The big shot. The distance for this charge was short, and Luke was still applying the brakes. The tires of the Cayenne were already whirring at high speed, producing a deafening screech accompanied by a plume of white smoke as it surged forward again. The robbers had yet to rise, and facing the oncoming Cayenne, they found no means of escape. Luke intended to utilize the 3-ton weight of this bulletproof vehicle to crush the assailants. The two criminals could only watch helplessly as a roaring black beast bore down upon them, leaving them with no choice but to make a final desperate struggle. They pulled the trigger of the .47 in their grasp. The sound erupted once more, but quickly ceased. After rolling over the two robbers, Luke executed another 180-degree drift. However, he could not proceed further. The assailants had succumbed to unconsciousness. In the earlier collisions, Luke could justify his actions as self-defense. But with the robbers now incapacitated and unable to resist, any further action would constitute murder. Moreover, at least a dozen media cameras were trained upon him. Yet, Luke did not turn off the engine or exit the vehicle. The officers had already approached to assess the condition of the robbers, tending to the injured civilians and police officers, leaving Luke unmonitored. Activating his insight, Luke observed that the two bandits were suffering from ruptured organs and severe hemorrhaging. Death was imminent. He inspected the condition of his vehicle. The front was damaged, but the hood and windshield were riddled with bullet holes. Upon closer examination, none had penetrated, which was fortunate. Seizing the moment while he remained unnoticed, Luke promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I've run over the robbers. Ensure this bulletproof vehicle is preserved. It serves as excellent promotional material. Not even armor-piercing rounds could penetrate it. Have the factory work overtime." Hearing Luke's voice, his grandfather understood he was unharmed. Yet the incident with the robbers was serious and would bring complications. Understood. Do not act or speak further. I shall have your father contact you. Do not worry. Okay. I understand, grandfather. After hanging up, Luke felt a surge of excitement. The system had awarded him an increase of 2,000 order points. Although the calculation mechanism remained unclear, it was a significant accumulation, bringing him closer to 10,000 points. The officers had secured the scene, and at that moment, they began to recall Luke. They were filled with gratitude for his courageous actions, as they had been at a standstill against the robbers for far too long. Had it not been for Luke, their injured colleagues and civilians would have suffered even more. The two bandits moved towards the northern side of the bank, presumably to make their escape. However, the officers could only watch, powerless against the two robbers. No police vehicle could withstand the penetrating bullets. Consequently, both passers-by and those who had come specifically to see Luke gave him a thumbs up. They refrained from approaching him, as they were awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Soon, a figure clad in uniform, bearing the insignia of a police chief, accompanied by a man in plain clothes, approached Luke's vehicle. Luke remained seated in his car, engine running, merely rolling down the window for easier communication. Greetings, I am Chief Tyler from the North Hollywood Precinct. This is Detective Frank from the Major Crimes Unit. Luke smiled and greeted them in return. Hello, I am awaiting my attorney. This situation is evidently troublesome for me. Chief Tyler nodded with a smile, stating, We appreciate your assistance. On behalf of all the officers, I thank you for everything you have done. This is certainly not a burden for you, I assure you. Luke shrugged and replied, All I can say is thank you. I believe you have more pressing matters at hand. Rest assured, I will remain right here. Thank you for your understanding. Detective Frank will be here shortly to assist you with everything, young man. You shall be fine, Chief Tyler assured him. After exchanging phone numbers with Luke, Detective Frank departed alongside Chief Tyler. Before they had gone far, Luke heard the unmistakable sound of a helicopter overhead. This was neither a media nor police aircraft, as they would not fly so low. He then witnessed the helicopter land on the road not far from him. It belonged to his family, undoubtedly signaling their arrival. It seemed his mother and the others would have to wait a little longer. Indeed, the individual descending from the helicopter was his father. The police approached the helicopter to usher it away. After gesturing to the pilot, Luke's father engaged in discussion with the officers. Chief Tyler and Detective Frank also approached, speculating that a person of significance had arrived. Luke could only observe from a distance as his father conversed with Chief Tyler. During this time, Chief Tyler received several phone calls. Finally, Luke's father waved him over, prompting Luke to exit his vehicle and join the three of them. His father called out, First, go fetch your mother's clothes. We are heading back to the hospital. The vehicle will be handled by someone from Dodge. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luke proceeded toward the clothing store. The store employees had witnessed the entire incident unfold, and, upon seeing Luke approach, their eyes lit up with excitement. Luke pushed open the door but hesitated at the threshold, as a sign reading Men Keep Out hung prominently. Yet, his reluctance was not solely due to the sign, but rather the ravenous gazes of the staff that pierced through the glass door. Luke was all too familiar with the situation, and thus, he spoke at the entrance. I am here to collect the garments reserved by Ms. Elsa Chain. Fortunately, the store manager, a sophisticated and worldly woman, promptly instructed the staff to retrieve the packaged clothing for Luke. In total, there were 4 sizable tote bags. With the regretful gazes of the attendants upon him, Luke ascended to his helicopter. After greeting Director Taylor, Old Man Sheen joined Luke aboard the aircraft, heading directly to their St. Mariana hospital. Upon arriving at the floor of Beth's ward, Luke located a nurse and entrusted her with delivering the clothes before engaging in conversation with Old Man Sheen in the corridor. Did Grandpa mention to you? That car will be our promotional tool moving forward. Old Man Sheen looked at his son with a sense of satisfaction, saying, You need not worry about these matters. Your grandfather will arrange for everything to be handled properly. Someone from the police station will come shortly to take your statement, and I will take care of the rest. You can go about your business. Luke shrugged and replied, I haven't had much to do lately, but I do have some ideas. I'll discuss them when Grandpa returns. Old Man Sheen felt both proud and conflicted regarding his exceptionally intelligent and independent son. His son's brilliance and maturity left him with little sense of achievement as a father, while Elsa took great pride in having given birth to such a gifted child. Before long, Old Man Sheen's phone rang. He answered but hung up without speaking. Before he could say anything, Luke turned and headed towards the ward. His keen hearing had already caught the sound of his mother's voice. She and the others had changed clothes and were ready to receive him. Chapter 17. Decision. As soon as Luke entered the room, he was met with playful banter from Beth and Angela. Look, why are there little notes with phone numbers in the bag? Indeed, not just one, but 7 or 8. Connecting this with the looks he had received from the store staff earlier, Luke had already deduced the situation. He shrugged, and before he could explain, Old Man Sheen's voice boomed. Today, our Luke has become a great hero. The three looked at Old Man Sheen in confusion. Let him tell you himself. You should be able to see him in today as headlines, under the intense gazes of his mother and 2 sisters. Luke had no choice but to recount the events of the day, although he narrated it in a rather understated manner, coincidentally. The news program on television began to replay the scene of the incident. In truth, Old Man Sheen was not entirely clear on the specifics either. He had merely seen it on television, and the way everyone looked at Luke had changed dramatically. His sisters regarded him with admiration, while Old Man Drake and Mother Elsa bore more complex expressions. Sensing their concern, Luke smiled and reassured them. Hey, it's all in the past. Elsa, slightly reproachful, said, How could you act so impulsively? As Sheen Loudeye gently embraced his wife, he reassured her, saying, Luke is already an adult. You didn't voice such complaints when he shot those monsters at Walcott Lake. Last time he had a gun. This time is different, she retorted. Sensing the affectionate exchange between his parents, Luke hastily interjected, This is precisely why I insisted on having our family in an armored vehicle. After all, in the land of the free, gun violence occurs daily. Soon, the arrival of the police brought an end to this rather pointless debate. In the presence of his parents and sisters, Luke recounted the events in their entirety. The officers were exceedingly polite, expressing their gratitude both before and after taking Luke's statement. Any subsequent inquiries would be handled by Sheen Loudey's law firm, relieving Luke of further involvement. That evening, Luke received calls from other members of the Sheen family, including his second aunt and younger aunt. Later, Luke and Sheen Loudeye visited grandfather's house. The elder Sheen returned to the DeSheen Manor just in time for dinner. The atmosphere during the meal was warm and harmonious, with Luke primarily engaging in conversation with his grandmother and discussing the global economy and the family's business strategies with his grandfather. Throughout the dinner, Sheen Loudeye remained unobtrusive. But after the meal, the 3 generations of the Sheen family, eldest son and eldest grandson, convened in the study of grandfather Sheen. The ambience was congenial, and most business matters had been settled at the dining table. The remaining discussions pertained to family matters. Luke was the first to speak. Grandfather, I have discussed with old John and Lee about having Lee train in the military. This requires your connections at the Pentagon. After a moment of contemplation, Grandfather Sheen replied, That is not an issue. It primarily depends on his own wishes. The Air Force is the least demanding. The Navy offers good benefits but may require overseas deployment. The Army is rather mediocre, and I would not recommend it. The Marine Corps provides the most rigorous training but is also the most perilous. Without hesitation, Luke responded, Let him join the Navy. He can have my uncle help look after him. Grandfather shook his head, saying, Your uncle is still in his rebellious phase. He rarely calls me throughout the year, and your grandmother has been quite concerned about him. Not wishing to engage in such familial discussions, Luke conceded. Then let it be the Marine Corps, though I worry about the dangers of war. The Middle East has been tumultuous for quite some time. Though Luke voiced concern for Lee's safety, he was acutely aware that in this world, the American military often produced extraordinary individuals. That environment would undoubtedly refine Lee's abilities further. Had he not been born into such affluence, he would have considered trying it himself. Regarding Luke's worries, Grandfather Sheen nonchalantly remarked, These are not issues. The key is still his own desire. Thus, Luke promptly picked up his phone to call old John. After inquiring about Lee's thoughts, they ultimately decided on the Marine Corps. And old John personally thanked Grandfather Sheen in a phone conversation. Thus, Lee's future was entrusted to Grandfather Sheen. Now it is Luke's turn to express his thoughts. Grandfather, I wish to go. Upon hearing his son's desire, Old Master Sheen widened his eyes in astonishment. However, Old Master Sheen regarded Luke with a serious demeanor for quite some time. Have you truly made up your mind? Luke nodded and replied, I have made up my mind. Old Master Sheen sighed and remarked, You have chosen to make a decision that goes against our ancestors. This statement nearly caused Luke to blurt out a response. Yet he managed to suppress it. Old Master Sheen continued, You have grown up. There are certain matters you must come to understand. Our Sheen family shares profound ties with the Hong men, and my mother's surname is Situ. At this revelation, Luke was genuinely astonished. But isn't the Situ family's influence based on the East Coast? Isn't the Hong men on the West Coast their sworn enemy? Old Master Qin cast a deep glance at Luke and said, "That is merely a fade for outsiders. The Hamen have always been one family." In an instant, Luke grasped the meaning behind Old Master Qin's words. When it comes to strategy, we must look to our Chinese heritage. What the Westerners engage in today is merely a remnant of the games our ancestors once played. Luke pondered in silence for a while. Old Master Qin, knowing his grandson's intelligence, remained patient, confident that Luke would soon grasp the significance of their conversation. Eventually, Luke spoke up. "A power requires both face and substance. I aspire to be the avenger of our family or a strategic weapon." Both Old Master Qin and Old Master Qin remained silent. Luke went on. "You may not be aware of my lineage and the martial arts I practice, which enable me to transcend human limitations and attain the level of a terrestrial immortal." With that, Luke activated his ability to manipulate objects with his energy, causing all items in the study to levitate. Witnessing the astonished expressions of Old Master Qin and Old Master Qin, Luke declared, "Grandfather, I know you must possess an armed force. But there are things they cannot achieve that I can. Moreover, I need to establish connections within the law enforcement community." As he spoke, the floating items returned to their original positions, as if the entire scene had been a mere dream. Finally breaking his silence, Old Master Qin remarked, "Luke, I may lack a talent for commerce, but I have extensive connections within the legal field." Old Master Qin nodded in agreement with Old Master Qin's statement. Luke interjected, "Once I reach the level of a terrestrial immortal, no one in this world would dare to challenge our family." In conclusion, Old Master Qin looked at Luke and asked, "What do you desire? How can our family assist you in reaching this realm?" Luke smiled subtly, sensing that he had successfully persuaded both the elder and his father. "I require federal enforcement powers to execute righteous deeds and stabilize my resolve." Luke refrained from divulging further secrets and continued to persuade. "Once my resolve reaches its pinnacle, everything will fall into place." Old Master Qin seemed poised to speak, but Luke anticipated his words. "I must remain unblemished. I cannot partake in any illicit activities. At least not within federal jurisdiction." Chapter 18. The Fear of Insufficient Firepower. After much contemplation, Old Master Qin ultimately concurred with Luke's proposition. He instructed Qin to refrain from leveraging his connections hastily. It would be prudent to wait until difficulties truly arise before orchestrating any arrangements. However, concerning the matter of employment, he must communicate with his classmate. Qin understood precisely whom the elder referred to, and before he could respond, the elder continued, "This year, having just assumed office, it would indeed facilitate matters to have an ally in place, would it not?" At that moment, Luke observed the pair exchanging sly, fox-like smiles. Goodness. They are cunningly maneuvering themselves into advantageous positions under the guise of providing timely assistance. Old Master Qin elaborated, "My senior, the fraternity's recommender, has recently been appointed as the Attorney General by President James Marshall. Quite impressive, isn't it?" Luke marveled inwardly at the formidable connections his elder possessed. The elder's subsequent remarks interrupted Luke's musings. "Child, you should return to Montana to young John. Your identity needs to be concealed for a time. I will arrange for someone to converse with young John on your behalf." While others referred to him as Old John, it was perfectly acceptable for Old Master Qin to call him young John. Given the Dutton family's influence in Montana, it would be far easier to obscure your identity there. California is far too convoluted and troublesome. Luke obediently acquiesced to the arrangement. "Very well, grandfather, I understand." He did not partake in the ensuing discussions, which were solely between Old Master Qin and his son. Thus, after merely a day back in Los Angeles, following an encounter that resulted in the demise of two robbers, he was sent back to Montana by the elder. However, this return was to facilitate Lee's enlistment in the military. The Qin family's private jet transported Luke back to Montana, subsequently retrieving Lee and Luke's youngest fraternal twins, Henry and Jessica. With the academic year commencing shortly, young Case Dutton watched wistfully as he bid farewell to his peers. Meanwhile, Luke engaged Lee in horseback riding, hunting, and imparting various combat techniques. Luke's physical prowess now far surpassed that of an ordinary human. While the pinnacle of human capabilities in this world was likely represented by Steve Rogers, some may argue that Luke's foundational stage seems weak. However, this merely reflects differing system settings, and there is no need for fixation. The protagonist is not a brute relying solely on strength. Rather, a true heavyweight understands that power is merely a foundation, with intellect being paramount. Consequently, Luke had wholly transcended Captain America's physical capabilities. With such a foundation, Neither firearms nor combat presented any challenge. It was merely a matter of acclimatization. Naturally, he also practiced American Iaido with his two pistols, White Snake and Little Green. Luke was now capable of achieving a remarkable 6 shots in 14.6 seconds with Little Green, while White Snake required 2 seconds for the same. The disparity in firing rates was evident, yet the power of the weapons was incomparable, given their differing calibers. In addition to these two firearms, Luke had also prepared 2 handguns of his own manufacture. The 917 has become the standard issue for various federal law enforcement agencies. A 9mm handgun designed by Luke as a replica of the 320. This firearm has completely supplanted other 9mm handguns and has effectively ousted Glock from the American market. Luke employs its derivative model, the 412, which utilizes .45 caliber ammunition, the same as that used in the 1911. Its distinguishing feature is its significant stopping power. Despite a lower initial velocity, when equipped with a silencer, the noise reduction is exceptionally effective. Another model, the 55, was specifically developed for the proprietary 55-21 ammunition, which differs from the 57-28 ammunition used in the company's 90 submachine gun. The ammunition for the 55 is quite similar to the company's 57 ammunition, both capable of penetrating level 3 body armor. However, the 55 offers a superior tactile experience, with a structure akin to the 320, allowing for many interchangeable parts, making it quite popular among specialized law enforcement agencies. Due to regulatory restrictions and pricing issues, it is not available for civilian circulation, thus becoming the standard for numerous tactical law enforcement units, such as the Navy SEALs and various local teams. Luke not only designs firearms, but also various accessories, having patented the Picatinny rail in advance, which is now referred to as the rail. The 55 is a military-grade version, and Luke envisions it as the primary firearm for routine law enforcement use, featuring specialized competitive modifications, including an extended barrel, a light trigger, a 21-round magazine, and the capability for rapid fire. Seizing this opportunity, Luke has stockpiled 50,000 rounds of various calibers in his spatial storage, including 20,000 rounds designated for the White Snake mission. In addition, he possesses an extensive arsenal of other firearms and accessories, having crafted 100 kilograms of explosives himself. His spatial storage is sufficiently expansive, and if necessary, he also has access to the Spirit Spring space. The distinction between these two spaces is that the Spirit Spring space requires Luke's physical presence for retrieval, and only inanimate objects can be removed, with time synchronized to the external world. In contrast, although the personal space is smaller, time within it is static, allowing for the retrieval of items at any moment, albeit still prohibiting living entities. Since he heeded his master's advice, Luke has likely developed a fear of inadequate firepower. In less than a week, Luke received a dossier from the bodyguard of Old Master Cheen. Luke Cheen has transformed into Luke Dat Tun, the adopted son of Old John. He graduated from Montana State University with dual bachelor's degrees in chemistry and biology. The rest comprises Luke's extensive life or sum. In summary, his educational history from elementary through high school mirrors reality, while his university experience is entirely fabricated. His social connections are exclusively with Old John's family, presenting no issues. Old John has also informed his family about this matter. Now that everything is in place, they are merely awaiting the commencement of the Spy Academy. At this moment, Luke recalled something and promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I need a larger basement or workshop at the Malibu Villa, something more secure." "Understood. I will arrange for it to be done. Remember to destroy your identification information after review. I will have someone deliver all relevant documents to you." Luke pondered for a moment and added, "Grandfather, I plan to reside permanently at the villa in Malibu. I believe I will need a steward." Old Master Cheen sighed and replied, "I will make the necessary arrangements. Watching you grow up has indeed stirred a sense of reluctance within me." "Do not say such things." "Grandfather, I shall visit you and grandmother frequently. Provide me with an encrypted phone. I have ways to ensure my whereabouts remain undisclosed." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Old Master Cheen, Luke ended the call. Upon receiving a variety of documents and bank cards delivered by the old man's bodyguard, Luke began to organize his belongings. The John family was quite typical, though the only one feeling a sense of loss was Lip. The following morning, Luke rode in Old John's car to the airport. After sharing a brief embrace with Old John, he boarded his private plane without a backward glance. Although the flight attendants were visibly intrigued by their dashing young master, their professional decorum restrained them from pursuing further actions. They understood that any dalliance with Luke could come at the cost of their lucrative positions. Thus, Luke awaited the plane's descent with ease. Upon disembarking, Luke realized that this was far from Los Angeles. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, his phone rang. Answering, he recognized old Master Chien's voice. "Luke, your mother is attending a gala in San Francisco and has brought back some items for you. Tomorrow, you shall take a commercial flight from San Francisco to Washington." Understood. Father. Chapter 19. A true reflection of father and son. After ending the call, Luke exited the airport and encountered Elsa's bodyguard. They were familiar with each other. Having met before, Elsa had specifically sent her bodyguard to collect him. Their destination was the Marriott Hotel, a venture in which Luke's family held substantial shares, even surpassing their stake in Hilton hotels. Years ago, when Marriott was still on the rise, old Master Chien heeded Luke's counsel and invested in the Marriott Hotel Group. With the backing of the old man's capital and industrial chain, Marriott experienced rapid growth, acquiring numerous hotel brands and ultimately eclipsing Hilton's presence in the American hospitality industry. This prompted Hilton to eagerly invite old Master Chien to invest, even suggesting a potential marriage alliance. Luke harbored a dislike for Hilton, perceiving the Hilton family as excessively frugal. In contrast, the founders of Marriott demonstrated generosity, ensuring that every luxury hotel included a presidential suite reserved for the Chien family. Even in the absence of a presidential suite, the finest room would be allocated for them. Such thoughtful consideration was something the Hilton family could not match. However, it is worth noting that the Hilton family extends beyond the hotel industry, and their long-standing influence holds considerable potential. Upon arriving at the banquet hall of the Marriott Hotel, Luke noticed that the spacious area, spanning several hundred square meters, was not overly crowded, with only a few dozen attendees present. Yet, it appeared that they were all business elites. Luke's mother, Elsa, as the chairwoman and president of a California investment bank, commanded significant respect in the external world. Wherever she went, individuals would eagerly approach her for conversation. Although it is a local bank in California, its reputation resonates profoundly on Wall Street, largely due to Luke's influence, one of the many perks of being a time traveler and a seer. While numerous companies have yet to emerge in this world, Luke possesses foresight into the trajectory of future developments. As a result, the enterprises he invests in experience rapid ascension. If they falter, they are wholly acquired and subsequently guided by Luke towards renewed success. Upon Luke's arrival, Aisha warmly embraced her eldest son and bestowed a gentle kiss on his forehead. However, Luke appeared somewhat out of place amidst the assemblage of distinguished individuals, all impeccably attired in suits and exquisite gowns. Aisha, adorned in a custom-made dark red gown and lavish jewelry, may not have been the most striking, yet she undoubtedly wore the most opulent attire. In stark contrast, Luke's casual denim ensemble clashed with the elegance of the event. Yet, no one dared to mock him. For he was the son of the president of a California investment bank, an institution boasting assets in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Aisha had no intention of introducing her son to others. However, upon his arrival, two individuals were positioned beside her. Out of courtesy, she proceeded to introduce Luke to them. One was an elderly Asian gentleman, a Japanese-American named Yoshinobu Aoki, and the other, a Caucasian elder, was the governor of California. Luke found little significance in either individual and merely exchanged polite greetings. Both men, perceptive of Luke's attire, recognized Aisha's purpose for summoning her son and, after a brief acknowledgement, made their exit. With them gone, it was evident that anyone with discernment would refrain from interrupting the mother-son moment. Your father had the winery send over a bottle of exquisite vintage. You are to take it with you to Washington to visit the Attorney General, who happens to be a close associate of his, Aisha informed Luke. A hint of confusion crossed Luke's face as he replied, "You know him from Yale. He must also be your senior, correct?" Aisha sighed. "I am not particularly fond of them. You know how wild things got during our school days." Instantly intrigued, Luke inquired, "And then what?" In a hushed tone, Aisha cautioned, "Make sure your father does not hear that it was I who said this." Luke nodded earnestly. Aisha continued, "Your father was the one who recommended him for the fraternity. As you may know, there are certain prerequisites for membership." Luke was aware of the fraternity's notorious reputation, yet he had dismissed them during his university years, opting instead to wield his wealth to undermine their influence, nearly leading the institution to believe it was under siege. During his school days, Luke had garnered a reputation as a pariah among the male populace. Consequently, The initiation task assigned to him was to abduct a rather attractive female teacher from the school. Luke, however, would not grant them the opportunity. He devised a plan, informing both the principal and the teacher in advance. As Luke undertook the initiation task, the gathering of onlookers bore witness to his sinister smile. A cadre of individuals clad in dark suits and sunglasses, armed with submachine guns, swiftly ensnared them in hoods and whisked them away. These were the bodyguards Luke had summoned from his home. With the female instructor trailing behind, they were promptly escorted to the airport, ushered onto a decommissioned military transport aircraft. Each individual was then assigned a parachuting instructor. Thus, amid their heart-wrenching screams, they were unceremoniously ejected from the plane. Luke, embracing the female instructor and savoring a glass of red wine, reveled in the spectacle of their descent. In this manner, Luke successfully infiltrated the Brotherhood. The initiation requirement set forth by Old Sheen was for him to swim with Elsa in the school lake during the winter. The onlookers were eager to see the alluring Elsa don a swimsuit. It was well known that Elsa was a child raised on a ranch, possessing the fiery temperament and prowess of a cowgirl. Perhaps it was Old Sheen's cultured demeanor, coupled with the enigmatic allure of his mixed heritage, that captivated her. Thus, this renowned thorny rose of Yale was plucked by Old Sheen, inciting the ire of many. However, it must be noted that Old Sheen, being a second-generation scion of the underworld and endowed with strategic acumen from his ethnic background, deftly manipulated the crowd. His situation bore similarities to Luke's status as a male pariah at school. Yet Old Sheen was sufficiently astute. He prepared 2 sets of diving equipment for the task. Leading Elsa into the depths of the school lake on a crisp autumn night, they plunged into the water and emerged on the opposite bank, retreating to a prearranged vehicle for warmth, while the onlookers shivered in the biting wind for 3 hours. Despite this, Elsa succumbed to a cold and fever for a week thereafter. During this time, Old Sheen's meticulous care and attention ultimately won Elsa's heart. Consequently, she harbored no affection for the Brotherhood. Upon hearing Elsa's recounting, Luke felt a pang of realization that his mother had been ensnared by his father's cunning. After more than 20 years and 4 children, she remained blissfully unaware. Thus, Luke resolved to leverage this situation to extort his father. However, when he attempted to execute this plan, he was schooled by Old Sheen, who demonstrated that experience and wisdom hold significant value. Your father remains your father. Chapter 20. The emergence of the California King Elsa did not retain Luke for long. He soon departed, taking with him a bottle from the inaugural vintage of 1992 from the Airy Vineyards, valued at over $10,000, a price that continues to ascend. This vineyard was also acquired by Luke's family, which annually sells only 200 cases. Strikingly, neither Old Sheen nor Luke has an affinity for wine. Old Sheen prefers yellow rice wine and sake, while Luke favors spirits and beer. Luke was already quite impervious to intoxication, having the ability to drink any type of alcohol without succumbing to inebriation. Nonetheless, he retained a fondness for the fiery zest of spirits and the refreshing sweetness of beer, while he decidedly shunned the tartness of red wine. After securely stowing away his liquor in his luggage, he contemplated taking a leisurely stroll. Given that Elsa was nearing the end of her tasks, his presence there would be inappropriate. With an early flight scheduled for the following day, Luke decided to drive to a quaint country-style bar that he often frequented during his school days. This venue frequently hosted country bands, offering a tranquil atmosphere devoid of excessive noise. Upon entering, he found the establishment sparsely populated. Dressed in his characteristic cowboy attire, he blended seamlessly into the surroundings, avoiding the dissonance he would have felt in a lavish banquet hall. In the past, Luke often visited this bar alone to unwind, and he had never engaged in any casual encounters here, which meant that neither the bartender nor the regular patrons recognized him. He settled at a table by the stage, ordered a light meal along with 2 bottles of beer, and began to enjoy the performance of the band. The lead singer was a girl with shoulder-length hair, and the band comprised 4 members, 2 men and 2 women. Another female member began to look increasingly familiar to Luke, and it was evident that she too recognized him, as she was so startled that she missed several chords on her guitar. This brunette was one of Luke's former girlfriends. As the song concluded, she eagerly approached him and sat down. "My goodness, Luke, haven't you graduated?" With a smile, Luke handed her a bottle of beer and replied, "I've returned to take care of some matters, and I have to fly to Virginia for a training session early tomorrow morning." At that moment, the other band members joined them. "Hey, Annie, why don't you introduce us to this handsome fellow?" Luke remained polite and greeted them. "I am her ex-boyfriend. I happened to be passing through San Francisco, and thought I'd enjoy a drink. I certainly didn't expect to run into her here. He then ordered more drinks from the bartender. Annie proceeded to introduce Luke to the others. They had met during college at a football game, where Annie could be considered one of Luke's trophies. She was a cheerleader at UCLA, and Luke had led the team to victory, claiming one of the opposing team's star cheerleaders in the process. Annie, too, had her fair share of triumph, having secured a key scorer from the rival team. In the end, both parties felt they had come out ahead, deeming the encounter mutually beneficial. Annie possessed a remarkable physique, perfectly proportioned in all the right places. It was no wonder students were drawn to cheerleaders. Their agility and grace were evident, and those who had engaged with them deeply understood the advantages of such attributes. Various movements were executed with effortless finesse. Yes, I was referring to gymnastic maneuvers, you understand. Being youthful, the group quickly found themselves engrossed in conversation. However, as the house band, they could not linger for too long, as they needed to perform again. Therefore, Luke decided to wait for Annie to finish her shift. And amidst the envious gazes of her teammates, he escorted her back to the Marriott in his bulletproof Cadillac. Annie, who is graduating this year, aspires to form a band with a few friends and venture into the music scene, which is why she has come to San Francisco to test the waters. However, Luke harbors reservations about the singing abilities of these individuals, yet he refrains from voicing his concerns to Annie, demonstrating a modicum of emotional intelligence. The two former comrades reunite once more. In the early morning, Luke rises to prepare for his departure. Observing Annie, still in a stupor, he feels reluctant to leave her unattended and decides instead to gently place her in the bathtub for a warm soak. He also calls for room service to tidy up the bedroom. Once he has taken care of these tasks, Luke returns to the bathroom, finding that Annie has calmed down. After drying her off, he carries her back to bed. Luke himself indulges in a refreshing shower before leaving behind a note and a stack of cash for Annie to use for settling her hotel bill. He then sets off. Invigorated, driving to the airport. After parking the Cadillac, he knows that someone from Elsa's company will come to retrieve it. With only a backpack and a travel bag in tow, he boards the earliest flight to Washington, D.C. The early morning flight is surprisingly empty, particularly since it is a Sunday. Luke boards the plane early, enjoying the privilege of the aisle. As he settles into his seat, which is originally by the window, he opts for the aisle seat instead, as the row holds only 2 seats, and he prefers not to feel confined. Soon, a handful of passengers begin to board. First, a young man with a shaved head and facial stubble takes the seat across the aisle from Luke. Shortly after, a stunning Indian woman approaches Luke. She glances at her ticket and then at Luke's seat number, frowning as she says, "Sir, you are in my seat." Luke immediately flashes a charming smile and produces his boarding pass, replying, "I apologize, miss, my seat is further inside. Given my height, sitting in there may be a bit uncomfortable. Would you mind if we swapped seats?" That irresistible charm momentarily distracts the young woman, and she nods, offering Luke a smile in return. Luke rises to relinquish his seat. Curiously, despite numerous vacant seats on the plane, these 3 find themselves seated together. Luke takes the initiative to break the silence, introducing himself to the young woman. "I am Luke, traveling to Washington to visit family. I'm Alex, a doctor with Doctors Without Borders, connecting through Washington." Their conversation is abruptly interjected by the young man with the shaved head, who interjects, "I'm Ryan. Just returned from service in Manila." Luke and Alex exchange glances before resuming their dialogue. Their conversation flows effortlessly, and with Luke's wealth of knowledge, they could converse for hours. However, Ryan, the soldier, frequently interjects his remarks. Yet, Luke and Alex remain predominantly focused on one another, offering only perfunctory responses to Ryan's interjections. The fellow initially managed to interject a few words, but upon realizing that neither of the two seemed inclined to engage with him, he ceased his attempts and focused intently on the lively conversation between Luke and the other individual. Upon disembarking the aircraft, Luke promptly retrieved the vehicle that had been sent to his residence in advance from the airport parking lot. This time, Luke opted for a more understated choice, selecting an ordinary gray Dodge Ram pickup, albeit still in its armored version. Alex accompanied Luke as well. Once inside the vehicle, Alex eagerly threw herself into Luke's embrace. "Patience, my dear, we must find a suitable location to truly indulge," he remarked. Although Alex felt a sense of urgency, she gazed at Luke with tender eyes and inquired, "Isn't here sufficient? I find myself rather impatient." Luke flashed a charmingly mischievous smile and replied, "In a moment, you shall understand why we cannot indulge here. I, Luke, the California King, have arrived." Chapter 21. Enrollment. With Alex's exclamation of surprise, Luke pressed the accelerator, launching the Dodge Ram into motion. The 6.4-liter supercharged engine roared with defiance. "You may be the king of cannons, but don't get too high and mighty in my vehicle." Of course, Luke was oblivious to the unspoken sentiments of the Ram. An hour later, in Washington, D.C., at the Marriott Hotel, Luke placed a gentle kiss on Alex's forehead as she lounged in the bathtub, departing from the hotel amidst her wistful gaze. He drove to an upscale neighborhood in Washington, glanced at the house number, and parked the car. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed several pairs of eyes upon him. Luke carried only a bottle of wine, devoid of packaging, simply nestled in a brown paper bag. Having made a prior phone call, he soon noticed that the gazes he had felt earlier had receded. Standing at the entrance was none other than the esteemed Jack Doherty, a senior of Luke's father and the current Attorney General. At first glance, Luke perceived Doherty as akin to a university professor, slightly built, tall, and bespectacled. However, he exuded an agreeable aura. After a brief embrace, the two entered the villa. The residence was modest in size, adorned with elegant decor, and the books scattered throughout the rooms were organized yet inviting. "Uncle Doherty, this is a gift from my father," Luke stated, producing the exquisite bottle of wine from the paper bag. Without even a glance, Doherty passed it to his assistant or secretary-like figure. Luke sensed that there were at least 6 other individuals present in the room. Although Luke's purpose was merely to make an appearance, Doherty engaged him in a warm conversation. Particularly memorable was his remark, "Your mother, Elsa, must have had her share of negative things to say about me, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Luke's spirits invigorated, and he seamlessly transitioned into his role as the illustrious actor, Sheen. "You know my mother?" he queried, feigning ignorance. "She has never mentioned you." Luke possessed both intelligence and emotional acumen, making it implausible for him to be unaware of Elsa's disdain for Doherty. Therefore, fabricating a narrative in which Elsa extols Doherty would be disingenuous. It is far more authentic to omit any mention of him. The old man chuckled softly and led the way. He then proceeded to enlighten Luke about various considerations and training programs at the academy. Doherty elaborated in great detail on each significant training initiative, providing Luke with a comprehensive overview. Although this elder had only recently assumed his position, it was evident that he possessed considerable expertise, as he was well-versed in the training content for the students. It was no wonder he had achieved the role of Minister of Justice. Such diligence is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Furthermore, his ability to articulate these details suggested that his connections and the influence of his esteemed predecessor played a pivotal role. Seizing the moment, Luke responded earnestly, "Uncle Doherty, your guidance is invaluable to me. From this day forth, I shall consider myself your pupil and seek your counsel on various legal matters. I hope you will not find me burdensome." Doherty, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Long before you were born, I had hoped to be your godfather. However, Elsa was opposed to it, and your family, the Cheens, does not practice any faith, so the matter was left unresolved." Luke, smiling broadly, responded, "Though you may not have become my godfather, being a teacher is just as significant. We Chinese have a saying, once a teacher, always a father. It implies that a good teacher is akin to a father, an influential figure in a child's life." This exchange elicited hearty laughter from Doherty, who affectionately patted Luke on the shoulder. "What a fine young man. Dedicate yourself to your studies, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will have my assistant exchange contact information with you shortly." With a serious demeanor, Luke assured him, "Rest assured, Teacher Doherty, I will overcome any challenges and will not cause you any inconvenience. My excellence is something I must demonstrate through my own efforts." Doherty cast a meaningful glance at Luke and advised, "Confidence is commendable, but it is imperative that you communicate with me promptly. Some matters may seem trivial, yet they can involve high-stakes maneuvering that may overwhelm you." Luke nodded thoughtfully, understanding the importance of adapting to guidance, at least on the surface. Doherty continued, "Some pawns can be sacrificed. Do not worry, you will not be among them, I assure you." While Luke outwardly expressed gratitude, internally he remained skeptical, aware that a politician's words should be taken with caution. However, given Doherty's relationship with the Cheen family, it was likely he would not abandon his own interests unless the stakes were extraordinarily high, as the repercussions would be severe. After departing from Doherty's residence, Luke drove away from Washington, D.C., heading southward over 100 kilometers towards the Quantico military base. Concurrently, Alex, trembling with anxiety, exited the hotel. "Damn that look. Yet it feels exhilarating, he muttered, as he climbed into his rented vehicle, also making his way to Quantico. Luke had long been aware that Alex was among the trainees heading to the same base. Upon discovering the admission notice nestled within Alex's luggage, an essential document for every student upon registration, Luke recognized that Alex had clearly concealed her origins. In stark contrast to his own transparency, he spoke nothing but the truth, albeit with scant information. Indeed, he was a cowboy from Montana, as his new records indicated. Visiting an elder was no issue. He had indeed paid a visit to the new instructor, Doherty. His attendance at a government training program was also truthful. For it was indeed a government agency, and agent training was still training. After parking his vehicle in front of the training headquarters, Luke proceeded into the building. Following registration, he was directed to the multimedia classroom. Arriving early, he found that the classroom was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals scattered about. He settled into a corner, observing that merely a dozen or so students occupied the expansive space. Before long, a spirited young man took a seat beside him. With a friendly demeanor, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Brian O'Connor from Los Angeles." Luke reciprocated the handshake with a smile, introducing himself as Luke Dalton, the cowboy from Montana. Seizing the opportunity while the room was still filling up, they struck up a conversation, with Brian doing most of the talking and Luke listening. Luke found this lively young man quite amusing. At the very least, he did not find him disagreeable. It was evident that Brian possessed a certain innocence, notably more so than Ryan, the bald-headed fellow from the plane. As more students arrived, Alex eventually entered the room. Scanning the surroundings, she spotted Luke, her expression a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. However, Luke remained focused on Principal Miranda, who was addressing the assembly regarding the training academy's particulars. In truth, Luke had noticed her earlier, as well as Ryan, whom he suspected had an interest in Alex. Yet, on the plane, Ryan had paled in comparison to Luke's presence. Chapter 22. The spirited young man. Once everyone had assembled, the ceremony commenced with an oath-taking segment, a formality of the professional institution, wherein all pledged allegiance to the Constitution and the nation. Following this, Principal Miranda delivered her opening address. Luke deemed her speech rather conventional, yet it resonated significantly with the 50 or so students present. Most of those in attendance were recent college graduates, their eyes betraying a clear, albeit naive enthusiasm. Particularly, the spirited young man Brian exuded an air of vivacity. The classroom boasted several attractive women, yet Luke's gaze consistently gravitated towards Alex. Despite having had numerous ex-girlfriends, he was discerning in his affections. A man of his caliber had standards. Undeniably, Alex stood out as the belle of the class, although there was also a striking blonde, albeit too slender for Luke's personal taste. Following Miranda's address, Instructor Liam O'Connor took the floor to enlighten the class on various protocols, distribute equipment, and introduce the facilities of the teaching building. Although he is referred to as an instructor, he essentially assumes the role of a homeroom teacher. Each subject is overseen by an instructor, whose primary responsibilities resemble those of a university counselor. At this juncture, the students typically begin to familiarize themselves with classmates they find congenial. They received a uniform comprising a gray-blue shirt, yellow trousers, a holster, a notebook, and other items, excluding footwear. Additionally, they were issued student identification cards and training model firearms. Upon inspecting his model, Luke was taken aback by its striking resemblance to his own 917, both in appearance and weight. However, it lacked a firing mechanism, and the grip was a conspicuous bright red. Luke could not recall his company producing such a model, and upon closer examination, he realized it was a replica crafted by the federal agency. Just as he was contemplating a potential lawsuit for infringement, Brian approached him. The accommodations consisted of double occupancy rooms, and it was evident that Brian sought to team up with Luke. Luke harbored no objections, as he did not dislike Brian. Having an energetic companion certainly added a touch of enjoyment to the otherwise monotonous academic life. Brian was particularly pleased to discover that the dormitory was co-ed. However, this did not imply that males and females could share the same room. Rather, it meant that girls resided with girls and boys with boys. At that time, the United States had not yet embraced a multitude of gender identities, making such distinctions quite necessary. Furthermore, romantic relationships among students at the Federal Bureau of Investigation Training Academy were officially prohibited. Nevertheless, this rule was largely ignored, and the institution seldom enforced it. After all, they were all spirited young individuals, and it was not uncommon for emotions to run high, given the intense and tedious nature of their training. A little reprieve was beneficial for emotional stability, and the academy could not impose overly stringent restrictions. Having tidied his room, Luke stepped outside and encountered Alex. The corridor was narrow, leaving no room for pretense. Luke took the initiative and remarked, "Agent, it seems you have fully embraced your role since receiving the notification." This was clearly a reference to the feigned stories Alex had shared earlier. Alex, unfazed, bore an expression that suggested a belief that as long as she felt no embarrassment, any awkwardness was the concern of others. She replied, "You nearly made me late. We were in the same bed 6 hours ago, so the rest is inconsequential." Isn't it? By this time, several students had emerged into the corridor, and upon witnessing the overt display of affection, they hastily retreated. Luke shrugged and departed the dormitory area. Once congregated downstairs, their homeroom instructor, Liam, presented the first assignment. Before him lay a table adorned with the files of all the students. These documents contained the information reviewed during their application process. Notably, one section had been altered. While the CIA gathers intelligence, our focus is on investigation. The nuances contained in the intelligence are paramount, as they will aid us in identifying criminals, terrorists, and potential bomb locations, serving a crucial role in our endeavors. Now, in pairs, you are to select your training partners and identify the missing elements within 24 hours. The one who fails will be eliminated. After explaining the task, Liam spread his hands and said, "I wish you all success," before stepping aside. Luke had already set his sights on Alex's profile, and before Ryan managed to obtain her file, Brian, quick on the uptake, snatched Luke's profile and cast a triumphant glance at him, only to have it swiftly taken by the even swifter Alex. Luke could only shrug at Brian. Brian's expression froze, having been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, clearly in a foul mood. However, when classes commenced early the following day, everyone soon realized there was hardly any time to investigate their partners. All courses proceeded as scheduled. While Luke had already discerned several secrets that Alex was concealing, and not just one, after much contemplation, Luke decided to focus on a rather inconspicuous detail as a means of evasion. Being well-versed in human nature, Luke understood that everyone harbors secrets. When these secrets are unveiled, it can lead to social demise, awkwardness, or even genuine peril. It seemed this challenge would certainly be an unpleasant one, destined to result in someone's elimination. Though his own file had been altered, during conversations with Alex, Luke inadvertently revealed ample information. This was sufficient for Alex to identify the discrepancies in her profile, thereby allowing her to pass the challenge. Luke initially intended to caution his classmates against delving too deeply into other secrets, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Reflecting on the training content that Doherty had discussed, Luke realized it was entirely at the level of high school difficulty for him. As for practical application, it was even less worth mentioning, so Luke resolved to keep a low profile, maintaining a position comfortably within the upper echelon. Yet this predicament weighed heavily on the spirited Brian. Many of the required drills were conducted between students sharing the same dormitory. At the outset, Brian remarked to Luke, "Luke, I've fought on the streets. No one dares to challenge me at school, so be cautious." Luke was quite pleased with the mix of clarity and foolishness in his gaze. With a smile, he turned one hand behind his back and extended the other, playfully beckoning him forth with a flourish reminiscent of IP Man seeing Luke's audacious display. Brian felt a surge of blood rush to his head and, with newfound seriousness, unleashed his full force upon Luke. "You can't act tough against me. I, Brian, am destined to be the most handsome man in class." The spirited Brian erupted, channeling his pent-up frustration. His expression contorted with intensity as he charged forward. Oh, dear God. He fell. He rose again. Goodness, he collapsed once more. He did not get back up. Indeed, Luke had played the role to perfection. While everyone else was engaged in their respective duels, the commotion from Brian's corner was too pronounced, and Luke's showmanship had left Brian incapacitated. Everyone ceased their actions, turning their gaze towards Luke and Brian. Luke extended his hand, attempting to lift Brian up, yet Brian stubbornly refused. "No, I shall not rise unless you teach me." Faced with such obstinacy from Brian, Luke could only sigh and reluctantly nod, saying, "Very well, as long as you do not cry." Brian slapped Luke's outstretched hand and grasped it eagerly, exclaiming, "You must not keep it to yourself." Luke replied, "I have been practicing since I was 6. You still have a long journey ahead." At that moment, some onlookers could no longer bear it. Chapter 23. The display of bravado in this class. Luke was not the strongest, yet his physique was undeniably perfect. Consequently, several classmates, confident in their combat experience, sought to challenge him. In Western culture, subtlety is often disregarded. When it is time to showcase one's prowess, one does so unabashedly. Particularly among students, such displays are believed to attract the opposite sex and are regarded as quite cool. Luke resolved to impart a lesson to those eager to show off. A robust African-American student stepped forward to confront Luke, smiling as he said, "I wish to spar with you. I hope you take it seriously." His intent was clear. Luke should engage fully rather than feign superiority with one hand behind his back. However, Luke did not relent, extending one hand regardless. The student immediately adopted a serious demeanor, cautiously approaching Luke with a right hook. For an average individual, facing such a powerful puncher would be daunting, given his above-average strength and speed. Yet, to Luke, numerous flaws were apparent. With a deft sidestep, a swift grab, a deft pull, and a trip, Luke executed 4 seamless maneuvers, sending his opponent sprawling. The onlookers were rendered speechless, thinking, is this display of bravado never-ending? The student, believing Luke was merely toying with him, attempted to strike again just as Instructor O'Connor arrived. "Hey, you are here to train, not to spectate." At this, the crowd dispersed, revealing the restrained African-American student and the still ostentatious Luke. Instructor O'Connor stepped into the center of the gathering and inquired, "What transpired here?" Luke shrugged and replied, "Just a normal sparring session, though I may have been a tad more skilled, which has left some feeling discontent." This remark elicited eye rolls from the other students, incredulous that he continued his bravado. However, as O'Connor did not observe any injuries, he instructed everyone to resume training and called Luke aside. "Listen, Luke. I do not care what experiences you have had, but here, you must adhere to the rules. I do not wish to have a repeat of this, understood?" Luke could only nod, responding, "Understood, Instructor O'Connor." This minor incident soon faded from memory, yet Luke's cheerful disposition endeared him to his fellow students. He engaged in conversation with anyone, always smiling and answering questions with enthusiasm. The final African-American trainee, under Brian's explanation, also extended an apology to Luke. When it came time for the handgun shooting training, Luke ceased his pretentious demeanor. Such behavior is tolerable only once. Too much of it becomes truly irksome. Nevertheless, during the handgun training, even with a lenient approach, Luke still secured the top score. Over the course of half a day, everyone recognized that this cowboy from Montana was indeed a skilled marksman. After the course concluded, 2 trainees engaged in a dispute. However, Luke paid little heed to it. After all, when certain secrets are unveiled, such disagreements are bound to arise. The arrogant blonde, however, was not someone Luke regarded highly. He appeared to be a mere novice, freshly graduated and lacking the hard lessons of life. Luke approached another trainee and remarked, "Everyone harbors secrets. I believe you must confront yours with courage. For only then can you become a competent agent." The other trainee offered Luke a strained smile and gratitude. Luke chose not to elaborate further, as such matters ultimately depend on one's ability to overcome personal hurdles. With that statement, Luke felt he had fulfilled his duty adequately. Alex, positioned behind Luke, also encouraged the same student, while several others extended gestures of goodwill and comfort. Finally, it was time for the interrogation. Instructor O'Connor had even set up a dedicated interrogation room. The subject of interrogation was required to wear a lie detector, while other trainees observed the questioning process from a multimedia classroom. Many trainees were confronted with awkward and mortifying questions, even delving into their innermost secrets. Some managed to pass through unscathed. When it was Luke and Alex's turn, Luke requested Alex to question him first. Luke answered Alex's inquiries with impeccable precision. Ultimately, Alex merely identified a discrepancy in their conversation aboard the plane. "You weren't the quarterback on the college football team." Luke chuckled and replied, "Congratulations, you are correct." When it was Luke's turn to interrogate Alex, he sought to gain a comprehensive understanding of her past. Though Alex told a few fibs, Luke remained unfazed. As these were not particularly private matters, their exchange felt more like a friendly chat, even bordering on flirtation. Just as it seemed the atmosphere might turn overly sentimental, Luke deftly redirected the conversation. "You deceived your mother, telling her you were pursuing further studies, when in fact, you came for training. Your mother remains oblivious to the truth." Alex candidly acknowledged this. After their interrogation concluded, the next pair to be questioned was the duo that had argued earlier that afternoon. The earnest male trainee entered the room, locked the door, and barricaded it with a cabinet. He then turned around, drew his gun, and shot the recorder, pointing the weapon at his partner, who had failed to surrender his real firearm after the shooting class. At this moment, the arrogant blonde was finally thrown into a state of panic. Instructor O'Connor and all the trainees witnessed this unfolding scene. The instructor hurriedly rushed to the door. Yet the confrontation between the two individuals continued to unfold on the large screen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Luke followed Instructor O'Connor to the door, who was in a state of distress, but the door was firmly blocked. At that moment, Luke pushed O'Connor aside, declaring, "Step aside." He then forcefully kicked the door open. Upon hearing the loud crash, the armed trainee did not turn to face Luke. Instead, he aimed the gun at his own head, contemplating suicide. However, Luke acted more swiftly, striking his arm just before he could pull the trigger. The gun fired, yet fortunately, no one was injured. Luke seized the firearm but did not restrain the trainee, who, having failed in his attempt to take his own life, clearly surrendered. At this juncture, O'Connor rushed in and tackled him, while his partner, the blonde trainee, lay limp on the floor. This incident was undeniably serious, given that someone had been injured. The situation had thoroughly terrified the blonde trainee, Haas. The assailant, Eric, was subsequently detained. That evening, Haas sat glumly by the poolside, comforted by Simon, the bespectacled boy, and Shelby, the slender blonde class beauty. Luke decided to check on him, recognizing the importance of maintaining connections with his classmates. After Simon and Shelby had offered their words of consolation, Luke entered the scene, surprising the trio. They had assumed that Luke's approachable demeanor was merely a facade, believing that those with true prowess often maintained a more aloof disposition, hence the limited interaction with him. Luke approached Haas directly and stated, "Everyone harbors secrets. This is a hurdle that can only be overcome with the courage to confront it. I had advised Eric, but it is evident that he faltered. This incident serves as a lesson for you. I hope you can mature swiftly." As he was about to leave, Luke added, "You are not fighting to prove anything to anyone. You fight for yourself. Your family is not a hindrance but your support. There is nothing wrong with that." It remained unclear whether Haas absorbed Luke's words, but he departed nonetheless, leaving the significance open to personal interpretation. Nevertheless, Luke's remarks garnered newfound respect from Simon and Shelby, further deepening their perception of him as a formidable individual. Chapter 24, Confrontation. The following day, a meeting was convened for all. Principal Miranda expressed her profound concerns while reminding the remaining trainees to bravely face themselves. Unsurprisingly, the trainee who had fired the weapon, Eric, was expelled and potentially faced charges of intentional injury, having shot the assistant instructor. After being called away by Principal Miranda, Haas did not return to class, as their dormitory had been cleared. However, Luke was confident that Haas would be all right, given his family's connections. It was likely he would be reassigned to another department for further training. Subsequently, tranquility returned. Training and classes continued as usual, and despite Luke's modest demeanor, he remained the most striking figure among the crowd. However, Luke noticed something peculiar. An Arab female student in his class seemed to have transformed. After observing her discreetly for some time, Luke concluded that this student was not the same person as the one from the previous day. Upon reflection, he surmised that they must be twins, and the school had likely arranged for this situation intentionally. The bespectacled Simon appeared to have developed an interest in the female student. Yet with 5 months of shared living and studying ahead, their secret would undoubtedly be uncovered. Thus, Luke resolved to offer a discreet warning. On his way to class, Luke stealthily approached the Arab student, Neelma, and softly remarked, "If you wish to keep your twin identity concealed, it would be wise to limit your interactions with others. However, I suspect this might be detrimental to your academic pursuits. I suggest discussing it with Principal Miranda." As Neelma looked at Luke in astonishment, he gracefully accelerated away. This revelation shocked Neelma, but at that moment, she was not Neelma. She was her twin sister, Amina. Forgetting about class, she hurried to find Miranda. Upon hearing Amina's account, Miranda was equally astonished. After a lengthy contemplation, she summoned Neelma. However, the sisters were baffled as to how their secret had been exposed and whether Luke had divulged any information. Ultimately, Miranda called for Luke. Anticipating the summons, Luke confidently expressed his observations, stating, "The two of them exhibit distinct expressions and habits. My keen observation merely allowed me to discern the difference." At that moment, Instructor O'Connor entered Miranda's office and overheard Luke's statement. He skeptically inquired, "Why is it that only you noticed this, while others did not?" Luke shrugged and replied with a smile, "You see, I am a cowboy. I can distinguish between two seemingly identical cattle among thousands. This is a skill I have honed since childhood. Luke's response was both reasonable and astonishing to those present, prompting them to question how an American cowboy had become so astute. In the end, Miranda instructed Luke to keep the matter confidential, assuring him that she would disclose it at an appropriate time. Understanding the higher-ups' intentions, Luke suggested, if you wish to train them effectively within 5 months, they must undergo training simultaneously. Miranda indicated she would consider his advice and subsequently dismissed him. As for how they would proceed with their investigations into Luke, he chose not to concern himself. He continued training, flirting with Alex, and playfully engaging with the spirited Brian during the first month of adaptation training, which was entirely enclosed, resembling a boot camp. Luke noticed that instructor Liam O'Connor was always particularly focused on him, frequently nitpicking his training. Consequently, Luke privately approached O'Connor and stated solemnly, "Instructor O'Connor, I am at a loss as to how I may have offended you to warrant such scrutiny. Please, speak plainly without any pretense of concern for my potential. We are all adults here, so let us be direct." O'Connor, taken aback by Luke's forthrightness, paused for a moment before responding with a smile, "You are mistaken. I merely wish to ascertain the limits of your capabilities." Perceiving O'Connor's reluctance to elaborate, Luke decided against prolonging the conversation. "Instructor O'Connor, I harbor no desire for conflict. I simply wish to complete this training successfully. Should you wish to persist in troubling me, I suggest you confer with Principal Miranda before proceeding." With that, Luke turned on his heel and departed, leaving O'Connor with a brooding expression. Subsequently, O'Connor did indeed seek out Principal Miranda. However, Miranda was unaware of Luke's true identity. She only knew that Luke's letter of recommendation had been delivered by an aide to the Attorney General. Aware of this connection, Miranda recognized that Luke possessed a certain stature, albeit uncertain of its magnitude, and concluded that he was not someone she could afford to offend. Consequently, she candidly informed O'Connor of this fact and issued a warning. In the following days, Luke observed that while O'Connor had somewhat tempered his critical behavior towards him, he remained vigilant in his attention. Furthermore, Luke noted O'Connor's keen interest in Alex, who had engaged in several private conversations with Ryan, the scruffy fellow who often approached her. Luke shared this revelation with Alex, who deliberated for some time before confiding in him. It turned out that after the death of her father, Alex had discovered her father's credentials as a federal agent and had commissioned O'Connor to investigate her father's files. Watching her wrestle with her emotions, Luke surmised part of the truth and, after a moment's contemplation, posed the question, "The person who shot your father was not your mother, but rather you, correct?" Alex gazed at Luke, momentarily speechless, her eyes reflecting a tumult of confusion, shock, embarrassment, and guilt. At that moment, Luke chose not to press further. Her expression had already provided him with an answer. The truth, at this juncture, was secondary. What mattered was the warmth of a comforting embrace. That evening, the two came perilously close to crossing a line, yet managed to exercise restraint. The bond between Luke and Alex stirred envy within Brian. However, Luke soon discerned that Brian was, in fact, a naive young man. That evening, Luke took it upon himself to impart various techniques to Brian, leaving him utterly astounded. While discussing the nuances of courtship, Luke realized that despite having shared insights over several evenings, mere words could only scratch the surface of real-world experience. Nevertheless, this did not deter Brian from idolizing Luke as a master. With newfound enthusiasm, Brian eagerly set out to select a target among the other trainees. As Luke's relationship with Alex began to blossom, O'Connor once again turned his attention towards him. It felt as though Luke had somehow offended O'Connor's daughter, provoking a palpable sense of hostility from the proverbial father-in-law. Ultimately, Luke could no longer contain himself and erupted on the day of the initial assessment. Early that morning, the entire class was set to participate in the first phase of physical training and shooting evaluations. After O'Connor had outlined the assessment details, Luke rose to his feet. In front of all the instructors and fellow trainees, he addressed O'Connor. "Instructor O'Connor, I am uncertain as to how you intend to target me further. I propose that today's evaluation serves as the benchmark. Should I fail to surpass everyone comprehensively, I shall withdraw. However, if I emerge victorious, I ask that you cease your antagonism towards me." Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, O'Connor calmly replied, "That is your assertion." Chapter 25. Raised the stakes upon O'Connor accepting the wager. A different murmur arose from among the trainees. "Miranda, when did you recruit such formidable students?" As the crowd turned, they discovered Principal Miranda accompanied by several uniformed military personnel, observing the unfolding drama. The speaker was a man clad in Army combat attire, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Beside him stood a robust individual in Marine Corps gear, while a black officer donned a blue uniform indicative of the Air Force. Completing this assembly was a gentleman in pristine white naval attire, albeit regrettably bald, which detracted from the elegance of his uniform. Upon seeing the newcomers, O'Connor could not suppress a grin as he remarked, "Today coincidentally marks the day of the Quantico Recruits Assessment. Not just for our academy, but also for the Marine Corps recruits and trainees from other institutions." Witnessing O'Connor's barely contained amusement, concern swept over the onlookers for Luke. Though they were all novices, the standards they faced were akin to those of federal agents rather than the rigorous challenges posed by military recruits. It was important to note that Quantico Military Base served as a hub for the Marine Corps, hosting not only the Marines in the FBI Training Academy but also institutions like SHIELD Academy, Marine Corps University, and the Criminal Investigation Divisions of the Navy and Air Force. Yet, the primary combat strength remained firmly with the Marines. Luke, observing O'Connor's smug demeanor, felt no trepidation. Rather, he was intrigued by the presence of the military personnel. These individuals essentially represented 4 of the 5 major military branches of the United States, leaving only the National Guard unaccounted for, which fell under state jurisdiction. Nevertheless, the federal oversight encompassed these 4 branches. Miranda proceeded to introduce several of the officers who were present to observe the assessment. Although the reason for their attendance remained unclear, the officer in Army fatigues, holding a cigar, was the highest-ranking individual present, Major Hannibal from the 75th Ranger Regiment. Flanking him was the formidable Lieutenant Castor from the Marine Corps Armed Reconnaissance Training Camp. The African-American officer is Captain Rhodes from the Air Force Special Operations Command, while the Navy representative is Captain Waters from the SEALs. After Miranda introduced these officers, Luke understood their intent: recruitment. No wonder Captain Castor from the Marine Corps appeared so disheartened. The 4th-class recruits hold little prestige within the military hierarchy. However, this situation played to Luke's advantage. He was brimming with confidence and eagerly awaited O'Connor's impending disappointment. Thus, all the trainees and instructors boarded 2 large buses, heading towards the Marine Corps training base. The base was not far from the Joint Training Academy, merely a short ride of a few minutes. It was significantly larger than the academy, bustling with many new recruits preparing for assessments. The evaluation criteria were uniform: physical fitness and marksmanship. The physical fitness test included a 500-yard swim, sit-ups within 2 minutes, push-ups, pull-ups, and a 15-mile run. The marksmanship assessment comprised 10-meter pistol shooting, 100-meter prone rifle shooting, and 200-meter prone sniper shooting. Luke's proposed assessment was not designed for simultaneous execution by all participants. However, the Marine Corps had already selected a group of top performers from their training. The recruits from the Joint Training Academy and several other units were also required to identify their elite candidates for participation. O'Connor similarly selected a few outstanding trainees. At that moment, Luke noticed several individuals in black suits approaching Miranda. The leader among them was none other than Agent Coulson from SHIELD. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps they were still hopeful, but Luke remained unfazed. The elite participants for the assessment had gathered, numbering around 40, the majority of whom were Marines. After Lieutenant Frank outlined the assessment content and scoring criteria, Luke raised an objection. Stepping out from the crowd, he approached Lieutenant Frank and stated, "We are all elites here. I believe a standard assessment holds little significance for us. Instead, let us elevate the challenge." As the audience registered their confusion, Luke continued, "According to regular standards, there are rest periods between assessments. I propose we eliminate these breaks and integrate the marksmanship test within the physical fitness assessment, as this would be more reflective of real combat conditions, would it not?" Upon finishing his proposal, he turned to Lieutenant Frank, who had maintained a stern demeanor throughout, as though everyone owed him a substantial debt. After a moment of contemplation, Frank conceded to Luke's request. It must be said that Lieutenant Frank was indeed formidable. Not only did he agree to Luke's proposal, but he also increased the difficulty. The new requirements included 100 sit-ups, a 25-meter shuttle run, followed by 100 push-ups and a 100-meter sprint, 20 pull-ups, a 100-meter sprint, and 10-meter pistol target shooting, followed by the assembly of a 917 pistol with 10 rounds. Then, a 400-meter sprint leads into a 500-yard swim. Subsequently, there is another 400-meter run to the shooting range. where one must assemble a 16 rifle and engage in a 100-meter target shooting, standing position, with 30 rounds. Afterward, bearing a 20-kilogram load, one must run 15 miles directly to the range, assemble a 40 sniper rifle, and engage in a prone shooting at a distance of 400 meters, with 10 rounds. Upon the announcement of this rigorous assessment, everyone's expression shifted, except for Luke S. The physical fitness test appeared manageable for these elite individuals. However, the true challenge lay in the shooting assessment following strenuous exercise. Particularly daunting was the last task, where assembling a 40 sniper rifle was deemed simpler than assembling a 16 rifle, but the crux of the matter lay in the zeroing and calibration of the scope. The precision required for a sniper rifle renders the proper calibration of the sight crucial for accurate shooting. This assessment, however, afforded no opportunity or time for calibration. Yet, Luke was undaunted. He could achieve accurate hits within the 10-ring area of a torso target at distances exceeding 800 meters using a reflex sight. With a sigh, Luke mused that he could no longer remain low-key. He was destined to be the most radiant among the crowd. Captain Frank, despite his stern demeanor, granted everyone 20 minutes for preparation, a duration he utilized for site planning and logistical arrangements. Once everyone was lined up, Captain Frank reiterated the competition route. Each segment had at least 6 examiners recording scores, and the entire process was documented to deter cheating or disputes regarding results. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Captain Frank drew his pistol, fired a shot into the air, and shouted, "Begin." While everyone stood bewildered, Luke had already reclined on the ground, commencing his sit-ups. Given that his routine training involved someone pressing down on his legs, Luke felt no need for assistance. As the assessment began, Captain Frank swiftly established the stakes. Performing sit-ups without leg pressure significantly increased the difficulty. Chapter 26. Bold Theft. As everyone remained momentarily stunned, Luke exhibited no hesitation, swiftly lying down to commence his sit-ups. His speed was remarkable, a testament to his enduring discipline. Typically, new recruits are graded in 3 tiers: satisfactory, excellent, and exceptional, each divided into upper, middle, and lower categories. Completing 100 sit-ups or push-ups within 2 minutes qualifies as the highest exceptional standard. Captain Frank held all candidates to this utmost criterion. Luke managed to complete 100 sit-ups in 1 minute and 51 seconds, followed by a return run, finishing 100 push-ups in 1 minute and 49 seconds. At that moment, the slowest participant had only just begun their push-ups, having taken 26 seconds for the 20 pull-ups, having left the second-place competitor far behind. Captain Frank's expression remained grim. However, the countenances of the other officers brightened considerably. Miranda's lips curled into a smile, one that was notably pronounced, and the observing trainees began to cheer for their fellow comrades. Luke approached the shooting range, and to the astonishment of the evaluators, he assembled the 917 pistol in a mere 7.83 seconds. Amused by their bewildered expressions, Luke chuckled inwardly. Knowing that each component of the firearm was of his own design, no one could surpass his speed. With 10 rounds of ammunition, Luke did not even take time to aim. He simply raised his hand and fired, each shot following the last. When the results were revealed, the crowd was left in sheer disbelief. The grouping of 10 bullets on the target did not exceed 3 centimeters. To put it into perspective, hitting a human heart from 10 meters away with 10 rounds, each shot finding its mark, was a remarkable feat. The evaluators had witnessed skilled marksmanship before, but never from a novice. As the competition had not yet reached the halfway mark, Luke's performance already rivaled that of elite soldiers. The officers ceased their whispers, intently watching Luke as he prepared for the next event. Following the 400-meter run was a 500-yard swim. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, Luke surveyed his surroundings, removed his shoes, and plunged into the water, beginning his swim with determination. It was evident that Captain Frank had set a trap. He had not provided swimwear. Swimming in clothing creates significant resistance in the water, and the added weight from the absorbed water greatly increases physical exertion. Nevertheless, Luke astonished everyone once again. Typically, the best times for this event hover just over 8 minutes, with 9 minutes being the benchmark. Yet, Luke completed it in a mere 7.5 minutes. After donning his shoes, Luke sprinted towards the shooting range. The rifle segment posed no challenge for him. The M16 series rifle, developed from the M15, is regarded as America's standard infantry rifle. The improved models currently in military service boast excellent quality and remarkable shooting precision, effortlessly achieving accuracy at distances of 100 and even 400 meters. Luke finished this segment with a flawless score of 30 rounds, with a bullet dispersion of approximately 6 centimeters, slightly over 2 inches. Arriving at the training field, Luke donned a 20-kilogram backpack and commenced a 15-mile run. In fact, the weight was even greater than 20 kilograms. The waterlogged clothing he wore from the pool added another 3 kilograms. Although Luke felt physically unburdened, he feigned an appearance of struggle. Yet, in the final phase of the assessment, he remained far ahead of the competition. The first tier, from second place to the several others, was still grappling in the pool. This segment was conducted unencumbered, without any additional weight, and an outstanding performance was deemed to be under 9 minutes. Luke completed the task in approximately 7.5 minutes, seemingly unaffected by the weight he bore. At this juncture, the cheers from the spectators diminished significantly, as their attention was captivated solely by Luke, causing them to forget their own comrades. The expressions of several officers turned serious, exchanging furtive glances as if to guard against an unseen threat. Instructor O'Connor's countenance grew increasingly grim, and even Miranda no longer wore a smile. Luke's triumph in securing first place was beyond doubt, even if he were to score 0 in the final shooting round. Yet, was that even conceivable? Adjusting his scope, Luke calibrated it according to the parameters provided by the on-site instructors, considering factors such as wind velocity, direction, temperature, and humidity, making slight adjustments. His first trial shot yielded an 8-ring score. Luke recalibrated, and with the remaining 9 shots, he hit the 10 ring with each one, maintaining a bullet dispersion of less than 9 centimeters. Ultimately, Luke completed the entire event in 22 minutes and 25 seconds, although he had never undergone such a test before. Observing the second-place contender, who had only just begun a 15-mile run, it was evident that Luke had at least a 10-minute lead over his rivals. As expected, the second-place finisher clocked in at 33 minutes and 11 seconds. Upon concluding the test, Luke was met with a rousing reception from his classmates. Before the celebration could fully unfold, Major Hannibal interjected, "Young man, congratulations on your victory. Are you interested in joining the Rangers? It's the most elite unit in the Army." Captain Rhodes swiftly followed suit, grinning as he proclaimed, "Our Air Force offers quite generous benefits. The 724th Special Operations Squadron welcomes you." Even Captain Waters of the Navy, who had previously been dismissive, forced a grin as he said, "Join the Navy SEALs. We are the finest special forces in the world." As the surrounding classmates gaped at this astonishing scene, the frustrated voice of Captain Frank echoed from a distance. "Damn it. We agreed to invite him for fair competition. Yet you all abandoned me." Tasked with overseeing the assessment, he was unable to ignore the sight of his colleagues breaking their word to approach Luke, disregarding the evaluation altogether. "Young man, don't heed their boasts. They may claim superiority, yet weren't they utterly defeated in Somalia?" Once again, the onlookers were left speechless as Waters, Hannibal, and Frank engaged in a spirited exchange of barbs. Only Rhodes stood by with a smirk, seizing the opportunity while the three were embroiled in their banter. They unanimously turned to Luke, declaring, "The Air Force has no future." Indeed, Air Force bases are often in remote areas, merely sand-eating ventures, they continued. What combat capability can a transport squad possess? Finally, it was the scowling Principal Miranda who intervened to halt the brazen recruitment tactics of these prominent figures. Although her expression was already rather grim, yet it was evident that her complexion was rather poor, while the instructor O'Connor behind her wore an expression of utter dejection. Major Hannibal was the first to speak, stating, "Since you all seem to have little regard for this young man, why not relinquish him to us? Why not inquire about his own opinion?" At this juncture, Miranda found it difficult to intervene, given the multitude of eyes upon them. Thus, after Major Hannibal's remark, all gazes converged upon the individual at the center of it all, Luke. Chapter 27. Luke waved at Alex with a smile, leaving everyone bewildered as to his intentions. However, Luke took his backpack from Alex and extracted a stack of business cards, which bore only his name and phone number. Under the scrutiny of all present, he distributed the cards to the officers like a salesman. "I appreciate your interest, but I would prefer to wait until I have completed my courses at the academy before making a decision. If I am still here, perhaps we may have the opportunity to collaborate." Luke's response was neither definitive nor indicative of his departure from the academy. This reply, imbued with emotional intelligence, satisfied all parties involved. Even if the military ultimately recruited Luke, his graduation from the academy would undoubtedly enhance his credentials. In the end, the atmosphere was amicable and joyous, with the exception of Instructor O'Connor. Subsequently, he indeed honored his promise and ceased to trouble Luke, even going so far as to ignore him. As the curriculum progressed, the standard training for new recruits became less strenuous. The academy had established a simulated town to replicate various environments for case handling. Essentially, the entire class was assigned tasks to complete collaboratively. During this period, there was a test, and once again, Luke showcased his prowess. The entire class found themselves locked inside a classroom equipped with an electronic lock, which had also lost power, unless Luke employed his extraordinary abilities to force the door open. It was impenetrable by ordinary means. Consequently, everyone began to search for clues to uncover the problem at hand. Luke, however, took on more of a spectator role during this segment. Alex also excelled, and with the assistance of his classmates, he ultimately identified the issue, a timed bomb hidden beneath the podium. Simon, who was the most acquainted with the electronic systems, struggled for an extended period to disarm it. Eventually, Luke intervened. Disarming a bomb was trivial for him. Regardless of the type, the structure of any bomb consists fundamentally of the explosive core, the ignition mechanism, the control center, and the power source. The reason ordinary individuals find it difficult to disarm such devices is due to their inability to comprehend the interrelation of these critical components. However, once Luke activated his insight, the task appeared as straightforward as a simple drawing. Thus, the time bomb that had stumped everyone was dismantled by Luke in under a minute. Originally, this test was designed to assess the group's performance in the face of an indomitable bomb. Upon Simon's realization that he could not defuse the bomb, a palpable sense of despondency enveloped everyone present. Yet, no one faltered. Each cohort of trainees undergoes this test, designed to evaluate their character, attitude, and psychological resilience. However, Miranda found herself at a loss, for this particular class included a prodigy named Luke. Astonishingly, a bomb that had never been disarmed by anyone was effortlessly rendered harmless by Luke. During the defusal process, Luke discovered that while the bomb was indeed real, it would not detonate. Regret washed over him for having played the part of the hero. Nevertheless, with the hopes of the entire class resting upon his shoulders, Luke could not afford to disappoint them. This predicament became a source of great frustration for Miranda. Once Luke had successfully neutralized the bomb, Miranda appeared as anticipated, elucidating the purpose and significance of the assessment. Everyone expressed their gratitude towards Luke, save for Miranda, who wore a frown of discontent. The subsequent exercise left her utterly speechless. The entire class was to simulate the formation of a tactical team, breaching a building to rescue hostages. Luke, with his keen perception and unmatched prowess, single-handedly eliminated a significant portion of the assailants. The hostages emerged unscathed, while every assailant met their demise, with Luke not even exhausting a single magazine. Furthermore, he dispatched a hidden assailant lurking among the hostages, thus averting a potential tragedy when Alex was momentarily distracted. Through these incidents, Miranda discerned that higher-ups had likely placed Luke among them for an undercover operation, though the objectives and tasks remained unclear to her. After much contemplation, Miranda summoned Luke to her office. With an air of seriousness, she addressed him. "I do not concern myself with the motives behind your presence here. For the remaining courses, you need only to attend. You will receive full marks for all assessments, and for the upcoming activities, you shall observe but not partake." Luke, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why?" Miranda shot him a pointed glance and replied, "Your training alongside them is akin to a disparity in capability. If you resolve all the challenges, how will they benefit from the experience?" Upon hearing this, Luke understood. It seemed his prowess had inadvertently elevated the entire class. Thus, he cheerfully acquiesced to Miranda's request. Freed from the confines of intensive training and instruction, Luke spent his free time enjoying the spectacle of it all, and whenever possible, he sought out Alex for physical training. As the Christmas holiday approached, Luke was to return home to celebrate, whereas Alex had no intention of going back to San Francisco. She preferred to remain at the school, spending Christmas with fellow students who also chose to stay. Alex was a rather independent young woman, and Luke recognized that their connection would remain confined to their time at the academy. Once they graduated, they would inevitably part ways. While romance flourished in the school's atmosphere, the reality of the working world would impose different constraints. Many government agencies in the Federation have regulations prohibiting individuals in intimate relationships, such as couples or spouses, from working in the same unit. They are required to either transfer to another department or resign. However, transferring to a different location often results in long-distance separation, a scenario that Americans rarely navigate while maintaining emotional ties. Consequently, Luke and Alex cherish their current relationship deeply. Ever since Luke's conversation with Miranda, he became somewhat of an invisible presence in class. Without the overshadowing figure of Luke, the students began to strive to become the most outstanding individuals in the cohort. Alex undoubtedly emerged as a prominent contender, but she faced fierce competition, even hostility, from another individual. This girl not only aspired to surpass Alex academically, but also sought to outshine her in life, particularly by attempting to allure Luke. Although Luke has had numerous ex-girlfriends, he has never engaged in infidelity. He only seeks new relationships after concluding the previous one. Confronted by Alex's rival, Natalie, Luke took the initiative to converse with her privately. "Do you know why I'm so strong, Natalie?" he inquired. Natalie, intent on seducing Luke, was momentarily taken aback by his question. Luke continued, "It is because I never concern myself with who stands before me. I only focus on whether I can surpass the person I was yesterday." Observing the earnest expression on Luke's face, Natalie fell into contemplation. Seizing the moment while she hesitated to act, Luke added, "Each individual is inherently distinct, possessing their own strengths and specialties, which cannot be compared." After patting Natalie on the shoulder, he gazed at her chest and stated, "I like Alex, but she is beyond my reach." With a chuckle, Luke swiftly departed as Natalie raised her hand in indignation. Ultimately, Luke's words, while failing to alter Natalie's intentions, at least quelled her fury, and the competition with Alex became less charged. This left Alex feeling suspicious of Luke for several days. Eventually, Luke candidly shared his feelings with Alex. In Chapter 28, titled Blind Date, Luke, under Alex's reluctant gaze, gracefully turned away from Quantico. He did not visit Doherty, but instead boarded his private plane back to Los Angeles. On the flight, he called his mother. It was Christmas Eve, with the official holiday commencing the following day, and a week-long break leading into New Year's, a cherished tradition. Elsa was still attending a soiree and had prepared Luke's suit in advance. During the call, Elsa urged, "Luke, it is essential for you to attend. Several dignitaries will be present, and they could become valuable connections for you." Aware that his mother was considering his future, Luke did not decline and changed into his suit on the plane. It must be said, Luke looked exceptionally dapper in his attire. The very essence of that Western-style mixed-race visage is strikingly handsome, complemented by a physique of perfect proportions. The flight attendant found herself in a state of turmoil, torn between the obligations of her profession and the enticing prospect of a fleeting romance with Luke. Just as she resolved to abandon her duties, believing that a rendezvous with Luke would render her life less regrettable, the aircraft touched down. Upon his return, Luke arrived without luggage, having changed into a fresh outfit that radiated vitality as he entered the airport hall. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted a young black man holding a sign that read Mr. Luke Dutton, Mr. John McClane. With a smile, Luke approached and said, "Hi, I am Luke Dutton. Did Ms. Elsa arrange for you to pick me up?" The young man nodded promptly, replying, "Indeed, it's Mr. Aoki who arranged this at the Zhongfu building." After a moment's contemplation, Luke recognized who Mr. Aoki was. The elderly gentleman of Japanese descent introduced to him by Elsa at the previous soiree before his trip to Washington. It was evident that the young man was there to greet two individuals, prompting Luke to inquire, "When is the other person arriving?" The young man shrugged and replied, "I only know the name. He is coming from New York." With no other option, Luke resigned himself to waiting for Mr. McClane alongside the young man. Their wait was not prolonged, as approximately 10 minutes later, Mr. McClane ambled through the corridor, clutching an oversized teddy bear. Upon noticing the young man with the sign and Luke in his tailored suit, he paused momentarily. Smoking a cigarette, he approached the pair and said, "Apologies for the delay." Pointing at the sign, he added, "John McClane." Luke extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Luke Dutton. Are you also with Zhongfu Corporation?" Shaking his head, Luke replied, "No. I was merely compelled to attend the soiree." Observing McClane juggling his luggage and the teddy bear while draping a coat over his arm, Luke offered, "Do you need assistance?" McClane hesitated for a moment before grinning and handing the teddy bear to Luke, saying, "Thank you. This is for my daughter." The trio made their way outside and entered a luxurious stretch Lincoln limousine, which, while opulent, paled in comparison to the comfort of Luke's own Rolls-Royce. The young man, named Agile, was naturally gifted with the art of conversation, chattering incessantly throughout the ride. Taking a closer look at McClane, Luke remarked, "Given your demeanor, it appears you might be experiencing a midlife crisis." McClane cast a surprised glance at Luke, chuckling as he asked, "How did you deduce that?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It was rather easy to surmise. You've come from New York, armed. Clearly, you must be a New York police officer. Upon arriving in Los Angeles for Christmas, arrangements were made for a dedicated airport pickup. Surely, your wife must be a high-ranking executive in a prominent company, receiving generous benefits from her employer. If there were no issues in your marital relationship, you would not present yourself in such a disheveled manner. After listening to Luke's analysis, McClane was genuinely astonished. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What is it that you do?" With a smile, Luke replied, "I am undergoing training at Quantico." McClane chuckled, saying, "Ah, the future great detective." Luke returned the smile, responding, "You are no ordinary officer, are you? Surely, you belong to the detective bureau. You are the true detective here." At that moment, the young black man, agile, interjected, "Wow, I have two great detectives in my car. Are you here to solve some major case together?" The two men laughed, replying, "No, we are here to celebrate Christmas." The conversation then shifted to family matters. Luke and the young man shared numerous tips with McClane on how to interact with women. Do not engage in logic with women. That approach from the precinct will not work, they advised. Indeed, you must charm them, employing various methods, flowers, gifts, creating a romantic atmosphere. On the eve of Christmas, as everyone returned home to celebrate, the roads were notably deserted, enabling the trio to swiftly arrive at the entrance of the Zhongfu Group's building. While the young man might continue to chauffeur McClane after the party, Luke had no such obligation. He parked the car and provided McClane and Luke with his contact number. Upon entering the lobby, the security guard instructed them to follow the directions displayed on the screen. Luke frowned and promptly took out his phone, while McClane stood perplexed, fumbling in front of the screen. Once he finally comprehended the instructions, Elsa's secretary arrived in the lobby to greet Luke. After exchanging pleasantries with the guard, the secretary escorted Luke and McClane upstairs. Inside the elevator, Elsa's secretary frequently cast flirtatious glances at Luke, yet he remained oblivious. The last encounter with Elsa's secretary had resulted in a chase from Elsa, who expressed her dismay. "My secretary, whom I had painstakingly trained, is now someone I can no longer regard the same way after you." Luke, though aware of his mother's dramatics, was susceptible to her emotional appeals. Family was the most cherished aspect of Luke's life, prompting him to refrain from any further advances towards Elsa's secretary. Upon reaching the 30th floor, the elevator doors opened to a cacophony of noise and music. Spotting Elsa amongst the crowd, Luke gently tapped McClane on the shoulder, wishing him good luck. McClane nodded with a smile, and the two parted ways. Upon seeing her charming son Luke arrive in a dapper ensemble, Elsa enthusiastically approached him, planting a kiss on his forehead. Then he took Luke and began to introduce him to those nearby. Yoshinobu Aoki of the Zhongfu Group was the host, someone Luke had met previously. Another middle-aged man was a California senator, and there was a mother-daughter duo, the governor's wife and daughter. Observing the situation, Luke understood why Elsa insisted on him disembarking the plane immediately. This was clearly a matchmaking scenario. However, while the governor's daughter was undeniably beautiful, there lingered a rebellious glint in her eyes that Luke found utterly unappealing. Chapter 29. The Resurgence of Neptune. Everyone exchanged polite greetings, and soon these individuals left Luke alone with the governor's daughter, Lena Kendrick. Lena and Luke retreated to a corner, feigning a lively conversation. It was Lena who broke the silence first. "Listen, this arrangement between you and my mother is merely a setup, so don't read too much into it, all right?" Luke responded with a knowing smile. "I must admit you are quite stunning, and your figure is admirable, but you're not my type. Let us just be friends, after all. I need to manage my family's expectations. Wouldn't you agree?" Lena scrutinized Luke for a while before replying. "I concede that you are handsome, but I am acutely aware of our kind. This is not what I desire." After exchanging contact information, Luke remarked, "Wishing you a delightful Christmas Eve, Miss Kendrick." With that, he gracefully carried his champagne into the crowd, leaving Lena in the corner, lost in thought. To her family, she was indeed a well-behaved girl, yet deep within, she yearned to escape this gilded cage. She did not wish to live a life dictated by others. She craved freedom. She understood all too well the reckless escapades of the young scions from affluent families. Although they received elite education, their family's influence allowed them to err without consequence. They had ample opportunities to learn from their mistakes, which is why many only started to achieve something meaningful after their 30s. With the current rigid class structure, the ultimate goal for these heirs was merely to preserve the family legacy. So long as they did not squander it, the inheritance would persist. Hence, they were fully aware of their futures and took full advantage of their youth to indulge in pleasure, knowing society would be more forgiving towards the young. Luke recognized that Lena envisioned him as one of those privileged heirs, yet he had no desire to clarify his position. He was not lacking in female companionship and felt no need to pander to anyone. However, Lena was indeed quite striking, her gown nearly bursting at the seams. As thoughts of possibly seeking out a beauty for a fleeting encounter crossed his mind, someone approached him unexpectedly. "Luke? What brings you here?" Luke turned toward the voice. "Annie? What are you doing here? Where's your band?" Annie, dressed like a modest employee, approached Luke and replied, "My band was well received, so we disbanded. I found a job instead. I just got regularized last month. What about you?" "I arrived here at the behest of my mother, who is an executive at an investment bank in California." Luke did not mention he was the president. "My goodness. All this time it was your mother with whom we were conversing? I never anticipated you were of such a privileged background." Luke chuckled and remarked, "Hey, didn't you already know that?" Noticing Anne's gaze lingering on him, Luke found himself intrigued. "Today," and had styled her hair in an elegant updo and donned black-rimmed glasses, complemented by a tailored uniform. Luke, dressed in a high-end suit, appeared exceptionally handsome. The suits of the 80s and 90s were rather loose-fitting, but after persuading his grandmother to acquire numerous fashion brands, Luke convened a meeting with their designers. He presented contemporary fashion elements, which undoubtedly left these rebellious designers in awe. Henceforth, the Chin family's fitted haute couture suits and gowns became a global trend, with many clamoring to reserve them. This maneuver proved immensely profitable for Grandma Chin, who always looked upon her eldest grandson with a benevolent smile, and scanned the vicinity and quietly suggested to Luke, "Shall we find a place?" Luke, in agreement, winked at her, and then led him to the 31st floor, which housed our conference room, reception area, and the president's office. Upon surveying the surroundings, Luke noted the impressive decor and commented, "Let us skip the president's office and head to the entertainment room. It seems to feature an indoor golf course," and exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, hurry, I can hardly wait." With that, she pulled Luke inside. Meanwhile, Officer McLean, awaiting his wife during her social engagement downstairs, found himself awkwardly fidgeting in the lounge. Initially, the couple had shared a harmonious atmosphere, but as their conversation progressed, discord emerged. The cause? McLean had discovered that Holly had abandoned his surname in favor of her maiden name on the computer downstairs, which stirred feelings of imbalance within him. Though Holly offered explanations, the situation escalated into an argument. Lena sat alone for a while, feeling somewhat disinterested, and eventually returned to her mother's side. Noticing Luke had not followed, Elsa expressed her dissatisfaction towards him and apologized to the Kendrick mother and daughter. Fortunately, the Kendricks said nothing, as their status as the governor's family paled in comparison to that of a steward of a financial consortium. Just as Elsa sought to locate Luke, a group of unidentified armed individuals burst into the banquet, discharging their weapons into the ceiling. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, screams, and shouts, McLean reacted swiftly, drawing his sidearm and, seizing the chaos as the assailants attempted to disperse the crowd, made his way via the emergency exit to the 31st floor. Not long after, four robbers brought Aoki Yoshinobu, the president of the Jungfu Group, to the president's office. The leading thug, clad in a suit, appeared as though he were a guest attending a grand banquet. With a flawless London accent, his words concealed a menacing undertone. Luke and Annie were hidden behind the curtains of the golf room, which was devoid of light, making it unlikely that anyone would suspect the presence of individuals there. However, Luke caught sight of McLean, concealed beneath the desk outside the office, listening to the exchange between the suited thug and Aoki Yoshinobu. Luke discerned that this group was after the unregistered bonds worth $6.4 billion stored in the building's underground safe. Aoki, displaying remarkable bravery, reminded the intruders that even if they obtained the password, they would still be unable to unlock the final electromagnetic lock. His last remark resonated with Luke. "You seek only money? What kind of terrorist are you?" Observing the growing impatience on the face of the suited leader, Luke resolved to act. He could not allow Aoki to perish here. After all, his mother had taken him to Aoki's gatherings twice, indicating that Aoki was likely a significant client of hers, and he felt compelled to protect him. With Annie by his side, it was difficult to utilize his extraordinary powers overtly, so Luke glanced around. Scattered golf balls lay about, an excellent resource, capable of being used for both sport and distraction. Thus, he retrieved a basket of the highest density double-layer balls. Just as the leader brandished his gun, demanding the password from Aoki, Luke made his move. Chapter 30. Taking action through the open office door. Luke could clearly see 3 of the robbers. The one furthest away held an MP5 submachine gun. Due to the angle, Luke could not directly target him. He quickly glanced at McLean, who was observing the situation from beneath the table. Instantly, he initiated his assault, hurling 3 golf balls toward the 3 thugs while shouting, "John, shoot." McLean hesitated for a moment but then rose to aim at the furthest thug with the MP5. The thug, taken aback, was suddenly bombarded by 3 white objects, knocking him and his comrades down. Aoki, demonstrating his quick wits, crouched down to the floor. Bang! Bang! John successfully eliminated the thug. At that moment, Luke stepped out with Annie, first seizing the gun from the leader's grasp before assisting Aoki to his feet. The old man, drenched in sweat, had his shirt thoroughly soaked. "Mr. Aoki, are you all right?" Luke inquired. Aoki, trembling, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow, replying, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chin." McLean, having scavenged the fallen thug, approached Luke. Luke smiled at him, saying, "Well done." Although they had successfully rescued Aoki, McLean remained somewhat bewildered. Navigating the quest for a wife and children during the festive season has proven to be quite a convoluted affair. Old Aoki, finally regaining some composure, spoke. "Thank you, Officer McLean. I believe it is time to alert the authorities." McLean recalled his conversation with Argyle about charming women when the signal abruptly cut out, indicating that these criminals were indeed professionals. They had severed the telephone line, and it remained uncertain whether a mobile call could be made. Aoki had no phone, and pulled out her device only to shake her head, stating, "There's no signal on my phone either." It was Luke who, with a smile, retrieved his phone and made a call. "Dad, my mother and I are being held hostage at the Mid-Fortune building by terrorists. All communication lines are down. Please inform the Los Angeles Police Department, and I must ensure my mother's safety first." After hanging up, the trio gazed at Luke in confusion, wondering how he managed to call despite the lack of signal. Luke shrugged, explaining, "Our family has its own satellite. This is a dedicated satellite phone." Aoki replied, "Please be sure to sell me a few of those later." McLean interjected, "What the hell, Luke? What does your family do?" and chimed in, "Luke, you're incredibly impressive." Before bestowing a gentle kiss on his cheek, Luke quickly regained his seriousness, stating, "First, we need to secure these individuals. We must focus on rescuing the hostages." He then rummaged through the 3 unconscious assailants, acquiring 2 additional handguns and several magazines. Examining the weapons, Luke nearly cursed aloud. "You claim to be professionals, and yet you've managed to collect 3 handguns of different calibers from 3 distinct manufacturers, using tape that and had procured." Luke bound the 3 criminals tightly and ultimately dragged them behind the curtain of the darkened golf simulator room. He handed Aoki a handgun devoid of a silencer, instructing, "Mr. Aoki, if they awaken, you must fire." Aoki hesitated before accepting the weapon. Despite being an American citizen, he had never wielded such a device. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, and stepped forward, taking the gun from him and saying to Luke, "Go, my knight. I shall await your return to rescue me." Luke smiled and nodded at her, then took McLean by the arm as they departed. McLean felt a pang of envy. It was hard not to feel a bit heartbroken by the affectionate display. "This girl is quite fond of you. You are truly remarkable to have found such a fiery companion upon your arrival here." Luke cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "We've known each other since college. Now, enough chatter, let us move the bodies to the elevator." Although McLean harbored reservations, he complied with Luke's direction and dragged the bodies inside. Luke procured a chair, saying, "I will scout the situation from the stairs. Place the bodies on the chair. We may need them as bait." It was then that McLean finally grasped Luke's intent. Using a corpse as bait could effectively draw the attention of the captors guarding the hostages below, facilitating a surprise rescue operation. Luke first ascended the staircase towards the top floor, where he discovered a group engaged in the ominous task of bomb assembly. Retreating stealthily to the 31st floor, he descended to the 30th to assess the situation. 5 captors were stationed with the hostages, dispersed in their positions. The good news was that the hostages were situated in the lobby, conveniently located neither too far nor too close to the elevator. Proximity posed the risk of inadvertently harming both the captors and John. Even though Luke's aim was precise, ricochets could still inflict damage. Conversely, being too distant would hinder their ability to concentrate the captors' attention, making it impossible to eliminate them swiftly. Thus, Luke returned to the elevator on the 31st floor, where McLean had already secured the body of the slain captor to a chair. Luke informed him, "There is a group above installing explosives. likely planning to ambush the police when they arrive via helicopter. The positioning of the captors below is highly advantageous for our assault. I need you to shoot the captors approaching the elevator. McClane nodded in agreement, approving the strategy. Luke continued, I will coordinate with you from the staircase, beginning our attack at your signal. After dispatching the captors, you must immediately secure the elevator to prevent those above from descending. After both men checked their weapons and ammunition, they commenced their operation. McClane ascended through the elevator's ventilation shaft to the top of the elevator car. Once everything was in place, Luke summoned the elevator and swiftly entered the staircase, reaching the 30th floor. The arrival of the elevator did not attract the attention of the captors on the 30th floor, as the entire building was under their control, leading them to believe it was one of their own. However, one curious hostage caught a glimpse of the elevator and emitted a piercing scream. At that moment, the captors turned their focus to the elevator. The sight of the bound corpse caused their expressions to shift dramatically. All 5 captors converged near the elevator, with only 2 entering to inspect the body. McClane took the opportunity to scribble a message on the corpse's clothing. Get ready, bastards. Your daddy's big gun is itching for action. Just as one of the captors reached for the intercom to report, McClane fired his weapon. The bullets from the submachine gun penetrated the elevator's ceiling, striking the 2 nearest captors and killing them instantly. Luke, having observed McClane's actions through a vantage point, seized the opportunity while the captors were distracted, quietly opening the staircase door and crossing to the opposite side of the corridor. With the gunfire erupting, the remaining captors trained their weapons on the elevator, allowing Luke to spring into action. Bang, 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 3 shots, 3 headshots. Then, gun in hand, he charged into the lobby, scanning his surroundings to confirm safety before lowering his pistol. Mom, are you all right? Then, Elsa's beloved son, Luke, once again enjoyed her affectionate kiss on the forehead. Chapter 31. The Unreliable Allies. Elsa meticulously examined Luke and, finding him well, felt a wave of relief. Luke's recent act of bravery had not gone unnoticed by the hostages, who expressed their gratitude towards him, particularly Lena, who gazed at him for quite some time. McClane also jumped down from the elevator. Holly, like Elsa, embraced McClane with warmth and affection. Luke turned to McClane and winked. He then picked up the bandit's walkie-talkie and spoke. John, you stay here while I bring Mr. Aoki down. After McClane nodded, he began collecting weapons from the fallen bandits. Luke also retrieved a handgun and handed it to Elsa. Mom, I'm going to check the situation upstairs. I've already called Dad. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Looking up from the building, Luke saw a multitude of police cars racing towards the edifice. Luke quickly cleared his throat and, adopting the bandit leader's voice, asked, Mom, does my accent sound like that of the bandit leader? Elsa paused for a moment before nodding and replying. It's quite similar, just a bit raspier. Luke adjusted himself again, activated the walkie-talkie, and in the bandit leader's tone, queried, Is the bomb on the top floor ready? The police are here. Immediately. A voice crackled back. We're wrapping it up, boss. Luke continued, except for those guarding the hostages, everyone else should head downstairs to prepare for the police. Understood, boss. We're on our way down. Luke and McClane anxiously watched the elevator as one descended directly from the top floor to the 3rd, bypassing the 31st and 30th floors, which brought a sigh of relief to both. Luke nodded at McClane and stealthily ascended the staircase. He first arrived at the top floor, discovering numerous bombs surrounding the helipad, evidently intended to counter the police helicopters. However, his priority was to return to the 31st floor to bring down Mr. Aoki and Annie. Upon returning to the 31st floor and finding both individuals composed, Luke informed them that the hostages below had been rescued. He planned to escort them back to the 30th floor before heading to the top to disarm the bombs and evacuate the hostages from there. Annie grasped Luke's arm and inquired, What about the 3 unconscious bandits? Luke shook his head, responding, There's no rush. They won't wake up anytime soon. I need to ensure your safety before dealing with them. After leading them to the 30th floor, they found McClane observing the scene below. Luke. The commander's competence leaves much to be desired. The on-site commander is a fool. Luke joined him, peering out the window. Goodness. The armored vehicle had just charged up the steps when it was obliterated by a Bandit-S anti-tank rocket. McClane continued, stating that they had just prepared to storm the hall when it seemed they were ambushed. They intended to use an armored vehicle to rescue individuals. Luke, retracting his gaze, replied, Forget about them. We must ensure the safe evacuation of the hostages. You secure this area while I ascend to defuse the bomb. Those bastards have placed at least 10 kilograms of explosives on the helipad. McLean widened his eyes at Luke and exclaimed, "Goodness, do they intend to collapse the top floor?" Luke shrugged and remarked, "Perhaps they do not wish to leave any survivors." Elsa was unaware of Luke's extraordinary powers. The clandestine discussions among the trio prior to his enrollment were never disclosed. They were remarkably tight-lipped. When Luke announced his intention to disarm the bomb, Elsa stepped forward, concerned, and asked, "Luke, are you confident?" Luke offered her a reassuring smile and replied, "Do not worry, Mother. Remember, I hold a doctorate in physics and chemistry." Elsa embraced Luke and cautioned, "Do not push yourself. If it becomes too perilous, let the police handle it." Luke nodded in acquiescence, saying, "All right, I will, Mother." At that moment, Annie also stepped forward, asking, "Luke, is there anything I can assist you with?" Luke shook his head, instructing, "Just maintain your position here." Lena, observing the interaction between Annie and Luke, felt a surge of impulsiveness. However, as she attempted to move, she realized that her formal gown hindered any action, leading her to sit back down in frustration. Luke preferred to disarm the bomb without anyone trailing him, as utilizing his extraordinary powers was more convenient in solitude. He hesitated to reveal his abilities, believing the timing was not yet right. It was still early. The true moment to showcase his prowess would be when superheroes became commonplace. He wished to avoid being perceived as an outlier. After all, the wisdom of ancestors warns that the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Eventually, Luke successfully disarmed the bomb and returned to the 30th floor, carrying a travel bag. Upon his return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luke waved the bag in front of McLean and announced, "All the explosives are here. Let us take everyone upstairs. John, you cover our retreat." After discarding the bag filled with explosives in a corner, Luke informed his mother, "Mother, we will ascend to the top floor via the stairs. I just called Dad." Elsa and the elderly Mr. Aoki promptly organized individuals to follow Luke in an orderly fashion up the stairwell to the top floor. As soon as Luke arrived, he heard the sound of the helicopter and guided everyone onto the helipad. Upon reaching the helipad, Luke waved at the helicopter. A sudden wave of crisis washed over Luke as he swiftly embraced Elsa and descended from the helipad. The area they had just occupied was now shrouded in a cloud of dust from the bullets that had rained down upon them. The gunfire originated from a helicopter, and Luke peered out to catch a glimpse. Damn it, it was indeed the aircraft. It had mistaken him and Elsa for bandits, likely due to the firearms they were wielding. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and called his father. "Dad, the helicopter is firing at Mom and me. Brace yourself for her wrath upon our return. Tell those damn bastards to stay away and summon our own helicopter to retrieve us. If they dare approach again, I will return fire." Luke's frantic voice relayed his distress through the phone to his father, Sheen. Without uttering a word, Sheen promptly hung up. Meanwhile, the helicopter above attempted to adjust its angle for another attack on Luke. However, upon aligning itself with him, it seemed to have received a notification, refraining from firing and instead drawing closer to the helipad. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. He answered to hear, "I am the on-site commander. My name is..." Upon recognizing the voice, Luke erupted in a tirade. "I don't care who you are. You nearly killed the president of California Investment Bank. Have you lost your mind? Who the hell authorized you to open fire?" After a minute of unrelenting invective, he concluded with, "Tell your men to scram. We have our own helicopter." He then hung up without waiting for a response. Chapter 32. Struggle. The on-site commander, drenched in cold sweat, absorbed Luke's words. His resentment towards the agents aboard the helicopter had reached its peak. Opening fire on the president of California Investment Bank was a grave misstep. His thoughts had shifted from orchestrating the capture of the robbers to quelling the wrath of the Chin family and the Hex Consortium. He hastily called his superior to report the situation, and predictably, he was met with a scolding. Luke paid little heed to the commander's inner turmoil as he spotted several helicopters approaching in the distance, confirming they were indeed his family's. He watched as the first one landed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chin had come personally to retrieve his wife. The old man was clearly intent on survival. After embracing his wife, he arranged for the governor's wife and daughter to board the helicopter first. The initial group included Mr. Aoki, Miss Holly, and Annie. Before boarding, they expressed their gratitude to Luke, and noticing Annie accompanying him, Luke felt the old man possessed a keen emotional intelligence, understanding the situation thoroughly. The Chin family had mobilized 8 helicopters. After 2 trips, seeing that Luke showed no intention of boarding, Chin inquired, "Why are you not leaving?" Luke exchanged a glance with McLean before responding, "We are preparing to execute a plan, Such an honor cannot be left to those incompetent fools downstairs. Old Sheen was aware of Luke's extraordinary abilities, so he nodded and said, "Stay safe. Once you're done, let your mother and me know you're all right. I'll handle the rest." After patting Luke on the shoulder, he acknowledged McLean with a nod. Due to the distance and the deafening noise of the helicopter, McLean had not overheard the conversation between the father and son, leaving him bewildered as he watched the helicopter take off. McLean, perplexed, turned to Luke and asked, "Aren't we leaving?" Luke, with a grin, raised his submachine gun and chambered a round, responding, "Didn't you write on the corpse that you would kick their butts?" One must be true to their word. It was no jest. Eliminating these notorious robbers would yield valuable experience points, a necessity for Luke's current development. Thus, he was in no rush to depart, bringing McLean along to cover his tracks. If he single-handedly annihilated the robbers, how could he continue to grow his abilities discreetly? This situation needed to be attributed to McLean, with the credit going to the New York Police Department. Upon returning to the 31st floor to inspect the 3 incapacitated robbers, they discovered that the trio had escaped. They exchanged serious glances, while Luke couldn't help but chuckle. If the adversaries lacked the will to resist, he would have found it difficult to execute them openly. The general public and the police would not condone such blatant killings of defenseless criminals. Hence, their escape was a deliberate act by Luke, perfectly aligning with his plan to confront the remaining foes downstairs. Both understood that the final showdown was imminent, and the absence of these 3 would not significantly impact the outcome. After double-checking their gear, they stealthily descended the staircase. Meanwhile, the robbers below were suppressing the police with gunfire while hastening to crack the vault. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the unmistakable sound of machine guns echoed. They crept to the door, where Luke signaled for silence. Pretending to observe through the door's crack, his keen insight had already revealed the presence of 4 robbers within. He communicated several tactical gestures to McLean on the opposite side of the door, indicating that there were 4 robbers, 1 on the left, 1 in the center, and 2 on the right. Luke suggested they act in unison, with McLean covering the left and center while he would handle the right. Luke then extended his finger, counting down 3, 2, 1, before pushing the door open. At that moment, McLean had been utterly confused by Luke's signals, ultimately only grasping the countdown. Thus, he kicked the door open and opened fire, hitting the 2 on the right, while the other 2, momentarily stunned, fell to Luke's shots. After the skirmish concluded, Luke turned to McLean and queried, "Didn't I assign you the left and center?" McLean shrugged and replied, "I couldn't understand your gestures. I only got the 3, 2, 1. This left Luke at a loss for words. "Are you even a police officer? Doesn't the NYPD provide you with training in this regard?" McLean, with an expression of feigned innocence, replied, "After a drink, I returned everything to the instructor." Luke sighed, remarking, with your carefree demeanor, "It's no wonder your wife is contemplating a change." At the mention of his wife, McLean grew agitated. "Hey, could we refrain from discussing that?" Meanwhile, as Luke gathered firearms and ammunition, he advised, "John, you can't just sweet-talk your wife. You must also show her care and patience through your actions. Criminals are inexhaustible, but family takes precedence over work. Think about it. If you push yourself too hard and something were to happen, someone might end up with your wife, raising your children, and spending your life insurance." As Luke painted this grim picture, vivid images flashed through McLean's mind, prompting him to quickly interject, "Stop, let's finish this job, and then I'll apply to the LAPD." Luke chuckled, saying, "Now that's the spirit. After this incident, your wife's career will likely soar. So why risk your life for just a few $1,000 each month, right?" McLean nodded in agreement, eagerly raising his firearm, declaring, "Hurry up. I can't wait to give them a taste of their own medicine." Aside from the 4 individuals suppressing the police on the 3rd floor, there were no others present. Eventually, Luke and McLean descended to the basement level, where the vault and underground parking garage were located. Just as they arrived, the building experienced a power outage, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering. Luke, in frustration, cursed, "These idiots are truly useless teammates." Fortunately, the darkness did not hinder Luke, but McLean struggled. Thus, utilizing the faint light, Luke instructed, "John, lean on my shoulder. We'll proceed cautiously." The 2 men assumed a tactical stance and stealthily approached the vault. At the corner, Luke paused, crouching down as McLean peered around to survey the vault's entrance. For guards were stationed there, but the vault had been opened, and cheers from the robbers echoed from within. Luke whispered to McLean, "Let us wait until they all come out before we make our move." McLean patted Luke's shoulder in acknowledgement. Just a few minutes later, the robbers emerged from the vault, dragging several large boxes towards the truck. Luke clearly observed the leader taking the passenger seat, while the remaining thieves clustered around the rear. The moment the robbers shut the truck door, Luke squeezed the trigger. McClane followed suit, both unleashing a barrage from their submachine guns. After expending 4 magazines, Luke confirmed that no one inside the vehicle was alive. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting their arrival to conclude the operation. Chapter 33. Aftermath. The 2 men cautiously approached and inspected the area, confirming that all the assailants had been neutralized before arriving at the entrance of the vault. Luke took out his phone to inform his father of his safety and awaited the arrival of the authorities at the scene. After adjusting his suit, Luke leaned against the grand door of the vault. McClane pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Luke. Though Luke refrained from smoking, aware that such substances posed no threat to his health, he accepted the cigarette after a moment's contemplation. The bonds of camaraderie between men can be peculiar, sometimes forged in battle or through shared struggles. Following this joint confrontation, Luke and McClane had become blood brothers. In his previous life, Luke had devoted his energy to study and serving his country, remaining largely detached from the world of entertainment. He recognized that this world might echo the realms depicted in many films he had encountered before, yet he was only familiar with a handful of renowned franchises. Marvel, for instance, was merely a vague concept to him. However, he surmised that McClane might possess a certain protagonist's charisma, thus becoming one of Luke's connections in the future. John McClane was a man of passion, and Luke found no dislike for him. Generally, those named John tend to be quite impressive, such as John Dutton, John Rambo, John Wick, John Connor, and John 117. After lighting the cigarette for Luke, McClane plopped down onto the ground, leaning against the vault door. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he remarked, "You don't seem like someone who smokes regularly." Luke nodded in agreement, responding, "I have never had the habit. I've always been the star scorer on my school's football team." McClane chuckled, "Youth is a wonderful thing." Luke shot him a glance and retorted, "You must be too busy with work to focus on your fitness. No wonder your wife is dissatisfied with you." McClane, feeling defensive, replied, "Hey kid, I was quite the heartthrob in my youth, and even now, I still hold my own." Luke scoffed, "You're worn out from this little activity. You're just fooling yourself." He continued, "Holly is a good woman. The fact that she has not divorced you despite your long separation shows that she still cares. You should cherish that." McClane scratched his head, admitting, "I just don't know what to do." Luke shrugged, "It's simple. Treat her as you would have when you were pursuing her in your youth. Be sincere, and let her know how much you care for her and the children." McClane fell silent, simply smoking his cigarette as distant footsteps began to echo through the air. Recognizing that his team had arrived, Luke quickly called out, "Hold your fire. This is an agent and a detective. The assailants have been eliminated, and this area is secure." The tactical flashlight from the squad blinded McClane momentarily. One could discern from his disheveled appearance that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. In stark contrast, Luke remained impeccably dressed, resembling a young gentleman who had just concluded an elegant soiree. Upon confirming their identities, they began to take center stage. Luke and McClane were escorted outside the building, where the presence of Stewart came as a surprise. "Stewart, what brings you here?" Stewart, the husband of Luke's second Aunt Monica Chain, was a classmate and partner of Old Man Sheen at the law firm. Although a lawyer, he possessed the physique of an athlete, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, with well-defined muscles. Luke couldn't help but worry that a sudden movement might cause Stewart's suit to burst at the seams. "Your father is comforting your mother and attending to the hostages you rescued, so he sent me in his stead." Under Stewart's watchful eye, Luke and McClane provided their statements to the officers. Shortly thereafter, they were set to depart when they were intercepted by several men in black suits. The elder among them sought to explain himself to Luke, only to be met with rejection. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to converse with someone who has fired at me." With that, he entered the vehicle and departed. Old Man Sheen had brought the hostages to his own St. Mariana hospital. After conducting thorough examinations, the Los Angeles police began to take statements from everyone. When Luke and McClane arrived, the process was still ongoing. Some officers present at the scene where Luke had fatally struck the robber recognized him. And due to Luke's actions and his connection to the Sheen family, the police were particularly cordial towards him. Elsa and Drake also spotted Luke as he walked in. Just as Elsa was about to embrace her beloved son, a figure flashed past her. Annie excitedly rushed forward, leaping onto Luke and wrapping her legs around him, eagerly bestowing a fervent kiss. Luke could only helplessly endure Annie's exuberance before gently patting her on the back, saying, All right, I know you're worried about me. I'm fine. McLean strolled past Luke, playfully giving him a thumbs up. He too was soon embraced, this time by Holly, as Annie dismounted from Luke. She turned to find the amused expressions of Old Lady Cheen, Elsa, and Old Man Cheen, Drake. The awkward atmosphere left Annie somewhat flustered. Luke patted her waist before stepping forward to hug his mother, Elsa. Old Man Drake and Stuart watched the scene with smiles on their faces. Before Elsa could utter any words of concern, Old Man Drake interjected, "Don't worry about him. Have you forgotten he knows martial arts? His performance at school has been exemplary. I hear even the Marines have been bested by him." Elder Cheen and Elsa meticulously examined Luke, with Elsa stating, "Luke, no matter how exceptional you will always be my son. Whenever you engage in perilous endeavors, my heart is filled with concern." Luke embraced his mother once more, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Mom, I could never bear to lose you, and Dad, trust me, I am well aware of my surroundings. If danger truly arises, I will be the first to flee." After calming Elsa, Mr. Aoki, the California legislator, along with the governor and her daughter, approached to express their gratitude to Luke's family. Lena's gaze had been fixated on Luke since his arrival, and when she spotted Annie, confidence radiated from her eyes. At last, this matter seemed to reach a conclusion. The personnel from the Los Angeles Police Department remained after taking statements. Mr. Aoki, indeed a master of hospitality, had reserved several floors of a nearby five-star hotel to accommodate the staff for rest. However, individuals of Elsa's stature would not linger. Ultimately, under Annie's reluctant gaze, Luke returned to the Grand Cheen estate in Beverly Hills with his family. The entire Cheen family was present, the children were asleep, and the adults awaited the arrival of Luke's family. Chapter 34. The Cheen family. Elder Cheen and Grandma Mariana have 4 children, each with a Chinese name. The eldest is Drake Cheen, known as Cheen Yutong in Chinese. The second, a girl and Luke's second aunt, is Monica Cheen, or Cheen Yueying. Her husband, Stuart Joyce, is the second son of the Texas Joyce family. Aunt Monica is the chairwoman of Paramount Group, overseeing numerous companies, including Paramount Pictures and Paramount Television. Their children are first-year university students, a pair of twins. The third and fourth children are also twins. The third is Luke's third aunt, Eva Cheen, known as Cheen Yuling. Eva serves as the president of Chrysler Group. Thanks to Luke, Chrysler Group is a far cry from the underperforming entity it once was. In addition to the previously owned Chrysler and Dodge brands, Luke facilitated the acquisition of Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Land Rover, Jaguar, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Pagani, and others. Given the Luciano family's extensive interests in Italy, Elder Cheen had initially partnered with them to acquire Chrysler Group. Many Italian automotive brands became part of the portfolio. Yet shares of Ferrari remained with another venerable Italian family, who were not in need of funds, thus unwilling to sell. This left Luke with a tinge of regret. However, with such an impressive collection of sports cars, he felt undeterred by Ferrari. Furthermore, Luke provided each brand with a distinct market positioning and crafted a cohesive family aesthetic for their designs. This design element is 3 decades ahead of its time. Currently, Chrysler stands as the foremost automobile brand in the United States, boasting sales that far exceed its competitors in the luxury car market. Eva Cheen's husband, Chris Matthew, is the youngest son of the Matthew family, the leader of the Dodge racing team and a retired race car driver. Moreover, the Matthew family is one of the shareholders of the Chrysler Group. The couple has 3 children and resides in Chicago, returning home this afternoon. The youngest, Luke's uncle, Jack Cheen, whose Chinese name is Cheen Yumming, serves in the Navy as the captain of a destroyer in the Pacific Fleet. This year, he did not return. Not due to a mission, but rather due to familial obligations with the elder Cheen. This uncle remains unmarried, and Luke suspects that the issues between him and the elder Cheen may be related to his marital status. However, Luke has no intention of delving into the truth. Upon the family's warm welcome, they soon divided into groups. The women gathered together, while the men, including the elder Cheen and his sons-in-law, engaged in discussions about business and politics, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, today felt somewhat hurried, as conversations were brief before everyone retreated to their rooms. Luke, however, noticed that the elder Cheen appeared less spirited than before. In his room, Luke examined his rewards. His cultivation progress had reached level 1, and he recognized that upgrading would not be an easy endeavor. Nevertheless, with a decade remaining until the superhero explosion, Luke felt no urgency. He remained unconcerned about the cosmic entity known as the Purple Yam, for he had strong backing. The prowess displayed by his modest master seemed far superior to that of the purple yam, who could not transport his soul to another universe. Despite the cultivation progress only increasing by one, Luke distinctly felt his body growing stronger, his energy reservoir becoming more solidified, and his mind clearer. His order points had also exceeded 10,000. However, he noticed something peculiar. A colorful circular pattern appeared behind the order points, reminiscent of a color palette on a computer. Contemplating this, Luke focused his attention and clicked on it. Thus, a system interface popped up, prompting, "Would you like to spend 10,000 order points to draw a prize?" Luke, intrigued by the prospect of amusement, clicked yes. Instead of a drawing interface, a message notification appeared. "Ding! You have received a new item. Please check." Upon clicking the envelope icon, he discovered that he had acquired a hunting knife. Name: Blade of Kindness. Attributes: forged from divine iron, remarkably sharp, and infused with true energy. It can slice through any object, except for living beings, those with souls. The attributes of this item left Luke momentarily speechless. He was indeed in need of a close combat tool, yet this was a folding hunting knife, measuring only 16 centimeters when folded, with a blade length of 149 centimeters. Quite astonishingly, it fell under the category of restricted knives. This tool is indeed quite suitable for crafting a utility knife. However, it falls short as a weapon, incapable of inflicting harm even on most animals. Luke ultimately employed various methods for testing, confirming its remarkable sharpness, slicing through iron with ease. Yet, the sturdier the material, the more spiritual energy required, which seems quite reasonable. Observing the remaining balance of over 1,000, Luke could only sigh, realizing the need for continued effort. The following day, Christmas, the family gathered at the estate. For the Chin family, celebrating Christmas was merely a formality, with the true significance lying in the traditional Spring Festival. However, as there are no holidays in America for the Spring Festival, it merely involved a family dinner to mark New Year's Eve, after which everyone returned to their routines, creating a rather mundane atmosphere. Nevertheless, the children relished the occasion, as it meant receiving red envelopes. Christmas was similar, yet being in America, the festive spirit of the season was palpable. The Chin family spent the day casually at home. Luke engaged in business discussions with his aunts and chatted about sports events with his uncles. His third uncle, Chris Matthew, heeded Luke's advice and planned to venture into the first-tier market this year. He also conversed with Elder Chin about industrial layout and development trends. This Christmas passed harmoniously, devoid of any unforeseen events. After the holiday, everyone returned home. The third Uncle's family, residing in Chicago, intended to stay until after New Year's. The children, under Luke's guidance, ventured to his seaside villa in Malibu. His second aunt even invited several Hollywood stars to host a party. Annie returned to her hometown of Boston the day after Christmas. Luke, however, held little regard for the Hollywood celebrities, aware of the sordid affairs that plagued the industry, particularly the majority of actresses with questionable reputations. Thus, he found no interest in their company. Retreating to the highest balcony with a drink in hand, he enjoyed solitude, safeguarded by security personnel below, ensuring no disturbances. Soon, however, a security staff member approached, bearing news of a visitor. As Luke pondered this unexpected occurrence, his phone rang. "Hi, Luke, this is Rhodes. I apologize for the intrusion." Luke promptly recalled that this was the Air Force captain seeking to recruit him during the assessment at the Joint Military Academy. He proceeded to the hall, only to be taken aback by the unexpected sight. Beside Rhodes stood a young man, not particularly tall but impeccably dressed, albeit with an air of arrogance in his gaze. Behind him was a blonde beauty, presumably a secretary or assistant, holding a bottle of red wine. Upon Luke's arrival, Rhodes warmly approached him. Luke returned the gesture with a smile, saying, "Welcome, congratulations to you, Major Rhodes." "Thank you. I apologize for the unexpected visit. I never imagined the owner of this villa would be you. My friend is your neighbor, Tony Stark." Chapter 35, The Cannon King of California. After Rhodes introduced himself, Luke observed Stark approaching. With a smile, Luke nodded in acknowledgement, only to be taken aback when Stark extended his hand. Both men paused momentarily, and Luke quickly reciprocated the gesture. "Apologies, I had heard you never shake hands with men," Stark remarked with a shrug. "That's an intriguing suggestion, Pepper." Following this, a blonde woman behind Stark handed him a drink. Stark then turned to Luke and said, "I wasn't sure of your preference, so I randomly selected this bottle of 1995 Hot Crest Winery wine. It's customary to bring a gift when visiting or attending someone else's gathering." and wine is a universally accepted choice in such matters. With a smile, Luke accepted the wine and passed it to Chen Bo, the current steward of the villa, who had formerly served at the Daqin Manor. When Luke had requested a steward from Old Master Qin, he had been deeply touched when Old Master Qin sent Chen Bo directly. Chen Bo had dedicated nearly 20 years of service to the Qin family. To Luke's surprise, he discovered that Chen Bo possessed martial arts skills, specifically the refined techniques of internal martial arts, as Luke could sense the profound energy within him. After handing the wine to Chen Bo, Luke turned to Stark with a smile and said, "Thank you for your fondness for the wines from my estate. Please enjoy a glass of the 1993 vintage with Rhodes later." Stark widened his eyes in response, exclaiming, "Your family is quite stingy. You only sell a small amount each year, and yet people scramble to buy it." Luke chose not to engage with this topic and gestured towards the staircase, saying, "Come, let us ascend to a scenic spot for a drink. By the way, Rhodes, when did you achieve the rank of Major?" Rhodes glanced at Stark and replied, "I was just promoted a few days ago. Tony had intended to celebrate with me. And since he was passing by your place, his villa is right next door, he decided to pay a visit, not realizing this was your home." As they walked, Stark observed the villa and remarked, "I just purchased the bay next door and was contemplating renovations. Who is your designer? Could you recommend them to me?" Noticing Stark's interest in the villa, Luke guided them on a brief tour. "I designed it myself," he said. Stark expressed his astonishment, stating, "I heard this land was acquired by the chairman of Hex Group. I had considered it myself, but unfortunately, I was too late to act. I can't believe you managed to acquire it from him." Luke merely smiled in response. Tony, quick-witted as ever, glanced at Luke and suddenly inquired, "Are you related to that Chinese old man?" This time, it was Rhodes who looked taken aback. "Is your family that wealthy? I recall your file indicated you were the son of a farmer." Luke continued to smile without offering any words. A silence enveloped the three men. Luke, enigmatic as he is, surmised that the openly available documents must be fabricated. Anticipating their thoughts, he remarked, "The matter of the documents is merely a precaution to avert complications. In truth, the chairman of the Harkness Group is my grandfather." The two were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at this revelation. However, Luke chose not to dwell on the topic further and instead began to expound upon some design philosophies of the villa. Stark nodded appreciatively, saying, "This concept is quite commendable. I believe I shall draw inspiration from my own villa." As he gazed upon the distant revelers and beautiful women, Stark felt a stirring of excitement. "Whom have you invited to your party today? I believe I spotted a few Hollywood actors." The trio had now ascended to the upper terrace of the villa, where Luke gestured towards the crowd below, explaining, "With the recent holiday, my younger cousins grew rather restless, prompting them to invite several Hollywood stars for a soiree." Stark, intrigued, inquired, "Whom did you manage to secure? How much did it cost?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "It didn't cost a dime. My aunt is the president of Paramount." At just 28 years of age, Tony Stark was brimming with vitality and thus became instantly captivated. Luke had some fine wine sent over and even took the time to inquire about Pepper's preferences. Noticing Stark's inclination to join the festivities below, he cautioned, "While it's perfectly fine to partake in the revelry, I must advise you that most of those Hollywood actresses are rather promiscuous. Be wary of potential repercussions." Upon hearing this, Luke noticed Pepper casting a sidelong glance at Stark. Rhodes, too, harbored a desire to descend, yet was restrained by his sense of propriety. Thus, Luke proposed, "Since we find ourselves together, let us celebrate Rhodes' promotion here. Cheers." This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. As they sipped their drinks and engaged in conversation, Luke regaled them with Hollywood gossip while also imparting some insights on the art of seduction. Stark, perplexed, looked at Luke and asked, "You must be younger than I. From whence do you derive such theories?" Luke, swirling his glass, smiled and replied, "I have been courting since high school, never relying on status or wealth." Stark continued to regard Luke with skepticism. Luke pointed to his own face and continued, "This is but one aspect. The crux lies in understanding a woman's heart. What merit is there in merely throwing money at them?" Stark scoffed, "I prefer to witness their submission. It saves time and hassle." Luke chuckled softly, retorting, "Balzac once proclaimed that the mingling of money and love is grotesque. Love without intimacy merely signifies that it is not true love. Intimacy without love only proves your ignorance of it." This profound wisdom momentarily silenced the other three. Rhodes, a bachelor himself, and Pepper, who had long cherished a secret affection but feared the vulnerability of expression, absorbed the weight of his words. After observing their contemplative silence, Luke interjected to disrupt their fanciful musings. "Stark," he remarked, "these Hollywood starlets may appear glamorous, yet they are fundamentally flawed. I shall host a soiree with some respectable young ladies another day." At the mention of this, Stark immediately perked up. However, Luke continued, "You may rely on your personal charm, but not on wealth or status, for those women are of superior character." Stark inquired, "Where might I find such ladies?" Rhodes also eagerly turned his attention to Luke, while Pepper remained sullen. Luke responded, "My grandmother's fashion conglomerate boasts numerous boutiques, and the young women employed there are meticulously selected, well compensated, stable, and cultured, unlike those scandalous Hollywood starlets downstairs." Stark promptly declared, "Then it is settled. When shall we hold the gathering? I shall cover the expenses." Luke scoffed, "Do you truly think I require your money? However, I must first speak with my grandmother. Let us plan for a few days from now, while the holiday is still ongoing." Stark hastily apologized, "Forgive me, I seem overly eager." Luke waved his hand dismissively, "No matter. Your sudden arrival left little time for preparation. We shall commemorate Rhodes properly next time." Rhodes quickly added, "I feel quite embarrassed about this." Luke smiled warmly, "Not at all. After all, we are friends now. Are we not?" Thus, the trio raised their glasses once more in celebration. Chapter 36. The soiree. Rhodes, having attained the rank of major at such a young age, undoubtedly has connections within the upper echelons of the Air Force. Hence, Luke sees this opportunity to strengthen his bond with Rhodes, recognizing the potential for valuable networking in the future. As for Stark, Luke did not perceive the aloofness that was often rumored. Perhaps Stark was simply too youthful, having yet to endure the harsh realities of life. Alternatively, it might be that he did not feel the need to assert any superiority in Luke's presence. Despite Stark Industries' impressive market value, the Cheen family's Hex Group is equally formidable. The crucial distinction lies in the fact that the Cheen family represents a consortium that permeates various industries, possessing cross-holdings with other conglomerates. In contrast, Stark Industries, since Howard's time, has preferred a solitary approach. Were it not for the exceptionally high barriers to entry established by the father-son duo, along with their strong military ties, they would have long been devoured by competing conglomerates. Thus, in Luke's presence, Stark genuinely could not flaunt any sense of superiority. Moreover, Luke's villa can be considered the finest location in Malibu, situated in a bay with its own pristine beach stretching nearly a kilometer and a small dock. Conversely, Stark's purchased villa can merely be described as a hillside by the sea, with an area that is less than half of Luke's. Although the two homes are neighboring, the straight-line distance exceeds 2 kilometers. Therefore, Luke's standing is more than sufficient to stand on equal footing with Stark. The three conversed for an extended period, with Stark and Luke discussing women and Hollywood gossip, while Rhodes shared anecdotes and jokes from military life, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon parting, they exchanged contact information and agreed on the date for their next gathering before leaving Luke's villa. True to his promise, Luke made a phone call to his grandmother. Naturally, Grandma Cheen was more than willing to fulfill her eldest grandson's request. The party was thus designated as a festive gathering, scheduled for the day before New Year's Day. Subsequently, Luke leveraged the reputation of his fashion brand to request numerous newly signed models from his second-aunt's agency. These young ladies, yet untouched by the shadows of Hollywood, were still eager and ready for opportunities, making them ideal candidates for Stark. Under the guise of promoting the fashion brand, Luke organized a small fashion show. Many trendy outfits were available for casual fitting, and if the outcome was promising, partnerships could be swiftly established. This prospect was immensely enticing for the newcomers from the agency. Although Luke's attire was not overly formal, he donned comfortable casual pants and a shirt. By midday, all the guests had arrived, including Rhodes and Stark, though Pepper was notably absent. It seemed she preferred to avoid Stark's roguish demeanor. Nevertheless, Luke couldn't resist teasing Stark a little. "Tony, where's your secretary? Why isn't she here? She's feeling a bit unwell. Should I call a doctor? St. Mariana Hospital is family-owned." "No need. She's just overwhelmed with work and needs some rest. Should I send someone to bring her here? I have spa facilities and rooms for her to unwind." "Why are you so concerned about my secretary?" Luke shrugged and replied, "She's a beauty. Who wouldn't be fond of that?" He then cast a quizzical glance at Stark and added, "You're not the type to dip your pen in company ink, are you?" Stark hastily defended himself. "Of course not. She's my most capable assistant. You can't have any designs on her. Your assistant, not mine. Why do you care about her romantic affairs?" "No way, absolutely not." Luke chuckled. "All right, just a jest." As he noticed Annie entering alongside Uncle Chun, Luke flashed a charming smile and remarked, It truly was a jest. Look, my girl is here. Watching Annie approach with the wide-eyed wonder akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, Luke couldn't help but laugh. Before Annie could express her awe of the villa's breathtaking sea view, Luke wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. As they parted, Annie was left with no time to voice any complaints. Overwhelmed with longing in recent days, her gaze towards Luke was filled with yearning. Luke playfully patted Annie's rear and said, "Let Uncle Chun take you to my room. I've prepared some outfits suitable for the party." Thus, and reluctantly followed Uncle Chun to Luke's 270-degree sea view master bedroom. After bidding farewell to Anne, Stark and Rhodes both gave Luke a thumbs up. The party had commenced, and a small stage had been set up for the ladies to take photographs. Seizing the moment before anyone ascended the stage, Luke approached and took the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Luke Dutton. Today, I have the honor of inviting you, on behalf of the president of Paramount Pictures and the president of Venus Fashion Group, to enjoy a joyous New Year's party," he added. "And there is wonderful news. My friend Rhodes has been promoted to Air Force Major." The crowd erupted in applause, and Luke gestured for Rhodes. "Come on, James. Join us for a toast." Under the collective gaze, Rhodes, despite his shyness, had no choice but to step forward. Thank you, Luke. I hereby declare the party officially begun. However, those wishing to swim at the beach should take heed. The waves are rather strong today." Behind the stage, colorful streamers and confetti burst forth as lively music began to play, igniting the atmosphere. Accompanying Rhodes, adorned in streamers, he and Stark made their way to the adjacent hall. Luke's villa featured expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a clear view of the revelry outside. As Luke and Stark sipped their drinks, they noticed Anne, clad in a bikini and a sheer skirt. Although Anne appeared somewhat reserved, Luke embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Go have fun, and don't hold back." His words instilled confidence in her, prompting Anne to skip joyfully into the crowd. The trio sat in the room, watching the women outside as they drank, danced, and swam. Yet, Rhodes remained too bashful, burdened by his military demeanor, while Stark's attention was fixated on the ladies. As Luke was about to urge Rhodes to join him, he interjected, "Tony, remove your watch. We agreed no money should be involved." At first glance, you look like a wealthy scion. Uncle Chin promptly responded, "Very well, young master. Gentlemen, this way please." Once the two had changed into their new attire, Luke could hardly contain his amusement. They donned beige shorts, flip-flops, and floral shirts, creating a rather comical sight when standing together. As they entered the dance floor, Luke's gaze returned to it. While Anne lacked the exotic allure of Alex, her mixed heritage, German and various nationalities, rendered her a quintessential blonde beauty, with striking features and an impressive hourglass figure. Alex, on the other hand, boasted an even more enviable physique. Softer features, smoother skin, and the unique charm of Indian descent. Both women possessed their own advantages in stature, each standing just over 1.7 meters. However, Anne's background as a cheerleader endowed her with remarkable flexibility, perfectly suited for various poses. However, Alex's physical prowess surpassed that of Annie, allowing him to endure longer. Presently, Luke found the idea of having a steady girlfriend quite appealing, as he and Annie shared a harmonious rapport. Given this pleasant feeling, he decided to continue the relationship, leaving the future to unfold as it may. Alex anticipated that once the training at the Liaison Academy concluded, a breakup would be inevitable. Eventually, Stark and Rhodes returned. Visibly disheartened. With a grin, Luke jestingly remarked, "Now you understand the level of your own charm, don't you?" Rhodes, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Charm aside, at least I could rely on my finances, but I find myself devoid of funds." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "At least money can resolve most issues, saving time and minimizing trouble." Luke, however, shook his finger, asserting, "With some individuals, money holds no sway. You should recognize that my girl is experiencing this for the first time, and I have never relied on wealth to impress her." Tony retorted, "I find that hard to believe." Rhodes echoed, "So do I." Luke, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Ah, you two are simply pathetic. Come, let us head to the swimming pool, and I shall show you why I am dubbed the California Casanova." Chapter 37. Why the Aquaman Luke led Stark and Rhodes to the edge of a magnificent cliffside pool. The crowd was sparse, yet as Luke shed his shirt and trousers, revealing his swim trunks, many young women were drawn to him. His physique was nothing short of exceptional, with perfect proportions, fluid muscle definition, a chiseled 8-pack, and an alluring V-line. The moment Luke removed his clothing, Gasps of astonishment erupted from the nearby women. My goodness, what is this? A man like that could make one swoon. Even if it meant peril, I would gladly take the risk. To be his woman must bring unparalleled joy. As the murmurs and exclamations surrounded him, more and more individuals gathered by the poolside. Stark and Rhodes widened their eyes, watching Luke with a tinge of envy. Rhodes couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this guy is outright cheating. He glanced at Stark's average build and his own somewhat frail physique. Luke merely performed a few stretches by the pool, prompting Stark to notice the women practically drooling in his direction. With the most charming smile, Luke waved at the women before diving headfirst into the pool. Stark and Rhodes then observed as a throng of girls eagerly leapt into the water, some without even changing out of their clothes. Fortunately, Luke managed to swim to the far side of the pool in one breath and returned to his original position with equal ease. The wet swim trunks accentuated the contours of his muscular form, leaving the girls utterly mesmerized. Just then, Annie approached, decisively brandishing a towel and bathrobe, blocking the girls' gaze and asserting her claim with a passionate kiss for Luke. Even Stark and Rhodes seemed to hear the collective sound of heartbreak and lamentation from the young women. However, some with gleaming eyes were patiently waiting for and to depart from Luke's side to seize their opportunity, having witnessed Luke's charm and remained inseparable from him, occasionally casting sorrowful glances his way while vigilantly surveying the other women around them. Upon returning to the hall, Luke clinked glasses with the two men, smiling as he inquired, "Do you understand?" Rhodes replied with a hint of resignation, "I'm nearly 40. At this rate, I doubt I'll even make it to retirement." Tony, however, retorted defiantly, "That's cheating. Some talents are inherited from one's parents, and I can't help that." Luke scoffed, "Try finding a steady girlfriend. Those previous flings will only drain your energy. Carnal desires devoid of love are akin to that of a beast." He then glanced at and perched on the armrest, and added, "Am I right, my dear?" and responded with a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, the expressions on Rhodes and Stark's faces darkened. Not only had they been force-fed a mouthful of romantic excess, but they were also looked down upon by the women outside. With Luke present, it seemed the ladies had no interest in the two of them. The pair, feeling disheartened, drank some more and engaged in idle chatter for a while before taking their leave. To console the two unfortunate souls, Luke sent them off with a bottle of fine wine each, somewhat mending their wounded spirits. The gathering concluded before dinner. Uncle Chun had arranged for professionals to tidy up, and an hour later, and savored a heartfelt dinner prepared by Luke himself. Throughout the meal, she gazed at him with longing eyes, her expression filled with yearning. Had it not been for that damned sense of ritual, she would have leaped upon him. As night fell, and's fervor reached its peak, alas, the assessments from Luke's former lovers proved accurate. No one could withstand an entire night with Luke, no one. "How many have slept in this bed with you?" and inquired playfully. Luke chuckled, "My dear, you are the first mistress of this bed. Do not dwell on the trivial, let me carry you to the bath." He placed and in the jacuzzi and tenderly asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Your voice is hoarse," exhausted, and could hardly muster the energy to respond, merely murmuring, "Anything is fine." Luke fetched a large glass of juice for her while he took a bottle of beer for himself, and, utterly fatigued, fell asleep and was unresponsive to any attempts to awaken her. Thus, Luke resorted to feeding her directly with his mouth. Perhaps it was the sugars or hydration from the juice that revived her somewhat, and she felt a renewed sense of vigor the following morning, and awoke with an insatiable thirst. Sitting up and leaning against the headboard, she noticed a cup of water on the bedside table, still warm to the touch. That damned Luke, so considerate, how delightful. After gulping down a glass of water, Luke stepped into the room. "It's time to rise and have breakfast, my little bear." This reference is due to Annie being a cheerleader, and the mascot is a bear, emblazoned on the cheerleaders' uniforms. Annie pouted and requested a kiss from Luke. Satisfied, she tossed the covers aside and made her way to the bathroom. Noticing Luke's eager gaze upon her unadorned form, she hastily waved her hands, saying, "No more, Luke. Truly, no more? Spare me, please." Witnessing Annie's hasty retreat, a smirk crept onto Luke's lips. This afternoon, he was set to return to the Joint Agency Academy, where Alex, his casual companion, would undoubtedly be eager for his arrival. After a lunch, Luke drove Annie to her apartment in North Hollywood, Los Angeles, not far from the affluent Burbank Tower. The elder Aoki's enterprise provided commendable benefits. Though Annie's residence was not in a wealthy area, the safety was relatively decent. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Annie, Luke returned home. Although the holiday was not yet over, he needed to depart early. So he said his goodbyes to his family and headed straight to the airport for a flight to Washington. Before dinner, Luke finally arrived at Quantico and reunited with the long-missed Alex. Quantico lacked the luxury of five-star hotels such as Marriott and Hilton. So Luke sought the finest in to alleviate Alex's yearning. Being a military base, most guests consisted of families and servicemen. During check-in, he encountered a Marine soldier, one he had previously met during rigorous assessments. Upon seeing Luke and Alex check into a room, the soldier regarded Luke with a challenging stare, seemingly eager for another contest. Luke, perplexed by the soldier's scrutiny, chose to ignore him. This was not his territory. Fearing a lack of fresh linens at night, Luke displayed utmost tenderness throughout. On the morning of checkout, Luke again crossed paths with the provocative soldier from the previous day. The soldier appeared dejected, his girlfriend beside him wearing a look of discontent. After completing their checkout, he uttered a parting, "I'm breaking up with you." As they departed, they cast envious glances at Alex for an extended moment. Alex, bewildered, turned to Luke with questioning eyes. Luke responded with a charming smile, "You called for half the night. She only called for 20 minutes, divided into 3 instances." Chapter 38. Choices. After indulging in another day of affection with Alex, the holiday came to an end. Everything returned to normal, yet upon attending class, Luke was summoned to Miranda's office. The accolades for the robbery case at Burbank Tower were ultimately attributed to others, with the elder Cheen's maneuvers downplaying Luke's involvement. However, some credit was still accorded, albeit to the Joint Agency Academy. Principal Miranda was pleasantly surprised to receive this news. She had reviewed the investigation report regarding the incident, which, while not entirely accurate, confirmed that Luke had indeed disarmed the bomb alone. She reached out to some high-level connections to inquire about Luke, but no one seemed to know his true origins. Ultimately, she was compelled to use this incident as a means to consult the assistant to the Minister of Justice. The response she received was to handle matters through standard procedures, and if there were any issues, they could seek Luke's own perspective. As the school year commenced, Miranda summoned Luke for 2 purposes: to prepare a reward for him and to facilitate his departure from the class. Unfortunately, Luke's extraordinary abilities rendered him somewhat of an anomaly among the ordinary agents in training, making their instruction largely ineffective. Despite this, Luke was always eager to assist his classmates, such as the timid bespectacled Simon, the spirited Brian, and the naive blonde Haas. He frequently led them in rigorous training sessions, which enabled them to barely pass the physical assessments. After delving too deeply into an investigation and facing a gun threat from his partner, Haas was reassigned to the Intelligence Analyst Training Program. Due to Luke's exceptional performance during the robbery case at Zhongfu Building, Miranda presented him with 2 options. The first was to join a specialized tactical unit dedicated to raiding dangerous criminals, rescuing hostages, and managing difficult offenders and organizations. The second option involved bomb disposal and hazardous materials handling, essentially training him to become an explosives expert. Miranda anticipated that Luke would decline, given his current low profile in class and the ease of his daily life. However, to her astonishment, Luke smiled and offered a surprising response. "Only children make choices. I want them all." He believed that the more training he received, the better, as he could easily retain information after a single review and achieve proficiency after hands-on practice. With Luke's remarkable learning capacity, this additional training posed no challenge. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity to acquire more skills. Every new skill would serve as an additional layer of security, while Luke could gain experience from the criminals he subdued. Mastering skills through study provided a far more solid foundation. Nevertheless, Luke declined Miranda's proposal for public recognition, preferring to maintain a low profile to avoid creating distance between himself and his classmates. He casually pocketed the medal she offered and departed. In the following month, Luke immersed himself in an intense regimen of skill acquisition. He engaged in training not only with the bomb disposal unit but also with the Special Operations Group, which included skills such as piloting aircraft. His outstanding performance caught the attention of Captain Frank from the Marine Corps, who approached him once more, hoping to recruit him. Luke, however, politely declined. Ultimately, Luke chose to embrace the role of a bomb disposal expert, a position that afforded him ample free time and fewer daily obligations. In contrast, members of the Special Operations team were perpetually on standby, engaging in missions alongside their comrades. Thus, Luke found the identity of a bomb disposal expert rather appealing. As long as he possessed evidence and located the perpetrator's whereabouts, he could approach directly, issue commands, and discharge his weapon without the subsequent complications of evidence collection, court proceedings, and other bureaucratic entanglements. With his keen insight, he was confident in avoiding any misfires. The legal processes of this era were not as convoluted as those of later times, and agents and officers were not required to take administrative leave following a discharge of their weapons. Although Luke departed from his original unit, he remained within the dormitory, continuing to attend classes with his peers, albeit in different locations. His proclivity for assistance fostered amicable relationships with his classmates, who were charming, vibrant, and amiable, contributing to the network he was cultivating. Should any of these individuals ascend to prominence in the future, such connections would prove invaluable. While Alex displayed commendable capabilities, Luke remained skeptical of her potential to reach such heights. Her tenacity would serve her well as an agent, yet perhaps not as a politician. Nonetheless, having a friend in a distant place could yield opportunities for collaboration, which he found quite appealing. This perspective did not paint Luke as a cad, rather, it reflected a commonly accepted viewpoint in America. The delineation between sex and love was typically clear. As long as neither party was married, such behavior was deemed acceptable. Of course, even within marriage, such scenarios could arise, though they were regarded as immoral, contributing to the nation's high divorce rates. In truth, despite the many women Luke had encountered, his heart remained tethered to his first girlfriend from high school, a girl who resembled a sprite and lingered in his memory. Due to the constraints of his physical condition at the time, young Luke was unable to stand, which ultimately led to her transferring schools. The things one cannot possess often become the most cherished. As February unfolded, the training at the Joint Commission Academy reached its conclusion, culminating in a graduation ceremony attended by an assistant director from the FBI headquarters. This individual wielded significant authority, despite the unwieldy title. The role was markedly different from that of a director's assistant, who merely functioned as a secretary. The FBI was comprised of 4 deputy directors, while there were 10 assistant directors, each presiding over a powerful division. Following the graduation ceremony, Luke was set to depart, while his fellow trainees would enter a 6-month internship period, after which they would be assigned based on their performance. However, Luke was exempt from this, having received a medal for his involvement in the robbery at the Zhongfu building, coupled with his exemplary performance at the academy, which allowed him to ascend directly to the rank of a full-fledged agent. Old Sheen had arranged for him to return to the Los Angeles branch. The branch in California is located in San Francisco, while Los Angeles serves merely as a substation. Yet, who could turn down the opportunity to work right at their doorstep? The Sheen family was not lacking in the modest salary offered. As long as Luke pursued his ambitions, the entire family would support him. Before his departure, Luke spent 2 delightful days with Alex. Ultimately, Alex succumbed to a deep slumber lasting a full 14 hours. Upon waking, they parted ways. Although there was a tinge of reluctance, their budding relationship could not impede their forthcoming goals. Thus, no words were exchanged, only mutual well wishes. Upon returning to Washington, D.C., Luke paid a visit to Attorney General Doherty. Their conversation was brief, as Doherty had limited time, merely orienting Luke to the business and advising him not to rush. Luke felt no urgency. Proceeding methodically meant fewer complications. Hence, he joyfully returned to Los Angeles. Upon his arrival, Luke spent a day with his family, sharing amusing anecdotes from the Federal Bureau of Investigation Academy over dinner with his siblings. He also engaged in discussions with his parents regarding future investment directions, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The following day, he visited the Grand Sheen estate in Beverly Hills to see his grandparents. After lunch, it was time for his grandfather's counsel. This time, it was old Sheen Drake who initiated the conversation. He informed Luke that the supervisor involved in the recent robbery at the Zhongfu building had been dismissed. The new appointee was a junior from Sheen's mother, Elsa's, sorority, albeit from a different generation. They had met during a school anniversary celebration and shared a cordial relationship, with their families having business ties. Elsa had already made arrangements to ensure Luke would be well looked after upon his reporting for duty. Luke recognized this as a comprehensive safeguard for him. He appreciated this gesture. It would be foolish to disregard advantageous connections. In his previous life, Luke had heard tales of unreliable protagonists endowed with superpowers who wreaked havoc. To him, such behavior was foolish and indicative of a nouveau riche mentality. In this world, every action leaves an imprint. One should never underestimate the capabilities of state enforcement agencies. If they truly desire to apprehend you, they would do so with precision. The capitalist realm values interpersonal relationships and mutual interests far more than brute force. Those who rely solely on aggression are mere pawns. Thus, Luke resolved not to engage in illegal activities, ensuring his record remained unblemished. Donning the guise of a law enforcer to benefit himself seemed far more appealing. He had no desire to be a solitary superhero. The world is vast, and reckless behavior invites retribution. There are always greater powers beyond one's own. It is wise to develop cautiously, for excessive ostentation often leads to a swift downfall. Regarding his work, Luke had little to express, proceeding with diligence sufficed. After discussing recent investment matters with his grandfather and observing the elder's waning vitality, Luke promptly concluded their conversation. However, this also piqued Luke's interest. The efficacy of the mixture of spiritual spring water and spirit fruit juice, which he had previously researched, was now at the forefront of his agenda. It wasn't that Luke was reluctant to provide it for his family sooner. Rather, it was only after the incident at Walcott Lake that his spiritual spring space had reopened. Consequently, he placed a call to Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin, could you please assist me in ordering a set of small-scale bottled drinking water filling equipment, along with food capsule production equipment? After specifying several essential devices, Luke ended the call. He still had a few days of vacation left and intended to focus on this project before returning to work. The following day, Luke received a call from Uncle Chin. Instead of requesting delivery to his seaside villa in Malibu, he designated a transit warehouse. By evening, Luke discreetly rented a large cargo van and drove to the factory. Upon entering the warehouse, he waved his hand, and all the equipment was transported into his spiritual spring space. After making a circuit around Los Angeles, he returned the cargo van and went back to his seaside villa in Malibu. Once at the villa, Luke entered his study and accessed the spiritual spring space, having previously instructed Uncle Chin not to disturb him. 3 days later, Luke rented another cargo van and returned to the transit warehouse. This time, he deposited 20,000 bottles of mineral water there. After returning the van, he drove his own car back to the Grand Chine Manor in Beverly Hills. Upon arrival, Luke instructed the butler to have someone move the 480 bottles of water from his trunk inside. He offered no explanation and engaged in casual conversation with his grandmother as usual. In the evening, when his grandfather returned for dinner, Luke summoned Old Chine. In a moment of astonishment, Luke conjured 2 bottles of mineral water out of thin air. These were 450 milliliters bottles, devoid of any packaging, representing the essence of the spiritual spring within his space. Consuming it alone would promote better health. Then, Luke produced a small box, which, upon opening, revealed neatly arranged portable syringes, reminiscent of the emergency morphine supplies issued to soldiers on the battlefield. There were 20 in total. Lastly, he conjured 2 vials, similarly lacking any external packaging. As the expressions of his grandfather and father gradually settled, Luke began his explanation. This mineral water has undergone special treatment, and regular consumption yields significant health benefits. It is reserved solely for family use. I have placed 20,000 bottles in the warehouse in Burbank. Just ask for more when needed. He then pointed to the open box, saying, I refer to this as life-saving 250. As long as there is breath, a single injection ensures 24 hours of vitality without decline. Upon hearing this, both men gasped. Their gazes toward Luke transformed. Luke continued, if the dosage is increased to 100, it can cure the vast majority of ailments and enable severely injured patients to recover within 3 days. Another gasp escaped the 2 men. Luke continued, if the dosage is increased to 200, you will appear younger within a month. However, the average person must not exceed 250, lest they perish from ruptured blood vessels. Upon hearing Luke's words, the 2 men exchanged solemn glances. The elder Chine interjected, who else is privy to this information? Luke shook his head, stating, currently, only the 3 of us know. I intend to inform Uncle Chin, as I will need him to deliver supplies to you. This arrangement is essential. He then pointed to a vial, declaring, this is our sect's longevity elixir. 1 pill a day suffices. It negates the need for meals, enhances beauty, slows aging, and eliminates ailments. In truth, Luke had dried the pulp of spiritual fruit after juicing it, ground it into powder, and encapsulated it in a fully sealed capsule after diluting it with spring water. Anticipating what the elder might say, Luke preempted, Grandfather, I know your concerns. These substances were procured through my master and are meant solely for family use. The life-saving 250 can be distributed in small quantities. The elder nodded, replying, leave it to me. Your father cannot manage those individuals. Old Chine shrugged, affirming, your grandfather speaks true. Luke added, the water and capsules can be retrieved anytime from my Malibu villa storage. I will entrust the remainder to Uncle Chun. Feel free to contact him if you need anything." The elder immediately nodded and, under the watchful gaze of Old Chin, took possession of 2 vials of capsules. After the meeting, Old Chin approached Luke. Before he could speak, Luke produced 2 vials of capsules and handed them to him, stating, "These are for you and Mother. Once consumed, seek Uncle Chin. They must not be leaked, or our family will be in peril." Old Chin nodded anxiously. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke summoned Uncle Chun to the study. He then produced a syringe and addressed him. "Uncle Chun, do you trust me?" Chun, puzzled by the syringe in Luke's hand, replied, "Young master, speak your mind. I shall not hesitate." Luke smiled reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed, Uncle Chun. This will thoroughly heal your internal injuries." With that, as Chun was momentarily distracted, Luke injected 100 of the life-saving 250 into Chin's arm. Chapter 40. Uncle Chin's past. After the injection, Luke marveled at the transformation occurring in Uncle Chin. Having previously experimented on small animals, this was his first time administering the serum to a human. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Chin's muscles began to swell. The man, who had once stood just over 1.7 meters, now towered over 1.8 meters, his physique becoming that of a robust elder. This transformation reminded Luke of a character from an anime he had watched in his previous life, Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Though it had been a childhood memory, Master Roshi's image was indelibly etched in his mind. At last, Chunbo sighed and said, "Thank you, young master." Then Luke heard the sound of Chunbo's bones crackling. His once bulging muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly reverting to that of a frail old man. With a cheerful grin, Chunbo clenched his fist and said to Luke, "The internal injuries have healed. This old man might live a few more years." Although Luke felt a shock within, he maintained a smiling demeanor and replied, "Congratulations, Chunbo. You must live longer and help me with the children." Chunbo laughed heartily and remarked, "I shall strive to live until then. I suppose you have many questions." "Young master?" Luke shrugged and replied, "Everyone has their secrets. I do not dwell on the past. I only need to know that we are family." Though he was indeed curious, he knew the importance of emotional intelligence in his response. After receiving the bottle of mineral water from Luke, Chunbo settled onto the sofa and began recounting his story. In his youth, he had clandestinely emigrated to America as a Chinese national. He had offended powerful individuals in the mainland during a martial arts contest, leading him to flee to Hong Kong and then to America. To make a living, he fought in underground boxing matches. His martial arts skills were rooted in the authentic ancient Baji boxing techniques, with Baji being just one aspect of the genuine internal martial arts. Due to youthful arrogance and the pride of a warrior, he incurred the wrath of those orchestrating the underground fights and was nearly killed in the ring. Fortunately, an elder named Chin, recognizing his heritage, took pity on him and saved his life. From that moment on, Chunbo became Chin's bodyguard. However, as times changed and firearms became prevalent, Chunbo grew disheartened. After shielding the elder from gunfire once, he was appointed as the steward, no longer required to take risks. Thus, he served as Chin's steward for nearly 2 decades. Upon hearing Chunbo's tale, Luke discerned the struggles faced by Chinese immigrants in America during those years. It was only due to the elder-esque connections in the underworld that such an empire was built, standing on the shoulders of giants. In the end, Luke embraced Chunbo and said, "From now on, you may enjoy your life here in peace." He then shared the agreement made with his grandfather. Chunbo immediately responded with seriousness, "Young master, rest assured, even in death, I will not allow these matters to leak." Luke patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Chunbo, these are merely external possessions. As long as you are safe, it matters not if they are revealed. They cannot harm me." Chunbo shook his head and replied, "Young master, do not underestimate human greed. Some would disregard all rules for such things." Luke comforted him, saying, "Fear not, I am not so easily manipulated." After concluding their conversation, Chunbo demonstrated his ability to manipulate objects using qi, leaving Luke in awe. With a twinkle in his eye, Chunbo cheerfully inquired, "Young master, would you like to learn the old man's techniques?" Intrigued, Luke expressed his interest, although his own practice revolved around immortality cultivation. He held a keen fascination for internal martial arts. Chunbo proceeded to showcase a series of boxing techniques, articulating the accompanying internal power mantras. Luke absorbed the information swiftly, memorizing the techniques after a single demonstration. Following Chunbo's lead in practice, he was suddenly met with a delightful surprise. Ding! Discovered the ancient text of Baji, which can be integrated into the mountain shaking technique. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Without hesitation, Luke affirmed his decision. Soon thereafter, he felt a series of cracking sounds emanate from his bones. Though he did not grow taller, his muscles became notably denser. His weight, initially at 180 pounds, increased to 210 pounds without any visible change in his physique. After breaking a slight sweat, an intense hunger washed over him. After expressing his gratitude to Chun Bo, he returned to his bedroom and immediately entered the spirit spring space, indulging in a lavish feast. The spiritual fruits truly quenched his thirst and satisfied his hunger. After consuming 5 of them, he felt rejuvenated. In the following days, Luke continued to produce mineral water, life-saving capsules, and longevity gels in the spirit spring space. Once he had amassed a sufficient supply, he ventured to the underground storage of the villa, leaving behind the majority of his provisions. After giving Chun Bo some instructions, Luke set out in his car. While driving, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, my little bear. Oh my goodness, is that you, Luke? Have you graduated?" "Yes, I'm back in Los Angeles." "Where are you? I'll come pick you up, and then we can go out for dinner." I'm near the Electronics Plaza by One Eye Airport. I need to go home and change my clothes. Please wait for me at my place." "All right, darling. See you soon." Before long, Luke arrived at Annie's building. After a brief wait, he spotted Annie hurriedly disembarking from a taxi and rushing upstairs. Luke had no opportunity to call out to her as she swiftly entered the apartment. Within 10 minutes, Annie emerged and made her way to the curb. Just as she was about to call Luke, a gray Dodge pickup truck pulled up in front of her. Lowering the window, she was greeted by Luke inside, and she gleefully opened the door to join him. Before Luke could utter a word, Annie leapt into his arms, greeting him with a passionate French kiss. As they parted, Luke chuckled and said, "Hold on, my little bear, let us have dinner first." Their dinner took place at a seaside restaurant in Santa Monica. Yet, Annie's thoughts were not on the meal. She was preoccupied with flirting with Luke. Upon returning to their Ocean View villa in Malibu, despite her eagerness, she exercised restraint. She declined Luke's request for a joint bath in the name of environmental conservation and stepped into the bathroom first. Upon exiting, she gently pushed Luke into the bathroom, whispering, "I have prepared a surprise for you. Please take a shower first while I do my makeup." 10 minutes later, Luke emerged from the bathroom, utterly astonished by Anne's surprise. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her makeup done, fluffy pointed ears, furry limbs resembling beastly claws, and a large tail trailing behind her. Noticing Luke's stunned demeanor, and spoke in a feeble tone, "Master, please save the little fox." At that moment, Luke revealed a wicked grin reminiscent of a dark overlord. Chapter 41. This is not the Middle East. The following morning, and remained in her usual whiny state, utterly resistant to getting up. Observing this, Luke left her a note and, after giving Mr. Chin a few instructions, drove to work. The Los Angeles branch was located in the downtown area, not far from the Parker Center. Rather than reporting directly to the Human Resources Department, Luke first sought out the branch chief, Claire Harris, a member of the sisterhood alongside Elsa. As Luke followed the secretary towards Harris's office, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Upon meeting Harris in person, he quickly understood why. Claire Harris appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful, her chestnut hair elegantly pinned back, her gray suit and white shirt exuding a competent aura, resembling a corporate leader rather than the head of a violent agency. Upon seeing Luke, Harris did not exhibit much warmth, and he could discern that her mood was rather bleak. Their conversation was brief, touching only on Elsa and the work challenges Luke was about to face. The headquarters in California was fully staffed, and with his graduation as an explosives disposal specialist, Luke's potential position here seemed limited. Consequently, Harris decided to assign him the role of a regular agent, but did not designate any specific tasks. Luke remained silent. Although this deviated from protocol, he felt no concern. Typically, new agents would be paired with seasoned veterans to facilitate a quicker acclimatization to the job, akin to a mentorship in policing. However, it was evident that the Chin family had already paved a path for Luke, granting him the freedom to pursue whatever he desired without interference. He was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it allowed for greater autonomy, and working on cases independently was also an option. After a lengthy contemplation, Harris finally addressed Luke. "I have recently arrived here, and many operations are not fully underway. Can I trust you?" Luke smiled and replied, "You can trust me as you would trust my mother." Nodding in acknowledgement, Harris instructed her female assistant to accompany Luke for his registration. After recording his personal information and receiving some standard uniforms, blue jackets, baseball caps, and the like, he was offered a standard 917 handgun. However, Luke declined and instead retrieved his 2 customized firearms and other weaponry. The armory's registrar was taken aback when he saw Luke carrying a large bag filled with weapons. These items were of exceptional quality. High-end merchandise that Luke had imitated from renowned weaponry of the future, surpassing even that of House Stark. Of course, Luke did not register the genuine White Snake revolvers. Instead, he recorded the 2 replicas. The armory officer, eyes wide with disbelief, pointed at the imitation White Snake revolvers and exclaimed, "Are you truly intending to use these in actual combat?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "A gun is meant to be fired, isn't it?" The officer, suppressing his jealousy, reluctantly registered the extensive collection of high-end weaponry for Luke. This included the 7.6251 full-power rifle cartridge, the 55,645 rifle cartridge, and the Honey Badger integrated silencer standard model, 0300 specialized cartridge, replica, heavy barrel, lightweight tactical model, 7.6251 full-power rifle cartridge, replica, short barrel, lightweight tactical model, 5.5645 rifle cartridge. The 55 submachine gun, 5,521 special cartridge, and the 45.045-inch handgun cartridge. A semi-automatic shotgun, replica 1014, 12 gauge, and a short-barreled fully automatic shotgun, replica 12 gauge. A bolt-action sniper rifle, replica, lightweight, 8.6700-338-inch Magnum rifle cartridge, and a semi-automatic sniper rifle, replica, modified tactical model, 7.6251 full-power rifle cartridge. The 412 handgun, 0.45-inch handgun cartridge. 5,521 special cartridge, 1, replica by Suzhin, 0.44-inch Magnum high-power handgun cartridge, and 2, replica Shaoqing, 0.357 Magnum high-power handgun cartridge. When Luke finally pulled out the modified 7 rocket launcher and 6 grenade launcher, the armory officer cursed under his breath. "Damn it, Luke Dalton. I must remind you that this is Los Angeles, not the Middle East. What on earth do you intend to do with all these weapons?" Luke chuckled and replied, "Just register them, will you? I suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower." The officer gazed at Luke with an expression that suggested he was joking, but ultimately had to call his superior to report. Harris received the officer's report and pondered for a moment before stating, "Register them as he requested." He holds a special qualification as a weapon tester from the Department of Defense. After hanging up, the armory officer resignedly registered the weapons for Luke. Soon, everyone in the precinct was aware that Luke Dalton was a weapon expert. Beyond this reason, it was also because Luke never sat in the office. He could only be found at the internal shooting range. Luke became renowned, yet the precinct personnel admired him, as he spent all his time at the range except during meal breaks. While an ordinary person might struggle to lift their arm after firing a few hundred rounds, Luke would shoot all day long as if it were no effort at all, except for the armory officer, who complained to Harris that Luke was constantly taking ammunition from the armory, firing hundreds of rounds each day. Harris could only comfort the quartermaster. In a few days, Company 3, the Cheen family's armament firm, would generously donate a substantial stockpile of ammunition, allowing him to shoot at will. What could the quartermaster do? Naturally, he forgave Luke. Thus, Luke indulged in a blissful existence, spending his days shooting targets and his nights courting young women, while he could endlessly fire at targets. The same could not be said for the ladies. After 5 days of residing in Luke's seaside villa, Annie finally faced the consequences of her impulsiveness, arriving late to work each day. Nevertheless, Luke couldn't help but admire how the old man Qingmu navigated social intricacies, subtly promoting Annie without causing a stir. This not only preserved Luke's dignity, but also catered to Annie's sentiments, a deft maneuver that earned Luke's respect. Ultimately, feeling embarrassed about her habitual tardiness, Annie moved back to her own apartment. Without Annie's company, Luke found himself gazing into the dark expanse of the Pacific Ocean, reflecting on whether he should venture out for some amusement when he received a call from Stark. "Luke, my villa will be ready for renovation next week. I'm throwing a party. Care to join?" Luke consented without hesitation. "Should I arrange for some ladies?" "That would be splendid. Please invite some Hollywood stars." "All right. Send me the details, and I will coordinate with those Hollywood actresses." Chapter 42, Bomb Threat. After ending the call with Stark, Luke dialed his second aunt, Monica Cheen. "Aunt, it's Luke. What brings our little genius to call me? Another party, is it? My friend Stark, whose villa is next door, is hosting a party in 10 days and needs some Hollywood stars." "Understood. Have him contact my assistant and send over the invitations. I will handle the rest. Thank you. And whenever you have time, do come by. I have a few projects for you to consider for investment. I happen to be free today. I will head over shortly. Great. I will await you in my office. After hanging up, Luke greeted Uncle Chin and drove to the Paramount building in Burbank. Since his childhood, when he began participating in family investments, he had been laying the groundwork for media ventures. He had acquired Paramount Pictures along with numerous small to medium-sized production companies, several local television stations, magazines, and newspapers. These entities were now consolidated under Paramount Media. Luke was acutely aware of the significance of media conglomerates in the Western world, which is why he had strategically invested early on. Having his own media channels proved to be immensely attractive to politicians. Media access was a crucial element in election campaigns. With the Chin family possessing this channel, they could attract many politicians and thus secure benefits for themselves. Upon arriving at his aunt's office, Monica bypassed any pleasantries and got straight to the point, presenting Luke with a multitude of scripts. Luke sifted through them, not outright rejecting all but being selective in his choices. Certain scripts are suited for minimal investment, while others require the right director to truly bring them to life. After discussing these matters with my Aunt Monica, we prepared to depart. As we arrived at the elevator lobby, a tremendous noise erupted from within. Luke immediately recognized it as the sound of a bomb explosion and urgently instructed his aunt to call the police. He also contacted Harris to report the situation. His aunt quickly organized the evacuation of the building's personnel. Luke, on the other hand, sought a way to access the elevator maintenance shaft and peered down the elevator shaft. He discovered that one of the elevator cables had been severed by the explosion and was lodged in the middle. Fortunately, the elevator was equipped with an automatic safety device that prevented it from plummeting when the cable broke. Emergency brakes on either side would halt the elevator in its tracks. After informing Aunt Monica of the situation, he urged her to leave the building to ensure her safety. Monica, after advising Luke to stay safe, departed. Harris informed Luke over the phone that she would send assistance. However, time was of the essence, as there were still people trapped inside the elevator, and they needed to be rescued first. Upon reaching the floor where the elevator was stuck, Luke encountered officers who had arrived to handle the situation. They were part of a specialized team. After presenting his credentials and outlining the situation, they promptly reported back to their superiors and received a ransom call demanding $3 million within 1 hour. Half the time had already elapsed. After a moment of contemplation, Luke decided to ascend to the top of the elevator to assess the situation firsthand. After all, he was a professional in bomb disposal. The two officers, Jack Trevin and Harold Temp, requested to accompany him. Luke did not refuse, and the three proceeded to the elevator maintenance hatch on the 32nd floor. Carefully, they descended to the top of the elevator, where they spotted the bomb on the lifting gate. The individuals trapped inside were crying for help. Jack and Harold attempted to reassure the hostages. Luke realized it was too late to stop the imminent threat, so he began inspecting the bomb. Fortunately, the bomb's configuration was not overly complex. After a moment, he gestured for the others to leave. Once they emerged from the maintenance hatch, Luke quietly explained, "Given that the perpetrators have threatened the police via phone, it is likely they are monitoring this elevator. Our arrival might prompt them to detonate the device prematurely." The two exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. Luke continued, "You two should engage in conversation in the elevator, feigning a lack of options before exiting. While I work on disarming the bomb." The pair remained skeptical, and Harold questioned, "Are you sure you can handle this?" Luke smiled slightly and replied, "I am indeed a bomb disposal expert. I've assessed the situation. It's merely a bit complicated and will take time, as bombs have been installed on both the ascending and descending gates." As the two nodded in agreement and prepared to communicate with their superiors via radio, Luke intervened to stop them. "At present, no one is privy to the situation here. Should the bandits eavesdrop on the radio, our plans would be compromised, and time is swiftly slipping away as the deadline they imposed approaches." The two pondered in silence for a moment before one spoke. "Agreed. After we perform our ruse in the elevator shaft, we shall devise alternative strategies." "Very well." Thus, the trio returned to the elevator shaft once more. After engaging in trivial conversation, the two excused themselves, claiming that the bomb was too complex to dismantle. Meanwhile, Luke remained behind, brandishing the blade of benevolence. This tool, incapable of slicing living flesh, was far more adept at severing wires than it was at trimming hair. Utilizing his insightful eye, Luke swiftly discerned the wiring layout of the bomb, decisively disarming the explosive device situated at the elevator's top lift gate. Next, Luke intended to descend to the lower section of the elevator to neutralize the bomb there as well. Jack and Harold procured a hook from a crane apparatus atop the building, preparing to secure the elevator. Their movements, however, may have alerted the bandit, who hesitated momentarily before pressing the detonation button. Just as he did so, Jack successfully latched the hook onto the elevator's apex, while Luke fortuitously severed the fuse. Nevertheless, the detonator emitted a buzzing sound. Thankfully, Luke had cut the wire, preventing the bomb from triggering. Luke then shouted to Jack, "Jack, the bomb has been disarmed. Hurry and rescue the hostages." Emerging from the elevator maintenance hatch on the 31st floor, Luke spotted Jack and Harold also arriving at the same level, prying open the elevator doors. Together, the three of them assisted numerous hostages in escaping the elevator. To Luke's astonishment, among the captives was a familiar face, Mrs. Kendrick, the governor's wife. Upon seeing Luke, Mrs. Kendrick exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed her profound gratitude. However, Luke was pressed for time and urged Jack and Harold to report to their superiors and arrange for the safe extraction of the hostages. If the bandit were indeed monitoring the elevator, he could not be far off, likely concealed within the building itself. They needed to dispatch personnel to investigate promptly. Luke felt a sense of helplessness. The promised support from Harris had yet to arrive. Yet, he remained undeterred. Having disarmed the bomb and rescued the hostages was a significant achievement. He bore no resentment towards the elusive captor. After all, he was left to fend for himself. Jack and Harold exchanged brief pleasantries with Luke before proceeding to inspect other areas. After offering a few comforting words to Mrs. Kendrick, he sent her on her way. As assistance had finally arrived, just as he sent the hostages away, Luke made his way to the freight elevator shaft, where he suddenly heard gunfire, the distinct sound of a shotgun. Meanwhile, Jack and Harold were armed with their company's own 9mm submachine guns. Resembling tactical models, yet featuring the internal structure of the 79 micro-pulse gas-operated system. It was evident that a confrontation had erupted between the bandit and Jack's team. Chapter 43. N's license revocation. Luke did not hear the sound of submachine guns. He only perceived the crack of a handgun and the thud of something heavy striking the ground. He hastily ascended to the floor where the freight elevator was located, only to discover that the elevator was ascending to the top floor, lacking a police radio to call for reinforcements. Luke had no choice but to sprint toward the upper levels. Just as he neared the pinnacle, the elevator began its descent once more. Cursing under his breath, Luke hurriedly followed it down. Meanwhile, the commander below had also detected the issue with the freight elevator and promptly dispatched personnel for inspection. Activating his insight, Luke discovered that the elevator had halted at the basement level. Carefully maneuvering through the fire door of the stairwell, he arrived at the elevator shaft, where gunfire erupted. It was the sound of 917, and Luke proceeded toward the source of the commotion. Mere seconds later, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Before him, Jack was violently propelled around the corner of the corridor, crashing into the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Luke abandoned the pursuit of the assailants and rushed to check on Jack and Harold. Jack appeared relatively unscathed, merely shaken by the blast. However, Harold had sustained a gunshot wound to his leg. After administering a rudimentary treatment, reinforcements arrived. The newcomers nearly mistook Luke for an assailant, but upon seeing him tending to Harold's injury, they refrained from opening fire. Realizing their misunderstanding, Luke hurriedly clarified his identity. Jack, now assisted by his teammates, confirmed Luke's status, and the danger alert was lifted as safety was assured. The trio subsequently made their way to the ground floor. Harold was whisked away by an ambulance, while Jack remained behind. At this juncture, Luke spotted his backup. Harris had arrived personally. She was engaged in conversation with the team commander, and upon noticing Luke and Jack approaching, they paused their discussion. Following this, Jack recounted their experience after rescuing the hostages. They had approached the freight elevator to conduct an inspection when they were suddenly ambushed by the assailants. The elevator cabin was shattered, and they both tumbled inside. The assailant, wielding explosives strapped to himself, had taken Harold hostage, leading them to the basement level. Jack fired at Harold's leg, liberating him from the captor's grasp. Yet, the assailant, undeterred by Jack's firearm, detonated the explosives as he attempted to flee. Upon concluding Jack's narrative, Luke sighed, "You both had submachine guns. How did you not subdue him? Even a fatal shot would have sufficed." Jack, equally frustrated, explained that during the hostage rescue, they had passed the submachine guns to a teammate, ultimately left with only handguns. Although the assailant managed to escape, the hostages were successfully rescued. This incident could be regarded as a shared accomplishment, with Jack and Luke collaboratively ensuring the hostage's safety. They would each report their successes to their respective superiors, rewarding their own team members, leading to a mutually satisfying conclusion. The next phase would involve each party utilizing their own skills to apprehend the bomber. However, upon witnessing Harris personally supporting him, Luke's hopes began to wane. After departing from the building, Harris offered an explanation to Luke. Noticing the knowing glint in Luke's eyes, Harris realized he could not deceive him and sighed, stating, "I have just been assigned here, and many are discontent, particularly because I was parachuted in." Luke nodded in understanding and remarked, "The head of that group of agents was likely poised for your position, wasn't he?" Harris nodded, his silence betraying his frustration. Luke anticipated this. Thus, "I am the key to the breakthrough. I must solve this case to prevent them from undermining you, correct?" Harris nodded in affirmation. "Although I cannot assist you in the field, I can aid you in investigations and information gathering from within the Bureau," he offered. After pondering, Luke responded, "Let it be decided then. One field operative is sufficient. As long as I wield a firearm, I fear no adversaries." With a smile, Harris looked at Luke and inquired, "Is that fear of insufficient firepower genuinely a concern for you?" Luke nodded solemnly. Having reached an agreement with Harris, Luke entered a work mode. The personnel from the precinct found Luke's behavior peculiar. This individual was not shooting but rather initiating an investigation, since Jack and Harold had seen the appearance of the assailants. Luke proposed a collaborative investigation. After some coordination, Harris relayed the rejection. It was evident they wished to exclude him. Local police often find such external involvement unwelcome. A robbery case is essentially a competition for credit. The accolades differ significantly between cases solved independently by the police and those tackled collaboratively, despite belonging to distinct systems. Independent and joint investigations remain dissimilar. Thus, local law enforcement prefers to retain their cases unless they are clearly interstate matters or ones they cannot resolve. In some jurisdictions, police are reluctant to relinquish cases even when they are unable to solve them, fearing that a skilled outsider's success would reflect poorly on their capabilities. Luke had not seen the assailants' appearances, and with the police uncooperative, he could only examine the internal and surrounding surveillance of the building. This task was entrusted to Harris while he proceeded to the crime scene. The site had already been scanned. In the elevator shaft's main control room, a security guard had perished shortly before the incident. It was pristine, devoid of any clues. Thus, the focus shifted to the bombs themselves. These explosives were crafted with precision, unlike those made by amateur hands. Luke speculated that the assailants likely possessed prior experience with law enforcement or military operations. This conjecture held considerable weight. Yet identifying such individuals was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as there were simply too many. Given that he was extorting the police, it was reasonable to assume a connection to them. Luke and Harris engaged in a discussion, with Harris agreeing that Luke's line of thinking was indeed correct, albeit acknowledging that the workload was substantial. Ultimately, Luke suggested, "Let us first check locally and see what retired individuals we can find." After several days of investigation, both Luke and Harris found themselves at a dead end. Consequently, Luke contemplated unwinding with Annie after work. Just as this thought crossed his mind, and he called, "Luke, my driver's license has been revoked." This left Luke utterly bewildered. What happened? There was a prolonged silence on Annie's end as she struggled to find the right words. Eventually confessing, "Uncle Chin gave me the keys to the car in your garage. I took the Porsche convertible out and accidentally exceeded the speed limit a few times." Luke, having witnessed Annie's driving skills before, knew her to be quite the novice behind the wheel. Her technique could only be described as whimsical rather than skillful. Sighing, he reassured her, "It's all right. I'll have Uncle Chin handle the car. However, it seems your license will be suspended for 6 months before you can take the test again." Yes, I understand. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll pick you up after work, and we can have dinner together. All right, see you tonight. Chapter 44. A truly good girl at work. While the dress code was not overly strict, a uniform was still required. Employees either donned the issued blue jackets emblazoned with noticeable insignia or dark suits. In contrast, Luke chose a more unconventional route, wearing a tailored deep blue suit daily, complemented by a sapphire polo tie, an unusual, rope-like tie, and an exquisite outdoor watch valued at $180,000. He accessorized with a black cowboy hat, sunglasses, and cowboy boots. This ensemble earned him the nickname Young Master. Luke remained indifferent to this moniker, as his association with Harris led to limited interaction with his colleagues, and he had little desire to ingratiate himself with them. Consequently, Luke decided to shed his previous modesty, trading his pickup for a Dodge Ram, specifically a bulletproof version. This beast was custom-built on a T-Rex pickup chassis, featuring 6 wheels, 2 in the front and 4 in the rear, its appearance akin to an armored vehicle, ensuring that it commanded attention wherever it went. The deep gray Dodge Ram was priced at $300,000, while a standard pickup during that period was merely $30,000. Luke disregarded the judgments of others. He was done pretending. He embraced his identity as the young master. He no longer carried a handgun. Instead, he sported a belt holster with 2 replica white snakes valued at over $3 million. The personnel from the Los Angeles precinct often expressed a desire to seize Luke's presence, as it was undeniably irksome. However, following Luke's revelation of his connections with the 3 weapon companies his own, the military procurement and logistics personnel began to view him in a new light. There was little they could do. He had provided them with far too much. To foster a good rapport with Luke, the Chin family had generously donated a significant array of valuable items to the precinct. The current military supply and logistics department truly treats Luke like a young master, providing him with everything he desires: bullets to fire at will and equipment to utilize freely. The office's civilian staff have gradually been won over by Luke, who offers them an array of breakfast options from his chain of coffee shops and fast food brands. The principle of taking from those won is indebted to applies universally. Initially, they resisted, but ultimately, they succumbed to the allure of his generous offerings. Now, their gazes towards Luke sparkle with admiration, further enhanced by his handsome visage and charming demeanor. Soon, the entire Los Angeles branch, save for the field agents and special operations team, rallied behind Luke and Harris. Even Harris's secretary gazes at Luke with starry eyes, eagerly inquiring whether he requires a maid for his basement, one clad in minimal attire. This outcome was unforeseen by Harris. She believed she would serve as Luke's caretaker. Yet Luke's straightforward and effective methods proved unexpectedly successful. As for the remaining proud warriors, she had ample time to hone them. After all, those who ascend to such positions are far from foolish, and she did not attain her role solely through beauty. That evening, Luke took Annie to a Chinese restaurant in the San Gabriel Valley. He confidently requested authentic Cantonese cuisine from the owner in fluent Cantonese, then casually handed over $2,000. No need for change, just ensure the dishes are genuine. I am of Chinese descent, he asserted. The owner, delighted by this, waved his hand grandly, promising to deliver. With Luke's generous approach, the owner prepared a feast of 8 dishes and a soup featuring an assortment of chicken, duck, and fish. Annie found the experience novel, though half of the dishes did not appeal to her palate. Luke, however, relished every bite, which encouraged Annie to eat a bit more than usual. They abstained from alcohol and returned to Annie's apartment. Upon entering, Annie felt a twinge of embarrassment, as this single woman had neglected her surroundings. The one-bedroom apartment, while spacious at over 70 square meters, lacked the concept of shared space common in America, reflecting true square footage. The decor was cozy yet somewhat disheveled, with her clothes and undergarments scattered about. A bit flustered, Annie hurriedly began to tidy up the scattered garments, while Luke observed, feeling that the space was rather cramped. Even his room at his parents' house was significantly larger, considering they both had worked the following day. Luke did not want to burden Annie with too much effort. After tidying up, he embraced Annie and remarked, "This place is too small. We should move to Malibu." Annie looked at Luke, her features scrunching in concern. "Luke, you are too extraordinary, and I feel so ordinary. I fear that one day this will all be a dream, and when I awaken, you will no longer be here." Luke lowered his gaze to this sentimental and anxious woman and kissed her gently. Lips parted, she remarked, "The future is beyond our predictions. Let us entrust it to God. At least we are content in this moment, and this is not a mere dream." And playfully struck Luke on the chest and said, "Pa, you scoundrel, I know you do not believe in God. Are you going to Malibu?" Luke inquired, and shook her head, replying, "Please don't say that, Luke. It makes me feel inadequate, like your canary. That is not what I desire. I am quite satisfied with how things are now." Upon hearing Anne's refusal, Luke ceased to press the matter and instead asked, "Your driver's license has been revoked. How will you get to work?" "Of course, I will take the bus," she responded. "Why don't you buy a car?" Luke regretted his question almost immediately. Observing Anne's situation, it was likely she was still repaying student loans. Purchasing a vehicle was hardly feasible, and sensed Luke's awkwardness and smiled reassuringly. "I want to rely on my own efforts, not on the charity of others." What more could Luke say to such a commendable young woman? as your boyfriend. Your attitude makes me feel rather unaccomplished. Yet, and replied, Luke, I will strive to improve myself, to be worthy of you. By the end of their exchange, Luke could only sigh, his heart laden with unspoken words. This girl, seemingly gentle as a stream, possessed an inner strength that was formidable. The next morning, and awoke late once again. Grabbing the sandwich Luke had prepared, she rushed to catch the bus. Even Luke's offer to drive her to work was declined, as she did not want her colleagues to see her in his flashy armored vehicle. Luke resigned himself to tidying up the house before closing the door behind him and heading to work. Originally, the sandwich he made was intended for her lunch, while breakfast consisted of Chinese dishes he had prepared. After and departed, Luke was left to enjoy the meal alone. As for coffee, he had never been particularly fond of it, yet in America, it seemed the only option was coffee. Thus, he settled for whatever was available, unable to discern much difference between the various brews. Upon arriving at the precinct, as he prepared to continue his investigation into the criminal, he received a call from Anne. With a quiver in her voice, she said, Luke, I love you. I was wrong. I never want to take the bus again. Luke could hear a cacophony in the background and quickly asked, and what has happened? Please, take your time and explain. Look, the bus I'm on has a bomb. What? Chapter 45. Airdrop. After hanging up, Luke hurried to find Harris. The assailant from the previous Paramount Media Tower explosion had resurfaced, and he was now holding a bus full of passengers hostage with a bomb. My girlfriend is on board. I must rush there immediately. Harris quickly asked, what support do you need? Luke contemplated for a moment before stating, please dispatch a helicopter. I need to get there with utmost urgency. Harris nodded and promptly made the necessary arrangements. Luke secured the imitation of the White Snake and took his 2 service pistols. He then ascended to the rooftop of the precinct, where a helicopter was regularly stationed. The pilot was prepared, and Luke immediately boarded the aircraft. While in flight, Luke recalled Jack mentioning that the assailant seemed to be missing a thumb. He quickly contacted Harris. I remembered something. Jack from the team mentioned that the perpetrator appears to lack a left thumb. Please investigate this lead. Harris responded, we have already looked into it, and there are no individuals matching that description. Luke continued, investigate those residing in Los Angeles. Perhaps he has arrived from elsewhere. Also, check for any retired military or police personnel due to injuries. Harris hung up and swiftly set his team to the task. Meanwhile, Anne, having hurriedly caught the bus that morning, soon found herself in a tense situation. Shortly after departure, a man in a car began to pursue the bus. Due to the cacophony of traffic, the driver was unable to hear his shouts, prompting the man to resort to writing a note. There is a bomb on the bus. Ultimately, the man boarded the bus himself. This individual was Jack, a member of the police team. That morning, he had witnessed a bus explode not far from him and subsequently received a call from the assailant. The criminal sought to engage Jack in a deadly game, one reminiscent of the infamous Jigsaw. The bus contained a bomb that would activate if the speed exceeded 50 miles per hour, approximately 80 kilometers per hour, and detonate if the speed fell below that threshold. The assailant instructed Jack to locate the bus and provided him with clues. Jack, in haste, finally boarded the bus, only to be confronted by a passenger who mistakenly believed Jack was there to apprehend him. In the ensuing chaos, a well-meaning passenger attempted to subdue the criminal, inadvertently causing the latter's firearm to discharge, striking the driver, and swiftly took action to replace the injured driver. When Luke arrived, he was focused on ensuring the wounded driver was safely evacuated. The pilot from the division showcased impressive skills, landing directly atop the bus. After giving the pilot a nod of approval, Luke leaped down, executing a roll as he entered through the front door of the bus. Inside, apart from Anne, the other passengers were taken aback by Luke's unexpected arrival. While Jack recognized Luke, the passengers did not. Luke brandished his credentials and declared, I am assuming control here. I ask for your cooperation. Jack approached Luke and briefed him on the situation. Luke first offered words of comfort to Anne, helping to stabilize her emotions. Then, leaning down from the maintenance passage beside the driver, he observed the condition of the bomb. After assessing the situation, Jack instructed Luke to assist in escorting the injured driver down. This process proceeded smoothly. However, one female passenger attempted to follow, but Jack intervened. The assailant had demands. No one else could descend, or he would detonate the bomb. Yet, the woman seemed entranced, struggling to go down. Luke decisively drew his firearm and discharged a warning shot into the air. Now everyone remain seated, or I shall arrest you for obstructing justice. This action by Luke evidently helped stabilize the emotions of the female passenger and the others. who sensed that he was indeed prepared to use his weapon should they persist in their defiance. Jack remarked to Luke, "The helicopter above is monitoring us. The assailant may learn about our situation through the media." Luke nodded in agreement. Not just the media. He installed listening devices in the elevator last time. And there may be similar devices on this bus. We need to conduct a thorough inspection. Just as they were about to begin their search, Annie, in tears, shouted, "Luke! Luke, there's no way forward." Luke rushed to the front and looked ahead. Indeed, the bridge was under repair, with a gap of several meters and the structure suspended at least 10 meters above the ground. What kind of command is this? Even a simple task like clearing a route can't be executed properly. Though Jack was also part of the team, he found himself in a precarious situation on the bus, unable to voice his concerns. After scrutinizing the scene, Luke turned to Annie. "As we round this corner, accelerate. We must either charge through or perish." "Luke, I'm scared," Annie stammered. Luke embraced her shoulders, reassuringly saying, "Courage, dear girl, you can do this. Trust me, accelerate." Press the pedal to the floor. Meanwhile, Jack moved to calm the increasingly restless passengers in the back. They were all in this together. And now it was a matter of whether Annie could muster the courage to press the accelerator hard enough. The helicopter overhead drew closer, while the police vehicles began to decelerate. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. With collective gasps, the bus navigated the treacherous gap in the bridge. The speed stabilized at 53 miles per hour. Luke instructed Jack, "Have your team clear the way towards the airport. I need a straight stretch." Jack nodded and communicated the situation via his radio. Fortunately, Jack's superior was not a self-important individual and acquiesced to Luke's request. Now, through a shared glance, Luke and Jack began to search for the assailant's surveillance devices. In truth, Luke had already detected them with his keen eye, just beneath the driver's rearview mirror. A clear view of the interior could be observed. Luke feigned searching for a while before finally locating the device. Without uttering a word, he drew his weapon and, with 3 precise shots, shattered the surveillance device. Breathing a sigh of relief, Luke hastily contacted Harris. "Harris, I need you to disperse the media helicopters hovering above me. If they refuse to leave, apprehend them immediately on the grounds of providing real-time information to the criminals." "Understood. I will arrange it at once." Additionally, "We have located the information on the criminal. Our team is en route to his residence to apprehend him." Luke pondered for a moment before cautioning Harris. "This individual is quite cunning and unlikely to leave such an obvious vulnerability. He is an expert in explosives. Let our team be wary, as it is likely to be a trap." After a brief silence, Harris replied, "I understand, Luke. Is there anything else you require?" "Contact Director Taylor at the Canyon Precinct and inform him that I am Luke Cheen. I need those on site to heed my commands." "All right, Luke, stay safe." Luke's actions left Jack utterly astonished. "When did you acquire such authority?" With a playful smirk, Luke responded, "No, it is merely the power of the dollar." Jack was left in bewilderment. However, the pressing issue of the bomb remained to be addressed. Chapter 46. A scathing rebuke. Luke seized Jack's walkie-talkie and communicated with the on-site command. Clearly, they had received Director Taylor's instructions, and all of Luke's requests were promptly arranged. They were now awaiting entry to the airport, intending to utilize the straight runway as an opportunity to disarm the bomb. Meanwhile, the criminal could no longer discern any information regarding their vehicle. Thus, he contacted Jack to voice his demands. At that moment, the special operations team dispatched by Harris arrived simultaneously at the home of the criminal, Payne. Harris had already cautioned the team leader that the situation was a trap. The team was prepared to breach the building but was obstructed by the individual who had forcefully taken over the operation, directing his subordinates to infiltrate the premises. Onlookers were incensed. There was no denying that law enforcement authority in the United States often supersedes that of local police. However, most instances arise from a desire to avoid strained relations, which prevents a direct takeover of cases. Yet this individual disregarded all caution, believing it to be an obvious assignment ripe for accolades. He dismissed Harris's warnings with contempt. But when an explosion erupted, he was left dumbfounded. Although his 8 subordinates survived, they were all severely injured and whisked away for medical treatment. The tumult of emotions accompanying this event could very well dictate the course of his career. Being dismissed would be a mere light consequence, as his actions could easily be deemed gross negligence. The criminal, clearly aware of the unfolding situation, dialed Jack. Upon connecting, Jack heard Payne gleefully recount the outcome of the explosion and present his demands for ransom. Before Jack could respond, Luke snatched the phone away. You, a pitiful wretch. Take pride in igniting a few fireworks. Why not go to the White House and set off some there? Does blowing up a few innocents make you feel as though you've been kicked in the head by a mule? Luke completely deprived the bandit Payne of the opportunity to respond, unleashing a torrent of invective for a full 2 minutes. Indeed, Payne was left bewildered by Luke's scathing rebuke. After a considerable pause, he realized, wait a moment, I am the one who is the criminal here. Just as he was about to retort, Luke continued his tirade, firing off several rounds into the microphone before abruptly disconnecting the call. He then removed the battery from his phone and handed it to a similarly bewildered Jack. Patting Jack on the shoulder, Luke remarked, we need to apply some pressure. We cannot allow everything to unfold according to his rhythm. That would render us too passive. Jack, perplexed, inquired, but what about the bomb he is threatening to detonate? Luke smiled cryptically. He is merely after money. Without it, he wouldn't dare to act. Remember, there are not only police in that vehicle, but also, unless he wishes to forfeit his life in America and flee the country immediately, if either of us were to perish, the police would pursue him relentlessly, no matter where he tries to hide. Upon hearing Luke's words, Jack understood. In America, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to premeditate the murder of police officers or agents, as this would incite the collective wrath of the entire law enforcement community. Such fury would leave their adversaries in ruins. This is the essence of united resolve. Regardless of internal strife, should such a situation arise, it becomes a matter of all against one, with an unyielding commitment to prevail. Consequently, few organizations would dare to target law enforcement. While isolated incidents do occur, they are typically the impulsive acts of novices. Organized crime syndicates would not engage in such reckless behavior. Given that this bandit is a former police officer, he is undoubtedly aware of this unspoken rule. However, it is evident that he is oblivious to the fact that what he just detonated was merely a ruse. Thus, Luke was confident that he would not detonate the bomb. After explaining this to Jack, the police's preparations were complete. Luke planted a kiss on Annie's cheek. My dear bear, steady the vehicle. You can do this. Trust me. He then leaped from the car onto the police escort's flatbed. Luke intended to use a skateboard to access the underside of the bus to disarm the bomb. This small skateboard would be carefully maneuvered into position in front of the bus using the police's flatbed and steel cables. Once suited up in safety gear, Luke lay down on the skateboard, which was then lowered. During high-speed travel, a single miscalculation by either driver could ensnare Luke beneath the vehicle. Seeing Luke draw closer, Annie's anxiety surged. Noticing her distress, Luke offered a reassuring smile and gave her a thumbs up, which helped to stabilize her emotions somewhat. The police driver, a skilled professional, expertly guided Luke beneath the bus through precise commands. Upon arriving at the designated location, Luke affixed the safety cord of the scooter to the chassis of the bus. He then released the steel cable connecting to the police flatbed. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. Luke conducted a meticulous inspection, noting that Payne, the criminal, truly exhibited a touch of obsession befitting a police expert. The wiring was impeccably organized, indicative of a professional rather than a makeshift operation. A peculiar device was linked to the drive shaft, programmed to detonate the bomb should the revolutions of the shaft fall below a predetermined threshold. This explained why the bomb would automatically ignite when the vehicle's speed dipped below 50 miles per hour. Although the design was ingenious, it posed no challenge for Luke. He effortlessly located the wires connected to the detonation device and produced a pair of pliers. With a decisive snip, the wires were severed and the bomb remained inert. Luke informed the police via radio that the bomb had been disarmed, allowing for the safe extraction of the hostages. Relief washed over the crowd, with some even breaking into cheers. Meanwhile, the criminal Payne, infuriated by Luke's actions, found himself powerless to ascertain the situation with the bus and resorted to contacting the police, demanding a deadline for the ransom. Luke maneuvered through a maintenance access point and entered the bus. Upon hearing Jack mention the criminal's demands, he resolved to turn the tables, preparing to keep a watchful eye on Payne at the exchange location. Once all hostages had been evacuated, he and Annie leaped into the police's awaiting flatbed. The bus came to a gradual halt under the gaze of all, the bomb still undetonated. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their narrow escape from danger. Annie collapsed into Luke's embrace. At that moment, police reinforcements, ambulances, and helicopters arrived on the scene. Luke spotted a familiar face descending from one of the helicopters, Chief Taylor, who had transitioned from being the head of North Hollywood to the chief of the Canyon Bureau, one of the 4 major precincts. With a warm smile, Taylor extended his hand to Luke, apologizing for the selfish and reckless behavior of his subordinates. The seasoned officer displayed emotional intelligence, adopting a humble demeanor, leaving Luke little room to respond but with forgiveness. After shaking Taylor's hand, Luke replied, "No need for apologies, Chief Taylor. It's not an issue. Our immediate priority is to apprehend this criminal. I trust we can collaborate effectively on this case." Taylor smiled, affirming, "Absolutely. Supervisor Harris has already discussed matters with me, and we are in agreement. You will now have full command." Luke maintained a cheerful fa, while internally he mused, "So the mess you incompetent fools created falls to me to resolve, and should any errors arise, it will be my leadership at fault, while you deftly pass the blame." Chapter 47. The foolish girl. After reaching an agreement with Taylor, Luke promptly set the wheels in motion. The ransom drop-off location demanded by the criminal Payne was situated in a bustling downtown area, not far from One-Eye Airport. Luke's series of maneuvers led to the loss of the bandits' control over the bus situation. Consequently, he called his aunt, urging the television station to broadcast false information, claiming that the bus was circling the airport while the police were attempting to refuel it. Meanwhile, Luke organized his personnel, instructing everyone to dress in plain clothes. The $3 million demanded by the bandit Payne had also been delivered by the bank. Without hesitation, Luke fashioned a small remote-controlled bomb using the explosives from the bus and obtained a special die from the bank. This die was specifically designed to thwart bank robbers. Once detonated, all the money would be marked, making it instantly recognizable to the police. Any money that was spent would be treated as worthless paper. Luke bundled all the cash together with cling film and placed it into a large travel bag. "Come on, aren't you supposed to be a bomb expert? I shall defeat magic with magic. Come on, let us harm each other. Don't let me catch you. Or it will be a matter of emptying the magazine without a trial." With everything in place, all personnel gathered near the transaction site. Luke, peering through binoculars, observed the surroundings and communicated via radio. "Snipers, conceal yourselves. The opposing party is undoubtedly monitoring the transaction site as well, so do not reveal any weaknesses." Chief Taylor stood silently beside Luke, watching him orchestrate everything without uttering a word. To be honest, during the last North Hollywood heist, he had thought Luke was merely a passionate scion of wealth. However, upon encountering Luke again, he realized he had transformed significantly. Moreover, in conversations with Supervisor Harris, it was evident that Harris held Luke in high regard. This sparked Taylor's interest in nurturing a relationship with Luke, hoping to discern his investment potential. Even if he could not bring Luke under his wing, establishing a good rapport would still be immensely beneficial for him. After all, the influence of Luke's family was formidable. No politician could resist the allure of support from a consortium. Within the system, individuals in Luke's position were no longer considered mere police officers, but rather politicians themselves. Hence, to attain greater power and status, one must have the backing of a consortium. Otherwise, progress would be nearly impossible. Luke returned with Annie, instructing her to remain in the police car while he set up the scene. Feeling somewhat stifled in the vehicle, Annie decided to step outside for some fresh air. As they were still quite far from the transaction site, Luke, with patience, utilized his insightful eye to scrutinize inconspicuous corners in search of Payne. Just as an officer tossed the bag filled with money into the garbage bin designated by Payne, Luke immediately sensed something amiss. "Damn, that garbage bin is suspicious." With that, he rushed out. As everyone curiously followed him, they witnessed Luke kick over the garbage bin, revealing an empty cavity beneath it, exposing a large hole. Luke had no time to ponder and immediately leaped into the hole. Upon hearing footsteps ahead, he swiftly drew his firearm and pursued. Turning a corner, Luke's eyes fell upon the figure before him, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. "Damn it, Annie." Before he could finish his thought, another figure emerged from the adjacent corner, wielding a remote control. It was Payne. Moments earlier, Payne had masqueraded as a police officer and deceitfully lured Annie away under the pretext of safety. He had recognized her through the surveillance footage on the bus, but was unfamiliar with Luke. Although Luke had parachuted onto the bus, his identity was unknown to Payne, who had only encountered Jack and Harold during the incident at the Paramount Media Building. Now, having taken Annie hostage, he assumed Jack would be the one to pursue. Luke holstered his firearm, observing Payne's intent to threaten him. In response, Luke produced a detonator from his pocket. "Old man, can you handle $3 million? Given your age, I doubt you can run very far. $3 million weighs approximately 32 kilograms, or over 70 pounds, which is indeed cumbersome for most." The old man's expression darkened as he prepared to utter a threat, but Luke interjected, "Guess what's in your money? How many explosives did you plant on the bus?" Can you fathom what a specialized die is? Payne was left utterly bewildered. Damn it, then let us perish together. Luke and Payne exchanged heated words. Realizing that their stalemate was futile, Payne contemplated retreating, hoping Luke would disarm the bomb from Annie, allowing him to escape and discard the explosive hidden among the ransom. Luke discerned Payne's intentions and continued to approach him, berating him all the while. As Payne attempted to withdraw, Luke employed a subtle manipulation to secure the remote control in Payne's grasp. Even if he released it, the detonator would remain inert. With a swift motion, Luke surged forward, grasping the detonator in Payne's hand with his left while drawing his .55 caliber pistol with his right, flashing a devilish grin at Payne. The old man's expression shifted dramatically, but Luke offered him no reprieve. He fired several shots at Payne, deliberately leaving the magazine partially loaded. At this range and position, 5 shots were sufficient to seal Payne's fate. Luke retained the detonator in his left hand and turned to the stunned young woman beside him. Hey, Annie, wake up. My dear, come to my right side. At the sound of Luke's persistent calls, Annie finally feigned composure and moved to stand by Luke's right. He unsheathed the blade of benevolence and examined the bomb strapped to her. It appeared straightforward, evidently a makeshift device hastily assembled by Payne, lacking complexity. With deft hands, he proceeded to sever the fuse, instructing Annie to remove the device and discard it around the corner ahead. Gradually, Luke released his grip on the detonator held tightly by Payne. With the bomb defused, Annie's tense heart finally eased, bringing a wave of relief. In this tense moment of fluctuating emotions, Annie found herself unable to stand. Luke swiftly embraced her, sensing the fear that had overtaken her. Grateful to have survived the ordeal, she immediately pressed a tender kiss upon his forehead. When Director Taylor arrived with a group at the scene, they were unwittingly served a hearty portion of romantic spectacle. Perhaps feeling the weight of their gazes, Annie shyly buried her face in Luke's embrace. Luke, compelled to ensure her safety, lifted Annie and addressed Director Taylor, stating, I shall escort her to a secure location. You may manage things here, and I will return shortly. Amidst the applause of onlookers, he departed with the seemingly lifeless Annie, making his way back to the ground. Upon reaching his chain coffee shop, he gently placed Annie down and ordered a cup of coffee for her. Perhaps the adrenaline had waned, or perhaps the coffee worked its magic, but Annie's emotions began to stabilize. At that moment, Director Taylor entered with several officers. Luke extended the firearm that had dispatched Payne to an officer behind Taylor, saying, Please register this weapon. It was used to neutralize Payne. Do remember to return it to me upon your departure. Without waiting for Taylor to respond, Luke summoned the store manager. Today, all officers' coffees and snacks are on me. I shall settle the bill tomorrow. The manager responded with a smile. Of course, sir. Chapter 48. Regret the officers exited. Chuckling as they shared the good news with their colleagues, Director Taylor engaged Luke in conversation, showering him with praise while offering some comforting words to Annie. Shortly thereafter, Supervisor Harris arrived, greeting Taylor before taking a seat. I hear you neutralized a suspect? Luke shrugged and replied, It's rather regrettable in that situation. I had no choice but to fire, or he would have detonated the bomb. After Harris inquired about the specifics and received Luke's detailed responses, he said, I have brought your vehicle. Take your lady home. Taylor and I will handle the rest. Luke accepted the keys from Harris with a smile, bid farewell to Director Taylor, and departed with Annie. Annie, still shaken, sat silently in the car, cradling her coffee. Upon returning to their Malibu beachfront villa, she retreated directly to the bathroom's jacuzzi. Luke, noticing her silence, felt a twinge of concern but understood that Annie needed time to process her emotions. All he could do was remain by her side. He descended to prepare some food and fetched a bottle of wine before returning upstairs. As Annie remained ensconced in her turmoil, Luke brought dinner and wine to accompany her as she soaked in the bath, uncertain if Annie had genuinely begun to recover or if the alcohol was influencing her. She took the initiative to kiss Luke. That evening, Annie was quite wild. The next day, although Annie intended to go to work, Luke, concerned about her not having fully adjusted, personally called old Aoki to request a leave of absence for her. Thus, for 3 days, Luke accompanied Annie to explore every attraction in Los Angeles, resembling a genuine couple. They donned inexpensive matching outfits, and Luke drove a rather unremarkable Dodge pickup, albeit a bulletproof version. They dined at numerous restaurants, and on their final evening, they visited a Chinese restaurant in the San Gabriel Valley. The owner warmly welcomed them and remarkably remembered Annie's preferences. They enjoyed the customary 8 dishes and a soup, all tailored to Annie's taste, which greatly pleased Luke. prompting him to leave an additional tip of $100. However, Luke sensed that although Annie had seemingly recovered, she appeared as if she might take flight. That night, after her shower, Annie did not rush to embrace Luke, but instead quietly rested her head on his chest. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally spoke. "Luke, I feel so useless." Luke wished to comfort her, but was halted by a gentle gesture from Annie. She caressed his lips and cheeks, gazing adoringly into his eyes. "I know I am rather foolish, and you are exceptional. I don't even know how to catch up to you. Deep down, I am aware of my own capabilities. The only reason for my promotion is you. I am your woman. I know the arrangements made by the president bring comfort, but I am acutely aware of my own shortcomings. I'm clumsy, unrefined, not particularly intelligent, forgetful, and at times, I feel like an absolute fool. Luke, I wish to reflect on my own for a while. I miss home. Please let me go. I need to contemplate my future." Luke sighed, but remained silent. Observing this young woman, who had formed a band with friends post-graduation, it was evident that she possessed a strong sense of self. At that moment, Luke felt it was best to say nothing. Since Annie had made her decision, he could only release her, allowing her the space to find clarity. She was a good girl, albeit too independent, which is typical of many young Americans. They have yet to be tainted by society or beaten down by its harsh realities. Leaving their eyes still filled with a naive clarity, Luke understood the vast disparity between himself and Annie, which left her feeling anxious and insecure. Yet, he could not alter this reality, and thus resorted to gentle gestures. That night, Luke was exceptionally tender. The following morning, he escorted Annie back to her apartment. They did not exchange heartfelt farewells, behaving as usual. Luke wished to avoid placing undue pressure on her until, 2 days later, he received a call from Annie. "Luke, I've resigned. I'm going home." After a moment of silence, Luke replied, "When will you return?" Annie paused before responding, "I don't know. I feel lost right now. I just want some time to myself." Luke was acutely aware that he might be on the verge of losing Annie, so he said, "Annie, no matter where you are, remember my number. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call me." Annie replied, "All right, Luke, I will." Perhaps tears were streaming down her face, as her voice trembled slightly, leaving Luke at a loss for words. "I will consider this a brief respite at home. We shall not speak of farewells or well wishes." "Okay, Luke, I love you. We shall not speak of well wishes." After Annie uttered those words, the call ended, and it was evident that she was choked with sobs. Luke could only let out a deep sigh. The experience of romance in school starkly contrasts with that in the real world. Perhaps this incident truly frightened Annie. Ultimately, all he could manage was to curse, lamenting that pain had met his end far too easily. Luke's spirits were low, and his thoughts were muddled. Just then, Stark called. "Luke, don't forget about the party tomorrow night." "Yes, I know. What kind of wine do you like?" "I'll bring a few bottles. Just grab whatever. I know you have a fine selection." "All right, I'll make sure to surprise you." Despite his melancholy, Luke felt compelled to honor his commitment to Stark. He did not bother to dress up, and simply wore his work attire. After fetching a case of aged liquor from the villa's cellar, he made his way to Stark's residence. Upon arriving, he handed the wine to Stark, who had arranged for staff to assist with the party. Pepper came out to greet him warmly. After an enthusiastic exchange with Pepper, Luke followed her into Stark's seaside hall. Rhodes was also present, and the atmosphere was already lively. Seeing Stark engaged in jovial conversation with a group of Hollywood starlets, Luke approached him. "Hey, Tony. Wow, look, you made it. I brought you a case of fine wine from the East." "Thank you. Let me introduce you to." Luke waved his hand dismissively while the starlets giggled behind their hands. "I know them all. No need for introductions. You all continue your conversation. I'm off to drink with Rhodes." Nodding to the starlets, Luke distanced himself. They had attended Luke's parties several times, so they were certainly familiar with him. However, when Luke mentioned drinking with Rhodes, his true intention was to seek out Pepper. Feeling disgruntled, Luke resolved to irritate Stark a little. He grabbed a bottle of liquor from a server and made his way to the bar, sitting directly across from Pepper. Without preamble, he confronted her. "You like that guy, don't you?" Chapter 49. Are you joking? Faced with Luke's directness, Pepper remained silent. Having served as the assistant to both generations of the Stark family, her emotional intelligence was notably high. Sensing that Luke was not quite himself today, she inquired, "Why didn't you bring your girlfriend?" Luke remarked, "She has left Los Angeles." Pepper refrained from probing further. Luke picked up a bottle of liquor and asked Pepper, "Would you care to taste? It's an intense spirit from the East." Pepper took the bottle and examined it, although she could not decipher the Chinese characters. She understood the numbers. Upon seeing 72, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Luke. Are you planning to get drunk here? Luke took the bottle from her, poured himself a generous glass, approximately 200 milliliters in a round-bottomed tumbler, and downed it in one swift motion. Observing Pepper's slightly alarmed expression, Luke chuckled. Fear not. I can handle my liquor. Nevertheless, Pepper continued to cast a concerned glance at Luke. With a mischievous grin, he whispered to her, This is a secret. You must not divulge it. Noticing Pepper's skepticism, Luke chose not to dwell on this matter and shifted their conversation to other topics. With his charming demeanor, eloquent speech, and profound knowledge, Luke could engage anyone in delightful conversation, and Pepper was no exception. To her surprise, Luke was well-versed in fashion and skincare, which made their exchange even more engaging. The two of them laughed and conversed animatedly at the bar, occasionally interspersed with Luke sharing amusing anecdotes and jokes that left Pepper in fits of laughter, covering her mouth with glee. Stark, initially engrossed in conversation with the female stars, prepared to pursue his own interests. From time to time, he caught sight of Luke and Pepper enjoying their lively discussion in the corner of the bar, which stirred feelings of discomfort within him, akin to a child witnessing others snatch away his beloved toy. After observing them for a while, seeing their merriment, he approached them. Hey, what are you two discussing that seems so enjoyable? Let me in on the fun. Pepper smiled and replied, Luke has been sharing many amusing cases with me. It's hilarious to learn about the diverse individuals who get caught. Stark raised an eyebrow at Luke and said, I've just decided to seduce every cover girl from Game Boy magazine. What do you think? As expected, Pepper's laughter ceased. Luke cast a disdainful glance at him, asking, Are you serious? Stark nodded, affirming, I believe these cover girls align with my aesthetic, and they are all fresh faces. Luke pressed further, Have you made up your mind? Stark, taken aback by Luke's persistent inquiry, nodded again. I've already extended invitations. Several directors and magazine editors have heard about it. Luke silently retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Chun, I intend to acquire Game Boy magazine. I want them to seek out unique female cover models, ones who possess sincerity, kindness, and beautiful souls, irrespective of their looks or figures. I believe every girl, regardless of her weight or appearance, deserves affirmation. Even if she weighs 200 pounds and is not conventionally attractive, she deserves recognition. Luke, with a smile, looked at Stark and said, You mentioned wanting to date for 12 months. Rest assured, I guarantee they are all good girls. Stark's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a fly. Only Pepper, sitting beside him, silently gave Luke a thumbs up. Stark, unwilling to concede, asked Luke, You must be joking, right? For heaven's sake, Luke, are you serious? Luke nodded solemnly, asserting, I believe that even if one is not outwardly beautiful, an inner beauty is worthy of remembrance by many. Tony, you're not that superficial, are you? Stark stared at Luke in disbelief, his eyes wide. At that moment, Pepper chimed in, Luke, I never expected you to hold such a view. I support you. You are a true gentleman, unlike so many who are shallow. Stark's face darkened further, and he quickly pulled Luke aside, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, saying, Luke, what are you trying to do? I'm not in a good mood. Have you experienced heartbreak? Can't you find women? Luke shook his head, replying, You don't understand love. In our ranch, someone like you is merely a breeding bull. His words were rather blunt, and Stark's expression soured. Hey, Luke, I considered you a friend. Luke then pulled Stark closer, directing him toward the bar, pointing at Pepper and declaring, She is a wonderful girl, and I intend to pursue her. No way, she is my secretary. What of your secretary? You are not her father, and even if you were, you have no right to interfere in her affairs. You bastard, Luke, what are you planning? Luke sneered, What am I doing? I find you insufferable. You have a devoted girl by your side, and yet you fail to appreciate her. Since you don't want her, I shall take my chance. Noticing Stark's gloomy demeanor, Luke taunted, What is the matter? Upset? Want to fight? I've faced opponents far stronger than you. Even if I let you use one hand, you wouldn't stand a chance. Not convinced? Huh, Tony. You're just a spoiled child. Your rebellious phase seems never-ending. As Stark's emotions stabilized slightly, Luke continued to stoke the flames. You need to take the initiative. How can you expect a girl to pursue you? You're always chasing other women. How can she be expected to act? I'll give you only one chance. If you let it slip, I will take her away. A girl like that is a treasure, not to be squandered. Stark finally grasped that Luke was not merely teasing him. After patting Stark on the shoulder, Luke prepared to leave, but Stark grasped the hem of his shirt. Luke gazed at Stark with a look of confusion, to which Stark hesitantly replied, I don't know how to confess to her. A smile crept onto Luke's lips. Stark, this fellow, had always been rebellious during his parents' time, and now that they were gone, he struggled even more. This man relied solely on his wealth to attract women, having never experienced a genuine romantic relationship, lacking even the theoretical foundation. Sighing, Luke said to Stark, "It appears you possess no foundational knowledge at all. You must start from the beginning." Stark, looking at Luke, inquired, "How should I learn?" After a moment's thought, Luke suggested, "I have some free time recently. You can come to my house, or I can visit you." Stark nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. But you must not pursue her any longer." With a chuckle, Luke remarked, "Watching me chat and laugh with Pepper must surely weigh heavily on your heart, does it not?" Stark, his face darkened, remained silent, but Luke understood and continued, "Does it not feel akin to when other children took away your cherished toys in childhood?" Stark nodded in frustration. Luke patted his shoulder and said, "This signifies that Pepper holds a significant place in your heart, indeed." After pondering for a moment, Stark nodded. "Don't worry, I shall guide you on what to do next." Chapter 50. The instruction of the California Cannon King. In the ensuing period, everything returned to normal. Luke spent his days either shooting at the precinct or instructing Stark on how to court women. He provided Stark with a list of youthful campus dramas and films, encouraging him to observe how interactions with girls transpired. After all, this man had entered university at the tender age of 15, leaving him utterly devoid of experience in the realm of schoolyard romance. During his free time, Luke also visited Stark Industries to alleviate his boredom with Stark and Pepper. With Annie gone, he found himself quite dull. Harris was still reorganizing the formidable team, so there were no tasks assigned to Luke. However, after several visits to Stark Industries, Luke began to comprehend why Stark might become so insufferable in the future. Obadiah Stane's attitude toward Stark was astute. It mirrored a destructive strategy from Chinese civilization known as the embrace of death. He was, in essence, nurturing Stark's downfall. When Luke visited Stark, he utilized his original surname, Cheen, which significantly improved Stane's demeanor towards him, as if perceiving Luke as a carefree scion of wealth. Luke did not disappoint him, frequently organizing parties with Stark. Yet, Luke primarily catered to the employees of his grandmother's fashion company, quietly observing the girls alongside Stark. He then arranged parties with Hollywood figures, allowing Stark to discern the nature of green tea. The silver lining was that Stark, at the age of 29, had not yet been profoundly influenced by Obadiah Stane. Luke also shared with Stark the ancient destructive strategies of Huaxia, particularly the concept of killing with kindness. Stark listened, bewildered. Luke, displaying a modicum of emotional intelligence, refrained from mentioning Obadiah Stane by name. The connection between Stark and Stane could be traced back to Stark's parents' era. However, Luke confided to Pepper that only she could truly influence Stark. When Luke observed Stark engaging in conversation with a normal girl without resorting to monetary influence, he realized significant progress had been made. He began encouraging Stark to gain a comprehensive understanding of Pepper, not just her personal information, but also her preferences and experiences. After reviewing the information Luke compiled, Stark remained silent for quite some time. The document detailed Pepper's knowledge of Stark, while he knew nothing about her, except that she was the secretary left to him by Howard. After Luke's prompting, Stark found himself at a loss about what to do without Pepper by his side. Sensing the moment was ripe, Luke decided to reduce his frequent visits to Stark, allowing him some time to reflect. He had devised a bold plan. One day, while Stark was occupied with research at the company, Luke summoned Pepper and Rhodes. In a corner of the restaurant, Rhodes, puzzled, asked Pepper why Stark was absent. It was clear to Pepper that Luke had intentionally arranged for them to avoid Stark, but she refrained from questioning him, preferring to see what he had to say. Luke, as direct as ever, asked Pepper if she liked Stark. Rhodes widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly bewildered by the sudden shift in conversation. After a prolonged silence, Pepper, gazing at Luke's earnest expression, nodded. Recently, she had felt an unsettling vibe from Luke and Stark's secretive collaboration, not out of fear of Luke leading Stark astray, but rather sensing they were concocting something significant. Luke then proceeded to unveil his plan, leaving both of them utterly astonished. Ultimately, Pepper left with a smile, while Rhodes was left in a state of dismay. "Look, why can't I ever meet a girl like that?" he lamented. Patting him on the shoulder, Luke consoled him. "This world is, after all, one that values appearances. Don't lose heart. You probably won't encounter someone like that again, so overthinking is futile." Rhodes felt even more dejected, his spirits crushed. A few days later, Luke assisted Harris with a case. He had nearly pieced together the clues, with a team of clerks organizing reports and evidence. Just a step away from making arrests. Yet, Harris assigned the task to a group of unruly field agents. Others expressed their indignation on Luke's behalf. But he understood the perilous implications. The criminal's family had deep connections, and their files had been well concealed. This undoubtedly bears the hallmark of their family. Yet Luke has indeed heard of this individual. When that group of miscreants comes to seize someone, they should expect to be on the receiving end of trouble from his family afterward. Harris has certainly fallen into a deep pit. That woman harbors a truly malevolent heart. Just after handing over the case, Luke received a call from Stark. "Look, Pepper has been kidnapped." Upon hearing this, Luke couldn't help but curse. Wong Defa? Pepper is merely his secretary. What are these kidnappers thinking? If anyone should be abducted, it ought to be you. Stark's somber voice resonated through the receiver. Originally, they intended to target me, but Pepper insisted I attend to other matters, so she took my place. What about Happy? Is he just a decorative bodyguard? Happy was injured. But he's all right. He merely lost consciousness during the collision. Where are you now? I'll come over to meet you. I'm at home. Listen, Tony. If you receive a call from the kidnappers, comply with their demands, no matter what they may be, but make sure to delay them. Understood? I understand. Luke, should I notify the police? After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, I'll handle the police arrangements. This will save them the time of reporting through the ranks. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Ending the call, Luke informed Harris before departing. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at Stark's villa in Malibu, where the police had also sent personnel. Among them was a familiar face, Detective Frank, whom Luke had met when he first acquainted himself with Chief Taylor. Frank was now a captain. As soon as he entered, Luke bypassed pleasantries with Frank and inquired about Stark. Any word from the kidnappers? Stark shook his head. At that moment, Luke's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Harris's voice. Luke, I've dispatched an intelligence analysis team to assist you. I know Stark is your friend. Reach out to me if you need anything. Thank you on behalf of Tony, Harris. Stark looked at Luke with confusion as he hung up. Luke explained, My superior has been informed of your situation and has sent an intelligence analysis team to assist. He then turned to Captain Frank, saying, Let us collaborate on this case. Frank nodded, replying, That sounds excellent. Your intelligence team's equipment far surpasses that of our police department. Before long, the intelligence team arrived. They first took Stark's mobile phone and the villa's landline to install surveillance devices before commencing their preparations. To say the least, their operation was indeed professional. However, Stark remained seated, lost in thought. Noticing this, Luke approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Tony. We will rescue Pepper as swiftly as possible. Just then, Stark's phone rang. Chapter 51. Analysis. Stark did not answer the call but instead turned to look at Luke, who in turn glanced at the members of the intelligence team. The supervisor gestured towards Luke, who, along with Frank, donned their headsets and signaled Stark to take the call. This is Stark, he answered, the voice on the other end emanating a low, gravelly tone. We certainly know who you are. The woman is in our custody. Prepare $6 million in cash within 2 hours. Non-consecutive serial numbers, old bills, bundled. Before Stark could respond, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. The intelligence team members shook their heads at Luke, who, along with Frank, exhaled in resignation. The assailants were far too astute, offering no opportunity for the intelligence team to trace their signal. Luke addressed Stark, Contact the bank, Tony. Who else is aware of your itinerary today? Stark pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know, but I was supposed to review a procurement order today, necessitating an on-site inspection. However, Pepper insisted I continue my research. She can handle these matters. Luke, she was kidnapped in my stead. She's just a girl. I can hardly bear to contemplate it. Luke quickly interrupted Stark's lament. Hey, Tony, now is not the time for such thoughts. We need to devise a strategy to locate the kidnappers. Stark felt helpless, awaiting another call from the assailants. Yet Luke remarked, the kidnappers have already provided us with information. Both Frank and Stark looked at Luke in confusion. Luke continued, I estimate there are only 23 of them. They recognize your value, or rather, the value of Stark Industries, but they only demanded $6 million. This suggests they are not numerous. $6 million in cash weighs nearly 70 kilograms. I suspect there are 3 of them, as 2 would find it excessively burdensome. Dividing $6 million means each would carry approximately $2 million, which is manageable. The fact that they requested old bills without consecutive serial numbers indicates they are seasoned criminals, not novices, with prior experience in illicit activities. The requirement to bundle the cash suggests they hail from a gang background, as only gangsters typically bundle money in such a manner. Moreover, your notoriety in Los Angeles means local gangs would not target you. Only transient outsiders would contemplate profiting from you. Thus, the information provided is clear: outsiders, numbering 23, with a criminal background. This gives us a solid starting point. Luke's analysis astonished Stark. Initially, he had perceived Luke's presence as mere recreational, but now he realized Luke possessed genuine expertise. Frank also commended Luke, instructing his assistant: activate your informants in the gang community. See if any recent criminals have come to Los Angeles or are temporarily residing here. The assistant promptly retrieved his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Luke turned to Stark and said, I have only recently been assigned here and lack informants. We will have to rely on Detective Frank for this. Do not worry. Stark, feeling helpless, could only mechanically nod in response. In haste, he dialed Stark Bank to prepare the cash. Time ticked away relentlessly. 10 minutes before the appointed hour, the bank representatives arrived with the cash, secured in 2 large bags. As the moment arrived, the assailants called without delay. Stark quickly interjected, insisting, let me hear Pepper's voice, otherwise, I shall not pay. This was a precautionary measure advised by Luke, ensuring that Pepper remained alive. A voice came through from the other end. Certainly, Mr. Stark. We are not afraid of your alerting the authorities, but do not attempt any tricks. We seek only wealth. Following this, Pepper's voice resonated through the receiver. Tony, I am unharmed. How is Happy? Happy has merely been knocked unconscious. He is fine. Pepper. They mean you no harm, Stark began, but soon the line fell silent. Mr. Stark, we have fulfilled your request. Now please drive out with the cash. I do not wish to see any police presence. Head to Hollywood Boulevard. And do not forget your phone. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Stark, reassured by hearing Pepper's voice, turned to Luke. The intelligence team had yet to track the assailants. Luke sighed, remarking, they are seasoned professionals. This will not be easy. You will drive my car. It is bulletproof. Mike. He called out to the head of the intelligence team, bring me 2 communication devices. Luke then equipped himself and Stark with the devices. Testing. Clear communication. Completed. Once prepared, Luke reassured Stark, do not worry. We will have personnel following you without interruption, and we have a helicopter ready. Trust me. Stark nodded. Inhaling deeply before entering the vehicle, Luke had arranged for Frank's team to follow Stark in shifts, ensuring they remained undetected. Following the assailants' instructions, Stark arrived near Hollywood Boulevard, receiving another call from them. Thus, he traversed much of Los Angeles, and by late afternoon, traffic began to thicken. The assailants instructed Stark to head directly to the airport. Luke, however, cursed into the communicator, damn, these guys are cunning. There's air traffic control at the airport, and the helicopter cannot proceed. Stark had no choice but to comply with the assailants' demands and drive towards the airport, with Luke trailing from a distance. Ultimately, Stark followed their instructions to a secluded hangar near the airport. Here, Luke could no longer follow, as the vast open land would make his presence too conspicuous. After another expletive, Luke advised Stark, Tony, try to buy some time. Do not act rashly, and avoid provoking them. I will head over immediately. Frank added, I have summoned the team. Luke shook his head and said, no, it's too conspicuous with too many people. I can handle this alone. Stark reduced the speed of the vehicle and came to a halt at the hangar entrance. There, he spotted a masked robber pointing a gun at him, saying, wow, Mr. Stark, how thoughtful of you to deliver us an armored vehicle. With a grim expression, Stark inquired, where is Pepper? The robber turned and gestured to someone behind him. Stark's face grew even more serious upon seeing the situation. Luke's analysis proved correct. There were indeed 3 assailants. As he noticed another robber descending from the rooftop with binoculars in hand. Just then, a small propeller plane approached, prompting the robbers to quickly conceal themselves. However, the plane soon passed by the hangar. Once it had left, the robbers stood up again. Stark's heart sank at the sight of Pepper, bound and gagged. They had not released her, and the lead robber remained silent as he approached the vehicle to inspect the cash in the bag. Chapter 52. Oscar owes me a little golden man. The leader opened the trunk and began examining the money. A few minutes later, he nodded and remarked, Mr. Stark, you are quite trustworthy. Stark fixed a fierce gaze on the leader and urged, hurry up and release Pepper. The leader, however, shook his finger and replied, no, not now. We still need her to evade the police. Stark, filled with anger, insisted, let her go. I will be your hostage. Yet the leader continued to shake his head, stating, Mr. Stark, we are not fools. I cannot allow an adult man to be a hostage. Especially since you are the one who can restrain the police. She cannot. With that, he signaled to the other two robbers. Stark clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. Just as the three robbers congregated, Luke suddenly appeared not far from the hangar entrance. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 6 shots in rapid succession. Under Stark's horrified gaze, 3 robbers fell to the ground, struck by bullets. Luke hurried over to check on Pepper and asked, "Are you all right, Pepper?" Still shaken from the encounter, Pepper wobbled slightly. As Luke reached out to assist her, she collapsed into a strong embrace. Receiving the military knife from Luke, Stark swiftly cut the bindings from Pepper. She was already in tears, frightened by the ordeal. Stark held her closely, gently patting her back while assuring her, "It's all right. It's all right. Pepper, we are safe now." Observing the affectionate exchange, Luke quickly interjected, "Ahem, let South leave this place first. Can you save the cuddling for later?" At that moment, Luke stood behind Stark. Both men realizing that 3 lifeless bodies lay behind him. They hurriedly parted ways, preparing to leave when Pepper, in a state of shock, pushed Stark aside. The gunshot was the last desperate gasp of the fallen criminal. Luke had no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew his weapon and turned, emptying the magazine on the assailant. However, he heard Stark's anguished roar. Turning back, he saw Pepper collapsed in Stark's arms, her white suit stained crimson with blood. Stark cradled her, weeping uncontrollably. "No, Pepper. Don't leave me, please." Pepper, blood spilling from her lips, could scarcely speak. With great effort, she lifted a hand to caress Stark's cheek. Her eyes filled with love and sorrow. Stark, lost in grief, cried out repeatedly, "Pepper, don't go. Don't leave me. I want to allow it. Please. Stay with me." Luke urgently shouted into his communicator, "Doctor, ambulance, hurry. Someone is injured." Blood continued to flow from Pepper's mouth, yet she managed to utter, "Tony, I like you. I like you too, Pepper. Don't leave me. Please hold on. The doctor is coming." Pepper bestowed Stark with a loving smile, her eyes slowly closing as her arm fell limp. "No, no, Pepper." Stark, in a frenzy, clutched her tightly, kissing her forehead and stroking her cheek. Luke stepped forward. Sorrow etched on his face and placed a hand on Stark's shoulder. Just as Stark was about to let out a heart-wrenching cry, he heard a click. Suddenly, he looked around in bewilderment as numerous people emerged from the corners of the hangar, along with cameras. To his astonishment, he noticed Pepper stirring in his arms. Luke approached to help her up. Stark remained in a daze, questioning the reality of it all. People gathered around, applauding. Luke addressed a slender middle-aged man with a mustache, saying, "James, how was my performance?" The man, smiling, replied, "It was fantastic, absolutely perfect, embodying the image of a shrewd and righteous federal agent." Luke smirked, aware it was flattery, yet feeling it was somewhat insincere. Had his aunt perhaps overcompensated this fellow? "Did you capture all of it?" The man nodded, "Every bit." This story is truly moving. Had it not been for time constraints and the inability to reshoot, I would have certainly released it. At that moment, Stark comprehended the situation, glaring at Luke with a deadpan expression. "Look, you scoundrel." Luke shrugged, gesturing towards Pepper. "You should be grateful to me. You have a wonderful girl. And that is more important than anything else, isn't it?" With Luke's audacity on full display, Stark turned his gaze towards the love-struck Pepper. He opened his mouth but could not find the words to blame her. However, Pepper had finally achieved her desires, and how could she allow Stark the opportunity to retract? She embraced Stark, drawing him close, and bestowed upon him a kiss stained with blood. The good news was that the blood was merely syrup. The bad news was that the syrup was exceedingly sweet. As the onlookers witnessed the lovers ultimately united, they erupted into applause. Yet, Director James, in a state of turmoil, posed a question to Luke. "Do you think if I create a short film to showcase, Stark might sue me?" Luke pondered for a moment before responding, "No. It's likely he would want to reshoot. You've struck gold, as not everyone can secure Stark's participation." James remained skeptical, but the reality struck him swiftly. After parting from Pepper with a kiss, Stark pointed at Luke and declared, "You scoundrel, I want to add more scenes. I can't let you take all the spotlight." Luke shrugged and replied, "Feel free, but I worry your lackluster acting won't allow you to replicate that expression you just displayed." Stark, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Hey, don't underestimate me. Based on my performance just now, I believe the Oscars owe me a trophy." However, Director James interjected, "From a professional standpoint, Ms. Pepper Potts possesses the finest acting skills, that poignant longing for life, the regret for her beloved, truly surpasses many Hollywood actresses. Pepper smiled and gave James a thumbs up, saying, "Director, shoot well. Come to me for future investments." Stark immediately expressed his discontent. "Hey, I'm the protagonist here." Clearly, Pepper understood how to manage Stark better. The two bickered as they prepared to conclude this farce. "Do you not think the robber's acting was the best?" At that moment, Stark noticed the robbers, Happy, Rhodes, and Chief Taylor. Stark gaped at the group and then shot an accusing glare at Luke. "You certainly know how to pick actors." Luke shrugged and replied, "I am the producer and screenwriter. No need for thanks. Just sign the bill later." "Damn it, why do I have to pay?" Luke glared at Stark and said, "Do you think hiring so many actors comes without compensation?" Chief Taylor personally played a robber, and the intelligence team was brought in. Who else could afford that? Stark, with deadpan eyes, asked Luke, "How much did it cost?" Luke gestured to the bag on the ground and said, "A neat $6 million, $1 million for the crew's salaries, $3 million donated, and $2 million to the Los Angeles division. Perfect. Damn it, Luke, you scoundrel." Chapter 53. Can you disarm a missile? After the event, Stark sought to reclaim his dignity but was dissuaded by Pepper. Stark was unaware of Luke's prowess. Yet Pepper sensed that Luke was extraordinary. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition at play, and Stark decided against making arrangements for Luke. Though he expressed reluctance, his body proved to be quite honest, ultimately cooperating with director James to reshoot numerous scenes. James, in high spirits, returned to edit the footage. This reshoot not only showcased Stark's full cooperation but also revealed his genuine acting prowess, much to James's satisfaction. After the filming, Luke hosted a lively party at his seaside villa, inviting all the staff, including the officers and agents who participated in the reshoot. However, Luke specifically instructed director James that all law enforcement personnel must use aliases, refraining from their real names. The party was vibrant, yet Stark had lost interest in the festivities, his attention wholly captivated by Pepper. Luke, eager to allow them some privacy, soon ushered the couple away. Rhodes inquired about this sudden dismissal, to which Luke could only offer a resigned explanation, delivering a pointed comment to the single man. The two were in the throes of romance, and spending time at the party seemed pointless. It would be far more enjoyable to retreat to more intimate pursuits. As Rhodes observed Luke departing with a lovely lady, his expression gradually twisted in heartache. However, since Anne's departure, Luke had not sought the company of other women, not for lack of desire, but due to his lofty standards. Even the most sophisticated temptresses of Hollywood could not escape his discerning gaze. Despite the clock striking past midnight, the party was in full swing when suddenly, Luke's phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unknown number. After a moment's thought, considering the high confidentiality of his number, he surmised it was unlikely to be a scam and answered the call. Upon picking up, a familiar voice greeted him. "Luke, it's Doherty. Professor Doherty. Please hold on while I find a quieter place," Luke replied, moving to a corner of the hall. "What can I do for you, Professor?" Doherty spoke in a serious tone. "Listen, Luke, I need you to head to the San Francisco division immediately. They will arrange your upcoming assignments there. Remember, absolute confidentiality is paramount." "Understood, Professor Doherty. I'm on my way. Should I prepare anything?" After a brief pause, Doherty responded, "You will need to defuse a bomb. Just bring the necessary tools. Someone will meet you upon your arrival." "Got it." Ending the call, Luke pondered for a moment and gathered a substantial arsenal from the back of his car. For defusing the bomb, he deemed his trusty knife and toolbox sufficient. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun, Luke summoned his helicopter and set off for San Francisco. The distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco exceeds 600 kilometers. Yet he arrived in just over 2 hours thanks to the direct flight path. The helicopter landed atop the California Division's building, where the chief had arranged for someone to meet Luke on the rooftop. Upon arriving at the minister's office, Luke encountered Ernie Paiston, the head of the California Division and the West Coast's overseer. Even at the early hour, the California Division was ablaze with light, suggesting a significant event was afoot. Observing the youthful figure before him, Minister Paiston addressed Luke, saying, "Agent Luke Dutton, your performance at Quantico has been truly commendable. Now I ask you, are you capable of disassembling a missile's warhead?" Luke refrained from providing a definitive answer and inquired, "Which missile?" Without awaiting further elaboration from Paiston, Luke promptly recited the specifications of the 140 model. The 140 tactical missile represents one of the earliest iterations of the U.S. Army's tactical missile systems, having entered service in 1991 and participating in the Gulf War that same year. This missile can be launched from the M270 multiple launch rocket system, with the one model weighing 670 kilograms and featuring a warhead that weighs 450 kilograms, boasting a maximum range of 150 kilometers. The extended range of the one model reaches up to 165 kilometers. Both variants are produced by Lockheed Martin. Minister Payson was pleasantly surprised by Luke's response, initially thinking him a mere figurehead sent by the Attorney General, only to discover his genuine expertise. Luke shrugged and remarked, "This device is quite simple to dismantle. It employs a cluster warhead housed in a separate chamber." Payson was satisfied with Luke's answer, but then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Agent Luke Dutton, what I am about to disclose must remain strictly confidential. You are not permitted to use any communication devices or leave this building without my express permission." Recognizing the gravity of the situation from Payton's tone, Luke straightened, responding, "I will absolutely comply with your orders. Please proceed. Are you familiar with nerve gas?" Luke, despite his serious nod, felt a surge of frustration within. What kind of assignment had Doherty handed him? Nerve gas was no trivial matter. Its lethality surpassed that of atomic weaponry. A mere spoonful of nerve agent released over a city could eradicate all life across 8 blocks. Contemplating the 450-kilogram cluster warhead filled with nerve agent, its potential for devastation was far greater than that of a small nuclear bomb. A single strike could leave San Francisco bereft of life, human and animal alike. Observing Luke's youthful visage and solemn expression, Payson sighed, unwilling to burden the young man excessively. Thus, he continued, "Last night, Brigadier General Frank Hammer of the Marine Corps led a group of soldiers in an assault on an army depot. They seized 15 140 missiles containing nerve gas. Currently, they have taken control of Alcatraz Island, holding 81 tourists and staff members hostage." At midnight, the Pentagon received a call from General Hammer, demanding that $100 million be transferred to his designated overseas account within 40 hours. After listening to Secretary Payson's account, Luke found himself in a state of confusion. Who was General Hammer? Was it possible that an American general was so impoverished? How much salary did the federal government owe him? After a moment of contemplation, Director Payson decided to reveal the truth to Luke. For he was the appointee of the Attorney General, possessing certain influential connections that could not be easily overlooked. This matter was indeed significant. Although he was affiliated with the current FBI Director, Jim Walmack, the Attorney General, Doherty, provided an alternative route. While the military's troubles might not implicate him directly, the vexing reality remained that Alcatraz Island was situated in San Francisco, precisely within his jurisdiction. The saying "trouble comes uninvited" aptly applied here. With the Attorney General and the President attending a conference in the Asia-Pacific region, the responsibility for this issue fell upon the Pentagon and the FBI. This was clearly a precarious situation. If mishandled, both San Francisco and his own reputation could be irreparably damaged, compelling him to seek an escape route. Luke, in his current position, represented an excellent opportunity for leverage, given that the Attorney General had arranged for his involvement. It was evident that Luke was either an associate of the Attorney General or the President himself. Chapter 54. The old fox Luke discerned that Payson was somewhat conflicted. Yet he remained unhurried and indifferent to the source of Payson's turmoil. His sole focus was on the task at hand. Payson proceeded to recount the origins of the situation. Brigadier General Frank Hammer was a member of the Marine Corps, having participated in every foreign conflict involving the federal government since the Vietnam War. His accolades could adorn his left chest, including the highest honors bestowed by Congress. Luke inwardly cursed at the formidable nature of Hammer's military record. How could one possibly seize control of Alcatraz Island with such a reputation? How could hostages be rescued? How could missiles be neutralized? Payson continued, stating that during numerous engagements, General Hammer had lost 83 men under his command, including those in the Gulf War and covert operations in South Asia. These soldiers had not received the honors or compensation they deserved, nor could proper funerals be held for them. Consequently, General Hammer resorted to extorting $100 million from the U.S. government. Director Walmack was currently en route to Los Angeles. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Luke inquired about the higher-ups' plans for resolving this incident. Payson shook his head, indicating that the specifics remained unclear until the director arrived. However, the preliminary strategy involved infiltration and a potential assault. With a sigh, Luke remarked that such a task seemed nearly impossible. There were at least one company of Marines stationed on the island, and given Hammer's distinguished record, they were likely elite forces. How many operatives would be required for a successful infiltration? Payson shrugged, stating that it all depended on the arrangements made by the generals at the Pentagon. Luke shook his head and remarked, "If we can conceive of it, General Hammer certainly can as well." Piaston, who actually concurred with Luke's viewpoint, found himself powerless, as they were merely foot soldiers bound to follow orders. With nothing further to discuss, Piaston suggested, "You should rest for a while. We can talk when the minister arrives tomorrow morning." He then instructed his secretary to escort Luke to a lounge. After setting down his gear, Luke reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate while contemplating how to navigate the situation without being ensnared. As dawn broke, Piaston's secretary came to summon Luke, informing him that the director was soon to arrive. Thus, Luke proceeded to the hall, where he encountered Piaston and the Federal Bureau of Investigation Director, Jim Womack, who had just entered. Director Womack was accompanied by a young man, Dr. Stanley Guspe, a biochemical weapons expert from FBI headquarters. Minister Piaston introduced Luke to both of them. However, Womack merely shook Luke's hand, expressing surprise that the Bureau had such a youthful bomb disposal expert. The old man seemed somewhat displeased with Doherty's interference. Luke, maintaining his composure, politely responded, "I hold doctoral degrees in physics, biology, and chemistry." Womack nodded and directly inquired of Piaston, "Has the suspect arrived?" Piaston replied, "He has been here for some time. We just lack his file and do not even know his name." As they conversed, Womack explained, "The individual is named John Mason, a British citizen, incarcerated on Alcatraz in 1962 and escaped the following year." Piaston jested, "I thought no one could escape from that place." However, Womack responded sternly, "Do not be flippant. This man has no identity in either the United States or the United Kingdom. He is theoretically a non-existent person, you understand? We need to ascertain how he escaped and the route he took." Upon reaching the interrogation room, Luke observed the individual through one-way glass. The man had long hair and a full white beard, reportedly having been imprisoned for over 30 years. Based on the information divulged by Womack, Luke was convinced that this individual was far from ordinary. It was evident that the director was withholding considerable information. Womack admitted to knowing him and expressed a desire not to provoke him. Hence, he could not conduct the interrogation himself. He instructed Piaston to proceed with the questioning, adopting a somewhat brusque demeanor, clearly playing the role of the antagonist. It would not be long before someone was needed to play the role of the ally. Glancing at Dr. Guspe, who, despite appearing tidy, had the unmistakable air of a long-term office worker, particularly one engaged in technical duties, it came as no surprise that Piaston gleaned little of value from the interrogation. Consequently, Womack suggested that Luke take a turn. Although Luke was reluctant, he recognized the necessity of adhering to the directives of his superiors. Thus, he resolved not to proceed in a conventional manner. Holding the document issued by the director, a pardon signed by the Attorney General, Luke entered the interrogation room. He pulled up a chair and sat beside Mason. "Sign it. Although we both know that when needed it serves as a pardon, and when not, it is merely scrap paper." Mason glanced at the youthful and handsome Luke and inquired, "Then why should I sign it?" Luke shrugged and replied, "What if it's needed?" Without even looking, Mason signed his name. Luke took the document and moved behind Mason, conveniently obscuring the view from the one-way glass. Leaning down and speaking softly to Mason, he said, "I do not care who you are or what grievances you have with the director. I merely wish to complete my task. I know you have the capability to escape from any prison, yet your presence in this country suggests there are those you care for. Do not compel me to act against them." With that, he stood, patted Mason on the shoulder, and exited the interrogation room. Mason pondered for a moment before addressing the mirror. "Take me to the suite at the Fairmont Hotel. I need a shower, a shave, a haircut, and a change of clothes." When Luke entered the room behind the one-way glass, Director Womack and others were curious about what Luke had said to Mason that led him to acquiesce. Luke shrugged and said, "I threatened him. If he didn't cooperate, I would throw him into the prison with the most homosexual inmates. For every encounter he has, I would grant a day off his sentence." The statement left several in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by its brutality. Where did Doherty find this ruthless individual? They wondered, for he appeared so harmless. It was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as they were reeling from the shock, Mason utilized a coin left behind by Paxton during his interrogation to damage the one-way glass, and with an elbow strike, shattered it. Upon seeing Director Womack, he remarked, "Womack? I knew it, you bastard." He was promptly subdued by the guards. Luke observed Womack's displeased countenance and inwardly smirked. This old fox was certainly no saint. The silver-haired man was surprisingly formidable. The glass was thick, and it seemed that anyone named John had the potential to be quite ruthless. He would need to keep his distance in the future. Subsequently, they escorted Mason to the historic Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco. This hotel, situated near the famous Fisherman's Wharf, boasts a history of nearly a century. Womack granted Mason only 2 hours. After leaving the California division, Luke received a pickup truck from the Dodge branch, a bulletproof Tyrannosaurus model. It is worth noting that Luke was carrying a considerable array of weaponry. Chapter 55. Worry upon arriving at the suite at the Fairmont Hotel. Mason busied himself in the bedroom with personal grooming. Luke sat in a corner, contemplating how to accomplish this daunting task. The challenge was significant, even with his extraordinary abilities. It would be difficult to complete. The crux of the difficulty lay in the fact that there was not just one missile launch platform. The 140 missile can be launched from the 270 rocket launcher. However, despite being referred to as a missile, it is essentially a guided rocket. With just a length of sturdy steel rail, a rudimentary launching device can be constructed. Furthermore, there are dozens of elite Marines on the island, along with hostages, which made Luke's teeth ache at the thought. Dr. Gusby requested a handgun from Director Womack, who appeared to wish to kick him back to Washington. Observing that Gusby had a somewhat endearing clumsiness, Luke discreetly retrieved a handgun from his own supplies and handed it to him. This is a 917. It should be similar to your usual sidearm, he remarked, also providing him with 2 loaded magazines. Luke then retreated to a corner to contemplate the mission at hand. The agency had also arranged for a barber for Mason. It was unclear who had made the request, but a lavish meal was delivered to the hotel, and the accompanying agents indulged in an array of delicacies while enjoying soft music, relishing the moment. Only Womack and Dr. Gusby remained on the rooftop. Seizing the opportunity during the haircut, Mason took action. He bound the wrists of both himself and Womack with the hotel's clothesline and subsequently shoved Womack off the balcony as a means of coercing Gusby to relinquish his weapon. Ultimately, Gusby lacked the courage to pull the trigger. Mason secured one end of the rope around a stool and made his escape while Gusby was distracted calling for help. The scene descended into chaos, yet Luke showed no inclination to intervene. He had a fair idea of Mason's intentions, so he gracefully rose and took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. By the time Luke reached the car, the commotion from Mason's flight had thrown the hotel into disarray, and Gusby was in hot pursuit. Clearly, he was still a novice. Luke retrieved his phone and called Harris. "Harris, I need you to look up a person for me. Federal Prison of Wolfsburg, John Mason." Harris immediately began searching on her computer. There's no record of this person, Luke. After a moment of reflection, Luke added, transferred from San Quentin in February 1976. After some more operation, Harris responded with surprise. "There is a case file, a Scotsman, but no name." "Wait, there's family information." "Yes, that is what I need." Harris hurriedly opened the file and informed Luke. "Jade Angelo, 32, Stinson Street, San Francisco." "I have to hang up now." "Wait, Luke, I received a collaborative notice from the California branch." "What is going on?" "This is confidential for now, arranged by Attorney General Doherty. I'll explain when I return." "All right, Luke, be careful. Doherty is a tough one." Luke ended the call, understanding Harris's implication, but that was not his primary concern. He first needed to retrieve Mason. Now that he was aware of the target location, Luke felt no urgency. It was merely on the road that they encountered the architect of the monumental traffic jam in San Francisco, Dr. Gusby. Evidently, his driving skills were not commensurate with his academic credentials. Once Dr. Gusby boarded Luke's vehicle, he urged Luke to hasten their pursuit. However, Luke responded with a mysterious smile, assuring him, "Do not worry, I am well aware of his destination." Before long, they arrived at 32 Stinson Street, where they indeed discovered Mason's whereabouts. Luke continued to drive, trailing Mason to a nearby park outside an art museum, where it appeared Mason was waiting for someone of significance. Shortly thereafter, 2 young women appeared. After exchanging a few words, one of the girls departed. Luke remarked with a smile, "This old fellow must have been quite the handsome man in his youth, as evidenced by the appearance of his daughter." With that, Luke patted Dr. Gusby, preparing to disembark. However, when Gusby reached for his phone to report, Luke intervened. Gusby looked at him in confusion. Luke explained, "Now that we have located his family, he will not flee. Trust me, this is human nature. We can simply escort him back. Let us not alarm that young girl." Though Gusby was still somewhat perplexed, he had spent enough time with Luke to discern that he was no ordinary technician. "Why do you seem to regard him differently? I sense you do not treat him as a mere criminal." Luke smirked, Seeing the director so anxious indicates this man is extraordinary. Womack has clearly concealed something, and I must safeguard against being ensnared by him. It is likely that this individual will join our efforts. Gusbey remained unconvinced, yet Luke offered no further clarification. While the particulars were unclear, the more Womack concealed, the more Luke resolved to support Mason. The fact that he had evaded the Federal Bureau of Investigation for such an extended period without succumbing suggested he possessed a formidable advantage. Furthermore, escaping from Alcatraz was no small feat. Luke genuinely admired him. Even with his extraordinary abilities, escaping from such a place would be a daunting challenge. As Luke and Gusbey arrived at the park, they observed Mason conversing with a young woman on a bench. The girl appeared visibly anxious, frequently glancing around. Another girl was also watching them intently. After a moment of contemplation, Luke sighed. This girl was likely encountering her biological father for the first time. Mason, too, seemed somewhat awkward and apprehensive. Luke could not help but admire the old man. Having escaped prison, he managed to encounter true love and leave behind an heir. Womack must harbor considerable animosity towards him, going to great lengths to capture him. Noting that their conversation was nearing its conclusion, Luke approached. Both father and daughter noticed Luke and the ever-watchful Dr. Gusbey behind him, both clad in dark suits and sunglasses, embodying the quintessential image of agents. It is evident that Luke's attire exudes a commanding presence. The girl addressed Mason with palpable anger. Did they come looking for you? Have you escaped again? Why are you here to find me? Mason's expression mirrored his frustration. At that moment, Luke approached them, removed his sunglasses, and produced his credentials. Miss Angiro. I am Agent Luke. Your father is not a criminal. He is currently working for the federal government. Despite Luke's authoritative appearance in his tailored suit, his youthful visage elicited skepticism from Angiro, who inquired, "Is that true?" Luke presented his credentials to her, stating, "We are about to embark on a perilous mission, but due to confidentiality, I cannot disclose further details." He then turned to Mason, saying, "John, we are short on time. We must proceed." This is already a breach of protocol. Mason cast a grateful glance at Luke, rising to look at his daughter. He longed to embrace her, but ultimately settled for a brief handshake. "Let us go, Luke." Gusbey, sensing the urgency, hurried to Mason's side, fearing he might flee again. Luke, with a serious demeanor, assured Angiro, "Your father will be a hero, trust me." He then handed her the pardon signed by the Attorney General and departed, leaving her in astonishment. Chapter 56. The preemptive strike. Mason and Gusbey gazed at Luke in astonishment. After the interrogation, they had witnessed Director Womack tear up the pardon. Luke offered no explanation, merely bestowing upon them a mysterious smile. Neither pressed further, though Mason felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Luke. He was not one to provoke someone like the formidable John. As for Womack, Luke harbored no fear. Did he truly believe the Cheen family's financial prowess was merely for show? Gusbey, however, voiced a few grievances to Mason, having been struck during Mason's escape. Mason turned to him and pointed at Luke, declaring, "He is far more astute than you." The trio returned to the hotel, where they shared a laugh at the sight of Director Womack, who was nursing a wounded arm. Eventually, they arrived at Pier 9 in San Francisco Bay, where a warehouse had been transformed into a temporary command center. A massive-scale model of Alcatraz Island and accompanying blueprints dominated the center. The Navy SEALs had already arrived. They gathered around the model to discuss the infiltration plan. At this juncture, Luke directed his attention to the commanding officer of the SEALs, asking, "Colonel Anderson, how many personnel do you have?" Having been introduced by Minister Payston upon their arrival, Anderson looked at Luke, the bomb disposal expert, with confusion and replied, 10 men. "Is there a problem?" Luke had already observed the soldiers but sought further confirmation. Upon hearing Colonel Anderson's response, Luke erupted with expletives. "What the hell? Whose idea was this? Are we being sent to our deaths?" The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that Luke dared to utter such crude language in front of so many prominent figures. However, upon noticing the displeased expression on Director Womack's face, they began to speculate. One of Colonel Anderson's subordinates remarked, "Agent, do you look down upon us?" Luke shook his head and replied, "You are soldiers. You should understand that the Marines on the island are also elite troops, occupying advantageous terrain and equipped with superior weaponry. What chance do you think you have with just the 10 of you?" Before the soldier could respond, Luke continued, "These 10 individuals must not only rescue the hostages, but also defuse explosives. Isn't that akin to courting death? You are mere mortals, not superheroes." Hearing Luke's words, everyone fell into silence. Colonel Anderson addressed Luke, asking, "What are your thoughts, Agent Luke. Luke responded, "If I were the commander, I would wish to deploy an entire battalion. But that is evidently unrealistic." As everyone turned their attention to him, Luke elaborated, "We must determine personnel allocation based on the mission objectives." Anderson nodded in agreement with Luke's analysis. Luke continued, "Task 1. Search and disarm the missiles, which requires 1 team. Task 2. Locate and destroy the enemy command center, necessitating another team. Task 3. Rescue the hostages while awaiting support, requiring yet another team, and all must occur simultaneously." After listening to Luke's exposition, Colonel Anderson remarked, "That is not feasible. Currently, the nearest personnel on the West Coast comprise only a single team. We cannot assemble 3 teams." Luke countered, "We can call in the hostage rescue unit. They specialize in such operations." Both Anderson and Paxton nodded in agreement, feeling reassured about the mission's stability and their potential accolades. Now, all eyes turned to Walmark. Although his expression was grim, there was merit in Luke's reasoning. After pondering for a moment, he said to Anderson, "It appears we will require more helicopters and equipment." Luke nearly erupted in exasperation upon hearing this. "What? Use helicopters?" Colonel Anderson explained the infiltration process, detailing how they would jump from a helicopter into the waters near Devil's Island and enter through an underwater drainage system, requiring a period of diving. Luke shook his head in response. General Hammer, being seasoned in combat, could surely procure radar, but sonar would be another matter. "We cannot approach Devil's Island by helicopter." Walmark, looking frustrated, asked, "So without helicopters, are we supposed to swim there?" Luke smiled slightly at Colonel Anderson, saying, "We have submarines. Surely you have undergone such training. Furthermore, we need to deploy at least 3 sets of Patriot missile defense systems along the coastline, just in case. Intercepting in the ocean would be far less costly than allowing a strike on downtown San Francisco. It would be prudent to deploy electronic jamming aircraft from both the Air Force and Navy, as the technology behind these missiles is relatively rudimentary and should be easily disrupted." At this juncture, Womack disregarded the obstinate demeanor of Luke, the acting commander, as it was evident that Luke's recommendation was far more secure. Sending 1 team or 3 made little difference to him. Thus, Womack acquiesced to this plan. I immediately contacted the Pentagon. Colonel Anderson was unaware of Luke's true capabilities, mistaking him for merely an ordinary bomb disposal expert. However, it was abundantly clear that Luke possessed a more composed intellect. Observing the Navy SEALs behind him, Luke addressed Colonel Anderson, stating, "Colonel Anderson, your weaponry requires an upgrade." This mention of expertise piqued Anderson's interest, as there were still numerous preparations to undertake, and it was a perfect opportunity to see what suggestions Luke might offer. Given that our primary concerns were infiltration and close-quarters combat, silenced firearms were imperative. Furthermore, the Marines stationed on the island were likely equipped with bulletproof vests, rendering your current 9mm weaponry insufficient in lethality. Colonel Anderson harbored similar concerns. However, deploying assault rifles was indeed impractical. With the demeanor of a salesman, Luke proposed, "I recommend the Model 55 submachine gun produced by Company 3, utilizing a gas-operated mechanism. It boasts greater reliability. The 5.5mm rounds can penetrate level 3 body armor, with minimal recoil and a significantly quieter report when silenced." With a hint of resignation, Anderson replied, "That weapon is prohibitively expensive. The Pentagon is unlikely to equip us with it." Yet, Luke continued to entice. "Surely the costs incurred from this incident must be accounted for?" With this, he cast a glance at Minister Payton, who immediately grasped the implication and affirmed, "We shall cover the expenses for this operation." Luke nodded, saying, "Considering the potential for various firefight scenarios, we also require semi-automatic shotguns, assault rifles, and perhaps a change of handguns." With that, to the astonishment of those present, Luke picked up the phone and dialed. "Chun, have our arms company in the San Francisco branch dispatch some weapons and ammunition. Deliver them to Dock 9. I will arrange the logistics. 10 units of Honey Badger, integrated silencer standard model, 30 units of the Model 55, integrated silencer, 6 semi-automatic shotguns, 4 precision marksman rifles, and 40 Model 55 handguns, each with 6 magazines. Young Master, is there anything else needed? Have the accessories company send 40 night vision devices, along with compatible laser pointers, night vision scopes, holographic sights, underbarrel grenade launchers, and several underbarrel grips. Ensure they are of the highest quality. Expedite the delivery." "Understood, young master." As he hung up the phone, the gazes of those around Luke softened, filled with a newfound warmth. These high-end items were beyond their financial means, and given the Pentagon's notoriously frugal nature, securing even 5 of such items would have been remarkable. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, Luke had made it happen. They had made up their minds, resolutely vowing never to return until the task was accomplished. Chapter 57. Insurance. After Womack concluded his communication with the Pentagon and returned, he observed that everyone appeared relaxed, yet somewhat perplexed. Luke then addressed him, stating, "I examined the weapons of these SEAL team members and found them somewhat inadequate for this mission, so I arranged for a batch to be delivered from Company 3, which should arrive shortly." Piaston gave Luke a thumbs up and arranged for the guards to await the delivery. Noticing the increasingly amiable expressions among the group, Luke promptly contacted his chain restaurant, ordering takeout for all the staff present. Due to the large number of people, the general manager from San Francisco brought chefs and equipment to prepare the meal on site, ensuring fresh food for everyone. Thus, dinner unfolded in a warm and congenial atmosphere, dispelling any remnants of the earlier tension. Shortly after the meal, personnel from the weapons company arrived with the relevant arms and equipment. Anderson and his subordinates were overjoyed, eagerly seizing the weapons to inspect them. Observing their naive excitement, Luke felt that even presenting them with a beautiful woman would not distract them from their newfound armaments. Anderson's strategy was to seize the moment, selecting first while the other 2 teams had yet to arrive. Before long, the other 2 teams showed up. Luke recognized a familiar face among them, the bald, perpetually indebted Captain Walters, leading a group of 8. Another team was led by Harold Cooper, an African-American, whom Luke immediately recognized as a tactical thinker, a quintessential commander, with a total of 12 members in his squad. Walters exchanged no pleasantries, merely offering a nod and a somewhat unsettling smile to Luke. Piaston briefly introduced everyone, and then Luke proceeded to showcase their weapons. Anderson's group had already made their selections, leaving Walters and Cooper's teams to choose next. The weapons company had thoughtfully provided 3 ballistic shields, which Cooper promptly claimed. Walters opted for 6 rifles, 1 shotgun, and 1 designated marksman rifle. Luke discerned from Walters' choices that his subordinates were likely formidable as well. After everyone had selected their weapons, Director Womack began outlining the mission. Upon arrival, they had been unaware of the specifics, but after listening to Womack's briefing, they realized Luke's astuteness. None of the teams held absolute confidence in neutralizing the elite Marine Corps soldiers stationed on the island. Luke's trio of teams represented the safest option, with each squad assigned a distinct task to search for and dismantle missiles, to raid the enemy command center, and to rescue hostages. The 3 tasks were beyond the capabilities of a single team, which is why Colonel Anderson was particularly grateful to Luke. As a soldier, he was bound to obey orders, but it was Luke who, in the presence of Wormald, had successfully garnered additional support. Yet, only Luke was aware that it was Doherty who played a pivotal role. Inside the conference room of Air Force One, soaring above a certain Asian nation, President Marshall inquired solemnly of Doherty, "How confident are your people in resolving this crisis?" The "your people" could refer to either Wormald or Luke. Doherty responded, "The proposal he has put forth is the best course of action we have at present, but we cannot abandon our previously planned countermeasures. We must maintain them as a safeguard." It was evident that Doherty's reference to his people was indeed directed at Luke. After a moment of contemplation, President Marshall stated, "Ensure General Ross is prepared with the thermite. We must now observe their performance." Doherty recalled a private conversation he had with Luke's father and turned to the president, saying, "James, my student is exceptional. Please trust him as you trust me." President Marshall regarded Doherty for a considerable time before solemnly nodding in agreement. In San Francisco, at the makeshift command center at Pier 9, Mason and Wormald were embroiled in a heated debate. The schematics collected for Devil's Island were incomplete. After Mason's escape from Devil's Island, it had undergone numerous renovations. Thus, Mason insisted on entering Devil's Island with the task force. Wormald vehemently opposed this. Even Paxton could no longer remain silent. Just as he was about to speak, Luke interjected, "Director, if you won't allow him to accompany us, then why release him at all? To give him a haircut, tidy up, and take a portrait?" Wormald's expression soured at Luke's words. Although he was a subordinate of a subordinate, this individual had connections, directly appointed by the Attorney General, the specifics of which were unclear to him. However, the Attorney General, Doherty, was a trusted confidant of the president, which likely indicated that Luke was either aligned with Doherty or was an operative from the Secret Service. Such instances were not uncommon among various American agencies, where personnel were strategically placed within each other's organizations to gather intelligence, a tacit understanding among them. Yet, It was rare for someone like Luke to be so brazen. Wormald, incensed, fell silent. However, one must remember the adage about accepting favors. Colonel Anderson and Lieutenant Waters both put forth their demands. To accomplish the mission, this individual must accompany them. Captain Cooper refrained from interjecting, but all eyes were gravely fixed upon Director Wormald. Reluctantly, he conceded. Gusby sought to consult Luke regarding the bomb dismantling, and Colonel Anderson directly informed him that he too would be participating in the operation. Gusby was momentarily taken aback, seeking clarification on the particulars. The teammates beside him laughed and offered explanations, which caused him to experience a bout of nausea. Observing his distress, Luke joined him in the restroom. Once he had finished being sick, Luke handed him a tissue. It turned out that Gusby's fiancée was pregnant and was en route to San Francisco. At that moment, Payton arrived as well, and together with Luke, they encouraged Gusby, bolstering his confidence. With everything now in place, the group gathered their equipment and boarded a helicopter, heading towards the naval base near San Francisco, where 2 submarines awaited. This was a minor operation, so the team did not carry extra gear, except for Luke, who lugged a large bag. Curiosity piqued among the others. Luke merely explained that it contained bomb disposal tools. Although Gusby was also an expert, he assumed it contained protective suits. The team boarded 2 Navy MH-53C Stallion heavy-lift transport helicopters. Their destination was the rendezvous with 2 Ohio-class nuclear submarines from the Pacific Submarine Squadron 11, located 150 kilometers southwest of San Francisco, in Monterey Bay. These submarines had rushed from the San Diego Naval Base upon receiving the news. Pentagon generals believed Luke's plan to be the safest. The term safe, as conveyed to the president, referred to military countermeasures against chemical munitions. While chemical bombs could be vaporized and broken down by high temperatures, conventional incendiary devices clearly could not, thus leading the military to develop thermite bombs. However, this project remained in the research phase, leaving the Air Force with little preparation time. The Navy's Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines possessed land attack capabilities and were equipped with special operations pods, 2 large cylindrical structures on the submarine's back, which could be utilized for Navy SEAL infiltration missions. They had received orders to authorize the SEAL team, led by Colonel Anderson, to designate targets for the submarines, which would then launch cruise missiles to destroy said targets. Upon reaching the submarine's vicinity, both vessels had already surfaced. The surrounding waters had long been cleared by the Coast Guard. Everyone descended onto the submarine via ropes. For Luke, it was his first experience aboard a submarine, and he found the Ohio class to be more spacious than he had anticipated. However, with so many people aboard, it felt quite cramped. 3.5 hours later, they arrived at the designated location, 10 meters below the surface. Everyone donned their gear, including diving suits and dual-circuit underwater breathing systems. Then they navigated through the submarine's internal passageways to the special operations pod on the submarine's back. Once everyone was prepared, the pod began to fill with water, and as soon as the hatch opened, they set off in a small submersible. Chapter 58. Power unleashed at 11:16 p.m. at Pier 9 in San Francisco. The temporary command center reported, the submarine has reached the designated location and is deploying the assault team. At 11:49 p.m., the temporary command center added, the task force members have arrived at the northwest corner and are entering the reservoir. Throughout this journey, apart from Gusby, the rest of the crew exhibited commendable composure, as they were all elite operatives. Observing Mason, who appeared nonchalant, Luke felt vindicated in his assumption that this seasoned veteran possessed a wealth of untold stories. Anderson, acting as the operational commander, maintained a central position, while Waters led his team as the vanguard. If captured on film, it would undoubtedly depict the classic scene of a tranquil water surface suddenly disrupted by a squad of fully armed Navy SEALs. This was a confined space, devoid of any presence save for the incessantly whirring boiler. The limited area felt cramped with over 30 individuals present. Upon noticing that the exit had been locked from the outside, Colonel Anderson inquired of Mason, "This is a dead end. Where do you intend to lead us? We are pressed for time and must act swiftly." Seated at the boiler's exhaust vent, Mason addressed Colonel Anderson while gesturing toward the narrow passage that could accommodate only one person. "Here, I will proceed and then unlock the door." Colonel Anderson and the other team members exchanged bewildered glances at the passage beneath the boiler, which served as the exhaust outlet, periodically expelling flames and accompanied by the motion of gears. With widened eyes, Colonel Anderson stared at Mason and remarked, "Are you jesting with me?" Mason, maintaining his composure, replied, "I remember the interval. I trust it has not changed." Colonel Anderson cautioned him. If you are engulfed by the flames, you will be reduced to mere char. Mason smiled at Anderson and said, "Thank you," before donning his mask and preparing to navigate through the passage. Beside him stood a SEAL soldier, designated by Walmack, tasked with overseeing Mason. After swallowing hard, he addressed Colonel Anderson, "Captain, you instructed me to stay with him." Naturally, Colonel Anderson would not permit his subordinate to undertake such a risk, responding, "You may remain here." At that moment, Luke handed his backpack to Gusby, saying, "Keep an eye on this for me." Then, amidst the astonished expressions of the others, he followed Mason into the passage. This level of danger posed no challenge for Luke. As long as he timed his movements accurately, he would be just fine. Even Mason was taken aback by Luke's successful passage. "You are not an ordinary agent, are you?" Mason inquired. Luke offered no verbal response, merely bestowing upon him an enigmatic smile before presenting him with a 917 handgun. "Walmack is not forthcoming. I do not trust him. As long as the mission is accomplished, you are free to act as you see fit." Mason regarded Luke with a profound gaze before accepting the firearm and nodding in acknowledgement. The layout of the house adjacent to the boiler was identical to that of the current location, yet the passage here stood open. Colonel Anderson remained anxiously vigilant. Luke followed Mason, unperturbed by the potential for deception. Indeed, before long, the door was opened from the outside, revealing Mason, with Luke standing behind him, a broad smile gracing his face. Taking the parcel from Gusby, Luke extracted an object resembling a radio. After removing the waterproof packaging, he began to assemble it. Waters, standing beside him, inquired, "What is this device?" Luke replied, "It is a radio signal receiver designed for intercepting the communications of the adversary." Colonel Anderson, "Wait a moment. I need to tune into their communications." Consequently, the group patiently awaited as Luke assembled the device. It was not large, roughly the size of 2 upright palms, akin to an oversized mobile phone. After affixing the antenna, Luke donned the headphones and commenced adjustments. After a brief period of operation, Luke's eyes brightened. He had found the signal. "There are no immediate issues. Let us proceed." The team gradually made their way through the boiler room and into the maintenance corridor, which contained 3 pipes. Mason pointed to the leftmost pipe and remarked, "That one leads to the underground tunnel." Colonel Anderson then instructed his subordinates to open the gate, allowing everyone to enter the subterranean passage. After Luke passed through, his headphones soon relayed communications from the adversary. "Colonel Anderson, they have detected vibrations at the northern windbreak and dispatched a patrol." After a moment's contemplation, Colonel Anderson issued the command for everyone to conceal themselves. As a competent commander, he recognized that the patrol team stood little chance against such a multitude of assault team members. However, the essence of this surprise attack lay in its stealth. Premature engagement could expose their presence, granting the adversary additional time to react and strategize. Should they launch missiles or harm hostages, it would lead to dire consequences. The patrol team traversed above, conducting a thorough inspection, but discovered nothing amiss and continued on their way. Apart from Luke, the others emerged from the water. As Luke's radio was not waterproof, he sought a corner to conceal himself in the shadows. Upon hearing the cessation of their alert communication, Luke signaled for Colonel Anderson to advance. Mason also gave Luke a thumbs up, acknowledging that his maneuver had significantly aided their mission. The group arrived at the entrance of the Devil's Island bathhouse, with the bathhouse located above the ladder. This was the very spot from which Mason had escaped. After examining the overhead manhole cover, Colonel Anderson prepared to send a surveillance device to inspect the area. However, Luke intervened. The vibrations at the windbreak were detected. It is likely that this location is monitored as well. Any movement of the manhole cover will trigger an alarm. We need to find an alternative route. Colonel Anderson pondered for a moment before turning to Mason. "Where else can we exit?" Mason shrugged, replying, "I am uncertain. This place resembles a labyrinth. I escaped from here." Luke regarded the old man thoughtfully before stating to Colonel Anderson, "I need to speak with him privately." Luke led Mason to a distant location, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Mason and said, "Listen, Mason, there are currently 15 missiles armed with nerve gas cluster warheads aimed at San Francisco." Without hesitation, Luke laid bare the truth, provoking an outburst of profanity from Mason. "Damn it, Enquiro is also in Los Angeles." Luke replied with a calm demeanor, "You may not comprehend the potency of nerve gas. A single missile detonating above San Francisco could obliterate a significant portion of all living beings in the city, not just humans." Mason fell into silence. Luke continued, "So, you must decide. Shall we confront them directly and risk them launching the gas missiles at San Francisco? or shall we proceed stealthily to accomplish our mission? After a moment of contemplation, Mason sighed and said, "Follow me to the morgue. I know the way." Luke smiled and addressed Colonel Anderson. "Colonel Anderson, we will accompany Mason to find an alternate route. We cannot proceed here." With a wave of his hand, Colonel Anderson signaled for the other team members to follow Mason, quietly confiding to Luke, "You were right. We just checked, and there are indeed sensors on the manhole cover." Luke replied with a grin, "General Hammer is no fool. We cannot treat them as terrorists. This is a war against an equally matched adversary, and a single oversight could jeopardize this operation." Chapter 59. Ambush. Luke closely trailed Mason, navigating through the convoluted maze of underground tunnels until they emerged outside. A staircase led to the balcony outside the morgue. As they advanced, Luke suddenly clenched his fist and crouched down, signaling that there was a situation. Except for Gusby. The others evidently understood the meaning of this gesture and also concealed themselves. Colonel Anderson approached Luke from behind and whispered, "Is there a problem?" Luke glanced at the device in his hand, connected to the listening station, and replied, "There's a signal source above. They just communicated. I need to calculate the interval of their reports." Upon receiving Luke's response, Colonel Anderson instructed everyone to retreat back into the tunnel, leaving only himself and Luke at the tunnel entrance. After 10 minutes, Luke once again heard the sound of a report through his earpiece. He turned to Colonel Anderson, stating, "There are 2 targets upstairs, with a reporting interval of 10 minutes. Colonel Anderson nodded and signaled to the team members behind him with a few gestures. 2 members stealthily advanced upward. In reality, Luke had seen the 2 individuals above through his inside eye. However, utilizing the equipment made their actions appear more legitimate. Colonel Anderson's team was indeed highly professional. Luke heard only the faint sound of gunfire, and not even the thud of bodies hitting the ground. One team member reached the balcony and signaled to his observing teammate. Colonel Anderson then ordered everyone to ascend the stairs. Upon arriving at the morgue, it was indeed confirmed that there was a missile launcher present. Inside the storage cabinet lay remnants of 11 cluster munitions. Luke conducted a thorough examination, ascertaining the presence of 12 missiles along with their corresponding chemical warheads. Gus immediately commenced the disassembly of the warheads. It was time to split up for the next phase of their operation. Walters remained behind with the team, poised to continue the search for the remaining missiles after the warheads were dismantled. Colonel Anderson led a contingent to storm the command center, while Captain Cooper took his team to rescue the hostages. The ground route no longer required Mason's guidance, as the map had long been etched into the minds of the assault team. Luke chose to stay behind to continue the disassembly of the missiles, informing Colonel Anderson, "In 10 minutes, if there is no response, we will send reinforcements." This was the location for storing the warheads, and it was highly probable they would dispatch a substantial number of personnel, allowing them to concentrate their forces for an ambush. This way, the strength of both the command center and the guards watching the hostages would be diminished, allowing for a more manageable counterattack. Colonel Anderson found merit in Luke's suggestion and sought the opinions of the other team members. The team was not lacking in intelligence. Such a tactic of surrounding and striking at reinforcements would minimize casualties. It was essential to remember that in engagements between equally matched forces, the outcomes often hinged on who possessed superior skill and strategy. Thus, Luke began assisting Gus in the disassembly of the missiles while Colonel Anderson organized defensive measures. Disassembling the missiles was not as cinematic as removing the cluster warheads. Luke's task was considerably simpler. He merely needed to disable the ignition mechanism of the rocket engines to render the missiles inoperative. Consequently, Luke's progress surpassed that of Gus significantly. Within 10 minutes, Luke had dismantled 8 missiles, while Gus was only beginning on the 4th. At that moment, both Luke's earpiece and the intercom on the ground crackled to life. "Blackbird 1, this is Blackbird, please respond," the voice repeated thrice before falling silent. Luke promptly alerted Colonel Anderson that a patrol had been dispatched to investigate. Anderson acknowledged. After Luke assisted Gus in dismantling the final missile, he concealed himself alongside Gus and Mason in a nearby hiding spot. Soon after, Luke heard the distinct sound of suppressed gunfire. Colonel Anderson did not disappoint. The 4-man patrol had been eliminated before they could even fire a shot. Anderson understood that time was of the essence. Before their next communication update, it would be their opportune moment to act. After a nod of acknowledgement to Luke, he led his team to assault the enemy command center. Luke, Gus, and Mason followed Lieutenant Walters to another location in search of the missiles, which had already been detected by reconnaissance satellites. One missile was located on the first level of the lighthouse, another on the rooftop not far beneath it, and a third in the small plaza outside the prison. The morgue was in closest proximity to the lighthouse, prompting Waters to prepare to advance in the order dictated by Luke. With Luke's assistance, Waters and his team effortlessly dispatched 2 guards. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the central building of Devil's Island. Luke informed Captain Waters. "It's the sounds of 16 and 4. Colonel Anderson is engaged in a firefight. We must hasten our pace." Following the swift dismantling of the missile by Luke and Gusby, they proceeded towards the next location. While their area remained tranquil, Colonel Anderson's skirmish intensified. Utilizing grenades in the fray, the second missile was unguarded, allowing Luke to swiftly disarm it. Suddenly, a green flare ascended into the southwestern sky, signaling the successful rescue of hostages. Consequently, Luke and Waters propelled themselves towards the site of the third missile launch with fervor. Meanwhile, Colonel Anderson encountered difficulties. General Hammer's command post was established on the penultimate floor of the tallest building. Anderson needed to traverse a lengthy corridor to reach the structure. While the other 2 buildings had already been seized by Marine Corps personnel, Anderson and his team faced the dire situation of a blocked passage, contending with enemy fire from an elevated position. Fortunately, their shelter was sturdier, enabling them to retaliate from behind the cover of the building. Yet, they remained suppressed. Luke, monitoring the radio, learned that Colonel Anderson's team was trapped, and someone had begun preparations for the final missile launch. Urgently, Luke urged Waters, "Hurry. They're sending someone to prepare the missile launch." Upon their arrival at the final missile launch site, Luke's insight revealed 3 Marine soldiers operating the missile. Luke charged forward, drawing his suppressed .55, and emptied the magazine. When Waters and the others caught up, they were met with a chilling sight. The missile was powered on, merely awaiting the safety switch to be disengaged for launch. Luke swiftly shut down the power and dismantled the missile. As relief washed over the group, Luke produced and fired a green flare. At 0:52, cheers erupted from the temporary command center at Pier 9 in San Francisco. Walmack's expression finally brightened. Now, they awaited the signal flare from the personnel assaulting the command post. However, with the greatest threat neutralized, the team felt considerably lighter. They were aware of their members' locations but remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Luke had informed Walmack before their departure that, to prevent the enemy from intercepting their communications, they would maintain radio silence throughout the operation. Walmack had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Luke, yet the military unanimously supported the proposal. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 60. Dignity. After firing the green signal flare, Luke turned to Lieutenant Waters and remarked, "The gunfire over there has yet to cease. It is highly likely that Colonel Anderson has encountered difficulties. We can launch a surprise attack from the opposite side." The strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao is not solely understood by the Chinese. It is equally comprehended by foreigners. Waters promptly prepared to embark with his team. Luke then addressed Waters, saying, "Dr. Gusby and Mason need not accompany us. I shall join you instead. Let them regroup with the team and withdraw together later." Approaching Mason, Luke extended his hand for a brief handshake, stating, "Thank you, John. It has been a pleasure working with you. I wish you the best of luck." Mason subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He then left Gusby, Mason, and Colonel Anderson under the watch of a SEAL team member, who, observing his comrades engage in battle while he remained bound to guard a prisoner, exhibited evident dissatisfaction. However, orders are orders, and compliance is mandatory. Leading the way, Mason discreetly unfolded the note that Luke had slipped into his hand earlier. It read, "I have planted a bomb near the mining cart in the underground passage. The detonator is inside the cart. You can take refuge there to avoid the blast and simulate your death, allowing you to escape. The submersible is sufficient for your return to San Francisco. Good luck." Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, Mason swallowed the note. Mason, accompanied by Gusby, made their way back to the underground tunnel where a mining cart awaited at the junction. The team member, perplexed, inquired of Mason, "Is this the route to the hostages holding area?" Mason nodded, assuring him, "Trust me, this is the quickest path." As they rounded a corner, Mason uttered a curse. "Damn. Their SA bomb. Run." He promptly dove behind the mining cart. Luke had indeed spoken the truth. The detonator was right there. Without hesitation, Mason activated it. The tremendous explosion and shockwave hurled Gusby and the team member away, while Mason's cart toppled into the trench below. Aside from a slight ringing in his ears, he was otherwise unscathed and quickly scrambled to his feet to escape the scene. When Gusby and the team member regained their composure and returned to inspect the site, they found no trace of Mason, only the collapsed entrance from the explosion, and sighed in resignation. On the way, Luke had devised an escape route for Mason. utilizing his spatial abilities to stealthily place the bomb and detonator. While eavesdropping on the communications in the morgue, he had concealed himself to pin the note for Mason. Everything was under his control. As Luke and Waters approached the central building, a signal from Luke prompted the team to halt. Taking out the night vision binoculars, he observed the distant strongholds and said to Waters, "There are 2 firing points in the north building and another on the rooftop ahead. It seems that Colonel Anderson is pinned down inside the building in front of us. This is the basic situation. I leave the rest to you." Waters was already quite satisfied with Luke's assistance. He hurriedly instructed 2 team members to stealthily reach the rooftop ahead, followed by a sharpshooter carrying a precision rifle. Waters' subordinates swiftly eliminated the firing points on the upper floor, and then the sharpshooter took out the enemy position in the north building. The intensity of the gunfire suddenly diminished, and Colonel Anderson realized that Waters had come to provide support, prompting him to lead his team in a counterattack. At General Hammer's command post, a captain reported, "General, the team sent to launch missiles has not reported back." General Hammer sighed and replied, "Prepare for evacuation. There are helicopters behind the building to the north." A major officer attempted to interject, but Hammer waved him off. At that moment, 2 captains became restless. "General, before we leave, let us detonate the gas canisters and send these bastards and their hostages to meet their maker." General Hammer shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that. I'm merely trying to intimidate the politicians at the Pentagon, but unfortunately, they are not swayed. Let us go?" The 2 captains appeared visibly frustrated. "General, we must show them we mean business. Please give the order." Hammer, with a serious expression, instructed them, "Captain, execute my previous command and prepare for evacuation." These 2 captains were not originally under General Hammer's command. They were merely mercenaries formed by a group of retired Marines. Due to Hammer's need for personnel, they were contacted by his subordinate, Major Baxter. At that moment, the 2 captains demanded that the sergeant major disarm General Hammer. Just as the sergeant major hesitated, Hammer drew his sidearm and pointed it at the 2. They insisted that he lower his weapon, but Hammer ordered them to leave. As the gunfire outside dwindled, Baxter also drew his weapon, aiming it at General Hammer. Meanwhile, Luke and Waters had arrived outside the command post. Seeing the argument and everyone pointing guns at Hammer, Luke signaled to Waters, who nodded and gestured the same to the team members. Seizing the moment when tensions were highest, Luke fired his weapon. Waters and the other team members simultaneously opened fire as well. As the magazine emptied, Luke swiftly reloaded his weapon, replacing the spent magazine with a fresh one. He stepped forward, discovering that only General Hammer remained alive, while Waters checked on the others. Luke approached and helped Hammer lean against the wall for support. Moments ago, Luke conveyed to Waters that aside from General Hammer, all others were to be eliminated, awaiting his signal to fire. However, in their final moments, those individuals also discharged their weapons, striking General Hammer in the abdomen. Assessing the situation, Luke noted that there was still a chance for rescue. At that moment, Colonel Anderson arrived at the command center. All eyes were on Luke as he examined General Hammer's wounds, yet he refrained from administering any first aid. Supporting General Hammer, Luke spoke gravely, "General Hammer, I admire your contributions to this nation, yet I do not condone your actions. Nevertheless, this does not diminish my respect for you." With that, Luke stood, retrieved a fallen captain's sidearm from the ground, inspected it, and approached General Hammer. In a somber tone, he addressed Colonel Anderson and the others. "General Hammer has been taken hostage by his subordinates. In the final confrontation, witnessing defeat as inevitable, they chose to take his life." Luke's words plunged everyone into contemplation. Without waiting for their understanding, he turned to General Hammer, saying, "General Hammer, this is the only thing I can do for you." He then extended the firearm to General Hammer. The general understood Luke's intent and smiled faintly, replying, "Thank you, young man." He then whispered, "I'm sorry, Barbara." Referring to his deceased wife, "I have broken my vow." Without hesitation, he raised the gun to his heart. A gunshot rang out, and crimson blood erupted from General Hammer's chest. Luke stepped forward, gently closing his eyes with a sigh. At that moment, Colonel Anderson and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. He solemnly addressed all the SEAL team members. "Everyone, remember, General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates, who, seeing victory as unattainable, executed him." Chapter 61. Additional funds. Luke retrieved the firearm from General Hammer's hand, using a small cloth to wipe away the fingerprints. He then placed it in the grasp of a deceased Marine Corps captain, giving it a firm shake. Standing upright, he stepped back 2 paces and saluted General Hammer. Although not a soldier himself, he held deep admiration for such warriors. In the most poignant manner, he declared to the politicians that these pawns too possessed their own spirit. Although he perceived it as futile, it did not deter him from respecting such individuals. Turning around, he noticed all the SEAL team members saluting. As Luke glanced their way, they lowered their hands. With a sigh, Luke patted Colonel Anderson on the shoulder, saying, "You handle this. I will go outside to signal." Colonel Anderson nodded in gratitude, fully aware of the emotional intelligence displayed by Luke in the recent arrangements. The definition that General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates can be seen as a way to provide the military with a graceful exit. The incident itself is inherently a military issue, but the crux lies in the fact that General Hammer is a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest accolade bestowed upon American soldiers. Thus, Luke's arrangement ensures that General Hammer's life remains untarnished, preserving the military's dignity while simultaneously safeguarding its reputation. Although Colonel Anderson instructed his team to maintain confidentiality, the upper echelons of the military will inevitably learn of the underlying details. At that juncture, the military would owe a significant favor. When the time is right, utilizing old Master Chien's connections, the family's enterprises could readily supply the military with goods. Luke fired the final green flare into the sky. Casting a glance back at the command room, he noticed Anderson engaged in hushed discussions with his subordinates. Once Luke felt their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, he retrieved a medical kit from his backpack. He entered, handed the kit to Colonel Anderson, and then exited. Lieutenant Waters observed Luke's retreating figure and remarked, "Initially, I intended to recruit that kid, but alas, he is steadfast in his choice." After Colonel Anderson passed the medical kit to his subordinate, he too gazed at Luke's silhouette and commented, "That lad is not cut out for military life. The Army cannot hold him." Lieutenant Waters nodded in agreement, affirming Colonel Anderson's assessment. Following the launch of the final flare, the command center dispatched numerous helicopters and speedboats to land on Devil's Island. Gusby and his teammate regrouped with the team and awaited Director Womack's arrival. "What about Mason?" Gusby exchanged glances with his teammate and replied, "He is dead." The passage exploded. Womack, skeptical of Mason's demise, promptly sent personnel to the scene. He then proceeded to the command center, where he encountered Colonel Anderson and others. Colonel Anderson recounted the prearranged narrative to Womack. After a prolonged examination of Colonel Anderson, Womack ultimately acquiesced to this conclusion. This individual is quite cunning. By stating it this way, Colonel Anderson clearly conveyed the deeper implications behind it. There was no need for Womack to delve deeper. Granting a favor to the military could facilitate future collaboration. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? However, he was genuinely surprised by Colonel Anderson's astuteness, suggesting that the military has insightful minds guiding them. Finally, he approached Luke to inquire about the entire operation. Luke possessed a solid alibi, so he feigned ignorance regarding Mason's situation, expressing only regret over Mason's death. Observing that Luke was indeed uninformed, Womack chose to discontinue his questioning. The only witnesses were Gusby and the SEAL team member. Even if Womack harbored doubts, he could not possibly suspect either of them. They had no connection with Mason, belonged to different units, and could not have conspired to release him. Besides, the area had collapsed due to the explosion, leaving no evidence to contradict the narrative. After the crisis was averted, Luke had yet to leave Devil's Island when he received a call from Doherty. "Luke, I have been informed about the entire situation, and I must commend you on your splendid execution of this operation." "Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Although it appeared perilous, I was well prepared. After all, this has presented me with an opportunity for promotion, hasn't he it?" Those who understood the nuances were aware that Luke's words implied a desire for advancement and a salary increase. While it was true that Luke's family was financially well off, this promotion would serve as a testament to his personal capabilities, which was essential. Doherty chuckled and inquired, "That old coot Womack, didn't he give you any trouble, did he?" After a moment of contemplation, Luke replied, "No, but his demeanor has been rather grim." Doherty continued, "That old fellow has had his fair share of challenges. Do you know why he is so concerned about Mason?" Before Luke could express his reluctance to hear any confidential information, Doherty divulged, "It is because Mason has pilfered numerous classified documents and has consistently refused to surrender the film he captured." Since Doherty had already revealed this, Luke felt no qualms about the secrecy of the matter. This individual hailed from the British Special Air Service, the progenitor of all special forces, and had undergone the most rigorous training, making him one of the most formidable agents in Britain. After reflecting on Doherty's introduction, Luke posed a question. "Isn't the most formidable agent the one designated as 00 from MI6? "No, he is indeed powerful, but he possesses no identity in Britain. He is essentially a phantom. Luke hesitated to inquire further. It was no secret that Americans monitored their allies, and Doherty undoubtedly had deeper insights, yet Luke felt it inappropriate to press further. Doherty then advised, "Take some time to rest. You have made quite an impression before the president. Rest assured, you will receive what you desire." This was undoubtedly a testament to Doherty's influence, and his words served to remind Luke of the favor owed. Luke could only express his gratitude. After ending the call, Luke accompanied Colonel Anderson on a helicopter back to the temporary command center. The personnel from the California division were still engaged in post-operation work on Devil's Island. The atmosphere here had become considerably quieter. After a light meal and a cup of coffee, he soon saw Colonel Anderson approaching. Raising his coffee cup, Luke clinked it with Anderson's. "Thank you, Agent Luke. We are preparing to return." Luke took a sip of coffee and replied, "It was my pleasure. I am delighted to have collaborated with you." Anderson nodded with a smile, saying, "Likewise, I hope for future opportunities to work together. I believe such opportunities will arise." Paxton had arranged a room for Luke to rest, as he was scheduled to record the operational report again the following day. Considering Luke's circumstances, a civilian staff member had been designated to assist him, allowing Luke to simply dictate his account. The following day, after a prolonged ordeal, Luke returned to his villa in Malibu by afternoon. He left the weapons with Paxton, who treated Luke with a warmth akin to that of a devoted son. In a bid to claim credit from the military, Paxton exaggerated Luke's contributions. However, Luke remained modest in his recounting. The inflated account was, in essence, not far from the truth. Upon returning home, Luke took a brief respite to alleviate his heightened tension. Later that evening, he stood on the highest balcony of the villa, gazing out at the dark, profound Pacific Ocean, and began to contemplate the intricacies of life. Chapter 62. Rejecting mental exhaustion. The focus here, what appeared to be a smooth affair was, in reality, a hard-fought victory for Luke. If it had merely been the 10 men under Colonel Anderson, it would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Fortunately, matters resolved favorably. It was then that Luke recalled the progress of his cultivation. He opened his panel. A delightful surprise awaited him. The bus bombing incident had granted him over 3,000 order points, while this missile crisis astonishingly yielded 20,000. Reflecting on the fact that he had saved a significant portion of San Francisco, he considered that the reward was, in truth, modest. Even more gratifying was the advancement of his cultivation technique to level 5. Clearly, the missile crisis had offered greater rewards. Luke chose not to ponder the specifics of the calculations. Why had his master brought his soul from one world to another? He dismissed the thought. As a cultivator, he resolved to reject mental exhaustion, embracing a life of spontaneity and acceptance. However, spontaneity did not equate to recklessness. In this life, he was surrounded by numerous loved ones, and familial bonds were abundant. Wealth had also come his way in ample measure. He had friends, though few, yet he anticipated that this circle would grow. Luke was indifferent to whether his friends were affluent. After all, none surpassed his own wealth. With his status, he could legally eliminate criminals, thereby accruing progress in his cultivation and order points. What could be more beneficial? He certainly could not remain in the shadows, masquerading as a superhero. You might wonder why. Given his wealth and lack of childhood trauma, Luke would resort to subterfuge in his heroic endeavors. Unlike Batman, who had devoted fans and true admirers, most others were solitary figures, often meeting unfortunate fates even if they had kin. To Luke, a superhero must be a tragic figure, otherwise, one need only look around to see how few end up unscathed. Thus, it was imperative for him to continue this promising line of work. As for the matter of extraordinary abilities, the impoverished relied on mutation. With his considerable wealth, could he not also depend on technology? After all, he considered himself a Taoist cultivator, and his master had taught him to follow his heart and act in harmony with circumstances. If he felt discontent, he would vent it. The path of cultivation was one of the heart, and rejecting mental exhaustion was the true way. As for the outcomes, with his master at his side, there was no need for fear. Whatever challenges arose, he would not suffer in this life. That night, Luke spent hours on the rooftop, letting the sea breeze wash over him. Although his constitution renders him immune to illness, he still appears rather foolish. Why not lie in bed and contemplate life? Thus, Luke's resolve to embrace life and care for his family became more steadfast, while emptying a magazine remained merely a pastime. The following day, Luke arrived at the Los Angeles branch, brimming with vitality. Noticing the office was vacant, he cast a puzzled glance at Harris's secretary. The young secretary, sipping her coffee, gestured towards the conference room. With a smile and a nod, Luke proceeded toward the meeting room. Just before reaching the door, he overheard Harris's booming voice within, prompting him to halt instinctively. Harris emerged from the conference room, visibly enraged, and upon seeing Luke leaning against the corridor, his expression transformed instantaneously. "Luke, you're back. Splendid. Collins, accompany me to my office, and you too, Luke." Luke glanced at Collins, who had led the opposition against Harris, smiled slightly, and followed in Harris's wake. Upon entering Harris's office, the thoughtful secretary, Erica, brought Luke a cup of coffee, but there was none for Collins. Luke refrained from touching it, waiting for Harris. Harris retrieved a document and a box from his desk. "Here is your promotion paperwork. Sign it, and here is a medal." Luke accepted the document, glanced over it briefly, found no issues, and returned it to Harris with a signature. As for the medal, he had no inclination to inspect it. He simply pocketed it. Collins watched in bewilderment as Luke, who was seldom seen, either absent or engaged in target practice, had silently secured a medal and a promotion. The reasoning eluded him. This was utterly perplexing. Harris, uninterested in offering Collins an explanation, knew Luke would remain silent. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Collins. "This case has begun to attract media attention, placing us in a precarious position. When can you provide me with an accurate timeline for resolution?" Collins, looking helpless, replied, "Without leads, I am at a loss. Thorough investigations require time." Observing Collins's nonchalant attitude, Harris turned to Luke and stated, "I apologize, but there will be no time for you to rest. This case is urgent." Luke's interest piqued at Harris's words. Seizing a case, particularly from Collins, brought him joy. Collins realized that Harris intended to assign the case to Luke and quickly interjected, "I've been working on this case for nearly half a month. Are you asking me to hand it over?" Harris shot Collins a sidelong glance and retorted, "How long will it take you to crack the case?" This question rendered Collins silent. He had initially believed this case would be straightforward, only to find after extensive investigation that there were no leads. Consequently, Harris began to relay the fundamental details of the case to Luke. 11 days prior, in the morning, in the town of Simi Valley, an 11-year-old girl had been abducted. The girl is named Sherry Blanche, and she comes from a blended family. That morning, after her mother, Terry Williams, left for work, she set out to school. Walking towards the school bus, a woman emerged from a gray Chevrolet sedan, incapacitating Sherry with a stun gun and abducting her into the vehicle. Sherry's stepfather, Carl Williams, witnessed the entire incident unfold. He immediately mounted his bicycle to pursue them, but was unable to catch up with the car, even failing to note the license plate number. Many of Jesse's classmates also witnessed the event, but could not recall the plate either. The local police responded swiftly, and the media in Los Angeles reported on the case. Law enforcement deployed helicopters and police dogs, yet yielded no results. Harris glared at Collins and remarked, "Due to certain individuals' incompetence, this little girl remains unaccounted for. I can tolerate your disdain for me, but I cannot abide your ineptitude." Upon hearing Harris's outburst, Luke understood the source of Harris's fury. In most countries, the safety of children is paramount. It is acceptable to fail to solve an ordinary case. There will always be more. However, cases involving children must be prioritized. Luke sighed, saying, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Harris continued to glare at Collins, stating, "Some people fancy themselves detectives, but they turn out to be utterly inept." Collins, his face darkened, retorted, "Enough, I'll hand it over." He then stood up to leave, turning to Luke to say, "Kid, don't think you're formidable just because someone has your back. I'll be watching how you handle this case." As Harris saw him still being defiant, he shouted, "Get out." Collins slammed the door of Harris's office with a resounding thud. Luke shrugged and quipped, "Your door is quite sturdy." Chapter 63. The little girl is in danger. Harris shot a glance at Luke and said, "I've placed all my chips on you. How long until you crack this case?" Luke shrugged, replying, "I need to review the files and conduct an on-site investigation." Harris nodded, "Hasten your efforts. The sooner this case is resolved, the better. The attention it has garnered is overwhelming." Luke pondered for a moment, saying, "Just feign cooperation with the media. Those folks are of little assistance and sometimes provide the criminals with more information." Harris nodded in agreement. "I'll have everyone in the department assist you. Except for that group, the team can be utilized." Luke recognized that Harris's efforts during this time were not in vain. Now, the only obstinate ones left were Collins's field agents. However, these individuals were not a monolithic block. They were merely coerced together by Collins's faction. Harris's methods were sound. Now, it was merely a matter of time. Luke no longer exchanged words with Harris and directly sought Collins for the case files. Upon encountering Collins' unpleasant demeanor, Luke had no intention of engaging him further, aware that Collins would not provide any valuable information. Returning to his desk with the files in hand, he passed by his secretary, Erica, and remarked with a smile, "The coffee is utterly dreadful." Erica shrugged in response, "There's not much I can do. The budget is tight." Luke flashed her a charming smile and suggested, "Perhaps you could find the time to purchase a coffee machine and select the beans yourself. I will reimburse the expenses." "Well, Luke, you're so handsome. Do you need a maid for your basement?" With that, Luke hurriedly departed, fearing that engaging with this infatuated admirer would lead to complications. Upon returning to his desk, Luke began perusing the case files. The abduction, from the moment of parking to the departure with Shelley, took less than a minute. The local police and Collins had already ruled out the possibility of acquaintances being involved. Despite conducting polygraph tests on Shelley's stepfather, Carl, and biological father, Kane, there had been no progress. Luke acknowledged their preliminary efforts, having eliminated a majority of possibilities. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that both individuals were familiar with the area of Simi Valley, yet were not locals. They likely had spent some time residing there. After some contemplation, Luke resolved to visit the crime scene. He exchanged a few words with Harris, then drove off in the impressively eye-catching Dodge Ram towards the town of Simi Valley. He arrived directly at the local police station. Upon identifying himself and stating his purpose, the sheriff welcomed Luke. This time, they did not resist his involvement. On the contrary, they were quite cooperative. The case had garnered significant media attention, presenting a veritable hot potato for the small-town police. Given the limited resources and expertise of American small-town police departments, solving complex cases proved to be a formidable challenge. The sheriff shared some of the investigative files with Luke and recounted various suspicious elements, but all efforts had yielded no results. Luke primarily focused on the eyewitness testimonies and the information regarding individuals with potential motives. Generally speaking, when a child has been missing for such an extended period, the likelihood of foul play becomes exceedingly high. However, Shelley's mother, Terry, remained steadfast in her belief that Shelley was still alive. Everywhere in town, flyers seeking Shelley adorned the walls, accompanied by her favorite color, pink. Pink ribbons decorated the trees lining the roads, a spontaneous tribute from the town's residents. Luke immersed himself in the files throughout the day, yet despite the rapid workings of his mind, he could discern no discrepancies. As the sun began to set, he realized the police station was closing for the day. Declining the sheriff's invitation for a drink, Luke slowly made his way back, his thoughts consumed with the direction of the investigation. Before long, Luke observed several police vehicles stationed ahead, belonging to the California Highway Patrol. He halted his car, eager to clear his mind and ascertain the particulars of the unfolding situation. After presenting his credentials, the on-duty officer informed Luke, "You arrived just in time. We received a report of gunfire accompanied by explosions in this vicinity." Following the officer's gesture, Luke spotted two vehicles. One was an ordinary hatchback, while the other was a Dodge Vegas, reminiscent of a Chevrolet Suburban in design. The hatchback's trunk had been blasted open, its glass shattered into a myriad of fragments. The car was abandoned on a dirt road, with a thicket of trees merely 20 meters away. Luke circled the area, discovering the severed tail end of an arrow nearby, evidently broken in the blast. He also noticed two sets of footprints, one large and one small, leading toward the woods. After exchanging greetings with the officers, Luke drew his handgun and followed the footprints into the forest. Activating his enhanced perception, he meticulously tracked the clues before him. Luke quickened his pace, darting forward with remarkable agility, a testament to his exceptional speed, which aptly translated to his ability to evade. Soon enough, he heard the sounds of a struggle ahead, prompting him to halt and conceal himself, inching closer to the source of the commotion. He soon discerned the voices of an adult male and a young girl. "Let go of me, you jerk!" cried the girl. "Stop your futile struggles. Since you've managed to escape, you must return with me," the man retorted. Curiosity piqued, Luke cautiously approached to find a grown man kneeling on the back of a young girl, his hands bound behind her. The girl struggled fiercely on the ground, yet her efforts seemed utterly futile against the strength of an adult. Luke found himself momentarily perplexed. Both the girl and the man bore yellow question marks above their heads, indicating that, according to the System's assessment, neither was a villain. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to prioritize the girl's rescue. Emerging from the underbrush, Luke raised his voice, demanding, "Put your hands up." The sudden appearance of an agent in such a secluded area startled both individuals. Noticing the man's lack of immediate response, Luke reiterated, "Raise your hands so I can see them, or I will fire." Realizing that Luke had halted and was aiming steadily at him, the man gradually released his hold on the girl. She sprang to her feet and rushed to Luke's side. Noticing she bore no visible injuries, Luke reassured her, "Do not be afraid." I am before gesturing toward the man, instructing, "Place your hands on your head and lie face down on the ground." The man interjected, "Don't be alarmed. I am also a law enforcement officer." Luke refrained from engaging in idle chatter and insisted that the man lower his head. Seeing that Luke was unyielding, the man complied and crouched down. Luke produced handcuffs, intending to secure the man's hands behind his back, when the man suddenly twisted and attempted to strike Luke with his elbow. Chapter 64. The dangerous young girl. Luke's vigilance had always been commendable. He remained alert until he had fully subdued his opponent. Kneeling on the man's back, he felt the force of the sudden twist, yet Luke reacted with remarkable speed. Applying slight pressure, he prevented the man from turning over, evading the elbow strike, and swiftly securing the man's arm with the cuffs. "Congratulations," he remarked with a smirk. "You've just accrued another charge, assaulting a federal officer. Prepare to pick up soap in prison." With that, he hoisted the man up. The scene left the young girl beside him wide-eyed in astonishment. At this moment, Luke took the opportunity to observe her more closely. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and fair skin. As Luke handcuffed the man, the girl approached him, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Agent. What is your name, young lady? How old are you? Where are your family, and how can they be contacted?" The girl glanced at the cuffed man before whispering to Luke, "My name is..." But before she could finish, she swiftly reached for the gun in Luke's possession, only to grasp at air. It was then that she caught sight of Luke's charming smile. Luke typically did not carry his firearm on his person, as a gun weighs approximately 34 pounds and can be uncomfortable to conceal. Thus, while he wore a holster, it was devoid of a weapon. In the fleeting moment of her surprise, Luke lightly tapped her shoulder and abdomen twice. The girl's expression shifted to one of terror. "What have you done to me? Why can't I move?" The man, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Luke, grinning, replied, "This is Chinese martial arts. Do not be afraid. It merely helps you to calm down. Come with me back to the station." Noticing Luke approach the girl, the man, uncertain of how Luke had released the handcuffs, immediately launched an attack from behind. However, Luke's reflexes were even quicker. He evaded the punch and, with a swift motion, propelled the man away with a gentle shoulder shove. The girl's eyes widened even further. After the man fell to the ground, he coughed a few times before slowly rising, yet he dared not make another move, as Luke had raised his firearm. Exuding a menacing aura, the man quickly raised both hands and exclaimed, "Don't shoot. I'm one of the good guys." He even gestured towards his pockets. Luke, however, scoffed, "I care not who you claim to be. Breaking the law only adds to your crimes." He then stepped forward and similarly tapped the man twice, resulting in a reaction akin to that of the young girl. Luke retrieved a nylon tie and secured his wrist and thumb together. Subsequently, he cradled the young girl in his arm as if she were a small child, while his other hand grasped the waistband of the man. "You're choking me." The man gasped, prompting Luke to tuck him under his armpit. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." "Just a moment," Luke replied. Thus, he escorted both individuals to the edge of the woods. After setting the man down, Luke gave him a couple of pats, allowing the man to exhale in relief. The little girl, perched on his shoulder, gazed at Luke's actions and inquired, "Is Chinese martial arts truly this remarkable? Could you possibly free me as well?" "I'm afraid not." Luke responded, "I apologize. I had to act defensively, fearing you were in cahoots with him." Luke chuckled, "No worries. Once we return to the station, we will assist you." He then guided the man out of the woods. The patrol officers, waiting by the roadside, discerned the situation upon seeing Luke carrying a young girl while escorting a man. Approaching Luke, one officer stated, "We discovered a set of bows and arrows in the car, along with 2 handguns and a rifle." Luke replied, "This case is rather intricate. I need to take them back to the station. Could you kindly arrange for those 2 vehicles to be transported to the California precinct?" "Thank you." The state officer nodded and called for a tow truck. Typically, state troopers dealt with traffic violations, and they were averse to cases involving firearms and explosives. With the handoff made, they were pleased to enjoy a quieter day. Luke placed the man in the front passenger seat and settled the young girl in the back, fastening their seatbelts securely. Throughout the journey, the man persistently demanded Luke inspect the identification in his pockets, but Luke remained unfazed. He had already contacted Harris, who was still working overtime at the station. Upon returning, the duty officer assisted in escorting the man to the detention room, while Luke situated the young girl in the adjacent lounge. After preparing a glass of milk for her, he gently released her from her restraints. At that moment, Harris entered and, upon seeing the girl, paused and asked Luke, "Isn't that Shirley?" Luke shrugged. "It's an unexpected surprise, though perhaps not a pleasant one." "What is the situation?" Harris inquired. "The man was pursuing this girl. When I discovered them, he was on the verge of committing an indecent act, which I intervened to stop. And he even attempted to assault me." Harris summoned the duty officer. "You all go interrogate him. I will speak with the young girl." Luke nodded and accompanied a duty investigator to the adjacent interrogation room. When they received the man, he had already been searched. Luke inquired, "Has his identity been confirmed?" The duty investigator replied, "He possesses some identification, but upon verification, it is not his." Upon entering the interrogation room, the man appeared remarkably calm. Upon entering, Luke wasted no time and stated directly, "Your identification is genuine, yet you are not the individual depicted within it. Who exactly are you?" The man remained silent. Luke turned to the on-duty officer and instructed, "Place him in custody. Check his fingerprints to see if he has any criminal record." The officer, puzzled, asked Luke, "Aren't we going to interrogate him?" Luke cast a glance at the man, a sardonic smile escaping his lips as he replied, "He appears rather confident. It seems someone will inform us of his true identity." With that, Luke exited the interrogation room, and the officer confined the man to a temporary holding cell. In the lounge, Luke found Harris, who looked utterly exasperated, engaged in a silent stare-down with a young girl. She said nothing. Harris turned to Luke and remarked. Luke approached her, crouching down to meet her gaze. "Do not be afraid. Tell me your name, so I may contact your family." The girl silently shed 2 tears and responded, "I have no family." "Then what is your name?" he inquired. The girl shook her head, stating, "If I tell you, you will send me back to the orphanage." It was evident she was resolute in her silence. Faced with the girl's pitiful expression, Luke rose and departed the lounge, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Old man, do you mind having another daughter?" Hearing this question, Cheen, the elder, nearly flung the phone away in shock. "What? Luke, are you trying to get me in trouble?" "Damn it, Elsa, let me explain. Put down the knife." Chapter 65, Abduction with a Smile. Luke recounted the earlier events to Cheen. The elder, puzzled, asked, "Luke, as far as I know, you are not one to be overly sentimental. What has prompted this thought?" Luke chuckled lightly. "Our Taoist practice advocates for following one's heart. If the thought arises, one acts upon it. No need for reasons, solely based on mood." Cheen sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall prepare. We will discuss this further in person. You have no idea. Your mother was just beside me, slicing fruit. I will settle the score with you later." At that moment, the on-duty officer entered to report to Harris that the patrol had delivered the vehicle involved in the incident. Harris instructed him to collect evidence. Noticing that the girl only spoke to Luke, Harris said to him, "I will fetch her some food. Erica has plenty of snacks." Luke grinned and replied, "Once that little hamster realizes the snacks are gone, she will be listless all day." Harris nodded, "You can make it up to her tomorrow." With that, he left the lounge. Luke sat beside the girl, gently grasping her wrist. She attempted to struggle, but after a moment's hesitation, she remained still. Luke merely placed 3 fingers upon her wrist. Curiously, the girl looked at Luke and asked, "Is this also Chinese martial arts?" Luke withdrew his hand and remarked, "No. This is traditional Chinese medicine." The young girl continued to converse with him. "Oh, I have heard of it. It is quite miraculous, able to heal with merely 3 fingers. More effective than machines." Luke chuckled and inquired, "So, from which organization did you defect?" This question instantly caused the girl to bristle, her body tensing like a coiled cat. "Do not be alarmed. It is just the 2 of us here," Luke reassured her. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "It must be the Red Room. Am I correct?" The girl remained rigid, uttering not a word. Luke had surmised her origins. In truth, he had already discerned her predicament earlier. While at the scene, he had merely cast a glance with his keen insight, not out of any perverse inclination, but rather to ascertain that she bore no hidden weapons. However, that single glance revealed a significant issue. The girl lacked female reproductive organs. Such a condition typically indicated affiliation with an assassin organization or a state-sponsored group of killers or spies. It was evident that only the Russians would execute such a crude operation. Thus, the girl was most likely a defector from the Red Room. Luke was still uncertain if anyone besides a certain Natasha could escape from such a place. In his previous life, Luke had devoted all his energies to vengeance, focusing solely on his studies. Even regarding the renowned Marvel Universe, he only grasped a general narrative and a few prominent characters. While he had heard of the Black Widow, he remained oblivious to the specifics of her situation. In the presence of this tense little feline, Luke displayed what he considered his most benevolent smile. Since she had escaped, why not allow her the chance to lead a normal life? The girl, still wary, fixed her gaze on Luke and questioned, "Why are you helping me?" Luke shrugged and replied, "There is no particular reason. Upon seeing you, I was reminded of my sister, who is about your age. If I witnessed anyone bullying her, I would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation." Observing Luke's sincerity, the girl slightly relaxed. Luke continued, "Now that you have escaped, do you wish to continue living such a tumultuous existence?" Noticing her hesitance, Luke realized his assumption was correct. He then extended his hand, channeling his energy to levitate the glass of milk from the table. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to utter a sound. Luke merely showcased his ability before returning the milk to its original position. Seeing her speechless and astonished demeanor, Luke smiled and said, "You see, now you are privy to my secret. You must keep it confidential." At this moment, the girl relaxed, her body no longer tense. Listening to Luke, she mechanically nodded. Observing her newfound ease, Luke inquired, "Can you now tell me your name? How about we exchange secrets?" The young girl lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before softly uttering, Natalia Romanova." Luke smiled as he extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Luke Cheen. Here, I go by Luke Dutton, Dutton being my mother's maiden name." With caution, Natalia shook Luke's hand briefly before retracting it swiftly. Luke whispered, "Look, now this is our little secret. Rest assured, you won't have to say anything. My father is a lawyer. He will take care of everything." The girl merely nodded mechanically, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation, as if weighing the truth of Luke's words. Before long, Luke's phone chimed, revealing a message from his father, a single name, devoid of any further information. Upon seeing it, Luke chuckled. It was a girl's name, Lisa Rowland. He then turned to the girl and instructed, "Remember, if anyone asks, you are Lisa Rowland. Do not divulge anything else. Leave the rest to me." At last, Natalia's demeanor softened, her seriousness beginning to wane. Noticing her sip on the milk, Luke silently commended his father. This was the essence of affluence and familial support, a truly delightful feeling. Harris entered, bearing a large bag of snacks. Observing Luke and the girl seated side by side, he handed the snack bag to Luke. To his astonishment, he watched as they began to share the treats. The girl consumed them with remarkable speed, as if she had not eaten in quite some time. Harris stepped out briefly, returning with a sizable cup of hot milk. After drinking half, the girl paused, patting her stomach, and declared to Harris, "My name is Lisa Rowland." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Harris's eyes upon hearing her speak. He nodded at Luke before departing, knowing he was off to gather information. Not long after, Harris returned, beckoning Luke outside and handing him a file. The contents were limited to a single sheet, detailing that Lisa Rowland was an orphan from a children's home in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, abandoned before she was a month old. She had grown up in the orphanage. She had been placed in 4 different foster homes, but each time, she had managed to escape. The most recent escape from the orphanage had occurred a year prior. Luke remained silent after reading the document, recognizing the handiwork of old John and Mr. Cheen. After finishing, he returned the file to Harris and inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Harris shook his head, replying, "I can only proceed according to protocol." Luke sighed and said, "I will have my father handle it. We shall see how things unfold." At this moment, the on-duty agent approached the two and said, "Director, there are individuals claiming to be from SHIELD who wish to take the suspect away." Before Harris could respond, Luke let out a cold laugh. Do they think they can just leave like that? What a dream. Chapter 66. Resolute Luke glanced at Harris and, receiving an affirmative nod, instructed the on-duty agent to escort the individuals to the lounge. He whispered to Harris, "We must be firm. At the very least, we should secure some benefits. These SHIELD agents are notoriously selfish." Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging Luke's valid point. Although SHIELD typically operated in secrecy, their reputation was no secret among law enforcement agencies. They often impersonated federal law enforcement officials, despite lacking any actual authority. This was particularly true for SHIELD, whose agents frequently posed as federal officers. Consequently, various federal agencies were not fond of them, including those that were at least part of the same organization. However, SHIELD operated as a United Nations entity, which meant that they could be approached for intelligence sharing when necessary. While not all information reached law enforcement agencies, some high-ranking officials were privy to certain secrets. Yet, SHIELD was notorious for hoarding information. Exploiting the gaps between different law enforcement agencies, Luke recalled the current situation vaguely. Had it not been for his intervention, Natasha might have joined SHIELD, embarking on a lonely and tragic life. He understood that SHIELD would eventually become a nefarious entity, and he was more than willing to thwart them. At just 14 or 15 years old, Natasha had already endured enough torment at the hands of the Red Room. Seizing this opportunity, Luke was eager to see how the future would unfold. Indeed, the individuals who arrived were acquaintances of Luke's. Before Agent Coulson could speak, Luke, with a serious expression, preemptively stated, "Agent Coulson, I must remind you that this suspect is implicated in kidnapping, assault, the exploitation of minors, illegal possession of various lethal weapons, impersonating federal law enforcement officers, resisting arrest, and assaulting federal law enforcement personnel, among numerous other charges." Seeing Luke's grave demeanor, Coulson could only manage a resigned smile as he said, "Can we have a discussion?" Luke shook his head, replying, "These are serious felonies. We have already petitioned the court to deny bail." Harris, recognizing that Coulson might have a rapport with Luke, felt it imperative to support his subordinate fully. Thus, he interjected, "Agent, your clearance is insufficient. Please consult your superior. Unless you possess a pardon signed by the Attorney General, further discussions are not possible. Recently, an 11-year-old girl was kidnapped, and the media along the West Coast is keenly focused on this case. Clearly, your employee has found himself in a precarious position." Noting the resolute stance of both Luke and Harris, Coulson asked, "May I first meet with our personnel? I need to understand the circumstances." Luke nodded at Harris and stood up, saying, "I shall escort you, but you cannot converse privately." Coulson also nodded and turned to leave the lounge. The on-duty agent led them to the temporary holding cell of the man. Upon seeing Coulson's arrival, the man stood up, but upon noticing Luke's presence, he forcibly suppressed the words he had intended to speak. Observing this, Coulson turned to Luke and asked, "May I have a moment alone with him?" Luke, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "No, he is charged with 11 counts of serious offenses and is a repeat offender. He cannot be allowed to converse privately, not even with a lawyer." Coulson sighed in resignation and addressed the man, saying, "Clint, I apologize for your inconvenience. You must remain here for the night while I report to Director Fury immediately." In 1995, during Captain Marvel, it was likely that Cole was the director, with Alexander Pierce serving as deputy director. Now, in 1999, Nick Fury has not yet ascended to the position of director of SHIELD. It is plausible that he was serving as assistant director at that time. Coulson then turned and departed. It was evident that Coulson was not aware of Agent Clint Barton's mission, yet it was undoubtedly connected to Assistant Director Nick Fury. Both Barton and Luke were under Fury's command, and Barton's actions were certainly orders from Fury. Luke aimed to find Nick Fury, since he intended to keep Natasha. He required SHIELD's assurance. As for the Red Room, that matter could be addressed when Natasha matured. After Coulson left, Old Man Sheen arrived, accompanied by his wife, Elsa. The still youthful Natasha was an adorable little girl. When Luke returned to the lounge, he found Elsa softly speaking to Natasha, who appeared quite anxious. Upon noticing Luke's return, Natasha cast a pleading glance in his direction. However, before Luke could rescue her from Elsa's embrace, Old Man Sheen spoke up. "Let's step outside to talk." Luke, after giving Natasha a reassuring look, followed Old Man Sheen outside. After a moment of scrutiny, Old Man Sheen said, "Speak. What is this girl's background?" Luke, with an air of mystery, replied, "I consulted the fates and discovered that this girl has endured a life of hardship, with only this singular opportunity for fortune, which is to encounter me." Old Man Sheen regarded Luke with skepticism, saying, "She is still a minor. Do not harbor any ill intentions. Moreover, since when did you possess the ability to read fortunes? Why not offer a reading for the family?" Luke shook his head and replied, "What are you thinking? I do not lack for female companionship. Besides, I am a practitioner of Taoism. What of my ability to read fortunes? I cannot even predict the fates of those with whom I share a close bond. Old man Qin remained somewhat doubtful, unable to counter Luke's assertion. Thus, he inquired, how do you intend to arrange for this young girl? Luke addressed old Qin, saying, do you not desire more daughters? Old Qin shrugged and replied, that depends on your mother's opinion. I don't mind, but I worry she might bring trouble. Luke contemplated for a moment before responding. There is no need for concern. I will manage those matters. Old Qin fixed his gaze on Luke and inquired, have you truly made up your mind? After a nod from Luke, he sighed and remarked, this world is in disarray, and I am the only one mending it. He was then met with a playful slap on the back of his head from old Qin. Stop your lamentations, with your grandparents and us around. You should just go ahead. Call your mother. I wish to speak with her. Luke, with a hint of skepticism, looked at old Qin and asked, are you sure you can handle Mom without me? This earned him another light slap on the back of his head. Do not doubt it. Your father will always be your father. Now hurry along. Reluctantly, Luke went to the lounge and called Elsa outside. He then sat beside Natasha and said, my parents are wonderful people. I have a younger sister and a cousin about your age. You two should get along splendidly. Natasha gazed at Luke with curiosity and asked, do you truly want to adopt me? Luke nodded and replied, it is my parents who wish to adopt you, but ultimately, it hinges on your own desire. She pondered, what if I do not want to? Luke sighed and said, then we would have to place you in a welfare institution, as you are still a minor. Chapter 67. A lively home. Upon hearing Luke's words, Natasha fell silent, deep in thought. After a considerable time, old Qin and Elsa entered the room. Observing the expression on Elsa's face, Luke inferred that old Qin had successfully persuaded her. He discreetly gave old Qin a thumbs up. Elsa approached Natasha and said, Lisa, would you like to come to our home? It is quite lively there. We have a daughter and a niece around your age, and you can attend school together. You look rather thin. It seems you have had a difficult time over the years, but do not worry, everything will improve. Natasha glanced at Elsa, then at Luke. And after what seemed to be a challenging decision, she nodded and replied to Elsa, may I go to your home for a while to adapt before I give my answer? Elsa smiled and said, of course, you are welcome to our home. At this moment, old Qin had also come to an agreement with Harris. For now, Natasha's case would remain with the Los Angeles branch. And once she consented to the adoption, it would be transferred. During this interim, she would stay with Luke until the case concluded, at which point they would discuss her future. After finalizing everything, Luke prepared to take Natasha and his parents back to their villa at the foot of Beverly Hills. Natasha settled into Luke's car, while old Qin and Elsa traveled in another vehicle. Luke smiled at Natasha and said, the things you've learned in the past should remain unutilized in everyday life. Otherwise, they might frighten others. Natasha lowered her head and softly replied, but I am no longer an ordinary person. Luke understood her implication, yet he felt helpless. The elixir that saved lives could neither restore severed limbs nor regenerate lost organs. He reassured her, do not worry. Everything will be all right. Do not dwell in the past. You deserve a brighter future and a fulfilling life. Natasha opened her mouth, finally uttering a faint thank you. Her voice was barely audible, and she believed Luke wouldn't hear it, but his senses were exceptionally keen, and he caught her words. At that moment, a smile spread across Luke's face. He cheerfully declared to Natasha, from now on, you shall be my sister, Lisa. For clarity, she will continue to be referred to as Natasha in the narrative. Upon returning to their home in Beverly Hills, Luke observed a blend of confusion and envy in Natasha's eyes. After exiting the vehicle, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, this will also be your home from now on. Your destiny has changed, and we shall be a family. It must be noted that the sentiment of family carries substantial significance. Luke's villa spanned over 400 square meters, complemented by front and back lawns, a swimming pool, and a garden encompassing approximately 500 square meters. The family resided on the second floor, with Luke's youngest brother, Henry, and sister, Jessica, having long since claimed their own rooms. Consequently, there was a guest room available. As Elsa stepped out of the vehicle, she took Natasha, who appeared a bit anxious, into the villa. It was still early, and the Qin children were gathered in the living room, watching television. With more girls in the household, Henry had become the laborer for his sisters since Luke moved out. He was the one who most wished for Luke's return. The moment the others laid eyes on Natasha, they were taken aback. Elsa took the opportunity to introduce her, explaining that she was the girl Luke had rescued and would now be living with them. Angela and Beth were thrilled to welcome another sister into their midst, bringing more liveliness to the household. Noticing Natasha's frail and dirty appearance, Elsa instructed Angela and Beth to take her for a bath and provide her with fresh clothing. Among the three, Natasha was the most petite, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall, while both Angela and Beth exceeded 1.60 meters. They were of similar height, with Beth being slightly shorter than Angela by a couple of centimeters. With warmth and enthusiasm, Angela and Beth led Natasha upstairs. Meanwhile, Elsa returned to her room to change clothes and took Jessica along to join the girls. The living room was left with only the three boys. Henry, with a forlorn expression, asked Luke, "Brother, how long will you be staying? Can I live with you?" Luke looked at Henry in surprise and inquired, "What's wrong? What happened while I was away?" Henry's little expression scrunched his features together. His sisters were always asking him to do this and that, leaving him no time for research. Luke patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right. You'll get used to it. Angela and the others are just training you." Henry looked at Luke with confusion. "Training for what?" Luke replied, "To learn that you should strike while the iron is hot. By the time you're my age, they won't be able to overpower you." Just then, Old Sheen approached with 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Luke while addressing Henry. "Don't listen to your brother, no matter how old you get. The power of bloodline suppression will never fade." Upon hearing Old Sheen's words, Henry displayed a look of despair. Luke could only wrap his arm around Henry's shoulders and reassure him. "Old Sheen is just trying to scare you. Angela and the others are teaching you how to interact with girls. One day you'll be grateful to them." Henry shook his head defiantly. "Humph. I don't want that. Women will only hinder my research progress." Curiosity piqued, Luke asked, "What research are you conducting?" "Connecting modems to servers through large-scale integrated circuit microprocessor systems, developing intelligent programs for real-time interactive complex computations on its platform," Henry explained. Old Sheen gave him a playful tap on the back of his head. "Speak plainly." Feeling aggrieved, Henry replied, "Playing computer games." Luke stared at Henry in disbelief before ruffling his hair and saying, "If you're interested, why not create a game yourself?" Henry shrugged, "Because of my sisters. I have no time." Luke chuckled, "You're still young. Consider it a hobby. You can pursue whatever you like when you grow up." Henry sighed like a little adult. "When I grow up, I'll still be the younger brother." Luke tightened his grip on his shoulders and said, "When your sisters grow up, they'll find boyfriends. And they won't have time for you anymore." At this, Henry's eyes suddenly brightened. "That's a good idea." Seizing the moment, Luke continued, "If you find out that your sisters have boyfriends, you must tell me immediately. There will be a reward." Henry eagerly nodded, then asked Luke, "Does Leap count?" "Leap doesn't count, but if Beth has another boyfriend, you must inform me right away." Henry replied with enthusiasm, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Observing Henry's renewed spirit, both Luke and Old Sheen shared a mischievous smile. However, it wasn't long before Old Sheen's smile faded. "Drake, I'll be sleeping with Lisa tonight. You can sleep by yourself." "Haha, old man, I can't help you with that. Get lost." Chapter 68. A first encounter. Luke was awakened in the early morning hours. Quietly leaving the house, he drove back to the Los Angeles branch. Harris, still bleary-eyed, arrived in the hall where the duty agent informed the two that Assistant Director Nick Fury of SHIELD awaited them in the lounge. Upon entering, Luke and Harris found Nick Fury seated alone. As they approached, Fury rose with a smile, extending his hand to Harris. He then reached out to Luke, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Agent Luke. Your reputation precedes you." Luke shook his hand, retorting, "Having the illustrious SHIELD keep an eye on you is hardly a commendation." Fury's demeanor remained unperturbed by Luke's sarcasm as he addressed Harris. "I am here to take Agent Clint Barton." Before Harris could respond, Luke interjected, "He faces 11 charges. Your mere word cannot rescind them, Mr. Fury. I remind you, SHIELD holds no law enforcement authority in the federal realm." Nick Fury nodded, acknowledging Luke's statement. "I am aware, but Agent Barton is executing a covert mission." Luke cut him off, saying, "Is kidnapping, assault, and the molestation of a minor part of this mission? Does SHIELD operate as a cult?" Fury regarded Luke's defiance. Glancing knowingly at Harris, "Are you certain you wish to continue?" Luke shook his head resolutely. "Regardless of your so-called mission, I have no interest in your secrets." "He cannot leave here." Harris chimed in, "The recent abduction of an 11-year-old girl in Simi Valley has garnered significant attention. Your agent's capture complicates matters considerably." Fury scrutinized both men before posing a question to Luke. "What do you propose?" Luke, with a cunning smile, replied, "I care not for your secrets. You shall not surveil me or my family for any reason, including this girl." Fury furrowed his brow, addressing Luke. She is a complication, and will become a greater one. Are you certain you wish to take her in? Luke shrugged. You should understand our family situation. She is of similar age to my sister and would make an excellent protector. This reasoning left Fury without a counterargument. He then stated, Are you sure she will heed your commands? Should she slip from your control again, we will intervene. Originally, Fury's task for Hawkeye had been to eliminate Natasha. Yet Hawkeye's compassion prevented him from acting swiftly. Instead, he sought to persuade the homeless Natasha to serve S.H.I.E.L.D. alongside him. However, Luke's intervention diminished Fury's regard for the 15-year-old Natasha. It can be said that Luke's interference had been the opportune moment to thwart S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment of Natasha. In a few years, had Nick Fury recognized Natasha's significance, he would undoubtedly have taken measures to ensure her safety. Evidently, Natasha does not hold much importance for Nick Fury at this moment. Despite her status as an agent, what can a 15-year-old girl truly accomplish? What impact could she possibly have? Ultimately, Nick Fury nodded to Luke and stated, It's settled. Observing the transaction between the two, Harris felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Although she was Luke's superior, it was clear that Luke had concealed something from her regarding this matter. After Nick Fury departed with Clint Barton, Harris turned to Luke and inquired, Is there something you wish to share with me? Luke pondered for a moment before responding, In truth, knowing about this situation may not benefit you. Are you certain you want to hear it? Harris fixed her gaze upon Luke for a considerable time before asking, Luke, can I trust you? Luke replied with a smile, Claire, this matter ends here. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it will likely have no repercussions. And if something were to go awry, remaining uninformed would serve you better. Harris sighed, Very well, Luke. I am aware of your family's capabilities. Just ensure that you manage it effectively. The case concerning Sherry is our immediate priority. Luke had a sudden epiphany when they apprehended Hawkeye yesterday. And he suggested to Harris, Since morning has arrived, why not commence the investigation now? I have gained new insight. Harris retorted with irritation, Go fetch some coffee. Luke cheerfully retrieved his phone and said, Order whatever you desire. As Harris walked away, she muttered, I despise the wealthy. Nevertheless, Luke ordered the finest pizza and coffee for Harris. However, the limited options available at that hour were still subpar compared to the more affordable choices. Yet, Harris was quite pleased with Luke's attitude. Luke remarked to Harris, I suddenly realized something yesterday. Sherry's abduction is likely the work of an experienced criminal. We should investigate individuals with prior offenses, particularly those related to kidnapping, molestation, and sexual crimes. Thus, Harris and Luke busied themselves from dawn until morning, engrossed in analyzing the list of suspects, when they were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Are we being robbed? Luke pushed open the door to Harris's office and found Erica standing before his desk, her expression one of indignation. He approached her to explain. And upon learning that it was for the children, Erica's mood improved slightly. However, she still regarded Luke with a mournful gaze. Relenting, Luke conceded, All right. This afternoon I will have someone deliver some discount vouchers from my family store. Just resolve the issue with the coffee machine and coffee, will you? Upon hearing this, Erica's face lit up with joy. Luke continued his investigation with Harris regarding the list of individuals. Ultimately, they narrowed it down to 3 suspects, all of whom had prior offenses related to the sexual exploitation of women or children. 2 had completed their prison sentences, while the 3rd was on parole. Consequently, Luke resolved to visit these individuals at once. Before departing, he requested 3 search warrants from Harris. Thanks to the connections that old Sheen had in the legal community, Harris effortlessly obtained the warrants signed by a judge. Luke secured the warrants and hurriedly left the precinct. Before long, Luke located the suspect's residence using the information provided by Harris. Today, he opted for a discreet black Dodge Caliber rather than his usual flashy Dodge Challenger, which was still a bulletproof model. This choice was not only for subtlety but also because this vehicle had recently been modified for his duties. Finally delivered to the precinct just yesterday, after a careful observation, he exited the vehicle and, utilizing his enhanced vision, discerned the suspect indulging in narcotics within the living room. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm, kicked open the door, and shouted, Put your hands up. Chapter 69. No good people. The suspect, already under the influence, lay sprawled on the couch, lost in a daze. Upon entering, Luke approached and swiftly handcuffed him, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Noticing the absence of a backyard, Luke activated his enhanced vision to inspect the lower levels of the house. He breathed a sigh of relief upon finding nothing amiss. Subsequently, He contacted Harris to report on the situation. "I understand," Harris replied over the phone. "Please hold on while I coordinate with the DEA for the handover." Luke waited for 10 minutes, during which the patrol officers arrived first, followed by the DEA agents. Among them was a formidable-looking bald man named Hank Schrade. After a brief exchange of information, Schrade provided Luke with his contact details, seemingly recognizing Luke's potential and aiming to cultivate a professional relationship. Luke saw no issue with this. After all, the federal enforcement presence was relatively weak. In matters concerning narcotics, they shared jurisdiction, but most efforts were directed toward tracing sources and gathering pertinent intelligence. Major operations still relied heavily on local law enforcement, whose resources were primarily concentrated in larger cities. Given that they lacked elite units, establishing a solid rapport with local police was crucial, especially when significant incidents arose. The same applied to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, where personnel were even scarcer. Outside major urban areas, smaller towns had to rely on local agencies that were often not dependable. Within the domestic law enforcement agencies, apart from the police forces of major cities, there exists only a specialized unit dedicated to confronting heavily armed criminals. Beyond that, the military is the only other entity available. Thus, despite the local police's reluctance, this unit stands out among other law enforcement agencies. It is often lauded. Yet it faces the same dilemma. There are no specialized teams to tackle the heavily armed offenders. Although they do carry firearms while collecting taxes, such instances are rare. And violent confrontations over tax issues are infrequent. Their notoriety primarily stems from their aggressive tactics during tax collection, with armed tax agents being a unique characteristic of the United States. In this nation, where gun ownership is permitted, many states allow the purchase of fully automatic firearms. Furthermore, most law enforcement agencies focus on investigations rather than apprehensions. However, the number of personnel is substantial, and any infringement of the U.S. Constitution falls under their jurisdiction. Certain categories of crime, such as anti-violence, drug trafficking, foreign espionage, violent crime, and white-collar crime, are afforded the highest priority. Cases of particular concern may receive expedited approval from the Department of Justice, relegating other units to the sidelines. Consequently, Luke ultimately contemplated the pursuit of a career as an agent for his next life phase. By apprehending criminals and maintaining order, this path would not only facilitate his personal growth, but also earn him points for restoring order. After a brief conversation with his supervisor, Schrade, Luke departed and headed towards the residence of the next suspect. Upon arrival, he found no sign of the suspect. However, through his insightful perception, he noticed an abundance of toys and clothing belonging to young girls within the home. Observing the premises for a week, Luke failed to locate any concealed basements or similar areas suitable for confinement. Consequently, he promptly called Harris. "Harris, I've arrived at suspect number 2's residence, but he appears to be absent. Could you check his approximate location and movements?" After a short while, Harris returned the call. "Luke, I have a lead. This individual has booked a room at a motel on the main street for today. I'll send you the address." "All right, I'll head over there as soon as possible." Upon receiving the information from Harris, Luke hastened to the motel. This establishment was a single-story motor lodge with an expansive parking lot, a common feature of such venues, which in the U.S. is akin to a budget hotel in China. After parking his vehicle, Luke surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted the suspect approaching the motel from a distance, a bulging black plastic bag in hand. After a moment's contemplation, Luke donned sunglasses and a cowboy hat, exited his vehicle, and proceeded toward the lodge. As the motel's rooms were situated on the ground floor, they were arranged in a continuous line. Armed with the room number provided by Harris, Luke followed the directions to reach his destination. He deliberately controlled the rhythm of his footsteps, managing to pass by the suspect just as he reached the door of the prearranged room. As they drew closer, Luke could discern the subtle expressions on the suspect's face. It was evident that the suspect was in high spirits, his inner joy all too apparent. Approaching the room, Luke activated his keen insight to observe the situation inside. The revelation momentarily stunned him. The suspect's designated room, as well as the adjacent ones, each contained a police officer. Just as the suspect arrived at the doorway, an officer swung the door open. Everyone froze, and in that fleeting moment of confusion, the suspect slipped his hand into his jacket. Positioned just behind and to the side of the suspect, Luke noted that the officers, led by a female officer, appeared unprepared for any threat. As the suspect swiftly drew a handgun from his jacket, Luke lunged forward, grasping the suspect's arm and lifting it upward. The gun discharged with a bang, causing the first female officer to scream and stumble backward. The other two officers drew their weapons, but by then, Luke had already subdued the assailant. Fortunately, the female officer had not been shot. She had merely been startled. Upon seeing Luke cuff the suspect, the officers holstered their firearms. Rising to present his credentials, Luke managed to ease their initial suspicion. Information was exchanged. The officers had responded to a report regarding someone online attempting to meet the caller's daughter. While such behavior is common among youth, the alarming detail was that the daughter was only 11 years old. Consequently, the officers had orchestrated this apprehension. But they had not anticipated that the suspect would be armed and would draw his weapon without a word. After expressing gratitude towards Luke, they learned of his pursuit of the missing girl, Sherry, and were eager to assist him. Regrettably, Luke had already set his sights on another target. However, just before his departure, Luke noticed items within the suspect's bag: a plush teddy bear, a plethora of binding materials, and various electronic toys. This revelation incited outrage among all present, as they could scarcely fathom the potential fate of an 11-year-old girl in the suspect's clutches. After reporting back to Harris, only one suspect remained. After bidding farewell to the officers, Luke prepared to leave, when the female officer he had saved discreetly slipped him a business card. Zoe Anderson, a rookie officer. Luke accepted the card but hastily departed. Chapter 70. Fury. Luke did not discard the business card, yet he had no inclination to pursue a date with her. Although this Latina officer was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Alex, not to mention the charmingly innocent Annie. Additionally, Luke was exceedingly busy, having just concluded a harrowing battle with the Special Forces team. He was relentlessly investigating the case of the missing girl and attempting to intercept a recruitment of Black Widow by SHIELD. Let us postpone discussions regarding women's matters for another time. Today, Luke has investigated 3 individuals, all of whom possess criminal records. The first suspect has a history of indecent assault against women, resulting in a 7-year prison sentence, from which he has recently been released. The second suspect has been incarcerated for 13 years due to the molestation of minors and has been free for several years now. The third individual, convicted of kidnapping and assaulting women, was sentenced to 30 years but is currently under parole due to good behavior. The delay in investigating him was attributed to his parole status. Offenders on parole are required to wear electronic ankle monitors, remain within local boundaries, report to the police station regularly, and are subject to periodic visits from parole officers. Thus, Luke approached the final residence with dwindling hope. As he pondered over any overlooked avenues, he soon found himself before the suspect's home. After securing a parking spot, he proceeded towards the residence. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a vision through his insight eye ignited a surge of fury within him. He beheld a makeshift bed in a cluttered storage room behind the living room, where the long-missing Sherry lay, emaciated and unclothed, one ankle shackled with a long iron chain. At that moment, the female occupant of the house leaned against the doorframe, seemingly entertained by the unfolding scene. The male occupant, the third suspect, was wielding some toys along with a kitchen knife. Having discarded his shirt onto the bed, he had placed the knife on the windowsill and was in the process of unbuttoning his trousers. Witnessing this abhorrent sight, Luke disregarded the formality of knocking. He drew his firearm and forcefully kicked open the door, shouting, "Raise your hands." Upon entry, the living room lay directly to his left, with doors leading to 2 additional rooms. The female occupant froze at the sight of Luke brandishing his weapon, while the male hastily emerged, struggling with his unfastened trousers. In less than a second, Luke made his decision. With both individuals now within his line of sight and failing to use Sherry as leverage, Luke resolutely emptied his magazine. 21 rounds of specialized ammunition found their marks in the bodies of the pair, with each final shot aimed squarely at their heads, ensuring their demise was unequivocal. Once they collapsed, Luke swiftly retrieved 2 handguns from his spatial storage. Following the recent robbery at the Zhongfu building and the incident on Demon Island, he had acquired numerous weapons. By removing their serial numbers, he transformed them into untraceable firearms, perfectly suitable for staging the scene. Employing his telekinetic abilities, he discharged 2 rounds at the height where the suspects had stood moments before, then placed the firearms into their hands, forcing them to grip tightly. Luke's telekinesis could not affect the living, but it proved effective on the deceased. After reloading his magazine, he removed his suit jacket and approached the designated room. Upon entering, an overwhelming stench assailed the senses. It was evident that Sherry had been imprisoned here, with her basic needs being met within this very room. When she saw Luke, she was momentarily taken aback. Luke hurriedly enveloped Sherry in his coat and, wielding his firearm, severed the chains that bound her feet. At that moment, Sherry burst into tears. Luke gently reassured her, saying, "Child, do not fear. It is all over now," before swiftly dialing Harris. "I've located Sherry. Dispatch assistance immediately. I've discharged my weapon." Sherry is unharmed, but 2 suspects have been shot. For now, Luke focused solely on comforting Sherry, awaiting the arrival of his colleagues or patrol officers. He was determined to preserve the scene, ensuring that the evidence of the shooting and the trajectory of the bullets would substantiate the claim that the assailants had attacked him, compelling him to empty his magazine in self-defense. The sight he had encountered at the door had ignited a profound anger within him. Ultimately, Luke's worldview was shaped by his upbringing beneath the Red Banner, although he had always perceived Americans as more malevolent than demons, and the prevalence of villainy around him was stark. It was not until this day that he truly grasped the depth of such darkness. He could only imagine how Sherry had endured the past 12 days, yet it appeared the assailants intended to threaten her before inflicting further harm. Had Luke arrived even a moment later, Sherry's life would have been irrevocably scarred, an indelible mark far beyond what even a Fields Medal recipient could quantify. Perhaps the trials she had faced had taken a toll, for her sobs diminished, and she gradually drifted into unconsciousness. Luke checked her condition, relieved that she was not in shock, though her frail state was concerning. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a firearm, a modified handgun capable of firing tranquilizer darts. However, he reconsidered and set it aside. Instead, he produced a syringe gun filled with a sedative. With determination, he administered the injection into Sherry's arm. Once the procedure was complete, he tucked the syringe away, gazing down at the girl in his arms, letting out a deep sigh. Hell is empty, and the devils are all here. In that instant, Luke confronted the true essence of his role as an enforcer of the law. This was not about personal gain, nor was it dictated by any system or legal framework. It was a matter of humanity. At that moment, he no longer saw himself as a privileged scion playing at life, but as a guardian bearing the weight of responsibility. He recalled the oath he had taken upon joining, along with its tenets: loyalty, bravery, and integrity. Luke remained steadfast in his commitment to the justice he held dear, which compelled him to decisively empty his magazine. His conscience would not permit such individuals to survive and face trial. With the wisdom of experience, he understood the paramount importance of securing a competent attorney in America, and thus he bravely manipulated the scene to ensure that these 2 wretches would descend into oblivion, never to rise again. The police and ambulance were the first to arrive. Upon entering the house, Luke carried the sleeping yet tightly clutching Shirley into the ambulance. The officers had cordoned off the area outside the residence. Harris arrived by helicopter and immediately went to check on Shirley. The 11-year-old girl had been imprisoned in a small, filthy room for 12 days, deprived of adequate food and clothing. Any reasonable person witnessing such a situation would undoubtedly be filled with a sense of outrage. Upon seeing Shirley's condition, Harris remarked to Luke, "Well done." The forensic team also arrived and began their examination of the scene. The paramedics had confirmed that the 2 suspects were deceased. The initial conclusions drawn by the forensic team aligned with Luke's expectations. The assailants had opened fire on Luke, who had responded by emptying his magazine. A most reasonable course of action. With Shirley successfully rescued, the media's interest in the case had been quelled, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, save for Luke. Chapter 71. Administrative leave. Luke and Harris watched as the ambulance carrying Shirley drove away. Harris turned to Luke and said, "We owe this all to you." Luke, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "This was a joint effort. Do not let the media portray me as the hero." Harris nodded with a smile. "I understand. Rest assured." The evidence collection process by the forensic team took considerable time as they sought proof of the suspect's involvement in Shirley's abduction and confinement. The gray vehicle used in her kidnapping was discovered in the backyard, and Luke's firearm was cataloged by the forensic team. By the time Luke arrived, it was already afternoon. Once Harris finished his tasks, he took Luke to the hospital. The media had dispersed, leaving only Shirley's family behind. Upon entering the ward, Shirley's stepfather, Carl, emerged first to express his gratitude to both Harris and Luke, particularly to Luke, whom he embraced while weeping profusely. As he thanked Luke, he recounted the immense pressure he had been under. Following Shirley's disappearance, the police had suspected Carl of orchestrating her kidnapping. During the investigation, Collins and his team had even subjected Carl to a lie detector test. Although he had cleared his name, many still doubted and accused him, as Shirley had been abducted right before his eyes. Luke found himself at a loss for words. Such is human nature. Witnessing a man in his 30s breaking down in tears, he could only offer a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Entering the hospital room, Luke found Shirley sleeping peacefully. She appeared much improved, a testament to the efficacy of the life-saving measures taken. The medical staff had conducted a thorough examination, revealing that aside from malnutrition, all other health indicators were normal. She had not suffered abuse or assault. Harris engaged in discussions with Shirley's parents regarding the subsequent handling of the case. Upon learning that Luke had rescued Sherry and eliminated the criminal, an outpouring of gratitude ensued. Luke could only smile and reassure them, stating that Sherry's safety was the best news. The department would arrange for a child psychologist to provide support for Sherry, and everything would eventually be all right. After Harris conveyed a few more instructions, he departed with Luke. At the hospital entrance, Harris remarked to Luke, "A press conference will be held early tomorrow morning to update the public on the case. If you wish to avoid the spotlight, you might consider taking a leave of absence." Luke nodded in agreement, replying, "That sounds good. I could use a few days to rest." "You don't have any particularly challenging cases on your hands, do you?" Harris smiled slightly and responded, "The most pressing case has been resolved by you. If the others can't manage, they shouldn't be wasting time." Luke nodded and bid farewell to Harris. "I'll head back for my vacation. If anything arises, just give me a call." Glancing at his watch, Luke realized that it was too late for a proper meal. So he casually found a fast food restaurant for a quick bite. Upon returning home, he found his sisters in the living room watching television, while Elsa was in the kitchen preparing fruit for them. Observing Natasha, who appeared somewhat shy on the sofa, Luke greeted her. "Hi, Lisa. How was your day?" Angela promptly informed him. "Elsa took Lisa on a big shopping spree today, and we returned early to help her set up the room." Natasha smiled in response to Luke's return, stating, "I had a wonderful day. It was very enjoyable." Beth suggested to Angela and Natasha, "How about we celebrate tonight with a pajama party in your room?" Watching Natasha's adorably bewildered expression directed at Beth made Luke chuckle. The Red House had certainly not taught them this, but such activities could foster camaraderie among the girls, and Luke saw no reason to intervene. Once in his own room, Luke opened the system panel. The recent rescue of Sherry had yielded him 800 order points, bringing his total to 25,000 points. However, the progress of his cultivation method had only increased by 1. Staring at the panel, he ultimately decided to click the lottery button. Ding. "Would you like to spend 10,000 order points for a lottery draw?" "Yes." Ding. "You have received a new item. Please check." Instead of claiming the item, Luke clicked the lottery button once again. The thrill of expenditure and the joy of unboxing consumed his thoughts. The first item was a golden apple. Item name: Golden Apple. Item description: consuming this will grant access to the knowledge stored within. Luke gazed curiously at the golden apple, which was not much larger than his fist. Was this meant for consumption? After much hesitation, he steeled himself and took a bite. The flavor was distinctly apple-like, sweet and tangy. However, he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Luke struggled to maintain his clarity, but his eyelids grew heavier by the moment. Ultimately, just before Luke succumbed, he quipped, "What a golden apple this is. It's more akin to a soporific potion, I assent it." An hour later, Luke awoke, gazing at the ceiling. "Master, are you merely jesting at my expense? You have bestowed upon me the methodology for creating artificial intelligence, yet you have not provided the means to fabricate the hardware." This golden apple had endowed Luke with the entirety of artificial intelligence manufacturing technology. Given the current state of human hardware, only rudimentary artificial intelligence could be constructed. The advanced artificial intelligence, akin to the supreme intellect of the Kree, necessitated an extraordinarily formidable hardware infrastructure. The Kree had initially harnessed the finest resources scavenged from across the universe to create their highest intellect. With a sigh, Luke opened another item. Item name: Dimensional Wall 20. Item description: a robot imbued with a soul, remade from vibranium and nanometals, with its internal chamber connected to a dimensional space. In his past life, Luke had not seen that particular film, thus he was unaware of the robot's purpose. Consequently, he rose and discreetly drove back to his seaside villa in Malibu. Upon arriving at the underground workshop, Luke retrieved Wall. It was a diminutive metallic box, less than 30 centimeters in size, with a matte, earthy yellow finish. Despite its cubic form, distinguishing the front from the back was effortless. The upper section of the front featured a small rectangular display, while the lower part bore the number 20. The back was adorned with a curved protrusion that occupied its entire surface, topped with an arched hollow, resembling a handle, perfectly suited for lifting the small device. Placing it upon the workbench, Luke pondered how to activate this little contraption. To his astonishment, the lid of the box gently lifted, revealing two large eyes staring at him. Luke found himself utterly charmed by the little creature. With a smile, he extended his finger towards himself and said, "Hello, I am Luke Cheen." The little being raised its head to gaze at Luke, extending a mechanical arm from the side to point at the inscription on its body. Understanding dawned upon Luke, and he nodded, asking, "Can you speak?" Wall moved its large eyes, and Luke soon heard a distinct sound indicative of a computer error. A red symbol appeared on Wall's display. Luke nodded again, but inwardly grumbled, "If it's made of vibranium, why not install a voice device?" Thus, Luke spent the entire evening conversing with Wall in this manner, gaining a fundamental understanding of its capabilities. The hatch on Wall's chest could be opened, revealing the internal structure of a standard metal box. It possessed the ability to store items, while it could not accommodate anything too large. Anything that could fit inside could be reclaimed by Wall into its dimensional space. Chapter 72. An old friend arrives. The following day was the weekend, and Luke promptly introduced Wall to Uncle Chin. He informed Mr. Chin that the robot was a product of his own research and development. Mr. Chin, curious about the little device, soon lost interest typical of the elderly after learning how to communicate with Wally. Luke took Wally to the supermarket, leaving him in the car while he ventured inside. Ultimately, Luke emerged pushing 3 shopping carts filled with snacks. Wally's dimensional space bore a striking resemblance to Luke's personal space, where time appeared to stand still. However, when Luke inquired about the size of Wally's space, the robot could not provide a precise answer, merely gesturing in a circular motion. Consequently, Luke decided to experiment by filling Wally's dimensional space with an entire trunk of goodies. Miraculously, all the snacks from the trunk were absorbed into Wally's space. After further questioning, Wally pointed to a globe depicted on a packaging bag, leaving Luke utterly speechless. The implication was that Wally's dimensional space was as vast as the Earth itself. Luke couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, what have you created?" Though the little creature could not speak, it was capable of producing sounds, much like the built-in sound effects of a system. Sometimes it was possible to discern its intentions without needing to look at the symbols on its chest. Upon returning home, Luke found his 3 sisters deliberating on their next outing. The sight of a boxy robot trailing behind Luke piqued their interest immediately. Wally's large, adorable eyes were simply irresistible. As the excited girls approached, their bright eyes sparkling, Wally swiftly hid behind Luke's legs, retracting its limbs into its body, leaving only its large eyes peering out. Luke quickly intervened, saying, "You frightened it." Angela, filled with curiosity, asked Luke, "Is this the latest toy?" Beth and Natasha also turned their gaze toward him. Luke shook his head and replied, "No, this is something I inadvertently created, a sort of intelligent robot. But please keep it a secret, otherwise it might be taken away." He encouraged them to treat Wally as a new friend. Beth, emboldened, stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Beth. What is your name?" Wally looked up at Luke, who smiled and nodded, prompting the little robot to extend its limbs and point to the letters on its chest, shaking hands with Beth. "Wally?" The little creature nodded, and a number appeared on its display. "Wow, Luke, it's quite clever." Upon receiving compliments, Wally's display transformed into a smiling face. Soon, the 3 sisters and a pair of twin siblings gathered around Wally, chattering excitedly. Wally even retrieved an assortment of snacks from its dimensional space, astonishing them further. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. Upon answering, he was momentarily taken aback by the voice on the other end. "Hello, Luke. I've arrived in Los Angeles. It's John McClane. Congratulations, my friend. Have you reconciled with Holly?" "Of course, Holly remains captivated by my charm. How about joining me for a drink tonight?" McClane eagerly accepted Luke's invitation. But after inquiring about his department, Luke requested an introduction to someone before ending the call. He dialed again. "Hello, Frank. Are you free tonight?" "What's going on, Luke?" "Nothing much. Just a friend has relocated here, and I wanted to introduce you. I'm swamped, but I can spare some time for a drink tonight. Let me know when it's set. I've got to get back to work." After hanging up, Luke recalled a pleasant, quiet bar near the Hollywood area, close to the Parker Center. He then messaged McClane and Frank. After calling his parents, Luke took his younger siblings back to their seaside villa in Malibu. The spacious setting provided ample room for them to play. He decided to let them enjoy the weekend there, with Uncle Chun around to supervise while he was out. Uncle Chun watched curiously as Wally played with the children. Though Wally was afraid of water, it was, in fact, waterproof. After being coaxed into the pool by the kids, it automatically activated its inflatable flotation ring. Its track-like feet transformed into underwater propellers, allowing it to frolic with the children all day long. By evening, the children were eager to cuddle with Wally as they fell asleep. Later, Luke selected a more understated Dodge Charger from the garage. This four-door sports car, which he had customized with a retractable adjustable rear wing, was a testament to his obsession with design. Inspired by the Chevrolet Camaro, Luke's Dodge sedan series reflected a familial design lineage, with this particular vehicle being a factory custom featuring a 6.4-liter supercharged engine, boasting 850 horsepower. Upon arriving at the designated bar, he immediately spotted McClane seated at the counter. The two exchanged warm embraces before settling into a corner booth. "When did you arrive?" Luke inquired. "I just got in yesterday afternoon. My friend and I drove down from New York." "Are you not returning?" "The house there is still intact. I can vacation there when I have time." "What is there to vacation in New York?" "Trust me, don't go back. The energy there is unfavorable." "You're knowledgeable about such things?" "You see, it was in New York that you encountered your midlife crisis, right? Coming to Los Angeles is the better choice." McClane paused for a moment, nodding in agreement. Before he could continue, Detective Frank entered the bar. As I scanned the bar's patrons, my gaze fell upon Luke in the corner, waving and greeting me. "Hey, Frank, over here." Luke had ordered some drinks and snacks and began to introduce us to each other. McClane, a detective from New York, had come to Los Angeles and would soon be working under Frank, although he would not report to the precinct until next week. Even before starting his job, he had already met his superior through Luke, for which McClane expressed his gratitude. Frank was equally pleased to have such a formidable ally on his team. Luke also informed Frank of McClane's involvement in the robbery case at the Zhongfu building. With such a fierce subordinate, Frank could not help but smile, his earlier fatigue dissipating. Noticing Frank's less-than-stellar demeanor, Luke inquired, "What's the matter?" "I've noticed an obvious increase in patrols on the streets." After a moment of contemplation, Frank realized that Luke genuinely wanted to know, and he could not conceal the truth any longer. "The night before last, one of our officers, Steve Austin, was killed." Luke and McClane were taken aback. This was indeed significant news. Frank then divulged in even graver detail. The assailant had impersonated Austin in pursuit of a child. Chapter 73. The stakeholders. Luke and McClane stared at Frank in astonishment. Frank continued, "Yesterday, this criminal masqueraded as Austin while tracking down a boy named John Connor." Luke cursed under his breath. Frank mistakenly believed Luke was outraged by the perpetrator's actions, unaware that Luke was cursing even more vehemently within. Although he had not followed the happenings of the film industry in his previous life, he was certainly familiar with the legendary Terminator. Due to the plot design, the timeline of Terminator 2 had been postponed. Unfazed, Frank pressed on. Not only did this murderer pursue the boy yesterday, but he also visited the mental institution where his biological mother resides. Numerous bystanders were slain, including Connor's adoptive parents. McClane, intrigued, asked, "How did the child manage to evade the assailant?" Frank took a sip of his drink and replied, "We discovered someone at the scene protecting him. Yet this individual has no records in our system." He then turned his gaze towards Luke, clearly implying that he should utilize his identity to investigate further. Luke mechanically nodded, now grasping the general situation. He then asked Frank, "Do you have any photographs?" Frank pulled several photos from his pocket and handed them to Luke. Upon examining the images, Luke saw that they indeed featured the governor. Frank remarked, "The way that murderer perfectly mimicked Austin's appearance is astounding. One can hardly distinguish him from the real Austin in the photographs." Luke could not help but retort, $1,000 can perfectly imitate anyone. Frank pointed to another photograph and said, "The individual wearing sunglasses is the one assigned to protect Connor. Our system has no records of this person." Luke tucked the photo away and replied to Frank, "I will inquire at the precinct tomorrow, though I harbor little hope. This individual is likely an overseas arrival." Frank nodded and clinked his glass with Luke's, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you in advance. We have considered this possibility as well. But the police database is not as comprehensive as yours." Due to the case, Frank had not spent much time alone with Luke. Luke's objective had been achieved, introducing McClane to Frank. Upon returning to the seaside villa in Malibu, Luke contemplated whether to intervene. Although Frank had merely requested assistance, becoming involved in the matter felt somewhat inappropriate. After all, an officer had been killed, and it was imperative for the police to apprehend the perpetrator themselves. To intervene would be to overshadow their efforts. After some deliberation, Luke resolved to engage, albeit discreetly. The following day, he instructed Uncle Chin to procure several items to be delivered to the warehouse while he himself headed to the precinct. Indeed, Harris was working overtime, while Erica, displaying a look of annoyance, was engrossed in a movie on her computer. Upon noticing Luke's arrival, Erica's demeanor shifted instantly, and she rushed to give him a warm embrace. Luke was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. Erica exclaimed, "Wow, Luke, you are incredibly thoughtful. Those coupons you sent will last me a year." Unbeknownst to him, Luke had merely asked Uncle Chin to find some discount vouchers from their company, unaware of the quantity sent. He shrugged at Erica and suggested, "It's not good to keep all the benefits to yourself. Share some with Harris and the other colleagues." Upon hearing this, Erica's face contorted with a mix of reluctance and conflict. "Fine," she conceded. Noticing her hesitation, Luke gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Don't overthink it. If you run out, just let me know, and I'll have more sent." Erica's eyes brightened at his words. "Luke, I've fallen for you. What should I do? Can you save a spot for me in your basement?" Luke shook his head in exasperation. "Stop joking around. Have you purchased the coffee machine yet?" Erica provided him with a model number for the coffee machine. Luke appeared bewildered, entirely unfamiliar with this subject. Observing his expression, Erica immediately divulged the price. Isn't this coffee machine a bit pricey at over $5,000? But it's the same one used by Starbucks." Luke interrupted her explanation, pulling out his phone. "Uncle Chun, which brand of coffee machine does Starbucks use?" "Oh, from Grandma's place? Have them send the best one to my office." After hanging up, Erica leaped onto Luke, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Wow, Luke, I am utterly enamored with you. The finest coffee machines cost nearly $20,000. Luke promptly gestured to Erica, inquiring, "Will you choose the coffee beans yourself, or shall I have them delivered?" Erica hastily replied, "I'll choose them, Luke. Does your family's basement truly lack maids? Ones who don't wear clothes?" Luke quickly interjected, halting Erica's playful banter, and proceeded to Harris's office. Upon Luke's arrival, Harris appeared quite surprised. Luke candidly stated, "Detective Frank has a challenging case that requires my assistance, which is why I am here." Harris nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I am aware. They have a patrolman who was murdered. Assistance is acceptable, but interference would be inappropriate." Luke nodded in agreement, offered a greeting, and made his way to his desk. According to Frank's description, John Connor and his mother, Sarah Connor, had departed Los Angeles. However, their ultimate objective remained here: to thwart the inception of Skynet. They intended to demolish the company conducting research on Skynet. Thus, Luke utilized this information as a foundation to investigate the pertinent companies. After extensive research, he eventually uncovered the company in question. Upon opening the company's dossier and perusing it for a moment, Luke was taken aback. "Damn it, after all this searching, it turns out to be a company we invested in." Luke promptly picked up the phone and dialed, "Uncle Chun, we have invested in a technology company called Cybertron. I wish to gain complete control over it immediately." "Understood, young master. Do you have any other requests?" Luke contemplated for a moment and said, "Arrange for me a position within the company, one that allows me to operate with absolute authority. It must be finalized before the end of the day." "Of course, young master, I shall take care of it right away." After hanging up, Luke exhaled in relief. The company's issues were manageable, but the human complications were more troublesome. Thus, he continued his research. Uncle Chun's efficiency was remarkable. By midday, he dispatched someone to deliver Luke's identity card. Upon inspection, Luke smirked at the title, Chairman of the Supervisory Board and Assistant to the Chairman, with an ownership stake of 89. That was quite impressive. The remaining position was the Head of Research, Miles Dyson. Upon seeing this name, a word suddenly sprang to Luke's mind: hairdryer. Having this individual develop home appliances might be a splendid idea. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Luke then departed from the precinct and drove to the vicinity of Dr. Dyson's residence. With time still on his side, he drove to purchase an array of items and even enjoyed a meal. Now, he awaited the evening, when Sarah Connor would arrive to assassinate Dyson. Chapter 74. Holiday. However, Luke spent the entire night in his car without encountering Sarah Connor and her companions. Consequently, in the morning, Luke's mood soured, and upon returning home, he left with Wally under the sorrowful gazes of his sisters. His first stop was the family's weapon manufacturing company. The warehouse manager, with a sense of resignation, presented the shipping order to Luke for his signature. As Luke was about to leave, he handed the manager a roll of cash, instantly transforming his demeanor. "Take your time, young master," he said. Luke returned to his Malibu villa with 2 trucks laden with arms, leaving Wally at the warehouse before heading straight to the Cybertron Corporation. He had previously instructed Mr. Chen to inform the remaining board members and management of the company about his arrival. Upon reaching Cybertron Corporation, A large crowd awaited him at the entrance. Luke descended from the stretch, bulletproof Rolls-Royce arranged by Mr. Chen, clad in a sophisticated three-piece tailored suit, jacket, trousers, waistcoat, and tie. Noticing the throng at the entrance, Luke offered a polite nod before stating, "Please take me to view the robotic arm." The president, taken aback, responded, "How did you know about it?" "That is company confidential." Luke furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the president and then at the former chairman of the board. "This individual has been dismissed. I do not wish to see him in the company," he declared, then strode confidently into the building, disregarding the complex expressions of those around him. However, the president's secretary eagerly approached Luke, introducing him to the various departments of the company. One cannot deny that the former president had an eye for talent. The secretary was stunning with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and curvaceous figure. Yet, despite her subtle hints and flirtations, Luke did not spare her a glance. Finally, exasperated, he remarked, "Miss, if you wish to continue earning a generous salary here, focus on your work rather than indulging in frivolous thoughts." Only then did the secretary regain her composure. Eventually, they arrived at the company vault, which housed 800 damaged chips and half a robotic arm. The secretary lacked the necessary clearance to enter, so Luke instructed the others to wait outside while he entered alone. In less than 2 minutes, he emerged, calling all employees to the hall for an important announcement. Half an hour later, the hall was filled to capacity with Cyberton Corporation employees, who exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring in hushed tones, uncertain of what was unfolding. The secretary prepared the microphone and handed it to Luke. From Mr. Chen. Luke had learned that the acquisition of Cyberton Corporation had proceeded smoothly due to its financial difficulties. After a decade of research yielding no results and the need for continuous investment, the shareholders were at their wits' end when an unsuspecting investor appeared. They hastily sold their shares to recoup losses, leaving the remaining shares in the hands of the technical team. Luke wasted no time with pleasantries, diving straight to the point. "I am the new shareholder of the company, and the largest one at that, having just acquired 89% of the shares. I hereby announce a week of paid leave for everyone." As soon as he finished, the employees erupted in excitement. Luke continued, "Furthermore, all employees will receive a 15% raise." The crowd below began to cheer with jubilation. However, Luke soon dampened their spirits. The company was poised for a transformation. The future of living need not be ostentatious, but should commence with the smallest of steps. Our forthcoming research direction will focus on more intelligent and user-friendly household appliances. Dr. Dyson, I have faith that you will excel, hence I am sending your entire family to Huaxia for a market investigation, departing this afternoon. Dr. Miles Dyson was left bewildered. What household appliances? What market investigation? Who am I? Where am I? After Luke had arranged the handover of responsibilities among the executives, he imparted a few words of advice to Dr. Dyson. Then, with an air of nonchalance, Luke departed from Cybertron Corporation. Upon returning home, he discovered that a third of the arsenal in his warehouse had vanished. Luke was quite pleased with Wall's efficiency and took it along to Dr. Dyson's residence. The Dyson family had already packed their belongings, and Luke's arrival still took them by surprise. Yet, they were even more astonished by the box-like robot accompanying Luke. Without preamble, Luke stated, "Allow me to present my masterpiece." Thus, Wall and Dyson engaged in awkward small talk. Dyson, still in awe, remarked to Luke, "This is incredible. How did you achieve this?" Luke responded, "Your research direction is misguided. The essence of artificial intelligence lies not in learning models, but in foundational logic." He then proceeded to elucidate some fundamental design concepts of artificial intelligence to Dr. Dyson, leaving him utterly astonished. Dyson, perplexed, questioned Luke, "If you understand this so well, why halt the company's research to pivot towards household products?" Luke chuckled softly and replied, "The time is not yet ripe. Artificial intelligence will evoke fear among people, and no one can guarantee whether it will ultimately be benevolent or malevolent." Dyson nodded thoughtfully. Luke continued, "If it is benevolent, then all is well. However, if it is malevolent, the potential for destruction is immense." After pondering for a while, Dyson sighed and conceded, "You are right. No one can assure safety. I was too presumptuous." Luke was quite satisfied with Dyson's attitude. Although he ultimately developed Skynet, Dr. Dyson was not a villain. Moreover, his intellectual pursuit of small appliances was a formidable endeavor. Perhaps he would eventually establish a business that would undoubtedly yield greater profits and influence than engaging in military tenders. After witnessing the Dyson family being escorted by his arranged personnel, Luke returned to the Dyson residence and activated the power in the room, ensuring it appeared as a normally functioning household. Subsequently, he set up some items at the entrance of the Dyson home before returning to his vehicle. Still parked nearby, Luke and Wall engaged in conversation while keeping a watchful eye. As anticipated, after nightfall, a shadowy figure crept into view of Luke and Wall. Luke quietly disembarked from the vehicle, with Wally having donned rubber tracks. Sarah Connor, clad in a black tactical vest and armed with a fully equipped firearm, positioned herself behind the bushes outside Dyson's residence. Just as she selected her vantage point and raised her gun to survey the villa, a firearm was pressed against the back of her head. "Madam, even assassins have standards. It's a first for me to encounter someone as amateurish as you." With that, Luke seized the gun from Sarah's grasp, along with the one holstered at her thigh. "Now, slowly turn around." Sarah raised her hands and turned to face a young man in a bespoke suit, accompanied by an odd robot at his feet. Luke holstered his weapon and produced his credentials. "Now tell me, where are your son and his bodyguard?" This query left Sarah momentarily stunned, a sudden realization washing over her, and dread seeped into her heart. Observing her expression, Luke discerned her thoughts and said, "Hey, I'm human, not that relentless robot pursuing you." Chapter 75. A personal verification. Sarah Connor remained unconvinced. Luke shrugged and remarked, "If I were that individual, I would have killed you by now, not stood here conversing." Yet Sarah persisted in her skepticism. She had learned from the 800 series that the 1000 could mimic anyone's appearance. However, without any weapons in her possession, she was unable to verify his claims. Noticing her continued doubt, Luke swiftly approached her and said, "Apologies," before kissing her unexpectedly. As Sarah prepared to resist, a boy's voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" The situation became rather awkward. Being caught in the act of kissing someone's mother is quite a predicament. After releasing Sarah, Luke raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and explained, "I asserted my humanity to her, and she remained unconvinced, so I provided a personal demonstration." He then turned to Sarah and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Upon seeing her son and the 800 series arrive, Sarah felt a momentary embarrassment but quickly regained her composure. She had indeed felt Luke's warmth. Although Sarah was an alluring woman, she did not fit Luke's preferences. Without offering an explanation to young John, she demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Luke produced his credentials once more and responded, "Agent, your commotion has drawn too much attention." I had no choice but to intervene. Young John hurriedly clarified, "It was the 1000's doing. We were merely retaliating." Luke nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Otherwise, it wouldn't be me here, but a full team." Sarah regarded Luke and inquired, "Do you intend to take us back?" Luke shook his head, saying, "Your situation is too bizarre. Are you really considering taking young John along to a psychiatric facility?" Sarah immediately recalled the torment she endured in the psychiatric hospital. "No, I never wish to return to that place again." Luke pointed to 800, remarking, "This fellow is as drawn to the military as a newly released prisoner is to a beautiful woman. It would be seized for research." Finally, Luke declared with unwavering conviction, "So, let us depart from here at once." Sarah promptly countered, "No, we cannot allow Dr. Dyson to continue his research. He has gone abroad and will not return for a week. If we leave now, the 1000 will surely find this place." Luke surveyed the three individuals and waved. "Let us go. Get in my vehicle. We are heading to Mexico." The mother and son replied in unison, "We have a car." Luke gestured towards the Dodge Marauder he had driven. "Do you see this? It's bulletproof. Are you certain you wish to drive that dilapidated vehicle of yours?" Faced with the striking design of the Dodge Marauder, the mother and son exchanged envious glances. "Is the configuration this advanced now?" 800 then interjected, "His suggestion is indeed sound." Wally also chimed in. It was at this moment that everyone realized the small companion by Luke's side was a robot. Little John widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is this thing also a robot?" Luke, as they walked, remarked, "What is so strange about it? You have a lifelike robot beside you as well." Little John was momentarily speechless, then inquired, "But does he come from the future?" Luke turned back, offering a mysterious smile. "What makes you so certain that only they come from the future?" One must admit, Luke was adept at building intrigue. This comment caused Connor and his mother to widen their eyes once more. Luke instructed 800 to transfer the weapons from their vehicle to the trunk of the Dodge Marauder. After inspecting their shabby belongings, he sighed, "Most of these items are utterly useless." Little John, filled with curiosity, asked, "How do you know that?" Luke bestowed Little John another enigmatic smile but refrained from answering his question. At this juncture, Sarah proposed another idea. "We should go to Cyber Uncorporation and destroy the documents left behind." Luke shook his head, stating, "There is no need, Doctor. Dyson provided me with the crucial documents before he left, and the company has destroyed the backups. Little John, puzzled, questioned, how did you manage that? Luke casually replied, I acquired Cyberton Corporation. Good grief, exclaimed both Little John and Sarah in unison. Luke continued, the designers of Skynet lack sufficient understanding of artificial intelligence. It was born purely by accident, as long as we clearly define its foundational logic. Luke proceeded to expound on the theories of artificial intelligence to Little John and Sarah. Regrettably, these two individuals lack education and can only respond to Luke's narrative with a mere exclamation of what the hell. Little John spends his days either skipping school or on his way to do so, while Sarah, initially a country girl, dropped out to work as a barmaid in Los Angeles. The total number of books they have read pales in comparison to what Luke has perused in just 1 year of high school. With a look of astonishment, Little John inquires of Luke, how do you possess such extensive knowledge about artificial intelligence? I hold 3 doctoral degrees from Stanford, Luke replies. What the hell? Have the requirements for joining become so stringent? At that moment, 800 interjected, articulating a profound truth. He observed that Skynet, lacking foundational logical constraints, became uncontrollable upon achieving self-awareness, leading to its intent to eradicate humanity. Noticing that the mother and son remained bewildered, Luke stated, we are heading to Mexico. I have prepared a special surprise for it. Why Mexico? Luke sighed. The entire city is in a frenzy searching for the perpetrator who killed the officer. He must appear at the border to have any chance of evading capture. Furthermore, being abroad will facilitate managing subsequent complications. In the stillness of the night, at the Dyson family's villa, 1000, still resembling the Austin officer, arrived at their doorstep. A wooden sign hung on the door, inscribed with the words, "Want to know where John Connor is? Flip it over." Upon seeing this, 1000 dutifully turned the sign over, revealing an address in a small town not far southwest of the Mexican border. After scanning the information, 1000 set the sign down, inadvertently triggering a mechanism left by Luke. Consequently, the entire villa detonated. Luke, of course, knew that this would not harm 1000, but the commotion would surely attract law enforcement, thereby delaying 1000's pursuit and granting them precious time. As anticipated, after considerable effort, they managed to locate the assailant who had killed their colleague, relentlessly pursuing him. 1000 engaged in multiple skirmishes and commandeered several vehicles before finally evading capture. Upon crossing the border into Mexico, Luke and his companions had everything prepared, awaiting the protagonist's arrival. Luke instructed Chin to purchase a small smelting plant in this locale. Here, Luke set a comprehensive trap, anticipating 1000's arrival. Chapter 76. Resource Utilization. Luke brought Connor and her son to the border city of Chula Vista. After a brief respite, Luke received a package from Chun, containing personal files and related documents, including bank cards for the 3 of them. While 800 and Little John had little reaction, Sarah was incensed. You want me to marry a robot? What a joke. Luke pointed towards 800, who was perusing the identification information with Little John, and remarked, do they not resemble a father and son? Sarah followed Luke's gaze towards the 2 individuals, her brow furrowing in disbelief. This is utterly absurd. He is a robot. Luke remarked to Sarah, the mind is a marvelous thing, yet it appears you possess none. Sarah glared at Luke, her anger palpable. Undeterred by her piercing gaze, Luke continued, why are you still being pursued by the Terminators? Can't you simply change your name? You have already borne a son for Kyle Reese. Why not alter your surname with Little John? Reese could become John Reese, while Sarah could easily transform into Sarah Reese. His words rendered Sarah speechless, plunging her into silence. Damn it, thanks to that guy Kyle, she thought. Luke, unconcerned with her tumultuous emotions, pressed on, your previous surname was Reese, and now you're aligned with Tango 800. You are a blended family. It makes sense for John to retain the Reese name. Sarah, still feeling aggrieved, retorted, marrying that robot is simply ludicrous. Luke smiled slightly and replied, you could always divorce him, a temporary solution. Don't dwell on the details unless you wish to remain outside the United States. Indeed, Sarah had no desire to return to America. It was far too perilous. Luke continued, I've acquired a small smelting plant in Mexico, and the new equipment has already been delivered. You should stay there for a while until the situation calms down. Sarah shook her head and told Luke, I don't want to go back to America. Mexico is just fine. Luke sighed and said, you must consider Little John. He is still a child who needs an education, not to be roaming aimlessly. After some contemplation, Sarah glared at Luke and insisted, no, I refuse to be with that robot. Luke, weary of her complaints, dismissed her concerns. That's final. Don't be so picky. If you encounter a Terminator again, do you think you can manage alone? Despite her stubbornness, Sarah ultimately succumbed to the inevitable truth. Though that was a matter for another time. Seeing Sarah's mood deteriorate, Luke pondered briefly before producing the life-saving injection gun from behind him. In a swift motion. Before Sarah could react, he administered it to her arm. As she began to struggle, Luke instructed, "Hold still. This will counteract the side effects of the medication from the psychiatric hospital." Upon hearing his words, Sarah fell silent. Luke, satisfied, retracted the syringe. "Don't look at me like that. Your family owes me quite a bit. This injection is worth $20 million. What? Are you pulling my leg?" Sarah exclaimed. Luke shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Believe it or not, in due time, you will realize it will enhance your health and vitality." Indeed. Sarah's expression transformed in an instant. No woman would willingly decline the allure of youth. Luke, utilizing materials he casually acquired, crafted a simple disguise for the three of them. While their physical forms remained unchanged, their appearances bore some alterations. They now masqueraded as a family of four embarking on a journey to Mexico. At the border, they employed false identities, yet they navigated the crossing with remarkable ease. Guided by Wally's map, Luke located the smelting plant he intended to acquire. It was the first time Luke witnessed a device protruding from beneath Wally's neck, capable of projecting three-dimensional holographic images ahead. This feature piqued the curiosity of 800, who nodded in acknowledgement when Luke made a remark about it. The technological advancements of the Skynet were predominantly focused on warfare, rendering such auxiliary technology of little utility to it. The smelting plant was situated in a small town not far from the Mexican border, where most residents relied on its operations for their livelihoods. The plant was currently on holiday, and when Luke arrived, he presented the necessary documentation to the security personnel. Henceforth, 800 would assume the role of the plant's proprietor. Luke instructed the security to take leave as well, leaving the factory devoid of personnel, save for Luke and his companions. The facility was expansive, and Luke selected a warehouse as their battleground. The workers dispatched by Uncle Chun had already set up the equipment there. After inspecting it and finding everything in order, he assigned tasks. He had received word that 1,000 had successfully crossed the border and would arrive shortly. Luke directed Connor and his son to stay closely behind him, while instructing 800 to lure 1,000 to the factory entrance. Deep within the warehouse, the three of them, along with Wally, settled at the rear. Wally occasionally produced snacks for Little John and Sarah, which intrigued the mother and son duo, though their lack of knowledge made it difficult for Luke to elucidate the concept of dimensional portals. Curiously, Sarah inquired of Luke, "Aren't you going to prepare some weapons?" Luke chuckled softly, replying, "If it were a human, I wouldn't need to go through such trouble. However, this robot is rather exceptional, necessitating some clever tactics." Sarah nodded, half understanding. Her unease palpable despite her observation of Luke's preparations. The specter of fear surrounding the Terminator had become a haunting nightmare for her. The weight filled her with trepidation. Just as Luke was about to offer her some comfort, he heard commotion at the factory entrance. The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession. 800 had taken action. However, it was not long before Luke heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. 800 parked at the warehouse door and swiftly entered, only to make a hasty exit. Luke had assigned him the task of blocking the entrance once 1,000 entered the warehouse, ensuring it could not escape. This was merely a precaution. As 1,000's objective lay before it, it would not flee. Sarah stood behind Luke, holding Little John close. Wally concealed himself behind Luke's calf, peering with his large, tilted eyes at the entrance of the warehouse. Indeed, the 1,000 model entered, dressed in the guise of Officer Austin, advancing slowly. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon spotting Connor and his mother, it drew its handgun from its waist and opened fire on them. Luke sighed, taken aback by the lack of martial ethics displayed by this foe. Extending his hand, he utilized his power to manipulate the air, effortlessly deflecting all the bullets before him. Connor and his mother appeared to be confronted by something far more terrifying than the 1,000 robot itself. The 1,000 was oblivious to the situation. But upon realizing its bullets were ineffective, it charged at Luke with increased speed. A smirk graced Luke's lips as he waved his hand, causing the bullets to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Once more, he extended his hand towards the 1,000, fingers splayed wide. "Mother, quickly, behold God." "John, why are you kneeling?" Chapter 77. Retrieval. Luke raised his palm, activating his ability to manipulate the air once again. This time, the 1,000 was entirely under his control. His power could only influence objects within a 3-meter radius, and they had to be inanimate, devoid of a soul. The 1000 fit the criteria perfectly. It became utterly immobilized. Luke adjusted its position slightly, and with a gentle push of his hand, he sent the 1000 crashing into a wooden box along the corridor. With his other hand, he reached for Bisusion. Bang, 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 bang. 6 bullets struck the box atop the 1000 with precision. Liquid and white mist began to seep from within. It was liquid nitrogen. As the 1000 rose, it was instantly frozen. It attempted to advance, but the extreme cold rendered it increasingly fragile, having barely taken 2 steps. It became completely motionless. Wally, assist me in dismantling that box over there. Following the direction of Luke's finger, Wally disassembled a rectangular wooden crate. Inside lay a rectangular metal box equipped with rollers beneath. Wally pushed the metal box close to the 1000. That will suffice. Wally, do not approach any closer. Wally obediently returned to Luke's side. Once again, Luke activated his ability to manipulate the air, placing the 1000's remains and the liquid nitrogen into the open metal box. After ensuring everything was in order, he turned to gaze at the mother and son, who remained stunned and agape on the ground. He beckoned them over. Come, let us ensure the complete eradication of this fiend. The mother and son slowly rose, cautiously making their way to Luke's side. Young John stammered a question. Are you God? An angel? Luke remained silent, merely smiling and gesturing for silence. The mother and son nodded fervently. Luke sighed. Humans, it seems, only believe what they wish to believe. Sometimes, the truth is of lesser utility than a comforting lie. With that, Luke led them as they pushed the metal box outside the warehouse. 800 had already been waiting here. A group of individuals entered the factory's smelting area. Uncle Chin had previously arranged for a small electric arc remelting device to be installed here. This apparatus was specifically designed for the metallurgy of special metals, capable of achieving exceedingly high temperatures. The furnace was not cold. Once activated, it had to maintain a minimum temperature, regardless of whether it was in use or not. Otherwise, it would require extensive preheating to restart. The furnace was enclosed, and after tossing the metal box inside, Luke swiftly activated the switch and sealed the furnace. He turned the heat to its maximum setting. Shortly thereafter, a loud explosion emanated from within the furnace. This was the sound of liquid nitrogen reacting to high temperatures, indicating that the external metal box had fractured. Soon, the temperature reached its peak, and after an hour, Luke ceased the heating process. He operated the machinery to pour the molten steel into molds. Observing that the resulting molten iron bore no significant difference from ordinary iron, Luke breathed a sigh of relief. It was thoroughly obliterated. With that, he retrieved the damaged chip and half of a mechanical arm. Luke discarded only the broken chip, but retained the arm in his hand. At that moment, 800 stepped forward, gesturing to his own head. I still have a piece here. Luke glanced at him, yet before he could respond, young John grew anxious. No, I don't want you to leave. Sarah quickly intervened to restrain young John, just as it seemed a mother-son showdown was about to unfold. Luke interjected. Ahem, when did I say I wanted to eliminate him? 800 and Connor halted their movements. Luke pointed to Wall. If my robot can exist, why can't Arnold Tango? Sarah, perplexed, inquired of Luke, what about Skynet? Luke smirked. The developers of Skynet asked me to divert my efforts towards household appliances. If my presence cannot prevent the birth of Skynet, then even God cannot save humanity. Sarah fell silent, young John brightened, and 800 appeared bewildered. This matter was settled. All that remained was to deliver a mechanical arm to the Los Angeles Police Department for accountability. After all, it was merely a metallic arm. Devoid of any intricate technology, whoever desired it could take it. Just as they were about to depart, Wall grasped Luke's pant leg. Luke looked at Wall in confusion. But Wall pointed to the molten steel and the molds. Luke was puzzled. Are you saying that thing is not dead? Wall shook his head, opened his compartment, pointed to the molds, and then indicated his own interior. Luke understood. You wish to recover it? Wall nodded. Very well, but we must wait for it to cool. However, Wall shook his head, proceeding directly to the edge of the mold filled with molten iron, opened his compartment, and retrieved a vacuum cleaner nozzle. Wall's arm held this vacuum cleaner, and he extended it directly into the searing molten iron. The sound of the vacuum cleaner whirring to life filled the air. Then, the molten iron within the mold was visibly absorbed. In less than a minute, it was entirely consumed. Luke, observing this operation, felt a sense of amazement at Wally's capabilities. This little fellow is truly impressive. Wally returned to face Luke, opened the hatch, and retrieved a mass of liquid metal. Under the terrified gazes of Connor and his mother, it transformed into Luke's likeness. Luke, however, was filled with delight. Shortly thereafter, Wally reshaped it into an inverted teardrop form resembling a white robot. Noticing Wally's fascination, Luke curiously inquired, "Is this your friend?" Wally nodded, yet a red heart appeared on the small screen on its chest. Luke was taken aback and asked Wally, "Can you reprogram it?" Wally nodded again, producing a correct prompt sound. Consequently, Luke extracted a laptop from his pocket, opened it, inputted some code, and presented it to Wally. "Do you think this code can reprogram it?" Wally shook its head. Luke understood that the artificial intelligence knowledge he possessed allowed for programming robots. But he was unaware of how to program a liquid robot, as in the universe he knew, such a thing as a liquid robot did not exist. Upon witnessing Wally's ability to recycle and reprogram, Luke felt genuinely grateful. Wally, tilting its big eyes as if contemplating, typed another string of code on Luke's laptop. Only then did Luke realize that his previous programming method was too rudimentary. The programming approach for a liquid robot required an intermediate level of coding skills. Thus, Luke sat on the ground and began to immerse himself in the reprogramming of the liquid robot alongside Wally. Sarah and Little John exchanged glances, caught in a state of confusion, unsure whether to stay or leave. They could not comprehend the conversation between Luke and Wally. However, 800 understood and soon joined the discussion. Consequently, Sarah and Little John found a spot at a distance to sit down, watching Luke and the others in bewilderment. "Mom, do you really think he's an angel?" Sarah shook her head. "I don't know. What should I do about the kiss he gave me that night?" "Mom, I don't think he would be interested in you." "Ouch. Put the gun down. I am your biological son." Chapter 78. Arrangements. The tender interaction between mother and son did not distract Luke. With the addition of 800, Luke's programming of the liquid robot progressed more smoothly. After approximately 3 hours, it finally concluded. The mother and son had fallen asleep, nestled together. Luke, with a playful smile, commanded the liquid robot to transform into another shape. "Hey, Sarah, wake up." As Sarah and Little John stirred, they were momentarily blinded by the bright light above. In the intense brilliance, they could barely make out Luke's figure. Yet, disregarding the glaring light, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Behind Luke, a pair of pristine wings unfurled as he smiled at them. "Oh God, are you truly an angel?" Just as the mother and child remained in a state of bewilderment, the overhead light suddenly extinguished. The white light vanished, and the wings behind Luke melted into the ground. In the midst of their terror-stricken gazes, the liquid metal robot transformed into Luke's appearance upon entering Mexico. Luke turned to the mother and child with a grin, saying, "Allow me to formally introduce this individual beside me, Lima Tango," the identity Luke assumed upon entering Mexico. "Today, in Tijuana, a shooting will occur." "When has there ever been a day without a shooting in Tijuana?" Sarah questioned Luke, perplexed. Luke raised a hand, signaling her to be patient, and continued, "The victims of this incident will be John Connor and Sarah Connor. Henceforth, these two will vanish from this world. From now on, you shall live in Mexico under your current identities for a time, and I shall arrange for your return to the United States later." Sarah pointed to the T-1000 beside Luke, inquiring, "Is it to stay here?" Luke nodded. "It, along with Arnold, will remain to protect you until your return to the United States." After a moment of silence, Sarah asked, "Why does it have the surname Tango?" Luke shrugged. "That is merely its designation. In military terminology, we refer to it as Tango. It is just a code." Sarah remained somewhat uneasy. "What if, hypothetically, these two—" Luke shook his head. "That will not happen. If it is damaged or reprogrammed, I will be aware, and assistance will come. I have friends in Mexico." Luke sighed. "I know, but after you leave, the T-1000 once visited there, and your friend's family is no more." Upon hearing this grim news, Sarah felt a deep sorrow. Young John empathized and embraced Sarah. Luke received a bag from the T-800 and handed it to Arnold. "Inside are $200,000. You also have $300,000 in your bank accounts. It will suffice for a while." Without further regard for the grieving mother and child, he stated, "I must depart. You may rest here. When the time is right, I will arrange for your return to America." As Sarah and young John were about to express their gratitude, Luke nonchalantly turned and left. Watching Luke and the T-800 fade into the distance, young John asked Sarah, "Mom, why did he save us?" Sarah was equally perplexed by the question. "How should I know? It seems he has no interest in me. Since we are here, we might as well recuperate." Young John pointed at Arnold and asked, "Can I call him Dad?" Sarah was growing somewhat impatient. "Do as you please. But do not think to allow him into my room." Luke had retained that Dodge Warrior. He took out his phone and called Uncle Chun. Before long, a bulletproof Rolls-Royce appeared at the factory gate, promptly transporting Luke to the nearest airport, where the private jet belonging to the Chin family awaited. This time, only the pilot was present, with no flight attendants on board. Luke quietly made his return to Los Angeles. The following day, Luke remained at home, needing to organize a few matters. He was waiting for the situation in Mexico to unfold, anticipating that the Mexican police would relay the case details to Los Angeles. However, while at home, he received a postcard. Upon inspecting the address, he found it was from Walton, Kansas. The front of the postcard featured a photograph of an ancient church, with the words St. Michael's Church inscribed on the door. The message read, "Front row, right leg of the chair, hollow. Thank you, my friend." After pondering for a moment, Luke suddenly recalled that the handwriting resembled that of John Mason when he signed the pardon. After a brief contemplation, Luke picked up the phone and dialed. On the other end, a voice answered, "Luke, I am busy. Mr. Doherty, is this line secure?" There was a slight pause. "It is quite secure. What is the matter?" "You need to note an address, and it must remain absolutely confidential." "Go ahead." "Walton, Kansas, St. Michael's Church, front row, the right leg of the chair is hollow." Containing something of great importance. After jotting it down, Doherty remained silent for a while. "I understand, Luke. Does anyone else know about this?" After some thought, Luke replied, "This information was disclosed to me by the party involved. No one else will learn of it." Both men, being astute, understood each other's implications, and Doherty chose not to speak further before hanging up. The next day, Luke arranged to meet Frank and McLean at the same bar. In the evening, Luke arrived early. Frank and McLean came together. Upon their simultaneous arrival, Luke greeted them with a smile, jesting, "Wow, our detectives have arrived early." Only McLean shrugged and replied, "I was bored at home, so I came to lend a hand." Frank still appeared somewhat unwell. Luke ordered drinks and snacks, engaging in light conversation before steering the discussion toward the main topic. "I received news from the Mexican police. The assassin murdered Connor and his mother in Mexico." Frank sipped his drink with frustration. "That bastard, we have no leads at all." Luke then produced a box from beside him, placing it on the table with a serious expression. "This matter must remain confidential." He opened the box, revealing the mechanical arm from the 800 case from 10 years ago. Frank and McLean gazed wide-eyed at the mechanical arm before them. Still in a state of bewilderment, Luke continued, "This was left at the scene. There was a significant explosion, and the assailant was likely a robot." "Wardfuck?" Luke closed the box and set it aside. "I managed to procure this from the Mexican authorities after great difficulty. It can only be handled by professionals. My apologies." Frank understood. The matter had reached its conclusion, and there was no further role for him to play. He raised his glass to Luke, saying, "Thank you." The three clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Chapter 79, Invitation Upon Returning Home. Luke finally breathed a sigh of relief. This ordeal was, in a sense, coming to an end. It had been quite taxing. He had been running around, but the rewards were substantial. Although the 1,000 order points and progress in his techniques were modest, possessing such a liquid metal robot would significantly elevate the technological prowess of the Chin family. Its commercial value far exceeded that of merely being a decoy. As for the possibility of Terminators and Skynet resurfacing, Luke felt no concern. This was the Marvel Universe. After all, the absence of the timekeeper, Agamotto, suggested that Skynet would neither emerge nor bring about humanity's demise. Perhaps Master Agamotto had intervened behind the scenes, altering the timeline in the process. Finally, he could enjoy a period of respite. After contemplating for a moment, he dialed Stark. "Hey, Tony, I'm on leave. How about throwing a party to unwind?" However, it was Pepper's voice that answered on the other end. "Luke, you should find a girlfriend. Tony has been quite busy lately." Staring blankly at the disconnected call, Luke scratched his head and redialed. "Hey Luke, what's up?" Rhodes answered. "I'm on leave. Want to hang out?" "I can't. I have a mission and 1 TB in Los Angeles. I'll catch up when I return." "All right. Best of luck with your mission." With a sigh, Luke finally called his father. That evening, the children of the Chin family erupted in cheer. Luke planned to take them to the Malibu villa for a while. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to and could entertain the children, giving his parents some much-needed private space. Then, he received a text from the bank. His father had transferred him $100,000, and his mother had sent $50,000. Luke accepted the funds with a grin. Angela and her friends were delighted. For the scenery was beautiful, they were free from supervision, and there was Wally. Even Natasha, usually stern and humorless, cracked a smile. She had now officially been adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Chin. After consulting her, she decided to change her name to Lisa Chin. This was a decision reached after discussions with Luke, who advised her to leave her past behind completely and make a clean break, apart from her physical form and memories. She has no ties to the past. Presently, she resembles an ordinary young girl, attending school daily with Angela and Beth. Although the curriculum at school bears no resemblance to her previous education, she is remarkably intelligent. Her academic performance is improving rapidly, and next year, the three sisters will continue their journey into high school together. The youngest, Jessica, is the ever-enthusiastic shadow of her elder sisters, but with Wally around, the younger brother, Henry, has finally found his liberation. He indulges in video games at Luke's place, which he is usually forbidden to play at home, often losing track of time. Nevertheless, while Luke permits him to play, he insists on maintaining a proper schedule. Thus, Henry begrudgingly retreats to bed each night. The following day, the little ones are dropped off at school by Luke. Just as they are nearing the villa, he receives a call from Stark. "Hey, Tony. Luke. Pepper has gone to New York for a meeting, and I hear you're planning a party. When is it happening? Ward? Aren't you concerned about Pepper discovering this and subsequently becoming your ex-girlfriend, only to find solace in my arms?" Luke, that joke is not amusing at all. All right. I'll make arrangements, but it has to be tomorrow or the day after. Time is too tight. We don't need too many people. Just keep everything else in order. Okay, I'll let you know. Just ensure Pepper doesn't find out, and don't involve Rhodes. That guy has no filter. After ending the call with Stark, Luke contemplates throwing a small gathering, albeit not the kind Stark envisions. After spending most of the day working in the studio and picking up Henry and Jessica, he heads to Angela's school to collect the three sisters. After greeting his sisters, Luke shares his plans with them. He intends for the three sisters to invite some close friends to the Malibu villa for a get-together. Naturally, the younger sisters wholeheartedly approve. However, just as they begin to plan their invitations, Luke's phone rings again. "Luke, Mr. Doherty, you handled the situation in San Francisco exceptionally well. President Marshall has extended an invitation to you. Clearly, it's not solely about San Francisco, but also regarding what Mason provided him. We are all astute individuals. We understand the implications, yet we maintain discretion." Mr. Doherty continues, "The president is particularly interested in your meticulous thoughts and recommendations regarding counterterrorism operations." "Why me?" Luke inquires. Doherty chuckles. "You will understand upon your arrival. It would be best if you come to Washington tonight. The president will make time for you tomorrow morning." "Understood, Mr. Doherty." After hanging up the phone, Luke can only offer his apologies to the three sisters. The excitement that once filled them quickly dissipates, leaving them feeling disheartened. "Hey, don't be like this. I promise to host a party for you all when I return. Trust me, I will be back very soon." Thus, Luke took a significant detour, returning his sisters to their home. Their parents were absent, having gone out for a leisurely evening. Upon learning of Luke's urgent business trip, they reluctantly accepted that he would return home only after dinner. It was only after receiving his promise to take the girls to Malibu for a month that they allowed him to depart. Fortunately, Luke left Wally behind to keep his forlorn sisters company. Otherwise, he would have become the family's pariah. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke called Stark, only to learn that the party had been canceled. Tony, in a sullen mood, suggested they could reschedule for another time. After a brief discussion with Mr. Chin, Luke proceeded to the airport, where he boarded his private jet to Washington. The following morning, Luke arrived at the Doherty residence, where preparations were already underway. En route to the White House, Doherty explained to Luke that the items retrieved from the church pews had been successfully delivered to President Marshall. "Well done, Luke," he remarked. Luke merely smiled, allowing Doherty to continue. Verbal accolades did not sway him. Tangible rewards were what truly mattered. Doherty elaborated that the president intended to take Luke to Germany for a counterterrorism conference, where his expertise might be required. Upon returning, Luke's credentials would see a significant enhancement, though any promotion might be postponed until year-end. Luke nodded in acknowledgement, aware that President Marshall's term would conclude early next year. It seemed that Doherty and the president were likely to fulfill their promises to Luke before leaving office. Curious, Luke inquired about the next director of the FBI. Doherty responded with a mysterious smile. "Paxton, the president has already submitted his nomination to Congress, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be officially appointed by year's end." This choice surprised Luke, yet it was also reasonable. He nodded, refraining from voicing any opinions, understanding that much of what Doherty conveyed was already settled and unlikely to change. Given the current circumstances, he was merely a pawn with little influence. Next, Doherty delivered unexpected good news to Luke. Chapter 80. The Affection of Family. He promised that after the promotion at year's end, Luke would have the opportunity to assemble his own team. As a senior agent, Luke was on the brink of becoming a special agent. The supervisory level he would reach was equivalent to Collins at the Los Angeles office, while Claire Harris held a senior supervisory position. In less than a year since joining, Luke was already poised to attain the rank of special agent. While his peers were still in their internships, the pace of his advancement left Luke with little to contest. Upon arriving at the White House, Doherty's vehicle enjoyed certain privileges. After the Secret Service inspected it, they were granted passage. Since it was not an open day, the White House was relatively quiet. After passing through security and relinquishing his firearm, Doherty led Luke to a lounge. Despite being at the White House for the first time, Luke felt no anxiety. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing that something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite articulate the feeling. The assistant to the president informed Doherty that the president would make time for them in half an hour, but only for 10 minutes. Throughout the encounter, Luke remained inconspicuous, silently recalling the unfortunate characters from films set in the White House. When the time arrived, the assistant escorted Doherty and Luke to the president's office. President Marshall leaned against his desk and nodded at Doherty upon their arrival. With a smile, he extended his hand to Luke and said, "Hello, young man. Doherty has sung your praises. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Luke, embodying the essence of a film star, shyly smiled and shook hands with President Marshall. The three of them settled onto a sofa in the corner, and President Marshall spoke first. "We will be attending a counterterrorism forum in Germany, and afterwards, I will remain there for a few more days. During that time, I will require your expert advice on certain matters." Luke nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. The president's words hinted at significant undertakings, as his prolonged stay after the forum suggested there were additional missions at hand, likely involving concrete counterterrorism operations. It seemed this formidable president was ready to assume the role of the world's constable once more. Noticing Luke's reticence, President Marshall kindly reassured him, "Don't be nervous, young man. I am acquainted with your grandfather." Luke was not surprised by this revelation. His grandfather's connections were indeed extensive, even reaching the president himself. Luke offered a smile in response. "Mr. President, I am also quite curious about your legendary experiences during the Vietnam War." We have plenty of time on this journey. And I would love to hear about the San Francisco operation and the story of that girl, Shirley." That is my duty," President Marshall replied, shaking his head. "Doherty rarely recommends young talent to me." Doherty interjected with a grin. "Luke is truly one of the few exceptional young individuals I have encountered. And the facts bear this out." President Marshall bestowed a reassuring smile upon Luke. "Work diligently, young man, and you will receive the rewards you deserve, I assure you." Doherty added, "All plans are proceeding in an orderly manner." The president then divulged some insider information to Luke. "After I step down, Doherty will ascend to the Supreme Court as a justice, ensuring that your own career will not face many obstacles." This news brightened Luke's spirits. Although the power of a justice may seem less than that of the Attorney General in the realm of justice, it equates to being a regional lord. The conversation then shifted to recent social cases that had garnered media attention, with Doherty and President Marshall primarily discussing these matters while Luke continued to play the role of the silent observer. Throughout their dialogue, they refrained from mentioning anything related to the church or posing any further inquiries to Luke. After the assistant reminded him of the time, President Marshall concluded the meeting. As he departed, President Marshall imparted a profound remark to Luke. "You have a wonderful grandfather and a commendable father." Luke merely shook President Marshall's hand once more before leaving with Doherty. It was evident that President Marshall was aware of the connection between Old Man Chin and Doherty, and had been influenced by certain promises made by the elder. Ultimately, however, it was Luke who stood to benefit. The arrangements made by his elders were unclear to Luke, and he felt no need to inquire further. This exemplifies the care of family. Whenever they deemed it necessary for Luke to be informed, they would naturally convey the information to him. At just under 22 years of age, Luke has a long journey ahead. He does not reject the concern and arrangements of his elders, unlike some scions of families who often experience prolonged rebellious phases. Lena Kendrick, the daughter of the former governor of California, is a prime example of one who fiercely resisted familial plans. Luke's choice was initially motivated by the desire to enhance his cultivation progress and accumulate order points. However, following the incident involving Shelley, Luke has come to believe that it is his mission to cleanse the world of demons and send them back to hell. The United States may lack in many areas, but it is certainly not short on perversion. With his convictions reaffirmed, Luke departed the White House alongside Doherty. Upon returning to Doherty's residence, they agreed that Luke would reconvene there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ultimately, they joined the presidential motorcade en route to the airport, boarding Air Force One for a flight to Berlin, Germany. Before leaving, Luke pondered for a moment and asked Doherty, "Can I bring weapons with me to Germany?" After a moment's consideration, Doherty nodded in agreement. "I will inform the Secret Service in advance." Seeing that Doherty had no objections, Luke smiled. The role of the President of the United States is fraught with danger. Without some form of protection, Luke felt utterly insecure. It was not the fear of armed criminals that troubled him, but rather the potential threat of those with superhuman abilities. Upon returning to his hotel, Luke called his family to share news of his trip accompanying the president. Feeling the warmth of his family's concern lifted his spirits immensely. Seated in the living room, Luke retrieved numerous weapons from his space, selecting a few to pack into a travel bag. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief nap, Luke made his way back to Doherty's home. This time, he carried a suitcase along with a travel bag. Noticing Luke's improved demeanor, Doherty led him to the White House to meet up with the presidential motorcade. Following behind the motorcade, Luke finally witnessed the grandeur of a presidential outing. The streets within a 5-kilometer radius were cleared, with police cars and Secret Service vehicles stationed at every intersection. There were also advanced reconnaissance teams and sniper units positioned at strategic points. 5 minutes after the advance team passed, the true presidential motorcade made its appearance. A convoy of police motorcycles led the way, followed by a procession of accompanying vehicles. Presently, both the president and the Secret Service utilized automobiles manufactured by their own company, Dodge, which filled Luke with a subtle thrill. However, during the security check at the airport, Luke was halted. The Secret Service appeared perplexed as they pointed at Luke's carry-on travel bag. "Agent Luke, we are bound for Germany, not the Middle East," they stated. Upon hearing the altercation between Luke and the Secret Service, Doherty instructed an assistant to intervene. The assistant summoned the head of security, who, after being informed of Luke's identity as a counterterrorism expert for the president, permitted him to board the aircraft. Nonetheless, his carry-on bag had to be secured in the cargo hold along with other luggage and could not accompany him on the plane. Luke expressed indifference, provided he knew it was on the flight. Chapter 81. All in once aboard, Luke took the opportunity to explore the fabled Air Force One. It was splendid and vast. A modified Boeing 747, the largest aircraft produced by Boeing. Accompanying Air Force One was a backup plane, Air Force Two. Additionally, 2 military transport planes would accompany Air Force One to Germany. The president's dedicated vehicle was housed within Air Force Two. This forum encompassed numerous matters, and the president did not summon Luke to discuss the cases in San Francisco and with Sherry. Doherty was also present, attending meetings with the president. Thus, Luke enjoyed a leisurely time and approached the head of security to request a tour of the airplane. The majority of the areas were shown to him, although certain classified rooms remained off-limits, even to Luke. Yet, with his keen insight, Luke could ascertain their purpose with a mere glance. Consequently, he happily accompanied the head of security as they meandered around Air Force One. This journey would be lengthy and with little to occupy his time. Luke resorted to watching television to pass the hours. Not until the plane touched down did he catch a glimpse of President Marshall and Doherty. Upon disembarking, Luke was escorted by Doherty's assistant to the accompanying vehicles, which whisked him directly to the hotel. The forum lasted for 3 days, during which Luke remained at the hotel. Accompanying personnel were advised against unnecessary outings, allowing Luke to indulge in dining, drinking, swimming, and exercising. After the conclusion of the forum, the president's assistant sought out Luke. "Agent Luke, the president now wishes to see you. Please follow me." They arrived at the president's suite on the top floor of the hotel, where President Marshall awaited Luke in the conference room. Luke was also greeted by a familiar face. President Marshall smiled at Luke, stating, "Colonel Anderson, you must be well acquainted by now." Upon seeing Colonel Anderson, Luke reciprocated the smile and extended a handshake. "Congratulations on your promotion, Colonel Anderson." "Thank you, Senior Agent Luke," came the reply, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. President Marshall then candidly outlined the forthcoming mission. This operation was to be conducted in conjunction with the Russian Special Forces, targeting General Ivan Radek of Kesaha. The leader, Radek, has orchestrated the overthrow of the previous government and directed a series of terror attacks across Eastern Europe. Tonight, we shall embark on a journey to Russia, while you will fly directly to a military base near the Kazakh border. There, you will have a week to devise strategies and rehearse. After listening to President Marshall's briefing, Both Luke and Colonel Anderson maintained an air of calm. The specifics undoubtedly require further information, as President Marshall merely outlined the mission. Ultimately, it would be up to him and Anderson to negotiate with the Russians. After allowing Luke and Anderson to digest the mission details, President Marshall inquired once more if they had any requests. Colonel Anderson shook his head, clearly indicating that it was not yet the time to voice any demands due to the lack of concrete information. However, Luke spoke up, asking President Marshall, "Am I to participate in the operation? The decision rests with you and Colonel Anderson. Should Colonel Anderson deem you capable, it is for you to consider your involvement." Luke nodded in understanding. Their previous collaboration had been quite agreeable, and it was likely that Colonel Anderson would not object to Luke's participation this time. Both turned to Colonel Anderson, but being a meticulous military man, he stated, "I cannot agree to anyone's inclusion without specific information and a plan." President Marshall nodded, clearly satisfied with Colonel Anderson's scrupulousness. Luke recognized Anderson's concerns and refrained from making further requests. That evening, Luke, accompanied by his belongings and a substantial cache of weapons, followed Colonel Anderson to the U.S. military base in Germany. Along with them was a civilian staff member from the president's office, tasked with documenting the operation and maintaining communication with the office. During their journey to the base, Colonel Anderson informed Luke, "I regret to say, Agent Luke, I am still not privy to the specific details of the mission and cannot grant your request to participate." Luke smiled and nodded in understanding. "I know this is not a bomb disposal mission. It is an assault capture operation." Colonel Anderson chuckled, replying, "Lieutenant Waters is also present. He should be in a better mood upon seeing you." Indeed, that individual always bore a countenance as if the world owed him a great debt. Haha. You are quite right. Their shared conversation blossomed, making the journey enjoyable as Luke discussed the case, while Colonel Anderson recounted amusing anecdotes from the barracks. Given their frequent engagements in covert operations, there was little they could disclose. Upon arriving at the base, they encountered Lieutenant Waters and his team. The operation would again involve 2 squads, the same personnel from the Devil's Island mission. Following the mission, they reviewed the plans from that time, concluding that had Colonel Anderson led his small contingent into battle, regardless of the route chosen, the outcome would have been total annihilation. At that moment, everyone had been drenched in cold sweat. Had Luke not ardently contested the circumstances at that moment, they would have embarked on a mission destined for failure. It was due to Luke's counsel that the operation proceeded with remarkable success. Furthermore, having Luke with them was akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage, as intercepting the adversary's communications was an unexpected stroke of genius. Consequently, the relatively untainted soldiers were warmly welcoming towards Luke, who, in turn, was delighted to see them. Observing the gear they wore, he chuckled, realizing their enthusiasm was likely due to the equipment they had previously appropriated. After exchanging greetings, Luke inquired of Colonel Anderson regarding the adequacy of their weaponry for this mission. Walters grinned widely, affirming that the previous equipment had proven excellent, and Colonel Anderson had successfully secured another batch, which was very effective. Luke waved dismissively, stating it was no trouble, as it was funded by headquarters. Following pleasantries, Colonel Anderson did not conduct a mission briefing. Instead, everyone boarded the aircraft, which flew directly to a military base on the Russian border. Upon arrival, darkness had enveloped the sky. They were greeted by the base's logistics supervisor, a major general. After ensuring Colonel Anderson was settled, he escorted the group to the base's dining hall, where the base commander awaited them for a welcoming banquet. Colonel Anderson led a contingent of 20 individuals, including Luke and a civilian staff member, while the Russian side also dispatched 20 personnel, complemented by 6 higher-ranking officials, totaling 26 attendees. Luke discerned from the expressions of the Russians that a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. Each seat was adorned with a bottle of vodka, the 750-milliliter variety. Noting the malicious glances from the Russians, Colonel Anderson's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Luke patted his shoulder and whispered, "Do not worry, as long as you withstand the first round. The rest shall be my responsibility." Colonel Anderson, assessing the situation, recognized he had no alternative but to place his trust in Luke. Resolutely, he steeled himself, vowing not to disgrace himself abroad. He signaled to his subordinates, informing them that this was their moment to prove themselves under the scrutiny of the Pentagon. Chapter 82. The allure of deception. The Russian generals joined Colonel Anderson, Luke, and the civilian staff member at the table for the occasion. The base commander's opening remarks were brief and perfunctory, swiftly leading to a toast. Upon seeing the bottle of vodka, the civilian staff member turned pale, hastily waving his hands in refusal. However, seated beside him was the Russian captain of this operation, who, with a friendly pat on the shoulder, insisted they toast to the friendship between their nations. The civilian staff member looked to Colonel Anderson for assistance, but by then, the engagement had already commenced. Luke was also fully engaged, internally cursing the notion of friendship between the two countries. What camaraderie existed between America and Russia was merely a facade of high-level transactions. Alas, he found himself unable to resist the coaxing of the Russian captain beside him. He had no choice but to sip from his cup several times before managing to drink it all. After he was forced to consume a few cups, he turned to find the generals engaged in a drinking contest with Luke. 4 of the 5 generals present had already succumbed to Luke's prowess. The base commander was left with no option but to summon the Russian team's leader to take over the drinking duties. 10 minutes later, only Colonel Anderson remained at the main table, while Luke was comfortably seated. Just before succumbing to intoxication, a young clerk overheard the Russian team leader exclaim, "Where did this guy come from? Is he here to disrupt the event?" Following this remark, the clerk lost consciousness. Waters and his team members were now matching drinks with the Russian players, and the Russians held a slight advantage, bolstered by their home ground morale. However, all their advantages evaporated with Luke's arrival. Luke had abandoned his glass and opted to drink directly from the bottle. The Russians, showing remarkable fortitude, fought valiantly to the last man, even though it was evident that Luke was impervious to intoxication. Luke's performance astonished the SEALs. After besting the last Russian, Luke smiled gently at everyone before closing his eyes and feigning unconsciousness. Quick-witted individuals caught the collapsing Luke, and thus he emerged as the hero of the evening. Colonel Anderson arranged for those who had not partaken much in the drinking to look after Luke. Once in bed, Luke pretended to be in a deep slumber, his snoring resounding like a battle cry. Nevertheless, the next morning, everyone rose promptly. Under Colonel Anderson's repeated assurances, Luke joined the SEALs for their morning exercises. After breakfast, they took a break to organize their gear. As Luke lacked military attire and equipment, Colonel Anderson had to find him a spare set. At 9:30, all gathered for the mission briefing. Colonel Anderson led everyone to the base's conference room. The Russians' demeanor had improved significantly, especially the way they regarded Luke, as if he were a deity. Yesterday, Luke had consumed a staggering 14 bottles of vodka, and they had even prepared emergency personnel and equipment. Yet today, during the meeting, Luke appeared unfazed. The news of his participation in the morning exercises raised eyebrows. Was the presidential counterterrorism advisor that remarkable? Why did Russia lack such talent? The Russian soldiers began to doubt their own abilities, while their generals contemplated the potential of Luke. The meeting was presided over by the base commander, who merely delivered an opening remark and then spent the entire time sipping coffee, remaining inconspicuous. The actual mission briefing was conducted by a middle-aged man in a suit, widely recognized as an operative from the Russian Federal Foreign Intelligence Service. He served as the presenter, while a blonde lieutenant in military uniform operated the projections. Throughout the presentation, she frequently cast glances at Luke. After listening for a while, Luke finally grasped the situation. It was a classic ploy of seduction. How amusing, he thought. This was merely a ruse to deliver food. Sure enough, after lunch, the striking beauty invited Luke, claiming she had new intelligence to share. Luke, adopting a leisurely attitude, was curious to see what she was up to. Upon entering her room, however, he nearly cursed in dismay. Activating his insight, he discovered a large gathering of generals and senior officers in the adjoining room, fixated on multiple television screens adorning the walls. Moreover, Luke detected at least 14 hidden cameras within the room. Even if they had hired professional actors to impersonate him, he would have to maintain his composure. Just as the beauty was about to offer Luke a drink, he resolutely declined, citing his prohibition against alcohol during work hours in the impending afternoon meeting. Undeterred, the beauty devised another scheme and began conversing about his life in America. Luke, channeling his inner tour guide, painted a vivid picture of a world characterized by freedom, democracy, and openness. His detailed narration was so compelling that he contemplated seeking benefits from the American National Tourism Administration upon his return. The beauty, though determined, noticed that the generals were becoming increasingly intrigued. Ultimately, when Luke remained unyielding, she resorted to a different tactic, citing the room's warmth as an excuse to begin shedding her clothing, her shirt buttons nearly undone to her navel. Yet, Luke maintained his stance of propriety and strode towards the balcony, opening the window. Even in the southernmost reaches of Russia, the March air was brisk, prompting the beauty to regain her composure. Their conversation awkwardly transitioned to the topic of yoga. The beauty seized the moment, asserting that yoga allowed for intimate physical contact, and implored Luke to teach her some poses. However, Luke was not in a mood for such frivolity. He demonstrated a pose once, then, at her insistence, proceeded to guide her personally. His strength was formidable, easily manipulating her limbs. Fortunately, the beauty was a trained professional. Otherwise, Luke might have inadvertently caused her injury. As their break approached its conclusion, Luke rose to take his leave, departing with a nonchalant air, leaving the beauty in a flustered state amidst the chilly breeze. Upon returning to his camp's lounge, he found everyone had paused their activities, gazing at him with envious eyes. When the beauty had summoned Luke, everyone had been present. But only envy lingered in their hearts. Now, after such a lengthy absence, they were eager to hear how Luke had charmed the alluring Slavic beauty. Some of the more outgoing team members had already approached him, whispering questions, while distant teammates strained to listen. "Hey, Luke, what was it like with the Russian girl?" they inquired. "What was it like?" "We merely engaged in normal conversation." Right. We all know. Was she attractive? Was she skilled? Given the circumstances, Luke realized that no explanation would suffice. Drawing upon his experiences from his time in school, he began to impart wisdom to the exuberant soldiers. "Only Waters," in a moment of audacity, interjected with a pointed query. "After all this talk, what of the Russian women?" Luke responded with an enigmatic smile. "Guess what, you damn scoundrel. I wish to duel you." However, during the afternoon meeting, the beautiful women cast lingering, sorrowful glances towards Luke. That evening, the soldiers jestingly teased him, claiming he had failed to satisfy them. Infuriated, Luke revealed the truth. "Who among you would dare engage in such antics before a multitude of cameras?" Waters, ever the bold one, nodded and shared his perspective, which garnered the approval of most of the team, shocking Luke into a string of expletives. "Even with cameras, I would still wish to pursue her. How long has it been since you all last encountered a woman?" Chapter 83, Training Day. This was merely a minor interlude. Returning to the mission at hand, the target lay within the city, devoid of any advantageous high ground. The entire city was under the control of General Radek's forces. The first challenge was breaching the temporary presidential office. The second was ensuring the safe extraction of the target. Present were the elite soldiers from their respective countries, adept at infiltrating structures and capturing targets, yet these two challenges posed significant dilemmas. The city enforced stringent scrutiny of outsiders, rendering ground infiltration impractical. Moreover, the entire area was under their control, making extraction a formidable issue. Utilizing helicopters was also unfeasible, as the cacophony of the rotors would alert the enemy. The opposing forces were equipped with radar and air defense systems, making it impossible for helicopters to enter the city undetected. Before them lay a miniature model of the target city, and as they surveyed it, a sense of helplessness permeated the room. The Russians suggested a direct confrontation, but Colonel Anderson swiftly dismissed the idea. Even ordinary troops would struggle against such forces. At least a division of soldiers occupied both the city and its periphery. Their small contingent was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, the enemy possessed tanks and other heavy weaponry, while special forces, regardless of their elite status, were merely light infantry. In the face of heavy weaponry on the battlefield, there were few effective strategies. After contemplating the situation, Luke diligently inquired with an intelligence officer regarding the enemy's troop deployments and armaments. The Russian intelligence was impressively thorough, having uncovered the enemy's deployments, personnel, and weaponry down to the last detail, save for how long General Radek took in the restroom, which remained a mystery. With the intelligence now detailed, Luke began to ponder. The enemy's air defense systems were relics from the Soviet era, sufficient against helicopters but inadequate against high-altitude targets and advanced electronic countermeasures. Thus, Luke articulated his plan in front of everyone. Initially, one group of team members would perform a high-altitude parachute jump with a low opening, gliding silently to the rooftop of the target building. Subsequently, another team would descend to form two groups for the apprehension of the target. Simultaneously, electronic jammers would create a robust electromagnetic interference above the target, incapacitating the adversary's air defense systems. Following this, two transport helicopters would facilitate the team's extraction, while two armed helicopters would provide ground suppression. 3 ground attack aircraft, equipped with anti-radiation missiles, would maintain pressure on the air defense systems. The subsequent strategy ensured a safe withdrawal after capturing the target, demonstrating a high feasibility. However, the challenge lay in the first team's task of securing the rooftop while simultaneously neutralizing the guards present there. Both Colonel Anderson and the Russian commander agreed to this plan, which appeared to be the optimal solution. With ample time available, targeted training could commence. After reporting to their respective superiors, the plan received approval from both sides. The American side would supply early warning aircraft, electronic jammers, and ground attack planes, while the Russians would provide transport and armed helicopters. Both parties quickly agreed and began specialized training. Nonetheless, this high-altitude jump method carried inherent risks, as parachuting from 10,000 meters necessitated the use of oxygen masks. Consequently, the team members, burdened with their gear and parachutes, were unable to carry heavy equipment. Moreover, they had to neutralize the rooftop guards before landing, presenting a significant challenge. Following their previous humiliating defeat during a drinking session, the Russians were now highly motivated to reclaim their honor in this endeavor. The American Air Force, seasoned in electromagnetic interference tactics, was well prepared, especially since the adversary relied on a Soviet air medium to low-altitude air defense system. The American forces could mobilize at any moment. The base had designated the headquarters building for training purposes, dividing everyone into 4 teams. Luke joined forces with Waters. The Russians, eager to gain the upper hand, commenced their training, unaware that the SEALs were once again excelling. Luke consistently jumped last, but landed first. Targeting the rooftop, he achieved headshots with precision from his parachute, never missing a mark. Even the snipers among the SEALs could only manage a 70 accuracy rate. The Russians, with inferior equipment and rougher techniques, fared even worse. After a week of training, only 6 individuals from both sides could accurately land and eliminate the guards. Colonel Anderson and the Russian representative ultimately decided to select participants for the operation based on performance. The first echelon would consist of these 6 individuals, while the second echelon would be divided into 2 groups of 7 each. The remaining individuals would serve as a reserve team, despite being labeled as a reserve. Such operations typically do not allow for second chances or mid-mission reinforcements. Once a mission fails, immediate evacuation is imperative. Reinforcements cannot be dispatched. Thus, the final roster comprises merely 20 individuals. Undoubtedly, Luke's performance surpasses that of all the SEAL team members. The Russians are no strangers to combat either. Their elite forces have weathered countless battles. Ultimately, among the first group of 6, 2 are Russian operatives, Captain Waters and Luke, alongside 2 additional SEAL members, form the primary assault team. The remaining composition is evenly split, with the second group consisting of 7, 4 SEALs and 3 Russians. The third group comprises 5 Russian operatives and 2 SEALs. The weaponry employed in this operation is exclusively supplied by the Americans. Luke's Honey Badger assault rifle, utilizing 300 subsonic rounds, proves exceptionally effective. Moreover, it can seamlessly switch to supersonic rounds without the need for any modifications, adapting to the situation effortlessly. Based on Luke's recommendations, any ammunition from the Honey Badger can entirely penetrate level 3 body armor within a range of 100 meters. It is highly probable that the security personnel at the presidential palace will be clad in such protective gear. Consequently, submachine guns are rendered obsolete for this mission. Even Luke's submachine gun, which employs 5mm special rounds, is inadequate. Furthermore, the assault must utilize silenced weaponry, eliminating shotguns from consideration. In indoor close-quarters combat, the Honey Badger's length is perfectly suited. After a few days, the Russians began to view their own equipment with increasing dissatisfaction. Now, all preparations are complete, awaiting the highest command. However, the upper echelons are awaiting weather conditions. Presently, the nation's meteorological experts are calculating potential weather shifts for the capital of Kizilorda. This high-altitude, low-opening parachute assault method necessitates optimal weather conditions. The most crucial factor is the wind. Excessive wind is detrimental, yet a complete absence of wind is equally unfavorable. 3 days later, all team members received orders to ready their equipment, board the aircraft, and commence the operation. 3 American AWACS, 130 electronic warfare aircraft, and 15 ground attack planes have been patrolling Russian airspace. They must wait for the first group to land before initiating air defense suppression. If they act prematurely, the adversary will alert the presidential palace, thereby alarming the target. Therefore, the success of the first group's assault is paramount. Chapter 84, Bombs at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The first group is prepared. Luke addresses Captain Waters. This time, I shall take the lead. Do not hinder me. Captain Waters responds with an unsightly grin. Shall we compare? Luke scorns him. You've already lost me $150. Stand back. After patting Captain Waters on the shoulder, Luke dons his oxygen mask. High-altitude parachuting necessitates the prior preparation of oxygen masks. Once the cabin door opens, air pressure will become unbalanced. The atmospheric pressure at high altitudes is exceedingly low. Without an oxygen mask, one may quickly lose consciousness. No soldier, regardless of their prowess, can withstand such conditions. The first group of 6 stood at the open hatch, and after giving a thumbs up, Luke was the first to leap from the aircraft. This scene had been rehearsed countless times. From an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, they would free fall and deploy their parachutes at around 500 meters. While most paratroopers utilize round canopies, Luke and his team employed rectangular gliding parachutes, which granted them superior directional control. Luke opened his chute last. Yet he was the first to reach the airspace above the presidential palace. As he neared the rooftop, he could already discern the 8 guards stationed there. After assessing their positions and lines of sight, Luke chose the central guard as his first target. The sound of the guard collapsing alerted the others, but Luke and his teammates had already aimed at the remaining guards. The gunfire was subdued. Aside from those on the rooftop, the guards below remained oblivious. Luke's squad swiftly neutralized the rooftop guards. Once they regrouped, the second and third teams began to land atop the building as well. At that moment, the U.S. Air Force's ground suppression unit had arrived over the Capitol to execute electromagnetic suppression. As the vanguard, Luke's first group had already infiltrated the presidential palace. The third group remained on the rooftop, severing the electrical supply, plunging the entire palace into darkness. As the lead operative of his team, Luke utilized his keen perception, rendering night vision goggles unnecessary. Any guard approaching their route would be swiftly eliminated. The 2 teams rapidly advanced into General Radek's bedroom. With their masks donned, 2 members escorted him, initiating their retreat. The combat was brief. Due to their equipment superiority, the palace guards could only retaliate using the faint light filtering in from outside. However, their bullets seemed to stray aimlessly, relying solely on faith for accuracy. As the 2 teams withdrew, the lead team transitioned to the rear, with Luke bringing up the last position. Captain Waters was just ahead of him. Luke continuously retrieved items from the backpack behind him. A large transport helicopter had already landed on the rooftop, while another circled overhead in vigilance, and 2 armed helicopters attacked the palace's reinforcements in the distance. After the second team escorted General Radek onto the helicopter, the first team followed suit. The moment Luke stepped onto the helicopter, he pressed the detonator in his hand. A tremendous explosion erupted in the passage behind them. The rising flames and shockwave collapsed the rooftop corridor. As the special forces glanced back at the explosion, they saw Luke standing at the cabin door, striking a classic pose. A true man never looks back at an explosion. It turned out that during his retreat, Luke had been extracting pre-prepared explosives from Captain Waters' backpack. To recover the lost $150, Captain Waters had unwittingly become Luke's human storage unit. Initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced due to the generous compensation Luke offered. $150, doubled, Captain Waters decisively struck a deal. Thus, Luke retreated, casting remote-controlled bombs into the nooks and crannies. He felt exuberant. Finally, it was his turn to unleash destruction upon others. The bombs posed no risk of accidental detonation. As long as Luke refrained from pressing the trigger, his team successfully evacuated the capital and returned to a military base near the border. Radek was promptly taken away by the Russian forces. This operation was nothing short of flawless, and at that moment, everyone exhaled in relief. Despite the late hour, the base's dining hall had prepared a sumptuous feast. Colonel Anderson was set to return these individuals to the American military base in Germany the following day. However, Luke and a civilian officer were scheduled to rendezvous with the president in Moscow. This time, the soldiers exhibited none of the initial hostility they had upon arrival. After days of joint training and a successful mission, there was a newfound camaraderie among them. The atmosphere during this gathering was particularly amicable, as they were about to part ways. Due to Luke's formidable drinking capacity, none dared to join him in toasting. Finding little amusement in solitary drinking, he retired to his quarters. Yet, at the door, he encountered the Russian beauty who had been attempting to capture his attention these past few days. Initially, Luke anticipated she would employ the same tactics, but she surprised him by saying, "Mr. Dutton, would you accompany me for a stroll?" Unconcerned by any ulterior motives. And sensing a different mood from her this evening, Luke gladly accepted her invitation. They strolled slowly around the training grounds. "Mr. Dutton, just call me Luke," he replied. "All right, Luke, you are leaving tomorrow, aren't you?" He nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I am heading to Moscow to meet the president and report on this mission." The beauty paused, gazing at the southern sky. Actually, my hometown is in Kazakhstan. While she looked skyward, Luke's gaze remained fixed upon her. In that moment, she shed all pretense, revealing her heartfelt sentiments beneath the beautiful starlit sky. The girl's name was Angelica Darnilova. 8 years prior, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, her family fled to Russia due to the turmoil in Kazakhstan. During their journey, her mother succumbed to illness, and her sister was lost amidst an attack. Only she and her father managed to escape to Russia, ultimately settling in Moscow. The father and daughter struggled to make ends meet in Moscow until Angelica gained admission to a military academy, which improved their circumstances. However, Luke could discern from her now clouded eyes that she had likely been recruited by a clandestine organization for training, though certainly not the Red Room. Angelica continued to confide in Luke, expressing her frustration. They could have long since ended the conflict, yet it was absurd how easily politicians could reignite chaos. Luke was taken aback by her words, yet she showed no sign of halting her lament. I once believed my hometown would finally welcome the peace we had long awaited, but these politicians can effortlessly plunge it back into turmoil. From her tone and demeanor, Luke easily discerned that Angelica was not lying. Her words were heartfelt. I now fail to comprehend the significance of my service to this nation, he sighed. Once you enter such departments or institutions, you become a mere pawn, unless you can ascend to the role of a player. Indeed, we are all pawns, and the truth is invariably harsh. Luke did not empathize with this notion of pawns and players. He had transcended to a higher realm, where all spoke to him in hushed tones. Observing Angelica's sorrowful and bewildered expression, Luke gazed upward at the sky. Once he possessed the power to overturn the table, the distinctions between player and pawn would be inconsequential. Chapter 85. Surveillance. The two stood before the woods next to the training ground, gazing at the stars for quite some time. They were beautiful, yet Angelica ultimately shed no tears. Luke gallantly offered his shoulder. Perhaps the weight of the topic was too great, prompting Luke to shift the conversation to lighter matters. He regaled Angelica with numerous intriguing cases, such as the No Idle People series from Florida, which finally elicited a smile from her. He then escorted her back to his dormitory. The following morning, Luke stepped out of the dormitory, intending to see off Colonel Anderson and his team. These Navy SEALs were returning to Germany for a brief respite before heading back to the mainland United States. Upon encountering them, Luke greeted them warmly. However, he was met with expressions filled with resentment and jealousy, complex emotions indeed. Confounded, Luke inquired of Colonel Anderson, "What is the matter with them?" Colonel Anderson chuckled and cast a sideways glance at Luke. "Do not worry, they are merely over-energetic and have not rested well. I thought they had been intoxicated by the Russians again. Aren't you returning to Moscow with me?" Colonel Anderson shook his head. "There are still some follow-up matters to address here." At that moment, a civilian assistant approached, joining their conversation. "The president is still on a visit to Europe and will probably take a few days to arrive in Moscow," the assistant continued. "Hey, this time we have ample time to enjoy Moscow." Luke smiled at Colonel Anderson, saying, "We shall rendezvous in Moscow." Anderson nodded, revealing a knowing smile that only men understand. Lieutenant Waters then approached, his expression darkening upon seeing the trio's somewhat mischievous smiles. "What are you discussing?" Colonel Anderson was the first to respond. "I was explaining to Luke why you all look so grim." Lieutenant Waters turned to Luke. "You scoundrel, none of us slept well last night." Luke shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "What can I say? You all doubted my capabilities. I had to prove myself to you." Waters merely sneered. It was merely a few hours, divided into several segments. She remained in the dormitory, yet I could not truly allow her to be sent to the emergency room. Therefore, my friend, upon our return, you must treat us to drinks. No, not just drinks. A party would suffice. But do you have the time? This statement left Lieutenant Waters momentarily speechless. As they were a strategic airborne force, even during leave, they operated on a rotational basis, making it nearly impossible to gather a full team. Colonel Anderson patted Lieutenant Waters on the shoulder. "Enough of your grievances. There will be a holiday upon our return." Lieutenant Waters sighed, resigning himself to this reality, as they were indeed Navy SEALs. After shaking hands with a few comrades, Lieutenant Waters boarded the aircraft with his team. After bidding farewell to the disgruntled SEALs, I returned to the dormitory, only to find that Angelica had already departed. Luke even took a moment to use his insight to scan the room, ensuring there were no surveillance devices before he felt at ease. The methods of the Russians were straightforward and crude, yet effective. Fortunately, Angelica's behavior yesterday was genuine. Luke had already shared his personal phone number with her. As for her future choices, he would refrain from interfering. One must respect the destinies of others. Individuals must bear the consequences of their choices. Whether those choices are deemed good or bad is left to divine judgment, though Luke himself was not a believer. As noon approached, Luke prepared his luggage and, accompanied by his administrative assistant, boarded a small private plane designated to retrieve them. Colonel Anderson and the Russian strike team leader were there to see Luke off, as was Angelica, clad once more in her crisp military uniform. Angelica and Luke both donned formal attire. Under the watchful eyes of Minnie, they exhibited restraint, exchanging not a passionate French kiss but a simple embrace, accompanied by Luke whispering a few words into her ear. Upon returning to Moscow, Luke learned that President Marshall would not be visiting for at least another week. After their arrival at the hotel, the administrative assistant vanished from sight. Luke paid him little mind, as there was no affiliation or friendship to bind them. He awaited Colonel Anderson at the hotel. The following day, the Russian side arranged for a vehicle and driver for Luke, ostensibly to facilitate his exploration of Moscow. While this appeared to be a warm welcome, it was, in truth, a form of surveillance and eavesdropping. These seasoned actors. Nevertheless, Luke had no ulterior motives. He did not visit the Kremlin, as his presence there would be inappropriate given his status. Red Square was not as grand as he had envisioned, and the road conditions were subpar. He dined at a restaurant recommended by the driver. What a dismal experience it was to have French cuisine in Moscow. He felt unsatisfied, truly unable to satiate his hunger, though the taste was somewhat tolerable. In truth, French cuisine was Luke's least favorite. It was overly elaborate, served in small portions, time-consuming, and left one still hungry. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke was pleasantly surprised. The Russians had arranged for him a luxurious suite, spacious and grand. As Luke opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar scent. Almost immediately, a graceful figure leapt towards him. "Angelica, what brings you here?" She wrapped her arms around his neck, and with a gentle tone, Angelica replied, "I'm on vacation." Luke made no attempt to put her down. Instead, he allowed her to cling to his waist as he carried her into the living room. Angelica cast a serious glance at Luke, gesturing towards the lamp. Understanding instantly, Luke activated his insight, revealing a hidden listening device nestled within the lamp. After surveying the surroundings and confirming it was the sole device, he breathed a sigh of relief. If you wish to eavesdrop, then let it be so. In the hotel parking lot, Sokolov was perplexed. What on earth has this guy consumed? Our operatives are utterly inadequate. How can they be so inept, having fainted 4 times? Why are we even monitoring him? I don't know, came the reply. The higher-ups merely stated he does not resemble a consultant, thus the surveillance. I'll need to find 3 women to alleviate my frustration when we return. Sokolov muttered. Upstairs in the hotel, Luke sighed, reflecting on the luxurious jacuzzi. What a splendid amenity this hotel offers. Chapter 86. Cinderella. Luke now openly strolled through the picturesque sights of Moscow with Angelica. By day, they admired the scenery, and by night, they continued their explorations. Luke even discreetly administered a life-saving injection to Angelica, enhancing her vitality and energy. He had arranged for a bulletproof Rolls-Royce to be delivered by his automotive company, with the same driver as before. Upon seeing the new vehicle, the driver's demeanor towards Luke transformed into one of warmth. However, the partition between the front and back seats posed a challenge for their Russian surveillance agents. While out, Luke utilized his insight to observe the agents monitoring them from their vehicle. Their frustration and resentment were palpable. After 3 consecutive days of eavesdropping, who could endure such discomfort? On the 4th day, at noon, they visited a Chinese restaurant near Red Square. The establishment boasted authentic Chinese decor, though the prices on the menu were decidedly British. Yet, was Master Chin ever short of funds? After disembarking, Luke approached the driver's side and tapped on the window. The driver looked at him with a questioning expression. Luke pointed towards the surveillance vehicle parked in the distance. Those must be your colleagues, following us for several days. They've worked hard. Let us invite them in. My treat. A flicker of shock crossed the driver's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Though they doubted Luke's true identity as a consultant, his skills and meticulous thinking had been subjects of their scrutiny for quite some time. It was no surprise that he could detect the surveillance team. The invitation was generously extended, and thus there was no need for these individuals to remain discreet any longer. Judging by Luke's demeanor over the past few days, there was nothing particularly surprising or abnormal about his behavior. He was simply accompanied by a personal guide, exploring various attractions and hotels. The driver nodded, smiling as he addressed Luke, expressing gratitude for his understanding. Subsequently, Luke escorted Angelica into the restaurant. After exchanging a few words with the manager, The two began to savor the authentic Chinese cuisine offered there. When the driver and the surveillance team entered, the manager arranged for them to sit near Luke and Angelica, ensuring they remained within sight, but could not overhear any private conversations. In such a high-end restaurant located in the capital, the manager was quite astute. Clad in an exquisitely tailored suit and arriving in a Rolls-Royce, Luke exuded the aura of affluence. The driver, accompanied by a group of menacing-looking individuals, clearly appeared to be bodyguards. Although Angelica's attire was somewhat modest, her beauty and figure were exceptional, undoubtedly making her the Princess Cinderella. Luke had also noticed the manager's gaze upon Angelica as they entered. After their meal, Luke instructed the driver to take them directly to Moscow's finest shopping center, known as the department store. This establishment is steeped in history. Post-Soviet Union, it has transformed into Moscow's premier shopping destination, not allowing Angelica the chance to decline. Luke led her into the boutiques of international luxury brands. Presenting his black gold card, he summoned the store manager to assist this lady in selecting some attire. The brands Luke referred to were all under the auspices of Grandma Chin's fashion empire, with at least 8 stores in the shopping center. The store manager, clutching Luke's black gold card, hurried off to consult with the department store's manager. At this moment, Angelica felt like a true Cinderella, overwhelmed and unsure amidst the prospect of clothing that cost more than her annual salary. Luke, with a charming smile, planted a kiss on her cheek, reassuring her, "My dear, do not fret, this is all part of my family's enterprise. Just choose what you like, and leave the rest to me." Before Angelica could ponder further, the staff whisked her away to try on clothes. Indeed, she was the perfect beauty meticulously prepared for Luke's scheme. Angelica's figure was nearly flawless, and her beauty ranked among the finest of Eastern European women. There was a reason behind Luke's kindness toward Angelica. In the mission to apprehend General Radic, Luke's skills and order points yielded no benefits whatsoever. Coupled with Angelica's heartfelt confessions, Luke surmised that this operation was merely a sordid political conspiracy, a mere clash among a group of politicians. Thus, a bold idea began to take shape in Luke's mind. This was the Marvel Universe, subtly distinct from the world he once knew. While the macrocosm remained largely similar, the microcosm exhibited notable differences, especially during this era of superhero proliferation. Before this, the global situation in the past remained relatively unchanged. Thus, Luke seized the opportunity to leverage certain prophetic insights to expand his family's enterprise. The store manager had already summoned the manager of the department store. Upon seeing the perspiring manager approach him with a sycophantic smile, Luke realized that this was an investment from the esteemed Qin patriarch. He nodded at the manager and reiterated his previous remarks to the store manager. The department store manager, grinning broadly, incessantly nodded, fervently assuring Luke that he would meet any of his demands, even refraining from extending a hand for a handshake. The manager hurried off to consult with the heads of other brands. Meanwhile, Angelica, surrounded by bustling staff, was incessantly trying on various outfits. Luke's aesthetic sensibilities, informed by future trends, rendered him indifferent to contemporary fashions. However, his ability to garner admiration from a cadre of rebellious designers attested to his competence. As he selected garments for Angelica, managers from other brands promptly arrived, bringing their own racks of clothing and accessories. The scene became increasingly crowded. The department store manager hastily called in security to cordon off the shop, declaring it temporarily closed to other customers. This display drew a crowd of onlookers, many young women casting envious glances at Angelica within the transparent enclosure. Luke, tall and striking in a dark, tailored suit, captured considerable attention, leading to speculation about which affluent scion was indulging his girlfriend. Any items Luke favored were to be packaged and sent directly to the hotel by the staff. Ultimately, the store manager had to arrange a small delivery truck for Luke's purchases. As they departed, Angelica donned a flowing red gown complemented by a fitted black blazer, her accessories meticulously coordinated. After this transformation, the newly radiant Angelica appeared even more enchanting, prompting a satisfied reflection from Luke. The Slavic beauty has a remarkable foundation. Although her skin had been somewhat lacking, Luke's diligent restoration and nurturing had rendered it luminous. Angelica, noticing the change, was perplexed but ultimately attributed it to the harmonious influence of her time spent with Luke. For dinner, Luke exercised his financial prowess by reserving an entire Michelin 3-star restaurant. After clearing the establishment, he discreetly positioned his surveillance team in a corner. This group, previously filled with resentment, found their spirits somewhat lifted as they experienced being treated to an outing by their surveilled target. The dinner was delightful and romantic. with Angelica gazing at Luke with a look of profound admiration. After the meal, as they entered the car, Luke activated the intercom and instructed the driver, "Take us to the most vibrant nightclub. Invite your colleagues. I shall cover the expenses." "Thank you, Mr. Dutton. I will notify them," came the prompt response. Chapter 87. Approaching the elite, Luke escorted Angelica to one of Moscow's most illustrious nightclubs, where a lengthy queue had formed outside due to its overwhelming popularity. The eager patrons, both young men and women, anxiously awaited their turn, occasionally peering inside to catch a glimpse of exiting guests. The surveillance team, no longer concealing their presence, trailed closely behind Luke's Rolls-Royce, which came to a halt at the entrance. Observers noted as a strikingly elegant couple alighted from the vehicle, their attire exuding opulence and sophistication. Angelica's beauty and fashion sense elicited admiration from those waiting in line. When the disparity is minor, envy may arise, but when it is pronounced, only reverence remains. Luke approached the security personnel, wielding his financial influence. $1,000 is a considerable sum in contemporary Russia. Noticing 5 impeccably dressed gentlemen emerging from the van behind them, the guard graciously accepted the cash and gestured invitingly to Luke. With a nod of satisfaction, Luke led his entourage inside. The nightclub embodied the chaotic spirit of its era, pulsating with the thunderous beats of heavy metal rock as patrons gyrated wildly on the dance floor. Tables overflowed with an array of alcoholic beverages and illicit substances. Upon meeting the service manager, Luke presented another $1,000, signaling with 2 fingers. The manager, immediately comprehending the gesture, smiled and guided Luke and his party to an adjacent booth on the 2nd floor, positioned away from the dance floor. Pleased with the arrangement, Luke produced another stack of cash, requesting the finest wines, explicitly instructing against any watered-down imitations. The manager, with a nod of assurance, accepted the money, promising satisfaction. Settling into the booth with Angelica, they were accompanied by the surveillance team, comprising 6 individuals. It remains unclear how they coordinated with Luke's driver, but 5 members joined him. Despite being invited to indulge in luxury, they remained cognizant of their mission, opting for beer rather than spirits. Luke, however, chose red wine, as it was Angelica's preference. He examined the bottle, noting it was a vintage from a French vineyard, albeit last year's production. Accepting its quality, he opened it and took a sip, confirming it was genuine. As the wine breathed, Luke and Angelica stepped outside their booth to the railing, swaying gently to the rhythm of the music. Luke, no novice to such environments, had attended numerous parties during his school years, his experience evident. In contrast, Angelica appeared to be a newcomer, likely unaccustomed to such venues. Thus, Luke guided her in a gradual dance, their bodies occasionally drawing close together. After a brief interlude, Angelica shed her blazer, embracing the vibrant atmosphere. In the adjacent area, several young individuals were immersed in spirited dance. However, the leading young man, upon observing Luke and Angelica's graceful movements, turned to glance at the spirited girls accompanying him. Suddenly, he found his own companions lacking in charm, envious of the scene before him. Yet, it was evident that Luke and Angelica's attire set them apart as individuals of distinction, and thus, the young man refrained from indulging in any crass displays. Luke noticed that the young man's gaze frequently wandered toward Angelica, who radiated an aura of beauty and elegance, attracting the attention of many admirers. Returning to their seats, the couple began to sip their drinks, enjoying each other's company. Before long, a few men approached the young man's VIP booth. After conversing briefly, they summoned the service manager, who then approached Luke's table. "Sir, the gentleman next to you has some important guests and wishes to purchase your table, of course, with compensation." Luke casually crossed his legs and shook a finger in refusal. "You must realize I am not in need of money. Let him wait. I shan't linger here for long." The service manager returned to relay Luke's message to the young man, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied and instructed his 2 associates to negotiate further with Luke. As they approached, Luke gestured toward the 2 men beside the young man. The 2 seemingly fit young men soon found themselves confronted by even larger agents from the surveillance team. Upon seeing the agents surrounding them, they smiled nervously, revealing the firearms concealed beneath their jackets, an indication that this was not a display typical of gangsters, but rather something associated with military personnel. Even if such weapons had made their way to the black market, it was audacious to brandish them so openly. Instantly intimidated by the agent's firearms, the 2 young men retreated to inform their leader, after which the atmosphere fell silent. With both groups now occupying the same booth, The spirited girls had no choice but to relocate to the railing outside. Following this unwelcome interruption, the enthusiasm of Luke and Angelica waned. After finishing their drinks, Luke rose to depart, with the surveillance agents closely following him and Angelica. As they passed by the adjacent booth, Luke didn't spare even a glance at the occupants, though Angelica did take note of them. Among the spirited young men were a few middle-aged individuals, creating a rather incongruous scene. After Luke's departure, the others prepared to vacate their booth as well. Just as they were about to head downstairs, a man in a hooded garment approached Luke. "Excuse me, could you spare a light?" Luke smiled and shook his head, then turned to the surveillance agents. "Do we have a lighter? Let us assist this gentleman." One of the agents promptly produced a lighter from his pocket, igniting the man's cigarette. The man nodded appreciatively to Luke. "Thank you, sir." Then, he circumvented Luke and ascended the stairs. Luke paid no heed, merely noticing that this individual concealed 4 handguns beneath his attire. However, he was not approaching Luke with malicious intent. Upon contact, the inside eye revealed a green question mark, indicating that this man was not a threat. As Luke reached the entrance of the nightclub, preparing to depart, he heard gunfire emanating from above. Yet, the cacophony of music within the venue masked the sound of the shots, preventing any ensuing chaos. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke informed the driver, "I have arranged 3 guest rooms for you. Please manage accordingly." With that, he escorted Angelica back to his business suite. It was not that he could not afford the presidential suite, but rather that it was genuinely reserved for the President of the United States. Luke opted for the business suite simply because he had arrived early. The following morning, during breakfast at the hotel, Luke's driver and surveillance team sat at a table not far from him and Angelica. After finishing their meal, Angelica approached their table, carrying a handbag. "This is a token of appreciation from Mr. Dutton for your hard work." Luke, accompanied by Angelica, prepared to ascend the stairs and smiled while nodding at their table as they passed. Once Luke had departed, the agents opened the handbag. Initially shocked and bewildered, their expressions soon turned serious before breaking into smiles. Inside lay 7 exquisite Rolex watches. Chapter 88. The undertaking in the days that followed. Master Luke indulged in lavish expenditures throughout Moscow with his new girlfriend. Indeed, Luke was engaging in some strategic maneuvering. Having visited Russia without accruing any progress in his skills or order points, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Now, not only was his identity protected, but he had also been assigned a personal bodyguard. To not engage in some activity would be a disservice to the high standards of hospitality extended to him by the Russian side. Thus, Luke's extravagant outings with a beautiful companion in a Rolls-Royce began to attract attention. This not only piqued the interest of those with ulterior motives towards Luke, but also caught the notice of higher-ups. After breakfast, as Luke awaited Angelica's selection of attire for their next adventure, the deputy director paid him a visit. "Good day, Mr. Dutton. I am Alexander Vasilievich, Deputy Director of the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation." Luke politely shook his hand. "Greetings, Director Alexander. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I sincerely appreciate your hospitality." This statement left Director Alexander momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Mr. Dutton, your recent activities in Moscow may place you in peril." Luke remained unfazed, chuckling as he poured him a glass of water. "I am merely a tourist. Isn't your agency responsible for my safety?" Alexander was aware that the surveillance team had long been exposed by Luke and had now become his dedicated protectors. Moreover, Luke and Angelica scarcely discussed serious matters in the hotel. They spent their days indulging in leisure and returned to play cards. There was no valuable information to glean, and even the recordings left him frustrated. However, during this time, they began to speculate about Luke's circumstances. His recent demeanor did not resemble that of a mere actor. He might genuinely be a young master. Yet, the reason for his prowess left them utterly perplexed. Wasn't he merely here to gain some experience, to engage symbolically? What kind of young master would be subjected to such training? Were they not concerned about potential mishaps along the way? Luke, oblivious to their inner turmoil, awaited Angelica's emergence from her changing room. Upon her arrival, she found Luke engaged in jovial conversation with Deputy Director Alexander. The ambience was remarkably amicable. Noticing Angelica's fashionable attire, Alexander greeted her with a smile, saying, "Lieutenant Dalnilova, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek out Nikolai, the driver assigned to Luke. Our department will fully support you." Although they were from different organizations and even had a competitive edge in certain aspects, Alexander's courteous demeanor left Angelica with little to say other than to nod in acknowledgement. She sensed that Luke had undoubtedly struck some arrangement with Alexander. Yet she was wise and understanding. She would not pry into matters that Luke chose not to disclose. After Alexander took his leave, Luke prepared to take Angelica out for further entertainment. The surveillance team was no longer required to monitor, as they now trailed behind Luke's Rolls-Royce in 2 off-road vehicles. While their curiosity about Luke remained, his recent lavish expenditures, including a generous donation of $1 million to Moscow University, were well received in Russian circles. Furthermore, those accompanying him were treated to fine food and drink, and gifts were exchanged with joy. During their daytime excursion, Angelica received a call from her superior. The message was akin to that of Deputy Director Alexander. She was to ensure Luke was well cared for, showcasing the warmth of the Russian spirit. Her time with Luke would be considered work, and any gifts received need not be reported. Holidays would be accounted for separately. After hanging up, Angelica felt bewildered. She was certain that Luke and her direct superior had never met. Yet this newfound attitude starkly contrasted with the one she had encountered just before her deployment to the base. Nevertheless, as Luke chose not to speak of it, Angelica refrained from inquiring further, focusing instead on fulfilling her role as a guide and ensuring that Luke experienced the hospitality of the Russian people. Each evening, Luke sought to immerse himself in the nightlife of Moscow. On this particular night, upon returning to the hotel, he did not rush to engage in card games with Angelica. Instead, he ordered a fine bottle of red wine and beckoned the perplexed Angelica to join him in drinking. Angelica found herself grappling with self-doubt, pondering whether her allure was insufficient or if Luke had lost interest in her charm. Luke discerned her subtle intentions and tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Whispering softly in her ear, "Tonight, we shall enjoy a play." Although Angelica was somewhat bewildered, she felt reassured by the freshness in Luke's demeanor and actions, and thus patiently awaited his promised entertainment. Indeed, before long, a resounding crash echoed through the corridor, followed by a cacophony of voices. Nikolai knocked on the door before entering. "Sir, we have apprehended the suspects." Luke nodded with a smile. "Well done. The rest is in your capable hands." Nikolai nodded back with a grin before closing the door and departing. As Luke observed Angelica, who appeared momentarily dazed, he promptly fed her a generous sip of wine. Finally regaining her senses, Angelica listened as Luke elucidated the entire situation. Earlier that morning, he had indeed brokered a deal with Deputy Director Alexander. However, Luke had positioned himself as bait to lure out the nefarious elements of the Moscow underworld. In the aftermath of the Chechen War, certain former Soviet republics had begun to stir restlessly, frequently orchestrating acts of terror within Moscow, which posed significant challenges for the security and foreign intelligence agencies. General Radek had recently been captured, but other factions were still operating covertly. Radek's group was, however, the most formidable threat. Luke's strategy aimed to draw out the gangsters through his unique position. Law enforcement agencies, hindered by the protective umbrellas shielding these criminals, were often hesitant to act. Yet, with Luke, an American official, involved, the situation transformed into a diplomatic incident. As long as the umbrella was not the president, no one could intervene effectively. By infiltrating the gangs, they could uncover the terrorists orchestrating attacks within the country. The primary source of weaponry for these intruders stemmed from the gangs themselves. Dismantling these criminal organizations would benefit the security agency, as all confiscated items would be theirs to keep without obligation for restitution, thus enhancing their prestige. The Foreign Intelligence Agency would also gain credit upon receiving information about the terrorists. Luke was keen to test how much progress and order points he could accrue through his level of involvement. Only a fool would resort to brute force. Employing one's intellect is far more prudent. At that moment, Luke resembled a true scion of privilege, flanked by sycophants, navigating the streets of Moscow. Yet, unlike a mere ruffian, he was a gentleman, with his entourage comprised of law enforcement officers, while the unfortunate victims were the Moscow gangs. Embracing the warm and delicate Angelica, Luke gazed out at the splendidly illuminated Moscow nightscape. Having arrived in Moscow, it was imperative to leave behind a legend of his own. Chapter 89. Using others' weapons for 3 consecutive days, Luke continued to roam the streets of Moscow. Meanwhile, the authorities were elated, having captured a total of 7 groups during both day and night. The Foreign Intelligence Agency also gathered substantial information regarding the terrorists, resulting in a triumphant consensus among all parties involved. Luke has confirmed his involvement, noting progress in both his cultivation techniques and order points, albeit significantly less than if he had acted independently. The primary reason Luke has been able to establish a collaboration with the security and intelligence agencies is the dire economic state of Russia. The turbulence following the dissolution of the Soviet Union has only recently subsided, and the economy is in a phase of recovery. With widespread poverty permeating all levels of society and the absence of formidable leaders akin to those of the past, contemporary Russia is even more impoverished. Luke's proposal has captivated these officials. Despite being an American, he frequents Moscow, indulging in expenditures without burdening the organizers. Moreover, he refrains from participating in their specific operations or subsequent intelligence, content to serve as a mere tool. The accolades for any achievements are solely theirs to allocate, making Luke appear as if he were sent by divine providence to rescue them. Importantly, Master Qin has navigated the intricacies of interpersonal relations with remarkable finesse. Now, those wishing to monitor Luke must rely on connections. Luke has indicated that aside from Angelica and the driver Nikolai, others may be adjusted at their discretion. Currently, half of those assigned to him are there through such connections. Master Qin is not short on funds. He books entire venues for meals and enjoys dining in high-end restaurants. On occasions when reservations cannot be made, Luke does not need to employ his cash abilities. Agents from the security and intelligence agencies intervene to clear the space, granting Luke a level of treatment that surpasses that of the American ambassador to Russia. Every agent involved in the surveillance receives shopping cards as gifts from Luke, along with a tailored suit and a luxury watch as standard offerings. However, the most enticing aspect of their daily accompaniment is not merely the indulgence in food and drink, but the shopping cards themselves. These can be utilized for family needs or as gifts, enhancing their appeal. Master Qin hails from humble beginnings, having started in the grocery business. Now, the retail brands under the Hex Group have expanded globally, Russia included. Presently, what Russia lacks most are consumer goods and light industrial products. Providing shopping cards is far more appreciated than offering suits and watches, as it significantly elevates the social standing of these men within their families. Luke may bestow gifts, but he refrains from giving cash, with the exception of Nikolai, who is a well-connected individual. His father is Deputy Director Alexander. Consequently, Luke provides him with $2,000 daily for personal expenditures, effectively treating Nikolai as both assistant and driver. As for the remainder, it is entirely at Nikolai's discretion. Each morning, Angelica gazes into the mirror, noticing her physique improving, albeit with later rising times. At noon, in a restaurant by the Moscow River, Master Qin, accompanied by his retainers, continues to reserve the entire venue. As they near the end of their meal, several Mercedes-Benz vehicles arrive outside. A number of individuals clad in black exit, led by a middle-aged man. The agents stationed at the entrance become alert, having received no prior notification. This indicates that the newly arrived individuals do not belong to any government agency. Indeed, the agent who approached for inquiry received confirmation. This individual was a local entrepreneur. Yet the agents were well aware that he was the leader of one of the most formidable gangs in the area. He personally approached to express his intention of speaking privately with Luke. After the agents conveyed this esteemed figure's message to Luke, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Only after the agents provided their introductions did he learn of the man's status in the underworld. Having just finished his meal, he was curious about the purpose of this gang leader's visit and thus acquiesced to his request. The agents were now treating Luke as if he were a young master, allowing only the leader to enter, unperturbed by the presence of the leader's numerous subordinates. Upon entering, the leader took a seat directly opposite Luke. Luke made no motion to stand or extend his hand for a handshake, and the leader, understanding his own standing, did not reach out either but took his seat directly. "My name is," the leader began to introduce himself, but Luke interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I have no interest in you or your organization. Let us get straight to the point. What do you want from me?" The leader hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. He had been investigating Luke for several days, discovering only that Luke was an American awaiting the visit of the president. He had no idea why the security and intelligence agencies were so protective of him. Many who had targeted him had been apprehended, and the two agencies had been conducting a frenzied crackdown on organized crime. However, he was a cautious man, which was essential for his success up to this point. Nevertheless, he had a compelling reason to be present. He was in the process of redeeming his gang, and kidnapping an American was not on his agenda. After a brief contemplation, he articulated his purpose. This revelation took Luke by surprise. It turned out that 4 nights prior, during the outing to the nightclub with Angelica, an incident had occurred. The young man seated beside Luke was the leader's son. who had been killed by an assassin shortly after Luke's departure. As that nightclub was not under his ownership, the investigation proved to be complicated. Ultimately, they had only managed to ascertain a rough description of the assassin's appearance and learned that the assassin had conversed with Luke prior to ascending the stairs. The leader did not believe Luke to be the mastermind behind the attack, as it was Luke's first appearance in Russia. A wealthy American like him had no conceivable connection with his son, a young man of such temperament. He simply wished to inquire if Luke could recall any details about the assassin's appearance. Luke pondered for a moment before responding. He wore a hat, and the hood of his jacket was drawn up. The lighting was poor, so I only caught a glimpse of the lower half of his face, which bore a thick beard. Upon hearing Luke's reply, the leader felt a twinge of disappointment. The last lead in the pursuit of the assassin had been severed. Luke had not provided the leader with any useful information, as he had indeed been preoccupied at the time. This gang showed no moral boundaries. The fact that they allowed him to exchange a few words was already a considerable courtesy. Present-day Russia is a tumultuous realm, characterized by societal chaos, governmental disarray, and military disorder. Following the departure of a prominent figure, Angelica found herself in a melancholic mood. The afternoon's itinerary, altered by Angelica, led her and Luke to don inexpensive attire and venture to Moscow's largest farmers' market. Indeed, the vibrant atmosphere was palpable, revealing another facet of Angelica and contemporary Russian society to Luke. Here, the police and organized crime conspired together to manage the market, with instances of extortion prevalent. The merchants and farmers, although seething with indignation, could only force smiles in response to their plight. Luke observed the dulled sparkle in Angelica's eyes, now clouded with sorrow. "You hold a deep affection for your country, do you not?" Angelica, avoiding Luke's gaze, merely nodded in affirmation. "My father often regaled me with tales of the Soviet era, but I was too young to grasp their significance until now." She then turned to Luke, offering a faint smile. "This place has disappointed you, hasn't it?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly. "Not at all. It was to be expected." Subsequently, Angelica guided Luke in procuring fruits and snacks, embodying a pair of genuine lovers engaged in the simple act of grocery shopping. As they strolled, sharing bites of delicacies, their charming appearances garnered admiration from the elderly patrons around them. Gradually, Angelica's demeanor transformed into one of ease and authenticity. However, their choice of inexpensive couple's attire attracted the attention of a burly individual, towering even over Luke, accompanied by several henchmen who blocked their path. Upon witnessing the confrontation, Luke couldn't suppress a smile, realizing that this cliché scenario had unfolded in their midst. The imposing figure, noticing Luke's amusement, unleashed a torrent of threats, fixating his gaze on Luke while gesturing towards Angelica. "Listen here, she is no longer your girlfriend. If you wish to avoid a beating, you'd best steer clear." Luke, whose physique was well-proportioned rather than muscular, appeared youthful alongside Angelica in their simple outfits, reminiscent of high school sweethearts. With a sardonic grin, he retorted to the brute, "Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Is that enough for you?" The thug, evidently incensed by Luke's taunt, bellowed, "I swear, I will beat you to a pulp." He lunged forward, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag, causing onlookers to gasp and shield their eyes, convinced that the young man was about to meet a grim fate. Who was this Mr. Cheen? He was no ordinary figure. He was a man of principle. Without engaging in unnecessary banter, he resolved to settle the score immediately, for a slight against him could not go unavenged. While others might retreat, he would not allow his resolve to waver. Then Luke stepped forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, striking the nearly 2-meter-tall man with a resounding thud, sending him soaring several meters away. The half-dozen underlings, finally regaining their senses, prepared to draw their weapons and encircle Luke. Yet, Luke was swifter, denying them any opportunity as he unleashed a flurry of blows. Within a mere 5 seconds, they all lay sprawled on the ground. Nearby, a few vegetable vendors and merchants quietly urged Angelica, "Miss, you should quickly take your boyfriend and leave this place. They are members of the local gang." Angelica smiled gratefully at the well-meaning individuals, assuring them, "It will be fine. We must trust in the power of the government." However, some onlookers whispered warnings, deeming her overly naive. "Those people are in cahoots with the police. You must run, miss." Luke, however, was unperturbed. Setting aside his personal abilities, he was, after all, the special advisor on anti-terrorism to the president, possessing diplomatic immunity. This was akin to the privileges afforded to high-ranking embassy officials. Luke was also curious about Angelica's true intentions for bringing him here. Indeed, he discerned that her actions were deliberate, laden with purpose. Turning back, he found Angelica gazing at him with gratitude. Upon encountering her enchanting eyes, he understood. This place held cherished memories for her, now tarnished. While she lacked the means to effect change herself, she believed that with Luke's presence, transformation was possible. As a VIP of the Russian side, anyone wishing to sway him would require the president's intercession. By bringing Luke here, Angelica seemed to anticipate trouble, hoping to seize the opportunity to cleanse this place of its impurities. During their time together, Luke had felt quite at ease with Angelica. Her attributes were first-rate. She was independent yet perceptive. He had no qualms about allowing her to utilize his presence. To Luke, the forces of darkness were as detestable as those involved in vice or drugs. He could only eliminate gambling from his life. After all, his grandmother's family, the Lucianos, was one of the prominent families controlling Las Vegas. It would be unthinkable to turn against one's own kin. The current scene struck an odd chord with everyone present. With several thugs sprawled on the ground, Luke stood there, exchanging meaningful glances with Angelica. He surmised her intentions, and she looked back at him with appreciation. In that tense atmosphere, they shared a deep gaze. However, the urgent sound of a whistle shattered this poetic moment. A few local police officers, clad in uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, arrived on the scene. Before Luke or Angelica could utter a word, one of the thugs shouted, "Yuri, this guy attacked us. We merely wanted to befriend him." The leading officer was presumably the Yuri mentioned by the thug. Luke observed as he scrutinized his attire and then glanced at Angelica, his eyes suddenly gleaming with recognition. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Take them all back." As the ruffians sensed the arrival of their backing, they helped each other to their feet and glared menacingly at Luke. An officer approached, intending to place handcuffs on Luke. But he took a step back and pointed at the ruffians, questioning, "Why are they not being restrained?" The officer shot Luke a disapproving glance and replied, "They are the injured parties and will need to be examined shortly." It was then that the ruffians remembered their leader. Turning around, they discovered the burly man sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Luke had struck with precision, merely rendering him unconscious while also infusing him with a surge of energy, ensuring that his little toothpick would remain tender and resilient for a lifetime. Officer Yuri furrowed his brow, glancing between the fallen leader and Luke. "You have seriously harmed him. Handcuff him and take him away." Luke narrowed his eyes and countered, "Are you not going to verify the situation? Once those handcuffs are on, they won't be easily removed." Seeing Luke's audacity, Officer Yuri hesitated momentarily. However, upon observing both Luke and Angelica, he noted their lack of any discernible influence. After a brief pause, he nodded to his subordinate, "Take him away." With a smile, Luke extended his hands towards the officers. Thus, the group made their way on foot to the nearby police station. Upon arrival, the officers attempted to separate Luke and Angelica. However, since Angelica did not resist, they could not cuff her or escort her to the interrogation room. Yet, Angelica insisted on staying with Luke. Understanding her concerns, Luke whispered reassuringly, "Have you forgotten what I accomplished in the South?" Angelica then recalled their previous mission. After a moment of surprise, she too broke into a smile. During that mission, Luke had decisively overpowered a host of Navy SEALs and Alpha Team members. With a radiant and enchanting smile, she embraced Luke and kissed him. The officers, caught off guard by this display of affection, were left awkwardly witnessing their public display of affection. Fortunately, Angelica was mindful, keeping the kiss brief. 10 seconds was ample time to leave them feeling quite uncomfortable. Luke was then ushered into the interrogation room, while Officer Yuri made his way to the reception area where Angelica was waiting. "Well, miss, I suppose you wouldn't want your boyfriend to suffer in prison, would you?"